Chapter 261 Engagement. Su Hao's expression turned somewhat grim as he looked at Lin Yao. Is this real or fake? The situation is a bit complicated, but it's definitely not what you think. Lin Yao said awkwardly, as the matter couldn't be explained in a short time. You, surnamed Su, are you dumbfounded? We've already discussed it today and tacitly agreed to the engagement. We'll be getting married soon. What you're seeing now is just an intimate game between the two of us, and you're just an outsider. Long Tian laughed heartily. This was the most exhilarating moment. Lin Yao, are you serious? Su Hao suddenly felt like he was a clown. They rushed over to save the person, only to discover that the two were already engaged. Just as Long Tian said, he became an outsider. Lin Yao had a bitter pill to swallow. She didn't like Long Tian at all, but he held Lin Hao's life and death in his hands. What can you do if they don't listen? The current situation is the last thing she wanted to encounter. Lin Yao, have you been lying to me all along? Su Hao said bitterly, all the talk about remarrying was a lie and you've already hooked up with a rich young master. No, I mean it, but the situation is different now, and I have no choice. Lin Yao shook her head frantically, not wanting Su Hao to misunderstand. You still want to argue? Su Hao trembled with anger. Look at what you've done. You turned down my dinner party, went to a hotel with another man, and then came to the hallway to be intimate. How can you do this to me? Su Hao, please, stop talking. It's all my fault. You can scold me, you can hit me, but please don't hurt your feelings. Lin Yao burst into tears. Women are so complicated. And I was too naive to believe what you said. Now you come here like a clown, letting others ridicule you. Tell me, is this something you and young Master Long planned, all for the purpose of taking revenge on me? What I don't understand is, in the 5 years of our marriage, I have never done anything to wrong you, so why are you treating me like this now? Su Hao's mood worsened. When I said those words, my mind was almost blank, and in the end I didn't even know what I was saying. I just feel like my heart is breaking apart very quickly. I started having trouble breathing. Su Hao, please don't be like this. I truly love you. I've never thought of harming you, not even once. I value you more than my own life. Lin Yao tried her best to explain. Love me? Is this how you treat your lover? Su Hao laughed angrily. I believe that no man would believe you under these circumstances. No, this is just a misunderstanding. I will tell you one day. Lin Yao said with difficulty. Is it really a misunderstanding? Su Hao's face darkened. If that's really the case, you can just say so. I'll avenge you and cripple him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao had no idea how to respond. Long Tian's identity is truly terrifying. The powerful families of Central State are far superior to the local bullies of Los Angeles. What would happen if he were truly crippled? I'm sure what follows will be the most insane retaliation. At that time, not only will her family be in danger, but Su Hao will also face annihilation. You can't fight City Hall. Reality is cruel. What, you're not going to explain now? Su Hao stared at her and said sadly. Now that things have come to this, she only said it was a misunderstanding. There was nothing more to say. I couldn't bring myself to say it. How could I possibly convince him? I'm sorry, there are some things I can't say right now. Lin Yao looked pale, feeling the same heartache and struggling to breathe. Is there something you can't tell me? Su Hao said coldly, as long as you ask, no matter how powerful they are, I can take care of it for you. I'm sorry. Lin Yao simply apologized. Alright, have you two had enough? I have no interest in watching you two bicker. Long Tian roared in anger. Were these two putting on a pitiful act? They really didn't take him seriously. He coldly ordered, Lin Yao, go to my room and wait for me. Lin Yao was naturally unwilling to go in, so she stood still, not moving an inch. Hey kid, what are you still doing here? Nobody welcomes you. Long Tian roared at Su Hao. Unfortunately, the other party was only looking at Lin Yao. Now, the two of them say nothing, but everyone can see the reluctance in each other's eyes. Get out of here, do you hear me? Do you have a penchant for eavesdropping? I can certainly fulfill your request. You can stay if you want, but I'll close the door later and show you how Lin Yao serves other men. Believe me, she only experienced the joys of being a woman after being with me. A man like you has absolutely no idea how to please a beautiful woman. Long Tian spoke in an extremely lewd manner, his smile full of mockery. What the hell are you talking about? Su Hao was furious. This kid dares to brag? It would be a real shame not to beat him up. He kicked out and struck Long Tian squarely in the groin. Poor Long Tian, having been kicked twice in one day, retreated to a corner and glared at Su Hao, angrily shouting, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you lay a hand on me? So noisy!" Seeing that he still dared to be arrogant, Su Hao slapped him twice, knocking him unconscious. "Su Hao, what are you doing?" "He's young Master Long, this slap will have a heavy price to pay." Lin Yao was stunned, he really dared to make a move. Even if the other party is a young master from a wealthy family in Zhengzhou, they will not stop. The thing I feared most still happened. The fight's already happened, what good is it if you feel sorry for yourself? Su Hao sneered, "You have terrible taste in people Lu Xiaobu in the past, and now Long Tian, they're all despicable men. What kind of taste do I have? What do I need? Your opinion, why don't you say, how could I possibly be interested in you?" Lin Yao was furious and retorted, "Get out of here now, I don't want to see you again." Given Long Tian's high status, he wouldn't appear in such a place alone, there would definitely be many bodyguards nearby. If Su Hao gets stopped, that would be terrible. She wanted to drive Su Hao away with vicious words, leaving him to bear the worst consequences alone. "Get out, I came to save you, and this is how you treat me?" Su Hao was unwilling to accept it. "What, do I have to throw myself into your arms? Don't even dream about it, young Master Long and I are already engaged. No, we will get married in 3 days. Should I send you an invitation to the wedding? I'll see for myself what kind of wedding dress I'll wear when I become the young mistress of the Long family." Lin Yao said somewhat hysterically. "Shut up, you shameless woman." Enraged, Su Hao slapped him. 5 finger marks immediately appeared on her fair face. He didn't use much force, but it still caused irreparable damage. 262, Chapter 262 A Great Drunken Experience. Su Hao felt sorry for himself first, he didn't mean it. He subconsciously reached out, wanting to touch her face. Unfortunately, Lin Yao dodged directly, took 2 steps back, and looked at him resolutely, saying, "Su Hao, you can leave now." "Oh well, I guess I just had bad luck with men." Su Hao, overwhelmed with emotion, could only let out a sigh before turning and leaving. Lin Yao subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to pull him. Unfortunately, in the end, they still couldn't reach out. Oh well, today's result wasn't too bad. Without experiencing a serious conflict, the two could never truly break up. Perhaps today is the day for the two to break off their relationship, otherwise, continuing the entanglement will only bring more harm to both of them. She was in terrible stomach pain, so she squatted in the corner and silently shed tears. "Daughter, what's wrong with you?" Chen Chunhua arrived and, seeing Long Tian unconscious and Lin Yao covered in injuries, could guess what had happened. "Was it young Master Long, did he bully you?" "Mom, tell me, am I a bad woman?" Lin Yao seemed not to hear her words, and only said with teary eyes, "No, you are my most obedient daughter. Without you, our family would fall apart." Chen Chunhua was stunned. Lin Yao had always been very strong and had never been so vulnerable before. "But I've hurt Su Hao time and time again, I'm so sorry to him." Lin Yao hugged her knees and finally burst into tears. "Su Hao." Chen Chunhua immediately realized that Long Tian's injury was caused by him. This kid, Chen Chunhua subconsciously prepared to scold Su Hao, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Lin Yao's condition was too abnormal, and if she was provoked any further, she would go crazy. "Daughter, you two are destined to be apart. You missed each other at the best time, and now it's extremely difficult to reconcile. Marriage isn't like dating. It's never a one-person affair. It involves many aspects, whether it's family or other things. It will bring you hurt time and time again." Chen Chunhua squatted down, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "But I really love him. Being with young Master Long only makes me feel disgusted, like I'm cheap and selling my body." I only feel happy when I'm with him. We can never go back, I'm not good enough for him. Lin Yao was very emotional, as if she was about to collapse at any moment. Daughter, we have to look forward. Once you marry young Master Long and gain more power, you'll gradually see things more clearly. Life isn't always so smooth. Who hasn't had a first love, and who can actually end up with their first love? Chen Shunhua sighed heavily, as if she too had many past memories. Mom, Su Hao is completely disappointed in me now. He slapped me, but ended up getting hurt even more. It's my fault, I'm a bad woman. Someone like me doesn't deserve happiness. As Lin Yao spoke, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. She banged her head against the wall frantically. After 1 or 2 times, he finally couldn't take it anymore, his whole body collapsed, his vision went black, and he fell forward. Daughter! Chen Shunhua shouted. Su Hao returned to Anshin Medical Clinic, his eyes lifeless. He sat in the darkness, holding a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, but couldn't bring himself to drink it. My throat tastes bitter, my heart aches, and I can't muster the energy to do anything. Is it completely over between Lin Yao and me? He didn't want to admit it, but Lin Yao's words about being engaged were still incredibly hurtful. 3 days later, she will marry someone else, and then his thoughts will be completely dispelled. Perhaps that final slap shouldn't have been delivered. The two are not enemies. Why did things have to get so tense? Does this mean they should never see each other again? Young master, why are you sitting here all alone? Hearing the commotion and seeing that Su Hao was acting strangely, Jin Tian exclaimed in surprise, could it be that he's having relationship problems? I don't have much experience, but I can still be a good spectator. He remained at the clinic, and after this period of treatment, his condition stabilized. His destroyed Dantian was restored, although he no longer possessed peak strength. As Su Hao had mentioned, his understanding of the innate realm was actually increasing. A breakthrough is just 1 step away. You've come at the right time, let's have a drink. Su Hao got up, grabbed a cup, and took some braised dishes from the refrigerator. The two of them drank under the cover of night. The two of them took turns drinking, 1 cup for each other, in silence. Perhaps the atmosphere was too oppressive, for he finally spoke slowly, asking, how have you been feeling lately? I feel much better. Jin Tian estimated that he would be almost fully recovered in another 2 days. My benefactor, without your shelter, I wouldn't be where I am today. I am willing to go through fire and water for you whenever you need me. You should still call me young master, at least it won't seem so formal. Su Hao said calmly. Yes, young master. Jin Tian nodded, agreeing with the form of address. Cheers. Su Hao filled his glass and drank it all in one go. Young master, are you having some trouble in your love life? Jin Tian asked cautiously. I guess so, Su Hao said with a wry smile. Hey, you shouldn't be as miserable as me. Jin Tian said, downing a glass of wine as well. Su Hao was stunned, that was indeed the case. Jin Tian's fiancée was defiled by his master. Lin Yao's situation was completely different from his, she claimed it was voluntary. Young master, tell me about it. It will make you feel better if you talk about it, Jin Tian said, pouring wine for him. All right. Su Hao thought about it and realized that it was indeed inconvenient to talk to anyone else besides him. Both of them had been hurt in relationships, and at this moment they felt a sense of shared suffering. He recounted almost everything that had happened that day. Jin Tian, how do you evaluate my actions today? Su Hao asked calmly. Young master, do you want to hear the truth? Jin Tian asked, mustering his courage only after seeing him nod. Is it possible that Miss Lin really has her reasons? She's mentioned it several times, but because the young master was angry, he didn't listen at all. Her reasons? She won't tell me anything, how would I know? Su Hao softened somewhat. The two of you lack communication and keep everything bottled up inside, which has led to this situation, but outsiders see things more clearly. Last time, Miss Lin was jealous of you at the clinic, and it was genuine. There was no way she was faking it. The other party is young Master Long, who may have something on Miss Lin. Jin Tian analyzed meticulously. Long Tian's identity is indeed a bit troublesome. Su Hao nodded. For the Lin family, this was an existence they simply could not contend with. In short, I believe in Miss Lin, she has no ill intentions towards you. Jean Tian said firmly. Alright, it's hard to tell who's right and who's wrong right now. Su Hao's mind was a bit confused, but he vaguely felt that Jean Tian's words made sense and helped him sort out what had happened today. But should I go back and apologize to Lin Yao now? That's not suitable either. Whether the other person will accept it is a question. Come on, let's keep drinking. Su Hao wanted to get completely drunk. 263, Chapter 263. Unable to move an inch. Good. Just as Jean Tian agreed, the sound of a car parking at the door was heard, and then someone walked in. The newcomer, dressed in martial arts attire and exuding a powerful aura, coldly surveyed the room and said, "Where is Su Hao? Let me out." "What's up?" Su Hao was drinking and seemed rather listless. "Listen up, I am an envoy from the Thick Earth Hall of the Vermilion Bird Sect. I have come here today specifically to issue you a challenge. You committed heinous crimes and killed your senior brother Ma Hong. Our sect has decided to hold a tournament against you according to the rules of the martial world. Our side is led by Ho Tu Tang's chief disciple," the visitor announced arrogantly. After saying that, he took out a challenge letter, tossed it lightly, and it landed right on the table between the two of them. This is the rule of the Vermilion Bird Sect. No matter how they seek revenge, they must first be courteous before resorting to force, making a strong impression so that everyone will admire their sect. Once you do it secretly, what's the difference between that and unorthodox methods? Challenge? I'm not in the mood. Su Hao waved his right hand, and the challenge letter flew up from the table unremarkably and returned to the messenger's hand. Refuse, aren't you a coward? The envoy from the Vermilion Bird Sect was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. When you killed senior brother Ma Hong, you should have foreseen this outcome. The Vermilion Bird Sect forbids opponents from forfeiting or refusing to challenge. You must understand, this is revenge. After he finished speaking, he returned the challenge letter. If that's the case, why are you doing all this charade? Su Hao sneered, putting on a show of force and coming here specifically to issue a challenge. Don't be arrogant. Once our chief senior brother makes a move, you won't even be able to cry. The envoy said coldly. Oh, is he very strong? Su Hao held his wine glass, his eyes filled with hostility. Of course, my chief senior brother is named Lei Laowu. He is already a top expert on the heavenly ranking, an unparalleled genius, and ranks among the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird Sect. The envoy laughed loudly, as if showing off. Thunder Tiger? Dragon Claw Hand Grenade Kuan? Upon hearing this, Jean Tian turned pale, never expecting it to be him. Lei Kuan held an extremely high position. The entire Vermilion Bird Sect is divided into 5 branches: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lei Kuan is the chief of the Thick Earth Hall, second only to the Hallmaster in strength. He is truly second only to the leader and above all others. This person is extremely young, reportedly just over 29 and not yet 30, yet he is ranked on the heavenly ranking, enough to make countless people admire him. His specialty is still claw techniques. He was famous in the martial arts world for his dragon claw hand technique, and among his peers, none could match him. Lei Laowu, he'll only become a sick cat when he meets me. Take my advice, Nozwa no Dai. I have no interest in messing with him, and I ask him to stay away from me. Su Hao just wanted to drink, so why was this person talking non-stop? It's so annoying, it's driving me crazy. Kid, I advise you to be smart. The messenger threatened, any refusal will be considered an act of hostility against the Vermilion Birdgate. We can use this as a pretext to launch any attack against you and your friends and family. In that case, your misfortune will affect everyone. Please think this through carefully. Interesting. Ive finally witnessed the domineering nature of the Vermilion Bird Sect. Su Hao put down his wineglass and then carefully examined the newcomer. This person's expression was one of utter arrogance, which only made him more repulsive the more you looked at him. Domineering, that's how we behave. I have delivered my message. I hope you will take care of yourself. We welcome you to Tianmen Mountain the day after tomorrow. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to run away. Our Vermilion Bird Sect has spies all over the south. You have nowhere to escape. If you don't want to drag your family down with you, then fight. Farewell. The messenger turned away indifferently and drove off. Young master, they've come knocking on our door after all. Jin Tian sighed. He was originally a member of the Vermilion Bird sect, but now he sided with Su Hao. Lei Lao, whose strength is still very strong. I don't even have the qualifications to meet him. One is on the heavenly ranking, and the other is on the earthly ranking. They are completely different levels. He has high talent and entered the sect early as 3 years ago. He had already entered the innate realm. His strength has grown stronger and stronger since then. He is not ranked last on the heavenly ranking. Jin Tian's meaning is very clear. The strength of the earth ranking and the heaven ranking is completely different. For a martial artist who can be ranked on the heaven ranking, dealing with someone on the earth ranking is like a dimensional reduction attack. Jin Tian, do you really think he's very strong? Su Hao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Of course, he's extremely strong. Jin Tian was anxious, afraid that he would let his guard down if I were to encounter him. Even if I went all out, I wouldn't be able to force out even a tenth of Lei Lao's strength. Most likely, he could kill me in one move. You call this strong? Su Hao shook his head, added a duck neck, and ate it with relish. One hit kill? Not strong enough? Jin Tian looked embarrassed, as if in the young master's mind, his own strength was utterly insignificant. Well, thinking back on it, he really was a defeated opponent. Last time the two fought, he didn't even know how strong Su Hao was. Young master, in your eyes, what significance do experts on the heavenly ranking hold? Jin Tian asked tentatively. If it's someone ranked high on the heavenly ranking, I might take them somewhat seriously, but the others are just so. After Su Hao finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. He was already annoyed, and Lei Lao's challenge at this time was like putting himself right in the line of fire. He was eager to know whether the other party was a fierce tiger or a sick cat. Young master, according to your wishes, we're preparing to keep the appointment? Jin Tian asked in shock when he realized what was happening. Yes, let's go see Tianmen Mountain. Su Hao nodded. 2 days later, at Tianmen Mountain. The news of Lei Lao challenging Su Hao spread like wildfire. It became the biggest topic of conversation in the entire southern martial arts world. Both challengers in this contest are formidable figures. Su Hao, in particular, has risen to prominence and is no longer an unknown. Everyone is extremely curious about his strength, as if no one can force him to use his full power. His opponent, Lei Lao, was the heir, is even stronger. The chief of the Thick Earth Hall of the Vermilion Bird sect. This identity alone is enough to shock people. Add to that the title of top master on the heavenly ranking, and it's practically a golden brand. When the news first came out, people from the surrounding area had already begun to gather at Tianmen Mountain. Those who lived far away drove themselves, traveling through the night. Sure enough, when Su Hao arrived, the mountain was packed with people. His car could barely move an inch. With so many people, does everyone think this is a tourist attraction? Su Hao said jokingly. Young master, you don't understand. No tourist attraction is as enjoyable as watching a game like this. Jin Tian followed, acting as an attendant. Besides, he said, that's how the Vermilion Bird sect is. They're very high profile and will always try every means to cultivate their sect's image. They treat running a sect like running a company, using a lot of modern management techniques. What they value most is their reputation. Is that so? Su Hao sneered. If we lose, wouldn't we lose face? 264, Chapter 264. Recruiting people. Losing? The Vermilion Bird sect never even considered it. Jin Tian smiled. They were very arrogant, thinking they were the overlords of the southern martial arts world and could not possibly lose to anyone. He told Su Hao that, given Ho Tu Tang's actions, there must be elders from other sects present, acting as so-called referees, which was actually to demonstrate their status in the martial arts world. The more people attend, the happier they are, and the more they will make the most of the competition. Once they win, there will likely be a massive publicity campaign. By then, everyone will know that Lei Lao defeated Su Hao, the dark horse of the martial arts world. Young master, are you really ready? Jin Tian frowned. Once they reached the mountain, it would be too late to regret it. Let's go hiking and clear our minds. Su Hao smiled faintly. Driving is out of the question. We simply wouldn't be able to reach the mountaintop that way. Nowadays, the only way to get there is to climb the steps from Hero's Slope. From this perspective, it was indeed a trip. The two were martial artists, quite skilled, and moved swiftly. Before long, they reached the mountainside, only to find a fight had broken out there. The others stayed to the side, not daring to approach. On the platform ahead, an old man was being besieged by more than a dozen martial arts masters, and the battle was raging fiercely. Behind the old man stood a young woman, who, judging from her attire, was also a martial artist, but she was not involved in the battle. "Stop!" Jean Tian shouted. He saw that the old man moved with incredible agility, facing more than a dozen enemies without any danger whatsoever. But the other party was older and had a strong sense of justice, so he wanted to take action. "Who are you? Oh, my grandfather is disciplining them. What are you yelling about?" The young woman had an oval face, was in her early 20s, and carried a long sword. She had a heroic air about her, which made Su Hao take a second look. "He was surrounded, and I wanted to help," Jean Tian explained with a smile. "Help? Do you know who my grandfather is?" the girl said arrogantly. "I don't know." Jean Tian shook his head. "He is the leader of the Iron Sword sect, surnamed Deng, and named Yuan Yang. His strength is unparalleled. Dealing with these petty thieves is a piece of cake for him. We appreciate your kindness, but please don't cause trouble." The girl smiled faintly. Jean Tian smiled awkwardly, realizing he was a frog in a well, and stayed where he was. Su Hao's gaze remained fixed on the old man. At first, Deng Yuanyang fought his enemies barehanded, but as the fight progressed, he revealed his true skills, drawing a heavy greatsword and wielding it, striking several people nearby with a series of blows. Each time he drew his sword, it was like swinging a giant iron hammer. Just one hit is enough to make the enemy cough up blood. "How much does this sword weigh?" Su Hao couldn't help but ask. "Handsome, you have good taste," the girl said happily and proudly. "Grandpa's sword is the symbol of our Iron Sword sect's leader. It weighs a full 49 pounds. With his strength, one strike from this sword would take the skin off even a tank." "Great job, impressive." Su Hao gave a thumbs up and praised him. "Brothers, let them off the hook today. We'll come back to challenge them next time." Seeing that they couldn't win, the leader of those people threw down a sentence and led everyone to flee in a sorry state. "Oomph, you guys got away pretty fast." Deng Yuanyang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at me. "If you dare to show your face in front of me again, I will definitely act on behalf of heaven." After saying that, he sheathed his heavy sword and turned to look at Su Hao and the others. "See that? This is the spirit of our heavy sword sect. Will help those in need. If you encounter any danger, you can ask us for help too," the girl said smugly. "Fei Xue, stop bragging. Did you see my swordsmanship clearly just now? Heaven rewards diligence. Stop thinking about slacking off. If you don't learn our sect's swordsmanship well, how will you establish yourself in the martial world?" Deng Yuanyang said sternly. "Grandpa, I've been studying very diligently, and I haven't dared to slack off at all. Don't worry, one day I will inherit this heavy sword and lead the sect to great glory," Deng Feishue said with a smile. "That's more like it." Deng Yuanyang nodded, then turned to look at Su Hao and the other man, asking, "Are they your friends?" "Grandpa, those two wanted to help you when they saw you being attacked, but I stopped them. It would have been a shame if they had rushed over and been killed by the thieves." Deng Feishue shook her head. "They weren't friends at all, they were just passing by." "Young friends, it's good that you're so kind. Tianmen Mountain has been rather unsafe lately, with some thieves taking advantage of the chaos. If you encounter them, it's best not to fight back. Just run away. Your lives are the most important thing, understand?" Deng Yuanyang adopted the air of a seasoned veteran of the martial arts world and began to persuade him. "Understood, we won't come out recklessly. Thank you for your advice, senior." Su Hao smiled, thinking that the other party was just being kind. He gave Jinshi a wink and was about to leave. "Handsome guys, are you two going up the mountain to watch the competition, the one between Lei Laohu and Su Hao?" Deng Feishue suddenly asked. "No, young master." Jin Tian was about to reveal his identity when Su Hao interrupted him. "We saw a lot of people coming down the mountain and couldn't help but wonder if something big was happening here, so we followed them all the way here." "You've come to the right place," Deng Feishue said with a smile. "Today's competition is a grand event in the martial arts world. You didn't know, did you? My grandfather is one of the witnesses today. Our Iron Sword sect holds a very high position." "What?" Su Hao was stunned. A master like the old man is actually acting as a notary. Of course. Deng Feishua stuck out her tongue and said, actually, this is a chance to show off. Only people of high status can be witnesses. Isn't the purpose of the Vermilion Bird sect holding this competition to ensure fairness? I see. Su Hao nodded, noting that the Zhuke Gates image project was quite well done. No wonder, they are the face of the southern martial arts world. Gentlemen, I find you to be of good appearance and kind hearts. Perhaps will you join the Iron Sword sect and I personally teach you martial arts? Deng Yuanyang was particularly fond of Su Hao's natural talent and felt that with a little nurturing, he would definitely become a martial arts prodigy. Ah! Su Hao never expected that the old man would have such an idea. Recruiting people to join your gang on the street is a pretty outrageous thing to do. Hurry up and agree, my grandfather rarely takes on disciples. Deng Feishua urged, once you become his disciples, we'll be fellow disciples, and I'll be your senior sister. If you encounter any trouble, your senior sister will definitely help you. Su Hao was left speechless, both amused and exasperated by her words. He seemed to be really looking forward to gaining two junior brothers. I'm sorry, we've come here with no intention of becoming your disciples. Su Hao shook his head and refused. Hey, don't be so ungrateful. Deng Feishua's expression immediately changed, and she said angrily, countless people want to join the Iron Sword sect but don't have the chance. Are you stupid? 265, Chapter 265 is too mysterious. You too, I advise you to think this over carefully. You are both very promising talents. If you miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult for you to join a major sect. Deng Yuanyang said proudly, the Iron Sword sect is a famous sect in the martial arts world. Joining us will allow you to learn a skill to help you and improve your health. It will only benefit you and not harm you. Su Hao smiled faintly. These two were indeed a bit too confident. Despite Deng Feishua's praise of her grandfather's masterful skills, he's actually quite weak at his advanced age. He hasn't even broken through to the innate realm. His idea of taking on disciples is utterly laughable. Leaving aside Su Hao himself, even Jin Tian came from the Vermilion Bird sect, which is much stronger than their Iron Sword sect. Don't waste your breath, I will not become your apprentice. Su Hao put away his smile and said calmly. Ugh, you blind fool. Deng Yuanyang was very unhappy, then looked at Jin Tian and asked, what do you think? Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no intention of becoming your apprentice. Jin Tian's face was grim. Mentioning his master made him grit his teeth now. Asking him to become a disciple was worse than killing him. Humph, you ungrateful bastards, wasting such a good opportunity. One day, you'll regret it. Deng Feishua said unhappily. She originally thought Su Hao was handsome and it would be great if he could be her junior brother, but she didn't expect him to disagree at all. Forget it, you're too arrogant. Next time you find out about the Iron Sword sect's prestige and want to come and become disciples, we might not accept you. Deng Yuanyang seemed disappointed, but he remained composed. Su Hao and Jin Tian exchanged a smile. They knew they shouldn't accept such good fortune. However, it is fate that we have met. I will still escort you up the mountain. Come on, follow behind us. You will not be in any danger along the way. After Deng Yuanyang finished speaking, he carried the iron sword on his back and continued forward. Hurry up and keep up. If you're too slow, the thieves might kill you. Deng Feishua said angrily. Su Hao didn't say anything. The two weren't going too far yet, just a bit arrogant. The hero's slope was long, but it was nothing to a few martial artists. In less than half an hour, we had reached the top of the mountain. Tianmen Mountain, at the summit of the mountain. There is a flat area about a kilometer long, with a brand new arena set up in the middle. Tens of thousands of people, mostly martial arts practitioners, were already waiting all around. When people get together, it's a rare treat to run into familiar faces. Sect leader Zhang, how have you been? Young Master Li, have you gotten stronger recently? Miss Ouyang, I've missed you dearly since we last parted after the competition. Why don't we find a place to have some tea and exchange our cultivation experiences? When Su Hao heard various sounds around him, he turned around and saw that Deng Yuanyang was surrounded by a large number of martial arts practitioners. Everyone showed great warmth and concern. See, my grandfather has a very high status and extensive connections in the martial arts world. You can still regret it now. Deng Feishu said proudly. Su Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Jin Tian looked around, completely ignoring her words. Senior Deng, I've received word that you're the notary for this competition. Both sides are very strong in your opinion. Who will emerge victorious? A young man mustered up his courage and asked. Of course it's Lei Laowu. Deng Feishu bluntly said, he's probably the strongest among the younger generation right now, isn't he? He could defeat that Hao guy with just a little effort. It's Su Hao, his surname is Su as far as I know. Su Hao is a young talent with unfathomable strength. In his battles against the previous disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect, he held an absolute advantage. I believe that young Master Su has a chance to win this battle. The young man said with a smile. You're wrong. Su Hao only defeated Ma Hong, but compared to Lei Laowu, their strength is not on the same level. The former just advanced to the innate realm and ran home to seek revenge before properly consolidating his cultivation. The latter has long since stabilized his cultivation and is striving for an even stronger realm. In my mind, Lei Laowu will become a grandmaster sooner or later. Dealing with Su Hao will be a piece of cake for him, won't it? Deng Feishu looked disdainful. Feishu's point of view is actually correct both publicly and privately. I hope Lei Laowu wins. Deng Yuanyang smiled and said. Seeing that he had spoken, the young man dared not refute and could only nod. The others echoed this sentiment. Deng's viewpoint is my viewpoint. Lei Jun will definitely win. What Su Hao, never even heard of him's just here to make up the numbers. I do hope he can hold out a little longer, otherwise, in such a big event, if the outcome is decided in one move, it will definitely disappoint many people. Hearing these words, Su Hao smiled dismissively. They know nothing and rely solely on preconceived notions to conclude that he is bound to lose. Is that reasonable? You brat, what do you know? And you're still laughing disdainfully. Do you think what Grandpa and I said is wrong? Deng Feishu was very unhappy. Catching his cold smile, she retorted angrily. Everything is uncertain. Who can know what will happen on the stage beforehand? Su Hao said coldly. This is called prediction, do you understand? For a master, just one glance is enough to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Su Hao comes from a humble background and is not worthy of competing with Lei Laowu. Deng Feishu said coldly. Oh, why don't you take Su Hao's place and fight this Lei Laowu? Su Hao laughed. This person really was a frog in a well. You mean you want me to fight him? Deng Feishu was displeased and looked at him with a questioning gaze, wondering if he was making a lewd joke. This brother is right. Su Hao hasn't even made a move yet. It's too early for us to make this decision. The young man from before happily echoed when he saw someone speak up. Miss Deng, your point of view is fundamentally flawed. If Su Hao weren't capable, how could he have gotten such an opportunity? Well said. Su Hao and the duel between Lei Laowu and Lei Laowu is enough to prove that the two are of equal skill. Otherwise, Lei Laowu would only appear somewhat like a clown. Regardless, Su Hao's ability to stand on this stage already surpasses everyone present. No one of his generation has the right to mock him. The others then spoke up. Su Hao's reputation is still very good in everyone's eyes. Its biggest drawback is that it's too mysterious. Even if he is famous, most people have no idea what he looks like unless he makes an appearance. When everyone arrived, they had been searching for Su Hao's whereabouts, but they still hadn't found him. Speaking of which, it seems that young Master Su hasn't joined any sect. If he performs exceptionally well in this round, I can't believe how many sects will give him the green light and vie to let him join. The young man who spoke first said enviously. Yes, our Chongqing sect is the first to have taken a liking to young Master Su. Please don't try to steal him. An elder from the Chongqing sect smiled and said. 266, Chapter 266. Turning against each other. Don't believe his nonsense. Chongqing sect has no experts. Why not join our Iron Fan sect? We have plenty of talented people here. Did you ask our 100 Flowers sect? If you ask me, young Master Su would definitely agree, because our sect is full of beauties. Damn it, we're a martial arts sect. Why are you using business tactics to recruit us? Join our 10,000 Swords sect. We're rich, we can give out millions every year. These martial arts figures spoke with great enthusiasm, as if they had long believed that Su Hao would join them. I think everyone should stop fighting over it. Young Master Su will definitely join the Iron Sword sect in the end. Deng Feishue declared confidently, only we are the best fit for him after all, in terms of strength and resources, none of you here can compare. Su Hao shook his head. These people are really something. They were all very self-important, as if not joining their sect would make one look foolish. Especially the grandfather and grandson Deng Feishue and Deng Yuanyang, their absurdity is simply unbearable to watch. Just then, disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect stepped forward, led by the brothers Su Sanfeng and Su Yan. Upon seeing Jin Tian, they were startled and exclaimed, "Jin Tian, is this a place you can come to? You are a disgrace to the Vermilion Bird sect, and a piece of trash. If we were you, we would have crawled into a hole and never dared to come out and embarrass ourselves again." The two brothers each spoke in a sarcastic and arrogant manner. Shame, if we're talking about shame, your father is the real scum of the martial world. Jin Tian trembled with rage when he saw them. Jin Tian, look who this is, could it be someone's fiancé? Fiancé? Well, that's perfect. After I'm done playing with her, just ask and I'll give her back to you. As Su Sanfeng spoke, he grabbed a beautiful woman next to him, pulled her into his arms, and began to ravage her. Upon seeing this, Jin Tian turned ashen with anger. This woman was her junior sister and former fiancé. Just a few days ago, she was her master's plaything, but now she's following Su Sanfeng. Both father and son are beasts. It seems you don't like Inger anymore. Fine, we're getting engaged in a few days. If you'd like to come, you can attend the engagement banquet. I'll save a seat for you. Su Sanfeng laughed heartily. Another engagement, is it true? Jin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. How can a woman get engaged twice? Senior brother, of course it's true. We're only engaged in private, and it has no binding force whatsoever. My engagement with senior brother Sanfeng is the only one that's public, and it's something I'm doing willingly. Inger said coldly, as if she had already severed ties with him. Impossible, this can't be true. Jin was furious and roared, back then, we made vows of eternal love. You said you'd spend your whole life with me. Why did you turn around and throw yourself into his arms? Were all your feelings for me just a lie? Ha ha ha, a vow of eternal love? Inger sneered disdainfully, that's just wishful thinking on your part. One only care about power. You're just a cripple now. Who would care about you? Senior brother Sanfeng is different. The eldest son of the incense master, with unlimited potential. Following him is a million times better than following you. The cold reality brought Jin Tian to his senses. What is a snob? What is a vicious woman? I'm so glad I finally saw your true colors today. Jin Tian's heart was bleeding as he angrily said, go enjoy your wealth and luxury, and you'd better keep those father and son happy so you can enjoy two fortunes at once. Hey Jin, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare a piece of trash like you slander my reputation? As Inger spoke, she said to Su Sanfeng in a coquettish tone, young master, be quiet, this man has a foul mouth and is talking badly about us. Waste. Su Sanfeng was furious. He took a step forward, his arrogance blazing. I order you to kneel down and apologize to Inger, otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. Kneel down? Do you have the right to say such a thing to me? Jin Tian sneered. Young master, beat her up. Inger was fanning the flames from the sidelines. I'm giving you one last chance. Will you kneel or not? Su Sanfeng asked with a stern face. I won't kneel. Jin Tian said decisively. Very well, you asked for this. Su Sanfeng was overjoyed now. He had a legitimate reason to act and could finally make his move. He let out a loud shout, clenched his fist, and launched an attack with overwhelming momentum. His fist contained powerful internal energy, seemingly intent on ending Jin Tian's life. He chuckled inwardly. Jin Tian was being ungrateful. He should just kill him, and no one would dare say anything. Bang! Unexpectedly, Jin Tian waited until he got close before punching him in the dantian. Instantly, he bent over and fell to the ground, letting out a painful cry. Don't even dream about it, you're no match for me. Jin Tian stared at him coldly. You weren't crippled? Su Sanfeng asked in surprise. I have a master to help me, and my strength has long since recovered. Jin Tian said proudly. Then he walked towards Inger, looked at her pretty face, forced a smile, and said, Junior sister, I can let bygones be bygones. I know they were making things difficult for you, so you had no choice but to give in. As long as you agree, I will take you away now and let you go to the Vermilion Bird sect to live our peaceful life. Jean Tian, what are you saying? Inger looked on in astonishment. There's no way I'd leave the Vermilion Bird sect. You would do something like that. Let me say it again. I'm senior brother Sanfeng's fiancé would never be involved with another man. Junior sister, tell me the truth, the one you love is me. Jean Tian persisted, pressing for an answer. Ridiculous. I've always been telling the truth, but you just didn't want to believe me. Inger took a step back, as if to say, we've already drawn a line between us. This isn't true, you're being coerced by them, Jean Tian said blankly, unwilling to admit it. It means believing in the reality before your eyes. A sliver of hope still lingered in his heart. As soon as Inger spoke, he immediately turned against the Vermilion Bird sect. You should face reality. You're just an ordinary person without the status of the senior disciple of the Vermilion Bird sect. You're nothing at all. You have no money and no power. Who would look up to someone with such an ordinary social status? My relationship with you has always been a charade in my opinion. You are not even as good as the junior brother who just joined the Vermilion Bird sect. Leave with you, and you'll starve, facing the pursuit of the Vermilion Bird sect, living a life of endless hiding? That's unrealistic. I'd rather cry at the Vermilion Bird gate than betray the sect. Inger finally revealed her true feelings. They belittled Jean Tian to the point of being utterly worthless. Jean Tian's face was pale. His last hope was shattered, and he was completely devastated. So what if my martial arts skills are restored? Without the woman I love, the whole world is gray, and I can't see any hope. 267, Chapter 267 Breakup. You piece of trash, how dare you hit me? Seeing that Jean Tian was not in a good state and seemed to have lost his soul, Su Sanfeng gritted his teeth, took out a dagger, and stabbed at him. Go to hell! He said fiercely. Seeing that Jean Tian didn't react, he smiled victoriously. Suddenly, 2 fingers appeared in front of him, tightly gripping the dagger, rendering him unable to move an inch. It's you! Su Sanfeng then realized that the young man accompanying Jean Tian was actually Su Hao. He was so frightened that his face changed drastically, unable to understand how the two of them could be walking together. I remember that after their sparring session that day, Jean Tian was seriously injured. They should be enemies, not friends. Cheer up! Su Hao shouted angrily, not at Su Sanfeng, but at Jean Tian. There's no need to give up on yourself for this woman who doesn't love you. I spent so many precious medicinal herbs to save you. If you'd rather die here, I'd rather do it myself. Your current strength is far beyond what Su Sanfeng and the others can compare to. Once you overcome the tribulation of love, you will reach the innate realm in no time. At that time, your swordsmanship will be at its strongest. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. Instantly, Jean Tian's face became red and swollen. Jean Tian was finally woken up by the beating. He looked at Su Hao with endless gratitude. Who would have thought that just yesterday he was comforting Su Hao, and now it's Su Hao's turn to comfort him? No. His performance was far inferior to Su Hao's. Su Hao just wanted to get drunk, he didn't want to give up on himself. He almost died from Su Sanfeng's dagger. He took one last, resolute look at Inger and made his final decision, Junior sister, from now on, we are strangers. After saying that, his eyes suddenly looked strange. The power within him was stirring. It's not that they're preparing for a fight, but rather that there are signs of a breakthrough. Yes, that's a good sign. Su Hao nodded in approval. Who is making such a racket here? As the voice faded, the onlookers parted to make way. A middle-aged man with a square face walked over with several disciples. This man, holding a folding fan, appeared refined and approachable, possessing the air of a true gentleman. However, when he looked at people, a hint of coldness unconsciously flashed across his face. His identity was enough to astonish everyone present. This person was the leader of the Vermilion Bird sect, named Su Qiankuan. Father, you finally come, you must stand up for me. Su Sanfeng immediately stepped forward, clutching his stomach, and complained, Jean Tian is a good-for-nothing. He bullies people by relying on his power. He actually hit my dantian, intending to cripple my cultivation. Sanfeng, are you alright? Su Qianquan was shocked and gripped his wrist tightly, immediately checking it after finding nothing wrong. He glared angrily at Jin Tian. Traitor, last time you ambushed your master, and this time you harmed your junior brother. Your actions have violated the greatest taboos in the martial world. You have betrayed your master and ancestors, and killed your fellow disciples. Tell me, which sect can tolerate you? Master Su, I've heard you're quite famous in the martial arts world? Su Hao coldly sized him up and said disdainfully, you look refined, but it's all an act to hide the ugliness in your heart. Do you want to die? To maintain his image, Su Qianquan was unable to react immediately. What, you're still not convinced? Su Hao sneered, gentlemen, this is the same Suzaku sect leader who humiliated Jin Tian's fiancée, and after he was done with her, he just handed her over to his eldest son. The behavior of the father and son is outrageous even in the world of beasts. You brat, don't spout nonsense. You should understand that loose lips sink ships. Su Qianquan's expression changed. He actually knew about such private matters, which meant he had a close relationship with Jin Tian, but this was his territory, and as long as he denied it, no one else would dare to say anything. His face darkened, and he said angrily, state your name, and I might make your death easier. After saying that, he drew his weapon and pointed it at Su Hao. Stop. Su Hao coldly stopped him. Fear death? Su Qianquan laughed loudly and said disdainfully, that's easy to understand. You're no match for the leader of the Vermilion Bird sect. Since you're admitting defeat, it's simple, just commit suicide and save me the trouble. Why would I be afraid of you, surnamed Su? If I were to say I'm afraid, it would be that I could kill you with one blow. Su Hao didn't take him seriously at all, shoved Jin Tian, and said, your grudges should be settled by yourselves. What? Jin Tian's expression changed drastically. Are you even a man, facing the man who cheated on you? Instead of taking revenge yourself, you expect me to make a move? Su Hao lectured, this is your best chance to break through. Summon your courage, defeat Su Qianquan, and that will be enough to propel you into the innate realm. Young man, do you think you're very humorous? Su Qianquan seemed to think this was the most unbelievable thing in the world, and simply sneered disdainfully. Su Sanfeng burst into laughter, and the others joined in. Is this kid crazy? There's never been a case of a disciple beating his master. Jin Tian may have been quite strong before, but all his techniques were taught by Su Qianquan. The outcome of such a challenge was already quite predictable. Jin Tian, if you listen to these scoundrels, you might as well just jump off a cliff and die a clean and quick death. Su Qianquan smiled, even your sneak attack last time was useless. Now you're severely injured, practically a cripple. What do you have to fight me with? Father, you're being too kind as a good for nothing. Su Sanfeng said fiercely. Stop getting carried away. Do you dare to step onto the stage and have a duel between the two of you? Su Hao shouted. Why would I be afraid of him? Su Qianquan laughed arrogantly, traitor, come up and die, today I will give everyone an explanation and clean house. With that, he arrogantly walked onto the ring. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to this. Lei Laohu's competition hadn't even started yet, and they'd already served an appetizer. The other party's identity is also quite extraordinary. This is no ordinary example from the Vermilion Bird sect, it was actually the sect leader himself who took action. His opponent was Jin Tian. A public duel between master and disciple is a very rare occurrence. Has this kid gone mad? Deng Feishua ate the gossip with relish. Didn't he embarrass Jin Tian? If he went up there, he'd surely die. If he didn't dare go up, people would gossip about him behind his back. So these two were really acting crazy. Deng Yuanyang shook his head. The two promising young talents he had his eye on might both be ruined today. Young master, that's my master. Jin Tian lowered his head, looking very unconfident. Even when I unleashed my full power last time, I was still no match for him. I'll take care of everything. Su Hao said confidently, remember when I broke your swordsmanship last time, now I'll teach you everything. 268, Chapter 268 A Glimpse of Light. Young master, could it be that you are also a master of swordsmanship? Jin Tian was full of surprise, he had never seen Su Hao use a weapon before. The weapon that defeated him last time was merely a golden needle, not a sword. I'm not good at it, I've only dabbled in it. Su Hao said modestly. He trained from a young age, mastering all 18 weapons. In the end, he realized that weapons were completely unnecessary. The body is the strongest weapon. When encountering an enemy, just adapt to the situation. Jin Tian's swordsmanship last time was undeniably strong, but due to the large gap in skill, it couldn't be used to its full potential. Every sword technique has its weaknesses. Once found, the enemy can be defeated. Young master, please enlighten me. Jin Tian was overjoyed. The opportunity for revenge is right in front of you. If you don't accept it, you will be traumatized for the rest of your life and left with an indelible inner demon. Be good. Su Hao whispered in his ear how to solve the problem. Jin Tian listened attentively, sometimes frowning, sometimes laughing out loud, thoroughly enjoying the conversation. You brat, stop dawdling, you're wasting everyone's time. No one can crack my swordsmanship no matter how much you tell him, this traitor won't learn it. Su Qiankuan looked down at him with disdain. Jin Tian, don't be reckless, this is our master, how can you possibly contend with his strength? Inger said coldly. Su Hao didn't answer at all, but continued to teach the method to break the curse. What he was saying was very profound and not easy to understand in a short time. Just like the breaking sword style in the Duga 9 swords, it is often the most difficult. If you ask him to decipher other sword techniques, it would take him at least 8 or 10 years to succeed. Fortunately, this was their sex sword technique, which Jin Tian had spent over a decade studying, enabling him to thoroughly understand both himself and his enemy. How's your learning going? After finishing his instruction, Su Hao asked with a smile. I kind of understand, but I don't quite. Jin Tian frowned. It's alright, you just need to overcome your inner demons and perform normally. Su Hao chose to believe him. In his view, Jin Tian's strength was not much different from Su Qiankuan's. What he lacks is simply confidence. Now that we have a way to counter their moves, we have a great chance of winning this battle. Hey, are you guys done yet? Hurry up and get up here. Or I'll have the Vermilion Bird sect disciples throw him up here. Su Qiankuan urged loudly. Go for it. Su Hao encouraged, don't feel any pressure, carry your hatred with you, and teach this enemy a lesson. Young master, I owe you another favor. Jin Tian bowed excitedly. If the other party were willing, he would even be willing to become their disciple. He then stepped onto the ring. Distinguished guests, before the competition between Su Hao and Lei Lahu begins, let me add some excitement for everyone. This young man before us once betrayed his sect and was expelled by me. This person is incorrigible and still comes to the Vermilion Bird sect to cause trouble. Therefore, we will use this arena to let him see what the true strength of our sect is. Su Qiankuan spoke eloquently. His polite words concealed a murderous intent. As long as the other party launches any counterattack, they can find the perfect excuse. Jin Tian cannot be allowed to stay, he will definitely cause more trouble in the future. You really let him go up? Deng Feishue walked over, a disdainful smile on her face. Revenge is a good thing, it's no big deal. Su Hao said calmly. Revenge, can he even do it? Looking across the entire martial world, there's practically no one who can defeat my master. You took his life for your own selfish reasons. Truly unfortunate to have a friend like you. She said gloatingly. Do you really think Su Qiankuan is very strong? Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Nonsense, this person's strength ranks quite high within the Vermilion Bird sect, especially in the Thick Earth Hall. He's almost in the top 5, although he's not as good as Lei Lahu. He's about the same as my grandfather. Haven't you seen my grandfather in action? Just think about how dangerous your friend's situation is. Deng Feishue said coldly. What Feishue said makes sense. Deng Yuanyang nodded. We're doing this for your own good. If you persuade him to come down now, there's still a glimmer of hope, otherwise, he's definitely going to die. Gentlemen, you haven't experienced what happened in Jintian, so don't speak out of turn. Let me ask you, if one day a master killed your grandfather, would you seek revenge? Su Hao looked at Deng Feishue. Of course. Deng Feishue said coldly, but these two things are completely different. To lose your life for a woman is extremely foolish. Who says he's bound to lose? Su Hao said with a half smile. You won't lose, are you kidding me? Deng Feishue sneered. You'll understand in a moment. Su Hao then said nothing more, only looking at the arena. Su Qianquan watched Jin Tian walk up step by step, a confident smile appearing on his face. Traitor, you've brought this upon yourself, so you have no one to blame but yourself. Yeah? Jin Tian uttered only 2 words. He was still savoring Su Hao's guidance in his mind. I was afraid that if I said a few more words, I would forget the solution. Those who are disloyal and unfilial deserve to die. Su Qianquan slowly drew his sword, and a flash of cold light appeared as his attack reached Jin Tian. The others cheered upon seeing this. Su Shangzhu's swordsmanship was superb. The shadows of his sword were so sharp that very few people could even see them clearly. It's useless. Jin Tian was already very familiar with this move, and easily dodged it with a sliding step. It didn't work? Where do you think you're going to run to? Su Shangzhu snorted coldly, becoming one with his sword, and launched a powerful attack in an instant. His sword shadows, like a curtain of water, flowed one after another, endlessly and inexhaustibly. Such superb swordsmanship. As expected of the leader of the Vermilion Bird sect. He's already this strong, who can imagine how fierce Lei Laovu is? It's a pity that he hasn't reached the innate realm yet, but this level of strength is already enough to make others feel ashamed. Many people were talking about it. In other words, Master Su has a very high opinion of himself. Otherwise, if he had also tried to climb the rankings, he would definitely have been ranked in the top 2 on the Earth ranking. Some people who had not joined a sect felt that if they could take this opportunity to join the Vermilion Bird sect, wouldn't they be on the rise and become winners in life? The strength of the Vermilion Bird sect is truly impressive. See that's the power of the sect leader. Your friend is almost gone. Deng Feishue stared coldly at Su Hao, and said smugly. Shut up, just watch. Su Hao shouted. You dare to rebuke me, who do you think you are? Believe me or not, I'll kill you right now. Deng Feishue stroked her heavy sword and said angrily. Su Hao glanced at her coldly, his aura radiating outwards with just one look. She trembled all over, as if she were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, completely unable to move. After a while, when Su Hao stopped adding pressure, she looked around, wondering if her words had disturbed the experts watching the match. 269, Chapter 269 Can't Beat My Disciple. Ah! Suddenly someone nearby exclaimed. Deng Feishue hurriedly looked at the arena and found that Jin Tian was standing there unharmed. Su Qianquan, standing before him, had a strange expression, with beads of sweat on his forehead, as if he were under a lot of pressure. How is that possible? Su Qianquan knew his disciple's strengths very well. If it were Jin Tian from a few days ago, he wouldn't have been able to avoid that move at all. But at this moment, he not only avoided it, but also felt no pressure whatsoever. Could it be, as Su Hao said, that this boy has already found the secret to breaking his sword technique? No matter how I think about it, the probability seems extremely small. Su Qianquan, you've been spending too much time on women lately, and your skills have declined. Jin Tian's confidence is returning. The two moves just now seemed to him to be in slow motion. The root cause lies in the solution. After Su Hao's explanation, he gradually understood the flaws in Su Qianquan's swordsmanship. Once he grasped them, he realized that this person's strength was really not that great. Perhaps Su Qianquan's talent was just average at his advanced age. He is only at the peak of internal strength, far inferior to Lei Laovu, which is simply laughable. Ridiculous, you've only been dodging. What right do you have to say such things? If you're so capable, let's fight head-on. Su Qianquan's expression changed drastically, but he stubbornly retorted. A head-on confrontation? Jin Tian laughed confidently. Come on, let me see through your hypocrisy. Su Qianquan didn't say a word and launched a direct attack. His moves were so dazzling they were almost superb. A sky full of sword shadows, shrouded in cold killing intent, attacked Jin Tian's upper 3 routes. Good timing. Jin Tian finally drew his longsword and thrust it straight forward. The moves looked unremarkable, just the simplest attacks. To everyone's surprise, his attack struck Su Qianquan's weakness precisely, succeeding in one fell swoop. Laugh. The longsword pierced Su Qianquan's lower abdomen, and when it was pulled out, it was accompanied by a jet of blood. I'm injured? Su Qianquan couldn't believe it. Is this still his apprentice? In just a few days, not only did his internal injuries fully recover, but his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Not good. Su Sanfeng's face was pale. This was not the scene he had anticipated. Wasn't it Jin Tian who collapsed and couldn't get up? How did it become the father who got hurt? What happened? Deng Feishue frowned, looked at Su Hao with a strange expression, and suddenly said, "So you know martial arts, and you're a master at it." She finally realized why Su Hao was unwilling to join the Iron Sword sect. It turned out he looked down on it. Kid, who exactly are you? Deng Yuanyang was also shocked. Don't bother me. Su Hao ignored them and continued looking at the stage. Su Qianquan quickly pressed a few acupoints to stop the bleeding. His eyes, red with jealousy, looked at Jin Tian again. That's right. He started to feel jealous. On what grounds? Jin Tian was once his defeated opponent, so it would be extremely unfair to find a way to deal with him. Kill him, he must be killed. Su Qianquan's face gradually contorted. I no longer want to maintain the image of a refined gentleman. Waste. You slut. You have no right to hurt me. You must die today. He started cursing. His vicious voice, coupled with his ferocious expression. The entire audience was immediately shocked. In my memory, this incense master wasn't like this. Why is he completely out of control now? Hypocrite. Su Hao said coldly. Where is the hypocrisy? Deng Feishue asked instinctively. It's only human nature who can remain calm when facing pressure? Who asked you? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Su Hao shouted. I had a good impression of this woman when we first met. Unexpectedly, in subsequent interactions, I found her demeanor increasingly repulsive. Grandpa, he insulted me. Deng Feishue immediately complained. You brat, apologize to Feishue. Deng Yuanyang roared in anger. She brought it on herself. Su Hao said simply. Aren't you afraid of me? Deng Yuanyang asked threateningly, his hand resting on the heavy sword. Afraid of you? That's right, I'm afraid that if I use even a little force, I'll break your old bones, Su Hao said disdainfully. Deng Yuanyang frowned, trying to see through Su Hao's strength, but found it impossible, so he said something to salvage the situation. This is the territory of the Vermilion Bird sect, I'll give them some face. Deng Feishue stomped her feet in anger. Her grandfather had actually backed down. Su Qianquan, it's my turn. Jin Tian said coldly. His offensive followed. The overwhelming sword shadows were dazzling. Wasn't this the same move Su Qianquan had just used? The former master and disciple used the exact same attack moves. You're just mimicking others, you haven't quite mastered it yet. Deng Yuanyang sneered. He had held back some of his moves and was still hiding something. Now, it has finally come in handy. His long sword, though striking later, arrived first, its target being the opponent's neck. One move could be fatal. Laugh. Surprisingly, as his attack reached mid-air, Jin Tian's longsword pierced his wrist at an incredibly bizarre angle, completely neutralizing his offensive. When Jin Tian drew his longsword again, Su Qianquan could no longer hold it. With a clang, he was wounded a second time, and having lost his weapon, Su Qianquan's situation was extremely dire. This kid is too strange. Su Sanfeng muttered to himself. He didn't understand how the move he had just used had been countered. Su Qianquan only demonstrated half of the move, he didn't teach his disciple the subsequent variations. Only his two sons learned the complete moves. This person hasn't even mastered all the moves, so how did they come up with a way to counter them? Shameless, you actually had a backup plan. Jin Tian had essentially walked through the gates of hell and was utterly shocked. This was the part of Su Hao's counter strategy that he understood the least. If the previous moves have already been countered, why are there still countermeasures for the subsequent variations? I couldn't understand it then, but I do now. This leader of the Vermilion Bird sect harbors selfish motives and is wary of his disciples, so he will never teach them everything he knows. Jin Tian, how ruthless you are, to secretly cultivate this targeted sword technique just to get back at your master. Su Qianquan turned the tables and accused him of wrongdoing. Su Qianquan, you'll treat me the way you treated me before, an eye for an eye, and today I'll cripple you too. He held the long sword and looked at the other person's Dan Tian. Tian. Su Qianquan suddenly knelt on the arena, crying, "Please, have mercy, I was your master after all, as the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Can you really bear to cripple me? Without martial arts, my position in the Vermilion Bird sect will be in jeopardy. What difference is there between that and killing me?" "Have mercy, but that's not what you were thinking when you were going to kill me," Jin Tian shouted. "I am, after all, your elder. How can a junior pursue and kill an elder who has done something wrong?" Su Qianquan argued. 270, Chapter 270. Compare with me. After saying that, Su Qianquan kowtowed in front of everyone, making a loud thud. Jin Tian, being kind and honest, couldn't bring himself to kill the man. He kicked him away and said disdainfully, "You're a disgrace. You've completely disgraced the Vermilion Bird sect." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to return to Su Hao's side. At that very moment, Su Qianquan suddenly picked up the long sword, a sinister smile on his face, and swiftly stabbed it towards Jin Tian's heart. "Careful!" From below the stage, everyone shouted a reminder. To everyone's utter surprise, Su Qianquan was utterly shameless. Even though Jin Tian had decided not to pursue the matter further, this person instead launched a sneak attack from behind. Is the leader of the Vermilion Bird sect really that bad of a person? You? Jin Tian heard the warning and instinctively dodged, but it was too late. The longsword pierced his back and through his abdomen. Although not a fatal wound, blood still gushed out. "You surnamed Su, you deserve to die." Jin Tian brandished his long sword, ready to end his life. Su Qianquan was terrified. The sneak attack had failed, and his chances of survival were almost nil. He stood there in despair, staring blankly as the longsword came hurtling towards his throat. With such a generous reward, they had no power to resist. "Stop!" Suddenly, a figure flew over from a distance, landing heavily on the arena like a mountain range. The entire arena was shaking. This man had a heroic look, a broad back and a powerful aura. With just a glance, the person making eye contact would become breathless. It's as if a single glance could kill someone. Jin Tian only wanted revenge and didn't hear his words at all, continuing to thrust his longsword forward. "You bastard! How dare you kill the leader of the Vermilion Bird sect right in front of me?" The newcomers suddenly attacked, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's shadow, instantly knocking Jin Tian off the arena. Boom! After landing, he was panting heavily, his face contorted, clearly severely injured. The two are worlds apart in skill, they are not even in the same league. "He's here, it's Lei Cohen. He's so strong. My God, compared to him, the sect leader's strength is nothing. No wonder Lei Laohu is the number one person after the hall master and the chief of Hotu Hall. Jin Tian's strength is already quite good. It's just a pity that he encountered Lei Laohu. He won't be able to avenge himself today, and whether he can leave alive is still unknown." The appearance of Lei Laohu, a top player on the heavenly ranking, completely ignited the enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene. The previous competitions seemed like child's play. The newcomers are the real protagonists today. Lei Laohu is really handsome. Deng Feishue shouted like a fangirl. His handsomeness doesn't refer to his looks, but rather to his abilities. Before he was even 30, he had already risen to the top of the heavenly ranking. Who else here could it be but him? A woman will go crazy for a man who is powerful. I believe everyone has seen it clearly by now, right? Today's events were all instigated by Jin Tian. He maliciously slandered Master Su's reputation and even went so far as to kill him. Such acts of betraying one's master and ancestors are a grave taboo in the Vermilion Bird sect. Today I will enforce the rules of Hututang and expel this traitor from the world on the spot. After saying that, he struck out with his claws in various ways. A dragon's shadow accompanied it, roaring as it charged toward Jin Tian. At the innate realm, with true energy emanating outwards, everyone seemed to actually see the illusory dragon shadow. The power of the dragon claw hand is astonishing. Jin Tian, you died a truly unjust death. Everyone shook their heads. Everyone knows who was right and who was wrong today. Lei Laohu was not on the side of reason, but rather protecting his own. Su Qianquan's imposing image vanished completely. Everyone knew he was a cowardly, shameless scoundrel. But whoever has the stronger fist has the right to speak. Jin Tian is no match for Lei Kuan. Can he survive? Shameless. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted. A punch thrown from a distance collided with the dragon's claw, resulting in an instant explosion. The two attacks, evenly matched, collided and created an invisible shockwave that sent nearby spectators staggering about. Su Hao stared coldly at the stage and said disdainfully, "The Vermilion Bird sect is truly a bunch of scoundrels from the bottom down. You can't find a second good person. Who are you to dare spout such arrogant words?" Lei Kuan was astonished. This person was quite powerful. Where did he come from? I am Su Hao. Su Hao's resounding announcement of his identity drew astonishment from the crowd. Holy crap, it's Su Hao. The nearby spectators were completely stunned. Their discussion had largely revolved around Su Hao. It was unexpected that this dark horse of the martial arts world had been by their side the whole time. So he is young Master Su. No wonder he is so unruly. Deng Feishue felt somewhat ashamed. Forget it, the two people I've chosen will definitely not join the Iron Sword sect. Deng Yuanyang sighed. Su Hao is so arrogant, even if the entire Iron Sword sect were present, they might not be able to defeat him. Su Hao slowly walked towards the arena, blocking Lei Kuan's path and preventing him from pursuing him today. You brat, don't be so smug. I just struck casually. Your strength is far inferior to mine, Lei Kuan, the tiger, said arrogantly. Yes, Lei Laohu is a master of the innate realm. Young Master Su's strength cannot possibly be stronger than his. He had no other choice, that was their arena. I must say, young Master Su's courage is commendable. If it were me, my legs would be trembling and I wouldn't be able to stand up. The group of martial arts masters were all astonished. Grandpa, what do you think of young Master Su's strength? Deng Feishue couldn't understand it and hurriedly asked. Even if you ask me that, I still can't answer it. When Deng Yuanyang blocked Lei Laohu's attack, he had been probing him. He never expected that his opponent's strength was so unfathomable, and he could see right through him. Su Hao, today is your death day. With senior brother Lei around, you will never leave Tianmen Mountain alive. Su Sanfeng said angrily. He and Lei Kuan were not taught by the same master, but because the other party was so strong, he still called him senior brother. Before all the unpleasantness vanished as Lei Laohu killed Su Hao. This is called using someone else to do the dirty work. Su Hao, you killed my junior brother Ma Hong. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Although you are young and promising, offending the Vermilion Bird sect means you are destined for only one fate, a violent death. Lei Kuan laughed wildly. I feel like I've seen your arrogance before. Yes, it's Ma Hong. He used to be so domineering, but in the end, he became a dead dog. Su Hao said dismissively. You're comparing me to Ma Hong? Lei Kuan shook his head. Although it's important to remember that death is a serious matter, in the Vermilion Bird sect, Ma Hong is just a skilled fighter in front of us, nothing at all. You'll never know how terrifying the experts on the heavenly ranking are. When those last words were spoken, the entire audience erupted in uproar. My God, a master from the heavenly ranking, I've finally seen one in person. He is still young and has a bright future. Young Master Su's strength is unfathomable. He once defeated Ma Hong, so he may be a match for him. Don't underestimate young Master Su, he's the biggest dark horse. 271, Chapter 271 Prejudice. Is the heavenly ranking really that impressive? Su Hao shrugged and said indifferently. Nonsense, this is a lifelong dream for many people. Lei Laohu said proudly. Dreams, I'm on the heavenly ranking, but I'm just a bunch of fame-seeking scoundrels, not worth mentioning. Su Hao's words were astonishing. What the hell are you talking about? Lei Kuan was stunned. He was the only one who looked down on the heavenly ranking. What are you so shocked about? The heavenly ranking is nothing special. Only those of you who aren't strong enough would try to get a title. In reality, true masters don't even care about the heavenly ranking. Su Hao said calmly, with a hint of mystery in his voice. These words shocked everyone, both on and off the stage. This person's arrogance is plain for all to see. Looking down on Lei Laowu is already incredibly outrageous, but to look down on the entire heavenly ranking is either arrogance or genuine strength. Everyone present was proud of their advancement to the heavenly ranking, but he alone showed no interest. You, surnamed Su, have successfully angered me today. I'll show everyone how a top-ranked expert deals with a frog in a well. Lei Koan attacked in anger. He raised his hand and unleashed a dragon claw attack, creating a massive dragon shadow that pressed down on Su Hao. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it carried the force of destruction. His innate mastery suddenly became apparent. Detect enemies remotely and kill them from 1,000 meters away. Such a powerful aura, such terrifying moves. The strength of a master on the heavenly ranking is enough to crush everything. Let me see how young Master Su will handle this. You're all sweaty, aren't you? Who can talk big? If you can't handle it, that's your own problem. Lei Koan's strength shocked everyone. The power of the dragon claw hand is nothing short of world-destroying. Not bad, their strength is acceptable. Su Hao nodded slightly. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered recently. But the next second he vanished from the spot. The dragon's claw, as it swung downwards, struck the air directly. Boom! The arena trembled, and the surrounding air currents were astonishing, sending countless spectators flying. Hey kid, stop dodging and start a fight. Why don't you attack head-on? Are you not strong enough? Lei Koan sneered and continued his relentless bombardment. He stood still, needing no approach whatsoever. Every move and every stance exudes an aura of dominance. But then, countless dragon claws appeared, all rushing towards Su Hao. With a calm smile, Su Hao moved erratically, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, dodging all attacks. Holy crap, does this kid even dare to fight? Su Sanfeng was furious and cursed. What's the meaning of all this dodging? He wished Su Hao would be killed on the spot, but unfortunately, the other party was too agile. What kind of movement technique is that? Deng Feishue, sitting in the audience, was stunned. Being able to successfully dodge it was also a skill. Young Master Su is indeed strong. Deng Yuanyang didn't think Su Hao was weak. The fact that he successfully predicted all of Lei Koan's attacks showed that he was quite capable. It seemed as if he was toying with Lei Koan, like a cat playing with a mouse. It's no use, the ultimate victor will still be Lei Laowu. Avoiding war, why should such a coward come to power? Start fighting, don't hide. Some people in the audience started to jeer. They wanted to see the most intense showdown, not a dodge. Is this your signature move, Dragon Claw Hand? It's slow, weak, and like tickling. Su Hao sighed. Things are different now. Even this kind of trash can make it onto the heavenly rankings. Even if they do get on, they'll be at the very bottom of the class. They are on a completely different level from the experts mentioned earlier. Shut up. Lei Koan grew increasingly agitated. Don't think you're so great just because you have good footwork. Let me tell you, that was just to test. The real killing move is coming soon. After saying that, he didn't stay in the same spot anymore. He moved like a dragon emerging from the abyss, rushing closer to Su Hao. At the same time, both claws were used, and the momentum suddenly doubled compared to before. The dragon claws emitted a golden light, and the injected true energy became increasingly powerful. The pressure has doubled, and the intention is to resolve the battle quickly. Golden Dragon, Thunder Tiger's strength is far too great. That's great, finally seeing him give it his all. I must say, today's competition was truly spectacular. Am I the only one waiting for Su Hao to retaliate? I always feel that he is too calm, as if he is very powerful. The fiercer the fight on stage, the more exciting it is for the audience. The realm of innate masters is one that those present can never reach in their entire lives. They were very happy to watch the excitement. Could it be that he's going to lose? Deng Yuanyang frowned, somewhat unwilling to believe it. Serves him right. Arrogant and conceited people deserve to die. Deng Feishue said dismissively. Let me show you the real Dragon Claw Hand. Su Hao made a startling statement. He raised his hand and struck forward, unleashing a golden dragon claw that shattered the void and destroyed all the enemy's illusions. Finally, the blow landed squarely on Lei Laovu, slamming him hard onto the stage. Boom! The entire arena was filled with dust, and a deep crater was created by the impact. Lei Laovu was so engrossed in the scene that he could not be seen for a while. A collective gasp filled the room, followed by a deathly silence. No one spoke, everyone watched the stage in complete silence. Lei Laovu then scrambled out of the pit in a disheveled state. His clothes were torn, and he had multiple wounds on his body. His aura was not as strong as before, indicating that his internal and external injuries were very serious. No one could have imagined that Su Hao's arrogance was entirely backed by his actual strength. Although both are dragon claw hands, his strength far surpasses Lei Laovu's. Facing powerful experts on the heavenly ranking, he not only mocked them but also gained an absolute advantage. Regardless of his ghostly movements or powerful counterattacks, Lei Laovu was completely helpless. Could it be that he really has overwhelming strength against the top experts on the heavenly ranking? I've really broadened my horizons today. It turns out that the experts on the heavenly ranking are not invincible. It's more than that, we were practically treated like dogs. The myth of the Vermilion Bird Gate is being shattered. I acknowledge Lei Laovu's strength, impressive, but interestingly, Su Xiao is our idol. The audience cheered in unison. The transformation from initial skepticism to current admiration has been remarkably smooth. Is this true? I can't accept it. How could the chief disciple of Ho Tu Tang lose to someone like this? Su Sanfeng stared wide-eyed, feeling like he was dreaming and wanting to wake up quickly. As expected, young Master Su is indeed capable. Deng Yuanyang nodded. His greatest strength was that he defeated Lei Laovu using the same move. This looks absolutely amazing. He wasn't lying, everything he said is true. Deng Feishue was shocked to realize how ridiculous her previous prejudices were. Young Master has indeed not disappointed, he is still as powerful and invincible as ever. After Jin Tian regulated his breathing, his body recovered somewhat, and his complexion looks much better now. No! Lei Koan suddenly roared, filled with anger and resentment. When he looked at Su Hao, his eyes were bloodshot, like a mad demon ready to strike at any moment. 272, Chapter 272 Showing Mercy. It's no use, just admit defeat. The people trained by the Vermilion Bird sect are no match for me. Su Hao said dismissively. Lei Kunkai possessed innate strength, which was the fundamental reason for his defeat, but unfortunately, he could never understand this. You surnamed Su, I'll fight you to the death. Our Vermilion Bird sect will never lose a single match, we are the true overlords of the southern martial arts world. Lei Koan possessed the pride of a top scholar and refused to accept reality. Puff. Su Hao found it amusing. The Vermilion Bird sect never loses. I've actually personally experienced defeating several masters from the Vermilion Bird sect. In his hands, the Vermilion Bird sect suffered defeat after defeat. The so-called never admitting defeat is just that they never admit defeat. Men, bring my weapons up. Lei Koan roared. Two disciples struggled to carry a heavy black iron sword and stomped onto the arena. The heavy sword, resembling a fire poker, remained unsealed and weighed a full 81 jin, approximately 495 kilograms. For a normal person, it would be very difficult to pick up this thing with one hand, let alone wield it with incredible speed. Su Hao, just wait to die, you're nothing before your senior brother's heavy sword. Su Sanfeng was overjoyed. Why is Lei Koan called Thunder Tiger? People only know that his dragon claw hand is very strong, but few people understand that swordsmanship is his forte, and also the forte of the Vermilion Bird sect. 10 years ago, Lei Koan encountered a fierce tiger blocking his way at Tianmen Mountain. He fought it for 300 rounds with a wooden sword and finally killed it without taking any damage. That's how he got this title. For the next 10 years, Lei Koan practiced swordsmanship day and night, spending a fortune to forge the Shin Tai heavy sword. With this weapon, he became invincible throughout the Ho-Tu Hall and officially became the chief. His swordsmanship has reached a new level of mastery. They don't pursue fancy moves, but rather direct attacks that combine speed and power. With a single sword strike, the enemy shatters. His sword is really powerful. Deng Yuanyan's focus remained on weapons. Although both are heavy sword wielders, Lei Koan's weapon is far superior. This also means that his expenses for this will be dozens of times higher. What exactly is senior brother Lei's swordsmanship like? Deng Feishue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had heard people mention her, but had never seen her. They thought no one could force Lei Koan to use a weapon. Are weapons allowed in the arena? For the Vermilion Bird Gate, there are no rules at all. You'd have to ask the witnesses since they didn't stop it, they must have tacitly approved of it. The Vermilion Bird sect's arbitrary modification of the rules is simply too domineering. For them, no rules are the best rules. At this moment, most viewers chose to stand on Su Hao's side. Everyone had suffered under the influence of the Vermilion Bird sect for a long time, and finally seeing someone who could teach them a lesson was very welcome. However, since Lei Koan had already taken out his weapon, it was clear that this person would not give up easily. Now, it's Su Hao who's in danger. Grandpa, can we use weapons in the competition? Deng Feishue was stunned for a moment, then asked directly. According to the unspoken rules of the Southern martial arts world, the use of weapons is not allowed on the surface, but it is not officially announced, and everyone avoids talking about it. Competitions are for exchanging skills, and friendly exchanges using weapons can result in death and is shameful to the martial arts world. After explaining to Deng Feishue, Deng Yuanyang stepped forward and looked loudly at the stage. Su Hao, as the person making the announcement, I have an obligation to remind you that you are now also allowed to use weapons. Is that so? Su Hao said calmly. If you don't have a suitable weapon, you can borrow one from the spectators below the stage. Deng Yuanyang continued. As soon as he finished speaking, many people began to curry favor with Su Hao. Young Master Su, my ancestral fiery cloud sword is incredibly powerful. If you need it, I'm willing to offer it up. I didn't know you were so skilled with swordsmanship, young master. I possess the Black Demon Blade, whose power is no less than that of the fiery cloud sword. The five elements 8 trigram staff, young master, are you skilled in using it? The boomerang, the most useful weapon, I hope you will do me the honor of bringing it to the stage. Everyone was willing to lend their weapons, hoping that Su Hao would become famous in one battle. No need, I don't need weapons. Su Hao said calmly. Young master, don't be overconfident. Lei Laovu's strength is extraordinary. Don't risk your life. Jin Tian loudly reminded him. Is that so? How about this? Su Hao looked at the audience and noticed that everyone was holding weapons. He didn't choose any, but instead used a telekinetic attack. A dead tree branch below the stage was attracted by a powerful force and flew into his hand with a whoosh. Dry branches? Lei Laovu was initially worried, as he couldn't gauge his opponent's strength and might find him difficult to deal with if he used a weapon. However, he was surprised that the opponent neither chose the Fire Cloud sword nor showed any interest in the Black Demon Blade. After much deliberation, I picked out a dead branch. You brat, are you looking down on me, or on the weapons here? Lei Laovu was overjoyed. A mere withered branch can't stop the Xin Tai heavy sword? Whether we can stop them or not remains to be seen in actual combat. Su Hao smiled confidently. Prepare to die. Lei Laovu unleashed his full power, his powerful aura sweeping across the entire arena. He swung his heavy sword around like a whirlwind, smashing it down repeatedly. With each rotation, the greatsword's power doubles. The enormous arena was large enough for him to spin around 7 times. Its power increased 7-fold. In the end, the greatsword spun incredibly fast, comparable to the most advanced fighter jet, and roared towards Su Hao as if it wanted to destroy everything. How can we possibly stop that? Jin Tian's face turned pale. The young master was really overconfident, choosing a useless withered branch and giving the opponent enough time to perform. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Go! With a roar from Su Hao, the withered branch suddenly struck, hitting the Xin Tai heavy sword squarely. A powerful force utterly destroyed the heavy sword and surged towards Lei Koan. With a single blow, the latter was sent flying backward. Even while he was in mid-air, Su Hao didn't let him go, unleashing his new dragon claw hand. It passed right through the abdomen. Boom! In the end, Lei Kuan collapsed on the stage like a kite with a broken string, his face pale. No! He was utterly horrified. He stood up unsteadily and said angrily, Su Hao, you destroyed my Dantian and ruined my cultivation. Is it strange? Your challenge clearly states it's a fight to the death. Su Hao scoffed, who told you to be so unskilled and disgrace the Vermilion Bird sect? Go back and tell the head of the Hotu Hall not to mess with me, or I'll have the Hotu Hall wiped out of the martial world. The intimidating words, combined with overwhelming strength, left Lei Kuan speechless. Yes, the winner of a life or death battle can do whatever he wants, not killing him is already a mercy. His protests were so weak that they only made him a laughingstock. Let's go! Lei Kuan dared not linger and led the Suzaku sect disciples away in a sorry state. Holy crap, he actually won! Deng Feishue was utterly astonished. The mighty Lei Laovu was no match for young Master Su. Young Master is truly powerful. Jin Tian laughed heartily, this was so satisfying. 273, Chapter 273 Maintenance. Su Qiankuan, stop right there. Su Hao glanced at him coldly, then spotted Su Shangju, who was about to slip away, and roared. Su Hao, what are you doing? I am not an ordinary disciple, but the leader of Hotu Hall. Su Qiankuan's expression changed drastically. Gone was their previous arrogance. They could only resort to blustering and empty boasting about their sect's name in an attempt to intimidate their opponents. Hotu Tang, I don't even put the Vermilion Bird sect in my eyes, why would I be afraid of you? Su Hao sneered. How can you let me go? Su Qiankuan looked embarrassed. He never expected that he, who was usually so high and mighty, would have to bow down to someone. How did you treat Jin Tian? Su Hao said coldly. If this hypocrite isn't dealt with properly today, who knows how many people he'll harm in the future. You want me to cripple my martial arts? Su Qiankuan exclaimed in horror, this is something I absolutely cannot bear. You're a smart man, you should know what to do, Su Hao said coldly. You surname Su, if you openly oppose the Vermilion Bird sect, you will definitely become the target of everyone's hatred. Su Qiankuan continued to threaten. You talk too much nonsense. After Su Hao finished speaking, he kicked out from a distance, striking the Dantian. But then Su Qiankuan let out a scream and collapsed to the ground in agony, his hand trembling as he pointed at Su Hao. Jin Tian, now it's your turn to settle scores, either release him, or kill him. Su Hao looked at the martial artist beside him and said calmly. Senior brother, spare his life. Inger loudly tried to dissuade her. Fine, this man is already a cripple, spare his life, Jin Tian sighed, then looked at Inger one last time, from now on, we are even. On the one hand, he was kind and disliked killing. On the other hand, Su Qiankuan has committed countless evil deeds and offended countless martial arts masters. Now that he is a cripple, it's believed that someone will come to seek revenge every day from now on. His good days are over starting today. Why don't you thank young Master Jin and then get lost? Su Hao said coldly. Thank you, Jin Tian, for sparing my life. Su Qiankuan only wanted to live, so he immediately thanked them humbly and fled in panic with the help of his two sons. Senior brother. Inger glanced at Su Sanfeng and the other two, thought for a moment, and then she took the initiative to walk up to Jin Tian and said, my fate with my master has come to an end. What I said just now was just said in anger. When you left the Vermilion Bird sect, I was heartbroken and held some resentment towards you. Now that everything is over, let's reconcile and get married on a chosen day. She was very pragmatic. Su Qiankuan and the other two were already finished, and her plea just now was merely leaving them a way out. With Jin Tian, the future is promising. This senior brother is stronger than before and will soon break through to the innate realm. Her feelings for him returned immediately. Inger, that's enough, I will never like you again. Jin Tian shouted. Senior brother, I am just a weak woman in that situation. What do you think I should have done? If I didn't compromise, I would only be killed. Is it wrong to compromise in order to survive? If you were strong enough, why didn't you save me from that hell in the first place? Yinger's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. This Jin Tian was a little tongue-tied and couldn't quite put his finger on it. Senior brother, we love each other. We were so happy together before. Don't you want to wake up every day and see Inger lying next to you? I can help you with your laundry and cooking, and help you with your problems. We can live a simple and happy life. Inger sobbed. The way she admitted her mistake was truly heartbreaking. Jean Tian acted impulsively and was about to give in when he suddenly heard Su Hao snort coldly. He then realized what was happening and said coldly, "Stop talking, just leave. If you keep talking, I'll only hate you more." Senior brother, you must remember, Inger's heart will always belong to you. If you ever change your mind, you can come find me. Even if I get married in the future, I will still go with you the moment I leave. Inger sighed and walked in the direction she had fled through the Vermilion Bird Gate, turning back every few steps. In the end, her smile was captivating, leaving the most beautiful impression. Grass! Jean Tian shouted angrily. After all, it took so many years of relationship to end so easily. The pain he felt was something outsiders could never understand. Yinger was right about some things, their feelings for each other were genuine, and it was also true that she was forced into it. It can only be said that fate likes to play tricks on people, preventing them from reaching the end. If he had had the ability to defeat Su Qianquan back then, everything would have turned out differently. Stop looking, let's go back, we can still keep drinking. Su Hao patted him on the shoulder and loudly advised him. Okay, let's go for a drink. Jean Tian smiled bitterly, for the only thing that could relieve his sorrow was wine. Watching the two leave, the people, still feeling unsatisfied, approached Deng Yuanyang and asked tentatively with an envious tone, "Elder Deng, you and young Master Su were chatting and laughing. Have you already persuaded him to join the Iron Sword sect?" After the Battle of Tianmen Mountain, Su Hao's fame rose to a new level once again. Which sect wouldn't want him to join? You? Deng Yuanyang was overjoyed. Could this be the ultimate fortune? The opportunity was right in front of him, and he had to seize it. That's right, young Master Su has promised to join the Iron Sword sect in the future. However, he still has some things to take care of right now. Once he has some free time, he will become the chief of the Iron Sword sect. The position of sect leader in the future is undoubtedly his. Is this really true? The group of young people were pleasantly surprised. Absolutely true. Deng Yuanyang, shameless as ever, burst into laughter. In that case, sect leader, would you mind accepting me as your disciple? Me too. Following young Master Su will definitely lead to a bright future. Joining the Iron Sword sect is the best choice. Dozens of ambitious young men knelt down and applied to join the Iron Sword sect. Very good, very good. Today, the Iron Sword sect is recruiting disciples. Any talented young man is welcome to join. Deng Yuanyang smiled even more happily. That was his goal, to leverage Su Hao's reputation to recruit more disciples and expand the sect's influence. Elder Deng, has young Master Su really joined the Iron Sword sect? The elders and leaders of other sects did not believe it at all and were deeply skeptical. This Deng Yuanyang didn't know how to answer. The next moment, his disciples all spoke up to defend him. Stunned now, who told you to be so slow? From now on, young Master Su will be the sect leader, and the Iron Sword sect will become the largest sect in the south. Esteemed sect leaders, please be more courteous in the future. Offending our Iron Sword sect will bring you no good consequences. What Vermilion Bird sect? How can they compare to the Iron Sword sect? Their ancient history. The future belongs to us. The newly initiated disciples were numerous and powerful, and they all spoke at once, leaving the others no room to refute them. Ah! Deng Feishua understood, of course, that Su Hao looked down on their sect, but was her grandfather's approach really right? Taking all these people in could be a ticking time bomb. 274, Chapter 274 is right. Master Ma, you're so naughty. Around noon, Ma Rulong was at a club, groping a glamorous hostess. He was in a bad mood and came out to relax. Women don't love men who aren't a little bad. Ma Rulong chuckled and became even more unrestrained. Mr. Ma, would you like me to introduce you to my cousin? She's a college student, beautiful as a flower, and a very innocent girl. The beautiful woman chuckled, trying to establish a connection. Since losing his children, Ma Rulong has become a hot commodity among socialites, who would not want to have a son or daughter with him. That depends on your performance. Ma Rulong smiled and was about to take it a step further when suddenly the door opened, and someone rushed over, grabbed an ashtray from the table, and smashed it on his head with a loud thud. Ah! Blood splattered everywhere, and the beautiful woman hid in the corner, trembling with fear. Lei Koan, are you crazy? Ma Rulong wiped his wound, and his face immediately darkened. You fucking screwed me over. Lei Koan gasped for breath. Just that one move had nearly made him faint, his cultivation destroyed and his injuries severe. He looked like an elderly man. Something was definitely wrong. How so? Ma Rulong said coldly. You came to the Vermilion Bird sect to sow discord, forcing me to deal with Su Hao. Lei Koan grew angrier the more he thought about it. If it weren't for you, why would I have issued the challenge? If it weren't for you, my cultivation would still be intact. You risked our entire sect for your good-for-nothing son. Your heart is despicable. Lei Koan, don't try to smear me. Told you long ago that Su Hao is not someone to be trifled with. You were the fool to challenge him to a duel with so many people in the Vermilion Bird sect. Wouldn't anyone assassinate him? If they can't win during the day, why don't they act at night? Ma Rulong was very disdainful. This guy was a typical brainless person. Enough with the nonsense, I'm here for the chi strengthening pill. Lei Koan's objective was clear. Now that Ma Hong, that piece of trash, is dead, you're useless to me. Hand him over immediately, and as long as you recover your strength, I will not pursue your responsibility any further. The Medicine King's medicine is extremely effective. However, all of his pills were personally refined and not mass-produced. Only a few Peiyuan pills were released each year, and with so many people seeking them, Lei Koan's limited financial resources made it impossible for him to obtain them. Only by getting through to Ma Rulong can we have the confidence to win. The chi strengthening pill, I accidentally left it behind, and I don't have it on me at all. If you're so capable, go find the Medicine King. Ma Rulong was furious after being inexplicably attacked. You dare not give it to me? Lei Koan was furious. You're just a dog of the Vermilion Bird sect. Say another word and I won't give it to you. Believe me, or not, I'll kill you. Kill me? Ma Rulong laughed loudly, then suddenly picked up a wine bottle, smashed it, and threatened him with the sharp glass. You're powerless now. What can you do against me? Ma Rulong, how dare you disrespect the chief of Ho Tu Tang? Wait until I see my master, then I'll settle the score with you. Lei Koan turned around angrily and was about to leave. Fine, you motherfucker. Enraged, Ma Rulong kicked him to the ground, then sat on him, swinging a shard of glass and stabbing it deep into his heart. One strike, two strikes. Under the frenzied onslaught, Lei Koan quickly lost all his breath. This man stared wide-eyed, never imagining that he would ultimately die at the hands of a villain like Ma Rulong. Useless, you're the real piece of trash. Ma Rulong said disdainfully, how dare he slander his son Ma Hong? This man deserves to die. Master Ma, what are you doing? Master Fong, who was following him, changed his expression drastically. If others found out, he would also be finished. Lei Koan is Jiang Tangzhu's chief disciple, holding a high position even when beating a dog. One must consider its owner. Such a brutal killing will surely provoke Ho Tu Tang's furious retaliation. He brought this on himself, how can he blame me? Ma Rulong picked up a bottle of strong liquor and began treating his wounds. He didn't care at all after killing the man. How are we going to explain this to the Vermilion Bird Gate? This is still what Master Fong is worried about. Explain, what does Lei Koan's death have to do with us? Ma Rulong looked at Master Fong with a gloomy expression. This Master Fong was stunned for a moment, then finally realized, right, we've never seen Lei Koan before. Su Hao killed him. Yes, everyone knows that Su Hao defeated Lei Koan and crippled his cultivation. Although he was temporarily let off the hook after the competition. But intercepting them midway is also perfectly reasonable, isn't it? The best scapegoat is Su Hao. Come here. Ma Rulong stared coldly at the hostess. Master Ma, I didn't see anything, and I won't say anything. The hostess trembled with fear. This man was a ruthless killer, truly terrifying. Take it off. Ma Rulong didn't care about any of that, he just wanted to let loose. Master Ma, you're so mean. The hostess immediately giggled. Master Fong silently dragged Lei Koan's corpse out and, at a suitable opportunity, dumped it in a place frequented by the Vermilion Bird sect disciples. Eastern Province. Zhuke Gate, Huda Hall. Inside the council hall, a hall master Zhang Yuanhao's face was extremely grim. In the middle, Lei Koan's corpse was clearly visible. His condition was unbearable to look at. His body was covered in hundreds of wounds, practically covered in sores. Who is it that slaughtered my chief disciple? Zhang Yuanhao roared in anger. Master, only Su Hao would do something like this. Su Qiankuan stood to the side, viciously complaining. After defeating Lei Kuan in the competition, Su Hao pretended to let him go, and then took the opportunity to hunt him down. This man is vicious and will never let any of the Vermilion Bird sect disciples go. He even publicly stated that one day he will destroy the entire Hotu Hall. Su Hao. He is our Hotu Tang's greatest enemy. Zhang Yuanhao slammed his fist on the table and stood up. His back teeth were practically grinding to pieces. He has two outstanding disciples. One is Ma Hong, who recently broke through to the innate realm. He is young and promising and is a rising star in the southern martial arts world. The other one is Lei Kuan, who was designated as the successor. Both of them died at Su Hao's hands. Who doesn't understand his anger? Master, Su Hao is too terrifying. We can no longer be merciful to him. We must deal with him with all our might. If this boy is not eliminated, our Hotu Hall will never have a day of peace. Su Qiankuan stirred up trouble again. You're right. Someone, pass down the order. Su Hao is now officially a wanted person of our Hotu Hall. No matter which faction, which disciple, or what means they use, anyone who kills Su Hao can return to claim the reward. Zhang Yuanhao's face darkened, and he made an angry announcement. Yes. The disciples present all accepted the order. That's not enough. After everyone goes down, they should contact the friends they can find and prepare to use the strongest means to deal with Su Hao. Hotu Tang's kill order also alerted major assassin organizations in the martial arts world. People don't care about rewards, they just want to build a good relationship with Hotu Tang. The martial world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social connections. Having more connections opens up more paths in life. Moreover, the masters of Hotu Tang, scattered throughout the land, also received news of their return. 275, Chapter 275 Strike. The sun is setting. The Anshin Medical Clinic was unusually quiet after Su Hao returned and administered Jean Tian's infusion. He himself sat behind the counter, concentrating on researching new drugs. This was found in an ancient book, it hasn't been fully developed yet. Boom! Outside the clinic, a familiar Rolls-Royce was parked steadily. The door opened, and Bai Jiruo, wearing high heels and a cheongsam, swayed her hips and walked in with great charm. Honey, are you free tonight? How about coming out with me to meet some friends? She came in and leaned against the counter, smiling. Su Hao looked up and saw her deep cleavage. He paused and said, I'm free, but I don't really want to go. What are you afraid of? They're not going to eat you. Bai Jiruo pointed to the bedroom. Why don't you change your clothes and we'll leave right away? I'm too lazy to change, all my clothes are pretty much the same. Su Hao was helpless, it seemed she wasn't going to let him off the hook. Let's go. Bai Jiruo stretched out her slender hand. Good. Su Hao pulled her along, and the two got into the car. We walked quickly and arrived at the upscale club. When they went inside, they saw that there were already 5 people inside. Jiruo, you finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten about us classmates. As soon as I entered, I saw a stunningly beautiful woman walk out. She had a sweet face but a voluptuous figure, with a prominent bust and buttocks. Standing next to Bai Jiruo, her cleavage was even more impressive. Look at what you're saying, I'm just waiting for someone. Bai Jiruo looked at Su Hao with a smile. Who is this? The sweet-looking beauty looked at Su Hao with curiosity. Let me introduce you, this is my fiancée, Su Hao. Bai Jiruo proudly introduced herself. In addition, she took the initiative to introduce everyone to Su Hao. The big-breasted woman who was speaking is Bai Jia, the man on the left is Gaoi, and the one on the right is Cheng Jun. As for the woman further inside, that is Zhang Qian, the person sitting there looking at her phone. I don't know if you recognize her, she is a popular female celebrity, our former class beauty Chen Sisi. Su Hao was deeply moved after just one glance. Birds of a feather flocked together. Bai Jiruo's classmates were of a much higher rank than her sister Bai Yanan's classmates. These are all successful people. Both Bai Jia and Zhang Qian are good-looking. As for actress Chen Sisi, she is the epitome of perfection. He had an elegant demeanor and seemed used to grand occasions. Upon hearing the introduction, he merely nodded. Good evening, everyone. Suhao smiled faintly and found a seat. He was a little thirsty, so he grabbed a bottle of cola and drank it by himself. Old classmate, when did you get a fiancé? Why are you only telling us now? What does he do? Gaoi asked curiously. It was love at first sight between us, which is normal since you don't know he is an amazing doctor, and in my heart, he is no less than any miracle doctor. Bai Jiruo proudly announced. A miracle doctor? The expressions on the faces of the several people were strange. Bai Jiruo's background is among the best in the class. People have speculated about her future husband's profession. Some think he will be a lawyer, some think he will be a high-ranking military officer, and most people think he will be a rich young master. To my surprise, he was a doctor. Jiruo, which divine physician did your fiancé learn from? Was it Jiang Xiu, Sun Chuanxiu, or perhaps the divine physician from the Jishir Pavilion in Zhengzhou? Gaoi asked with a smile. No, I'm self-taught. Suhao smiled faintly. Gaoyi's expression changed. Self-taught? What nonsense, does that mean he's a quack doctor? He has no reputation whatsoever, and the title of divine doctor is just something Bai Jiruo used to elevate his status? Mr. Su, where are you working now? Gaoi asked again, curiously. What's with all this talk about being high-ranking or not? You're just being too polite. I run a clinic now and live a carefree life, Suhao said. A clinic? Gaoi was stunned. He can't even get into a top-tier hospital? How much can a small clinic earn in a year? This kind of identity is far too different from Bai Jiruo's. Looking at his clothes and appearance, he certainly doesn't seem like a rich person. The clothes he was wearing were not designer brands at all, and his poverty was obvious to the naked eye. Jiruo, today is an old classmates' reunion. Is it really necessary to bring him along? Zhang Qian's expression quickly changed, revealing a look of disgust. We're all successful people. If we sat with this poor guy, we probably wouldn't even be able to exchange a single word. Don't underestimate a miracle doctor. The day your family member or you fall ill, you'll see how amazing he is. If you ask me, the most respectable profession in the world is that of a doctor. Bai Jiruo cherished him and wouldn't allow anyone to look down on him. Jiruo, you know I've liked you since school. Your boyfriend isn't very good. Why don't you dump him and we date for a while? Chang Jun said with a half-smile. This is something everyone knows. He used to pursue Bai Jiruo madly, but unfortunately, it all came to nothing. Now that the old story is being brought up again, we don't know if it's true or a joke. Jiruo, he's serious. I can vouch for that. Zhang Qian immediately sided with her old classmate. Besides, Chang Jun's family background is also quite good, no worse than the Bai family. You two are a good match. Chang Jun, he's too familiar with me, I simply can't bring myself to do it. Bai Jiruo politely declined. Don't say Thay's a successful person. He owns his own company and it's very successful. He started from scratch and is now the CEO of a multinational corporation worth tens of billions. Zhang Qian tried to persuade her again. Stop trying to persuade us. Today is a gathering, not a blind date. Bai Jiruo's face darkened, already showing a hint of anger. Besides, I'm extremely satisfied with Suhao. Other men aren't even 1,000th as good as him. Like. The expressions on the faces of several old classmates were not very pleasant. The two men, in particular, were directly affected. Let them know outright that neither of them is worthy of carrying Suhao's shoes. Chang Jun frowned, looked directly at Suhao, and asked provocatively, Hey Su, Jiruo is incredibly pampered. How much do you earn in a year? Can you afford to support her? You're not just hanging around her to live off her, are you? Chang Jun, speak properly. Don't think you're so great just because you've made a few stinking bucks. Bai Jiruo roared angrily, two people need to be compatible to be together. Money is just an external thing. It's worthless. You're just too worldly. That's why no lady from a respectable family would be interested in you. You? Chang Jun was very unhappy. This was showing no respect at all. He didn't want to directly attack Bai Jiruo, so he just sneered at Suhao and said disdainfully, in the end, he's just a gigolo. Chang Jun, try saying another word. Don't think that just because we're old classmates, I can tolerate your sarcastic remarks. Bai Jiruo was furious and was about to leave in anger. 276, Chapter 276. Popular female star. Alright, it's rare for old classmates to meet. Let's not let such a small thing cause unpleasantness. Let's all take a step back and have a drink and a song. Zhang Qian smoothed things over. The group stopped bickering and began a pleasant meal together. Bai Zhihua talked little with the others, but was quite interested in Chen Sisi, and they stayed close together and talked for a long time. Su Hao ate by himself. In this kind of situation, he generally didn't have anything to do. Sisi, you don't look too good. Has something unpleasant happened recently? Bai Zhihua noticed that Sisi seemed a little absent-minded and asked curiously. Zhihua, it's just work-related, you don't need to worry about it, Chen Sisi said with a wry smile. If you have any requests, just tell your old classmates, everyone will take care of you. Bai Zhihua said. Yes, whatever the problem, it's just a matter of a word from you, Zhang Qian added. Chen Sisi just smiled and didn't say anything. Before Bai Zhihua could ask any more questions, the door was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, with greasy hair and a dirty face, stormed in with several bodyguards, shouting loudly, Chen Sisi, you've been hiding well. Did you think I couldn't find you just because you're hiding here? Where I stay is my freedom. Chen Sisi's expression changed when she saw him. I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter? The middle-aged man said angrily, we spent so much money to make you famous, and now you want to terminate the contract? Do you think we run a charity? Nonsense, I didn't take a single penny when I left. UVE already made back 10 times the money you spent. Isn't that enough? Chen Sisi said angrily. You stinking bitch, that's breach of contract damages. According to the contract, you have to pay it, but you're a golden goose, at the peak of your career, with even more resources waiting for you in the future. If you leave now, the boss will definitely not allow it, the middle-aged man said unhappily. Stop talking, I'm cutting ties with you all and will never go back. Chen Sisi said resolutely, biting her lip. What a joke, you think you can just say you won't reply and then not reply? The middle-aged man sneered and shouted, men, take her back. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward and approached Chen Sisi. Presumptuous. Gaoi suddenly stood up and blocked their way. This is our gathering place. Who gave you the audacity to take people away? That's right, Chen Sisi is our friend. Who do you think you are? Cheng Jun also followed the same path of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. He just suffered a setback with Bai Zhihua. If things don't work out in one area, then something else might work out. If he can win Chen Sisi's favor, that would be great too. She's a popular movie star, not much less than Bai Zhihua, and definitely the best girlfriend choice. Young masters, this is an internal matter of our company. I advise you not to meddle. The middle-aged man frowned. Enough with the nonsense, you're not welcome here. Gaoi said angrily. Get out. Cheng Jun's face darkened. Make your move. The middle-aged man roared in anger. The 2 bodyguards continued forward and clashed with Gaoi and his companion. Su Hao watched with interest, then suddenly realized that these 2 men were actually quite physically fit. They were even gaining the upper hand in a fight against 2 bodyguards. Gaoi was clearly trained, his mantis boxing was powerful and swift, and he quickly took down one of them. Cheng Jun used a wild, unrestrained style of punching, launching a fierce attack until he quickly seized an opportunity, picked up a wine bottle, and smashed it down on another person. Who are you 2? The middle-aged man frowned and stared at the 2 of them. My name is Gaoi. If you have any problems, come at me. You don't even know me, Cheng Jun, yet you dare to come here? Here? They all gave their names. While speaking, he was always consciously or unconsciously observing Chen Sisi's reaction. Seeing her gratitude, he was greatly encouraged and his blood boiled. He was determined to play the hero. Very well, you've got guts. The middle-aged man gave a cold laugh, and then hurriedly left with his injured bodyguard. That's it, I thought it was something amazing, but it turns out it's just a bluff. Gaoi laughed loudly, full of disdain. Indeed, they are just bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. If they really encounter a master, they can only run away with their tails between their legs. Cheng Jun was very happy and smiled boastfully. You 2 handsome guys, I didn't expect you to fight so fiercely. Zhang Qian looked at them with admiration. You don't know, do you? Back when we were in the underworld, the 2 of us could take down dozens of people. What are these few small fry compared to us? Cheng Jun boasted. Really, I was so ignorant. Zhang Qian clapped her hands and gave the 2 of them a thumbs up. Gaoi, Chungjun, thank you so much for today. Shen Sisi said excitedly. She actually came here to seek refuge. After terminating her contract with her original company in Zhengzhou, the other party refused to let it go, so she took advantage of this class reunion to come to Los Angeles, hoping to have a quiet time. Surprisingly, they still found it. Just when she thought she was doomed, two old classmates came to her rescue. The gratitude in my heart was beyond words. Sisi, this is our territory. If you need anything, just say the word in Luo City. No one can do anything to you. Gaoi solemnly promised. Okay. Shen Sisi smiled sweetly. Instantly, both of them were captivated by what they saw. Sisi, is this the troublesome thing you didn't want to talk about earlier? Bai Zhihua asked, seizing the opportunity. Well, this was originally my private matter, and I didn't want to trouble everyone. Shen Sisi's face darkened, and she said softly, back then, I went to Zhengzhou to look for opportunities, and by chance, I signed with my current entertainment company. I started as a trainee and worked my way up step by step until I finally debuted later. I put in countless efforts to hone my acting skills before I slowly began to stand out in various film and television roles. Glorious in public, but suffering in private. The company saw that I became a sensation after that. They started arranging all sorts of announcements, treating me like a slave, constantly squeezing out my remaining value. To make money, I only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day and travel back and forth between different cities. I tolerated all of that, but what's most outrageous is that they actually arranged for me to compensate high-ranking officials and dignitaries. I, Shen Sisi, am not that kind of person. I refused outright and ultimately left with nothing. I never expected they would actually come looking for us. After she finished speaking, a few tears fell from her eyes, which made everyone feel heartbroken. Is this what a popular female celebrity looks like? Outsiders only see their success, unaware of the hardships behind it. What female celebrity? To put it bluntly, they are nothing more than playthings of capital. They have no real control and can only keep providing value. Once they can't make the company profitable, they'll definitely be kicked out in the end. In the world of fame and fortune, it's incredibly difficult for a woman without connections to succeed. Alas, these people are worse than pigs and dogs. They actually did so many despicable things. Gaoi sighed in regret. 277, Chapter 277. Stop. Sisi, don't be afraid. We're here. Even if your boss comes now, he can't do anything to you. Chungjun said confidently. Yes, this is our territory. What is he, some boss from Zhengzhou, anyway? Gaoi patted his chest and assured them, if they dare to come, we'll show them what it means to be a local bully even if you're a powerful dragon. Well said, you two are really handsome. Zheng Qian clapped her hands, looking at the two of them with admiration. You two are truly loyal. Shen Sisi was so happy she didn't know how to answer. Sisi, who is your boss? Is he famous? Bai Zhihua frowned, then suddenly mentioned it. I think his surname is something like Long, but I don't know his exact name. Shen Sisi said obediently. Surname Long, from Zhengzhou? Su Hao suddenly said. Could the powerful family in Zhengzhou be Long Tian's family? This. Gaoi and Chungjun exchanged a glance, both feeling overwhelmed. There are many wealthy families in Zhengzhou, but there is only one family with the surname Long. That family is far beyond their reach. You just made so many boastful claims, you can't afford to embarrass yourself in the future. Sisi, what's the name of the entertainment company you signed with? Bai Zhihua continued to ask. Dragon Age. Shen Sisi said weakly. Ah. Gao Yi's face was pale. Chungjun's face was pale. It really is an entertainment company controlled by the Long family. No wonder these people were so arrogant, chasing us all the way from Zhengzhou to Luo City. It turns out the Long family was backing them up. Do you still stand by what you said? Shen Sisi, observing the situation, became somewhat anxious. Without anyone's help, she would never be able to get rid of them in her lifetime. If they are caught and brought back, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sisi, don't worry, with Gaoi and Chungjun around, you'll definitely be safe. Zhang Qian said with a smile. This, Gaoi didn't know what to say, so he just sat down and drank. Cece, it's not that we don't want to help you, but, Cheng Jun hesitated. The other party is too powerful, they can't help them at all. The Long family is not something they can compare to. Bai Zhihua said incisively. No, we just don't want to make enemies. Cheng Jun wanted to save face, so he glanced outside and immediately suggested, this club isn't very good, shall we find another place to meet? He wanted to slip away, he had just attacked someone from the Long family, and who knew what would happen next. Come on, I know a bar that's much more fun than this one. Gaoi immediately understood and stood up to cooperate. All right. Zhang Qian didn't care, so she got up, packed her things, and prepared to leave. However, it was too late. Hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, as if many people were arriving. The door opened again, and the same middle-aged man with glasses entered, but this time, the number of bodyguards following him had increased several times over. Where are you going? Knowing I was coming, were you planning to run away beforehand? Weren't you so capable just now, why are you silent now? The middle-aged man waved his hand, and his bodyguards surrounded them. Zhang Qian pulled Bai Jie aside and hid in a corner. They were overwhelmed by the situation and their faces were pale. Brother, it was just a misunderstanding. Cheng Jun took out a check, wrote down a number, and handed it over, saying, this is a small token of my appreciation, as compensation for the 2 bodyguards. Let's consider this matter closed. What are you? You're going to teach me how to do things? Enraged, the middle-aged man slapped Cheng Jun across the face. Snap. Cheng Jun's expression changed drastically. You fucking. He was furious. Furious, this was the first time he had ever been humiliated like this. He's a successful person, managing a company worth tens of billions. But when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason is useless. Trying to reason with people like them is pointless and will only provoke more intense retaliation. Brother, it's good to be forgiving. We have no grudges against each other, so why hold on to this little mistake? Cheng Jun said with a smile. Weren't you very arrogant? You just hit someone with a bottle? The middle-aged man took a wine bottle and smashed it down on Cheng Jun's head with a loud bang. Instantly, the bottle shattered, the head exploded, and blood mixed with the liquor dripped down. Holy crap, are you crazy? When Zhang Qian saw the blood, she was completely terrified. This is young Master Chang. The Cheng family has a very high status in the provincial capital. How could you do this to him? The Cheng family never even heard of them in front of the Long family. Every family has to bow down. The middle-aged man had a fierce look on his face. You are utterly shameless. Zhang Qian said angrily. But then again, they brought this on themselves. What does today's incident have to do with them? They actually dared to stand up for a woman. People like that deserve to be beaten. The middle-aged man gave a signal, and the bodyguards immediately drew their weapons, daggers, their gleaming lights silencing the women. Today I'll see who dares to step forward again. The middle-aged man said in a cold voice. After saying that, he walked over to Cheng Jun and slapped him. Cheng Jun stepped back. He slapped him again, and Cheng Jun stepped back. You think you're so tough? Try hitting me again. He said arrogantly as he walked away. Cheng Jun was so angry that his eyes turned bloodshot at the same time. He knew that his opponent was quite formidable, and it would not be a wise move to fight him head-on. Brother, let's talk this out. If you want money, we can give you as much as you want. He could only force a smile. Money my ass. The middle-aged man said disdainfully, you want to talk about money with the Long family? How much do you have? I'm just telling you, don't step up when you shouldn't. You don't have any real ability, yet you try to pick up girls like others. Do you even have the right? Cheng Jun dared not speak out in anger and could only lower his head. Seeing this, Gaoi also dared not look at the other person. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to Chen Cece and said unhappily, your friends can't protect you. Please come back with us, otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. It won't look good for anyone. Chen Cece looked blankly at Gaoi and Cheng Jun. Neither of them dared to meet her gaze. She bit her lip. Was there really no one who could save her? Hurry up, don't waste my patience. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. All right. Chen Sisi stood up helplessly. She thought to herself that Gao Yi and the other person hadn't done anything wrong. After all, it was her own problem. We've already dragged them into this mess. If we don't leave, they'll only cause more trouble. She thanked the two of them and then walked over to the middle-aged man. Stop. Bai Jiruo couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her aside, saying, You're letting her go back just to make money, aren't you? Tell me, how much do you want to get her out of this mess? Ha! Stunningly beautiful. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Bai Jiruo's beauty is completely different from Chen Sisi's. It's noble and elegant. If this were in the entertainment industry, it would be a game changer. 278, Chapter 278. Wanting to rebut. Making her famous would definitely be a new cash cow. It's unimaginable how much attention an entertainment company receives when it has two superstar actresses. If you want to save her, that's not impossible. The middle-aged man had a lewd smile on his face. As long as you come back with me and talk to the boss in person, he will definitely agree. When he spoke of the conversation, he deliberately emphasized his words, clearly implying something else entirely. Don't go too far. Bai Jiruo frowned. That one sentence alone made her very unhappy. This is Los Angeles, where the forces from Central State cannot fully infiltrate, so she might not actually be afraid. Too much? The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Since you put it that way, then I'll be insolent this time. Men, take them both away. If the boss doesn't like them, I'll enjoy them myself. After he finished speaking, all the bodyguards rushed over. Bai Jiruo's expression remained unchanged. She merely glanced at Su Hao indifferently. Aren't you a few clowns enough of causing trouble? Su Hao finally stood up, a disdainful sneer on his face. His aura suddenly intensified, and the bodyguards who had just approached felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to move at all. Pretty boy, you want to be a hero too? The middle-aged man was stunned. Was it common practice in Los Angeles to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? He said fiercely, Don't waste my time, just drink your wine and don't get involved, otherwise, I'll cripple you right now. You can't touch my woman. Su Hao emphasized it simply. Bai Jiruo nodded with a smile and said, Did you hear that? Get out of here. Trying to scare me. When I was in the business, you were still wearing open crotch pants. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. Go ahead and try. Su Hao said coldly. You brat, I'll kill you. The middle-aged man was furious and immediately ordered, beat him hard, kill him, your bonus this month will be doubled. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards all came out excitedly. Why follow him if you're only after making money? If there's money to be made, who would dare to spend so much? Everyone grabbed daggers and lunged at Su Hao. Careful! Chen Sisi was shocked. Just as the dagger was about to reach her, Su Hao turned back and nodded. This female celebrity seemed to have a decent heart. At least during the party earlier, he hadn't heard her making sarcastic remarks. Based on that statement, let's save her today as well. Why are you turning around? Chen Sisi was stunned. There were more than a dozen daggers stuck in his body. There must have been at least a dozen bloody craters. Don't be afraid, their daggers are made of tofu. Su Hao gave her a handsome smile. Bang, bang, bang. When the dagger struck, something unexpected happened. Su Hao was completely unharmed, while the bodyguard's daggers shattered into metal fragments, falling to the ground. In the end, everyone was left with only a handle, utterly useless. A bunch of useless trash. Su Hao suddenly turned around, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and then he glared at him. An invisible aura suddenly shook off all the bodyguards. All of them crashed into the wall, vomiting blood and collapsing to the ground. They stared at Su Hao in shock, completely unaware of what had just happened. You've been hiding your true abilities all along. The middle-aged man, being from the Long family, immediately realized that this was a top-notch expert. Below the level of innate ability, no one can project their true energy outwards. The strength of these young people is indeed a headache. Is this Jiruo's fiancé? Zhang Qian's expression changed drastically. No wonder she was interested, he must have that kind of ability. He appeared at the critical moment and saved her from danger. Which woman could resist this charm? So cool. Bai Jie gazed at Su Hao's face, a love-struck smile on her face. If only he weren't Bai Jiruo's fiancé, I could have acted immediately. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi and Chang Jun looked over and found that the crisis seemed to have been resolved. They were ashamed of themselves, at least in terms of fighting, they were no match for Su Hao. Chen Sisi was overjoyed, and her gaze towards Su Hao held a strange glint. Have you thought this through? Do you really want to get involved and become enemies with the Long family? The middle-aged man said coldly. Bullshit Long family, if you touch my people, I'll beat you up no matter how many come. Su Hao said domineeringly. You're ruthless, this isn't over. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he shook his hand and turned to leave. I had only taken 2 steps when I felt someone grab my collar, lift me into the air, and flip me violently to the ground. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Su Hao lifted his leg and stepped down. His face immediately turned black. This almost killed him, he coughed up blood and felt like several bones in his body were broken. What the hell do you want? The middle-aged man was in great pain and said in fear. Apologize to everyone present, and let's discuss compensation. Su Hao pointed at everyone and said angrily. They don't deserve it. The middle-aged man, unable to lower his proud head, resolutely refused. Good. Su Hao smiled and lifted his foot again. Bang! 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 After 3 kicks, the man was almost falling apart. The wailing echoed throughout the clubhouse. To the uninitiated, it would have looked like a pig being slaughtered for the Lunar New Year. Hey, do you even understand what you're doing? I'm from the Long family of Zhangzhou. The middle-aged man was furious. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. This person completely disregards the Long family. The Long family? I think it's the insect family will beat you up. Su Hao sneered and changed his tactics, lifting him up and slapping him a few times. In this way, punches and kicks are almost all included. Stop! Stop! Chang Jun stepped forward and shouted at them. You're insane. He's a member of the Long family. If someone gets killed, we'll all suffer the consequences. Gao Yi is also a big. They were horrified. A little lesson will suffice. A complete breakdown in relations would be bad for everyone. They weren't worried about Su Hao's safety, but rather about him being accidentally harmed by the Long family. Didn't you all think you were born into a good family? What, you're even afraid of the Long family's dogs? Su Hao sneered. Shut up. Chang Jun blushed with shame. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute. In the end, it was discovered that he was indeed afraid of the Long family's lackeys, and after learning the other party's identity, he did not dare to resist at all. What do you know? Gao Yi's rebuttal was also quite weak. Both of them were in a terrible state. On one hand, they were being brutally beaten by the Long family, and on the other hand, they were even worse off than Su Hao, whom they looked down on. They had lost both face and substance. Don't mess with me, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. If you're cowardly and afraid of trouble, just leave now and sever ties with me. Su Hao said coldly, even offering them a piece of advice. Chang Jun and his companions secretly groaned in despair. Since he said that, how can I leave? The gazes of the 3 beauties beside Chen Sisi immediately changed. They looked at Su Hao with admiration, while looking at them with disdain. 279, Chapter 279 Connections. Ha ha ha. They're right, none of us here today can escape. You are about to face the Long family's revenge, everyone is doomed. The middle-aged man, covered in blood, grinned menacingly. Who the hell told you to speak? Su Hao slapped him so hard that his teeth shattered and he swallowed them. Holy crap, are you crazy? This person was very unwilling to accept it. Before he could say anything more, Su Hao punched him in the forehead without a word, knocking him unconscious instantly. The entire clubhouse was completely quiet. Chang Jun was completely dumbfounded. This guy is incredibly crazy, he's completely irrational. Knowing full well that they were from the Long family, they still dared to act so ruthlessly. That's it, this feud is now firmly established, and they might also be affected. A piece of cake. Su Hao shook his head. Dealing with this kind of person was far too easy. Su Hao, don't you know the Long family? They are a powerful family in Zhengzhou, with immense strength and wealth, and they have trained countless assassins. If they really wanted to deal with someone, they would be extremely ruthless. Chang Jun issued a stern warning. He secretly calculated that he should be able to escape. If the Long family were smart enough, they would realize that he and Su Hao were not familiar with each other at all. When the time comes, only Su Hao will face retaliation. Didn't this person say that one should take responsibility for one's actions? Let's see if he can actually shoulder that responsibility. Really, how amazing is it? I'm curious. Su Hao said dismissively. You reckless fool, if you attack them now, the Long family will definitely send people over. Luo Yi analyzed. No, their people are probably already on their way. Yeah? Su Hao still spoke in a nonchalant tone. Should we leave first? Zheng Qian was genuinely scared and made the suggestion loudly. Gao Yi and Chang Jun both agreed. Finally, someone brought it up. They left in a hurry with Zheng Qian and Bai Jia, not wanting to stay any longer. Only Su Hao, Bai Zhihua, and Chen Sisi remained in the room. Brother Su, thank you so much for saving me. With gratitude in her beautiful eyes, Chen Sisi took his hand and said excitedly. You're welcome. Su Hao smiled faintly. This was just a matter of convenience. Zhihua, you and she go out first, I'll clean up the mess. Good. Bai Zhihua didn't say much and took Chen Sisi out. At the entrance of the clubhouse, Zheng Qian and the others hadn't gone far when they saw Bai Zhihua and Chen Sisi come out, so they had to come back up. Sisi, I never expected that you would offend the Long family. Zheng Qian sighed. This was a large family that she feared and dreaded. What should we do, everyone? Let's think of a solution. After all, we're classmates. We can't just stand by and watch someone die, Bai Jie said. A head-on confrontation with them won't work. Cheng Jun shook his head, calmed down, and said, I think I've met the second young master of the Long family once. Perhaps I can use his connections to resolve this matter. Real? Gao Yi's eyes were strange, filled with envy. How could this be faked? I'd been to Zhengzhou. I attended a business gathering there, and the second young master was present. We had a brief exchange, so we've met once, and there might be opportunities for business cooperation in the future. Chang Jun was smug. Even though the Long family's dog hit him, so what? As long as I can establish a connection with them, this beating is nothing. Once we cooperate, it will be a multi-billion-dollar business. A mere humiliation is insignificant. Young Master Chang, your connections are truly impressive. Zheng Qian said with a smile, looking at him with admiration. Sisi, don't be afraid now. With young Master Chang here, he will definitely be able to save you. Bai Jie added. Young Master Chang, regardless of anything else, Sisi thanks you for your kindness. As Chen Sisi spoke, she bowed deeply. We're all classmates, we can see each other more often. Chang Jun looked at her with a lecherous gaze, wanting to take her small hand. Chen Sisi, used to such situations, unconsciously avoided them and instead clung to Bai Zhihua's arm. He. Chang Jun smiled awkwardly, gazing at the two beautiful women in front of him, swallowing hard. It's settled then. We'll leave this to young Master Chang now. Let's change locations and go to a bar. Gao Yi waved his hand and walked out to make his decision. Good. The group, still wanting more, prepared to leave. However, at that moment, more than a dozen black vans roared up. The main gate opened neatly, and hundreds of people rushed out, wielding machetes, and frantically headed towards the clubhouse. The group's expressions changed drastically. Fortunately, they had moved quickly, otherwise, they would have been blocked and it would have been extremely difficult for them to escape. Zhihua, is Brother Su alright? Chen Sisi was filled with worry. If it weren't for Su Hao, they wouldn't have been able to get away at all. Now that she's abandoned him, she can't get over it in her heart. Don't worry about him, it's just a minor matter. Bai Zhihua smiled. This is nothing compared to what Su Hao has experienced. These are just ordinary thugs. Even if 10 times more came, they wouldn't be enough to defeat Su Hao. Really, I don't believe it. He was already at his limit, taking on a dozen opponents by himself. 10 times the number of opponents isn't something that can be easily dealt with. I think he's doomed. Chang Jun said happily. Just now, Su Hao didn't give me any face at the club. The feud between the two has now been established. Now that he's standing aside, it's time for him to watch the show. Let's fight, and it'd be best if it was intense. Killing Su Hao is the best option. Otherwise, with him around, neither of the two beauties would have a good impression of him. Jiruo, you're too optimistic. If there's even a master among them, he wouldn't be able to. We need you to call for reinforcements, find some help, and rescue him. Zhang Shen advised, it would be a pity if such a handsome guy died here. Yes, save him. Bai Jie added. It's too late, there's no time at all. Cowie said gloatingly, even if we call someone now, they won't be here in less than half an hour. This is the consequence of offending the Long family. They always have a backup plan, and Su Hao is just a poor doctor. Going against them is practically suicide. Don't worry. Bai Jiruo gazed in the direction of the clubhouse and continued with a smile. Yeah? Chen Sisi was skeptical. What was the background of this Su Hao? He seemed very powerful and mysterious. Private rooms in the club. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Hao didn't leave. He just took a slice of watermelon and ate it with relish. It must be said that the food provided by the upscale club was indeed quite good. He wanted more after eating, so he didn't rush to leave. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open from the outside. Hundreds of people were crowding inside. Because of the large number of people, some people even had to stand in the corridor. Everywhere you look, there are Long family thugs. It's finally here. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. It turned out he had been awake all along, just waiting for his men to arrive. He instantly jumped to the opposite side of Su Hao and said angrily, "Today I'll make sure you die without a burial place." 280, Chapter 280. Fate plays tricks. Is this the strength of the Long family? They only mobilized so few people. Can they really be called a powerful family in Zhengzhou? Su Hao sat there casually, looking extremely disdainful. This is not even as impressive as the Ma families. As expected, Los Angeles was beyond their sphere of influence, and they simply couldn't gather more forces in a short period of time. You brat, you're already dead, yet you still dare to deceive yourself. The middle-aged man roared, attack, slash them to death. Hundreds of thugs, looking menacing, charged toward Su Hao. Su Hao sneered, wondering what move he could use to defeat these people. This number of people is simply not enough to fight. Stop. Suddenly a woman's voice came from the outer door, and the thugs all retreated. A woman in a cheongsam walked in with a cold expression. When she saw Su Hao, she smiled with relief and said, "It really is you. I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. It's best if we don't meet." Su Hao's expression changed. It turned out to be Lin Yao who arrived. The last person he wants to see right now is this woman. What? I told you it was a misunderstanding last time. Are you still angry? Lin Yao came to his side and smiled. Aren't you also entangled with Bai Jiruo? Wasn't there a female celebrity there just now? I don't care about your life of pleasure, so why should I care about those things? This is different. Su Hao was stunned. Come to think of it, that seems to be the case. Both of them have some complicated entanglements with their respective partners. Butler, this woman is so beautiful, should we take her back? Someone whispered in his ear. Shut up. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, was a butler in the Long family. Upon hearing this, his expression changed drastically. He slapped the man several times and hissed, "Do you want to die? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is young Master Long Tian's fiancée. Don't be disrespectful when you see her in the future, understand?" Clear. All the thugs answered tremblingly. Su Hao, who had just apologized, immediately flew into a rage upon hearing the word fiancé, and said, "Get out, we don't need you here. Don't mess with me." Lin Yao grabbed his hand, gave him a stern look, and then said to Butler Zhang, "He is my friend, you can leave now." Friend? Butler Zhang's expression changed drastically. They were already holding hands. The relationship was far too complicated. He murmured, "Young madam, you're putting me in a very difficult position. I was in pain after taking those blows." What, does my word have no effect now? Lin Yao raised an eyebrow and shouted. I wouldn't dare since it's the young mistress's order. How could I disobey? Everyone listen up, pay your respects to the young mistress, and then leave. Butler Zhang stared at Su Hao, his eyes blazing with anger. How dare he hold the young mistress's hand? This kid is doomed. Good evening, young mistress. All the thugs greeted him in unison, reminding Lin Yao not to do anything excessive, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Long Tian. Steward Zhang led these people away quietly. Lin Yao, your dream has come true, you finally have power. Su Hao said coldly. Lin Yao's eyes were filled with sorrow, making it even harder to explain. She could only force a smile and say, Su Hao, I just didn't want to see you bleed, I didn't mean anything else. Don't worry about it, these people can't hurt me. Su Hao downed a glass of wine and said coldly. I know you're strong, but I don't want you fighting and killing every day. Lin Yao sighed silently, her heart aching at seeing him like this. Young madam, given your noble status, you shouldn't stay here, otherwise, rumors will spread and ruin your marriage. Su Hao warned. What are you afraid of? This is my business. Lin Yao simply looked at him and said, do you need anything? Just say the word, and I'm willing to make up for what I've done to you. We owe each other nothing. Su Hao sneered. You're talking nonsense, just tell me what you want. Lin Yao said. If I wanted you, would you give yourself to me? Su Hao moved closer to her, his eyes gradually becoming crazed. Give. Lin Yao nodded firmly, closed her eyes, and waited silently. Unfortunately, nothing happened after half a day. Su Hao continued drinking, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Sigh, you don't dare to take it. Lin Yao thought to herself it would be good if she could stay with him, and it would be best if she could get pregnant so that she could cuckold Long Tian. That would be a kind of revenge. But she also knew that Su Hao wasn't that kind of person. Su Hao, how are things between you and Miss Bai? Lin Yao broke the silence. It's going well. She's already started introducing me to her friends and publicly declaring me her husband. Su Hao deliberately provoked her. Congratulations. Lin Yao's smile was forced. Actually, you two are really a good match. Miss Bai comes from a good family and is deeply in love with you. After you get married, she will definitely help your career. You two will eventually be happy together. The more she spoke, the more her heart ached. If the two of them truly have no feelings for each other, then things are actually much easier now. Unfortunately, it's impossible not to love. This is our business, it's none of your concern. Su Hao frowned. Fine, you want to drink, right? I'll keep you company. Lin Yao was in a bad mood and wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol, so she poured Su Hao a full glass. Young madam, please have some self-respect and stop drinking with men outside. Su Hao stood up and walked straight outside. Hey, can't you keep me company? Lin Yao stood up, grabbed his hand, and pleaded. You don't deserve it. Su Hao adopted a resolute attitude, turned and left. Suddenly he realized something was wrong, this time the force was much greater. Looking back, Lin Yao was seen retreating until he fell to the ground, his right hand hitting a shard of glass, causing it to bleed profusely. Why didn't you move aside? Su Hao subconsciously said, then steeled himself and said, Live okay, please don't bother me again. No, never again. Lin Yao smiled bitterly as she slowly pulled out the shards of glass, her heart breaking more and more. Tomorrow is my wedding day. I will then leave Los Angeles and take my wedding car to Central State. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I will never forget every moment I spent with you. I hope that in the future, we will all have our own happiness. Only at the very end did I realize that I have only ever loved one person in this life. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick on me. After saying that, she walked out of the room first. Just then, Bai Zhiruo walked in. The two bumped into each other. Lin Yao recognized who it was, grabbed her hand, and pulled away, saying, Miss Bai, Su Hao is in your hands from now on. Bai Zhiruo was stunned. This woman was acting strangely. Weren't they rivals in love? Looking at his palm again, he was shocked to find that it was covered in blood, making the situation seem even stranger. 281, Chapter 281. Full of confidence. What happened? When Suhao came out, Bai Jirua looked at him and asked curiously. It's nothing, I just saw an old friend. Suhao was in a good mood, but Lin Yao's appearance made his thoughts complicated. Old friend? You old friend, you seem to be injured. Could it be that you hit me? Bai Jirua shook her palm, it was covered in blood. Suhao had no answer, so he simply took her hand and gently wiped it clean. Bai Jirua blushed. She had thought that Suhao might explain something, but she didn't expect him to do this. She's getting married tomorrow, and her fiancé is Long Tian. Suhao suddenly spoke again. Long Tian? Tian? As a woman, Bai Jirua keenly sensed that Lin Yao had her own difficulties, and subconsciously asked, isn't there a misunderstanding? Didn't you investigate clearly? Misunderstand? Suhao smiled faintly. You don't understand, the Lin family loves power. Both her mother and her brother will do their best to push for this kind of marriage. What about her, have you asked her? Bai Jirua became anxious. As a rival in love, she wanted Lin Yao to back down, but not in this way. She wanted to use her charm to successfully defeat Lin Yao. I'll stop here and take you home. Suhao shook his head, unwilling to continue the conversation. Okay. Bai Jirua nodded. After getting into the car, the two drove off leisurely. Just as they were leaving, two people emerged from the darkness. One of them was Long Tian. Beside them stood a cool young man with purple hair, who was watching the direction Suhao and his companion had left with a playful look. Young Master Long, I didn't expect that the young mistress and her ex-husband are still entangled, the man teased. Hateful. Long Tian's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. These two had rekindled their old flame, and sooner or later, he would be cheating on him. How about I help you take care of this person? The purple-haired youth asked casually. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Make sure you do this perfectly and don't leave any traces. Long Tian agreed. This young man was a very trusted helper who had always been responsible for handling shady matters. Good. The purple-haired youth smiled and agreed, then disappeared into the darkness. When Suhao returned to Anxing Clinic, a black van followed him at a leisurely pace. After he went inside, more than a dozen masked men with guns got out of the van and surrounded Anxing Clinic. Just as this person was discussing whether or not to force their way in, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Come in. Suhao sat in the middle of the living room and yawned, as if he had already sensed their presence. Well, you actually found out, kid? Among these assassins was a leader who led everyone inside. Get a gun? Suhao sneered, you people are really low class. Low level? The person in charge pointed at Suhao's head and said disdainfully, what else is more powerful than firearms? He sneered inwardly. He had been in this line of work for over a decade, assassinating countless targets without ever failing. With just this gun, he became famous in the assassin world. Bullets are the most useless thing. Suhao glanced around and found that there were 13 people in total, each holding the same large-caliber pistol. He said coldly, tell me, who is your boss? Enough with the nonsense, we will never betray our employer. The person in charge said coldly that this was the rule of their industry and would never be broken. Alright, then what are you waiting for? Suhao beckoned with a dismissive gesture. You really aren't afraid of death. The person in charge was stunned. This person had repeatedly provoked them and was deliberately making a fuss. He was truly despicable. After he finished speaking, he fired his gun. Both bullets were aimed at Suhao's head. He's a sharpshooter. At this close range, a headshot is no problem for him. The two shots were fired to confirm that the other person could not survive. As the bullet was about to reach Suhao, a smile appeared in the man's eyes. Was it really going to be resolved just like that? What happened next was astonishing. All they saw was Suhao extending two fingers, waving them in front of him, and then, from an angle the assassins couldn't see clearly, swiftly catching the bullet. Catching bullets with your bare hands? Is this something a human could do? The person in charge was dumbfounded. Was this the reason why the other party said that assassins with guns were the lowest level? I'll ask you one more time, who is your employer? Suhao asked in a cold voice. Go to hell. The assassin leader was somewhat agitated and called on everyone to join the attack. He didn't believe that the other side could withstand so many bullets. Immediately, everyone frantically pulled the trigger. Within seconds, all the bullets were aimed at Su Hao. Two fists can't beat four hands. How could he possibly block so many bullets with just his two hands? Just when they thought the other was doomed, what happened next once again shattered their understanding. The bullet hovered a meter in front of Su Hao, unable to get any closer. If they were stronger, they would have noticed a faint protective aura surrounding Su Hao. The bullets, with their penetrating power, couldn't harm him in the slightest. Die! Su Hao's eyes widened, and all the bullets flew backward. Where you come from, you go back to. The assassins were all shot and fell into pools of blood. The other assassins died instantly, but the person in charge, who avoided vital organs, was in excruciating pain. So, can you tell me your employer's information now? Su Hao stepped on his face and said coldly and ruthlessly. I said, please don't kill me. The person in charge was terrified and had no choice but to confess the truth in order to save his life. He told everything he knew. You've got guts. Su Hao gave a sarcastic remark. Thank you for sparing my life. The assassin, leaning against the wall, limped away. Having achieved his goal, Su Hao disdained to kill such ants. He has a new goal. Perfect timing, I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll take it out on him. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, he disappeared into the night. That evening, inside a five-star hotel. The purple-haired youth lay sprawled on the sofa, completely relaxed. He was wearing headphones and reporting the situation to Long Tian on the phone. Young Master Long, my men have already been dispatched. I believe we'll receive good news soon. This man's name is Wang Chang, and his voice is cold. Remember, send out your best men. Su Hao is not someone to be trifled with. Don't cause any trouble. On the other end of the phone, Long Tian frowned and gave a reminder. Not to be trifled with, no matter how skilled he is, can he dodge bullets? Wang Chang said disdainfully. His men were all notorious assassins. A bullet, there's no way to dodge it this time. Long Tian laughed, no matter what, I want to see his body tonight. No problem, I'll have someone take a picture of you. Wang Chang said confidently. 282, Chapter 282. Don't embarrass me. Remember, nothing can go wrong at tomorrow's wedding. Long Tian emphasized repeatedly. Don't worry, young Master Long, leave this to me. Guarantee you'll be able to marry your young mistress. Wang Chang said with a smile. Damn it, this woman won't let me touch her. I need to find two models to have some fun with. Long Tian said, then hung up the phone. Young Master Long, you're such a ladies' man. Wang Chang flattered the air. He then laughed, got up, grabbed a bottle of champagne, and headed to the bedroom. There were also the escorts he brought back. He's going to have some fun today too. But when I went inside, I realized something was wrong. There was no woman inside. A man was sitting there, scrutinizing him with cold eyes. The more Wang Chang looked at it, the more familiar it seemed, and his expression changed drastically. Are you Su Hao? This kid is still alive? So many elite assassins were sent out, yet they had no way to deal with him? You know perfectly well why I'm asking this. Su Hao glanced at the wine in his hand and said, Want a drink? How about we have a drink and talk about life? Stop talking nonsense, where's my girl? Wang Chang feigned composure. I came in and said you were about to die, and they left without looking back. By the way, you didn't already pay, did you? Su Hao said coldly. What? What do you mean by that? Wang Chang said angrily, I really paid the money, but before I even got to eat the meat, it just flew away. But it's clearly not the right time to worry about that. There's only one reason why Su Hao could be here, all his assassins must be dead. The man before me wasn't even afraid of assassination attempts with guns. His hand holding the champagne finally began to tremble, and with a snap, it fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Su Hao, are you short of money? I'll give you all my assets. Wang Chang's voice trembled as well, he only wanted to live and begged for mercy. Money? Su Hao said coldly, can this thing buy your life? What do you want? Wang Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, trembling. Revenge. Su Hao walked towards him, raised his right hand, and grabbed his neck, tightening his grip so much that the man could barely breathe. Anyone who lays a hand on me has only two fates: either provide enough to save your own life, or send you to the underworld. Wang Chang's face flushed red. The other party's aura was terrifying, like the Grim Reaper, chilling him to the bone. His eyes darted around as he pondered this weighty information. I'll give you 3 more seconds to think it over. Su Hao said coldly. No, I can tell you something, please put me down first. When Wang Chang said those words, he was almost out of breath. Explain. Upon hearing this, Su Hao loosened his grip, and the man collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Do you want to know why Lin Yao married young Master Long? Wang Chang cautiously uttered a sentence, and seeing Su Hao nod slightly, he continued, this whole thing was young Master Long's plan from beginning to end. He spent money to bribe a group of people to create the illusion that Lin Hao had been in a car accident and killed someone. He also told Lin Yao that if she dared to be with you, he would kill her whole family. Under the pressure of these two conditions, Lin Yao had no choice but to comply. Her heart has always been with you. As of now, young Master Long hasn't been able to even get close to her. These words were spoken. Su Hao trembled all over. It turns out that what Lin Yao said was true. She has her reasons. But why didn't you say it sooner? Could the Mir Long family really threaten his life? It's out of the question. Various misunderstandings caused the two to hurt each other. It wasn't until Wang Chang betrayed him that he understood the whole story. Snap. Su Hao slapped himself hard. Damn it, Lin Yao must be suffering a lot of injustice right now. Young Master Su, too, just want to live. Wang Chang was terrified. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted out of the room. It turns out this guy had clearly lost control of his bowels and bladder. Roll. Su Hao kicked him out of the room. Thank you, young Master Su, for sparing my life. Wang Chang left without looking back, scrambling and crawling away. Su Hao left the hotel with a sullen face. He drove towards Lin Yao's villa. At the same time, he made a lot of phone calls. For some reason, no one answered the phone. Now he was even more worried. Had something happened? He floored the gas pedal and arrived at the Lin family's house in the shortest possible time. Smack! He didn't have time to ring the doorbell, he just pounded on the door with his fist. Who's being so rude? With a complaint, Chen Chunhua opened the door, and her expression changed instinctively when she saw Su Hao. This is truly an incredible surprise, he hasn't stepped foot in this house since his divorce. You, surnamed Su, are not welcome in our home. Please leave immediately. Chen Chunhua, with a cold face, directly ordered them to leave. Is Lin Yao home? Su Hao frowned and asked. No, she's getting married tomorrow and went to discuss the wedding with young Master Long. Chen Chunhua laughed coldly. That's great, she's finally going to live a happy life and won't have to bother with you anymore. Look at you, compared to young Master Long, you're not even a fraction as good. She went out? Su Hao was surprised. Of course, you can go back. Chen Chunhua flashed a hint of smugness. She could only trick him into leaving, which would save her a lot of trouble. You lied to me. Su Hao had been watching closely and could tell he was lying. He said coldly, she can't marry Long Tian. Has a despicable man. Marrying him would be like jumping into a fire pit. If she wanted to leave later, it would be very difficult. Hey, you surnamed Su, don't try to sow discord. Young Master Long is far superior to you. Chen Chunhua shouted angrily, and was about to close the door. Is he alright? Su Hao sneered, do you know that he was indulging in debauchery today? Do you really think that Lin Yao will marry him? Won't other women appear around him? He only glances at Lin Yao because he can't have her. Once he gets her, she'll just sit there empty. So what? Young Master Long has his own way of life, which is something you can't compare to. Chen Chuanhua's expression changed. Reason told her that what Su Hao said was true. But her needs were different. She only wanted to establish a connection with the Long family, not to obtain so-called love. Lin Yao, come out here. I've figured it out, it was young Master Long who threatened me, and that's why you agreed to marry him. Here I solemnly promise that young Master Long has no way to deal with me. You don't need to pay any attention to his wedding. Su Hao shouted loudly towards the upstairs. Get out! Get out, don't embarrass me. Chen Chunhua turned around, grabbed a broom, and was about to lash out at Su Hao. Mom, stop, I want to talk to him. Lin Yao came downstairs with a complicated expression on her face. She looked at Su Hao with a mixture of anger and surprise. 283, Chapter 283 Pre-Wedding Confession. Daughter, why are you out here? You don't need to pay attention to the scoundrel. Your wedding tomorrow is the most important thing in your life. Chen Chunhua said helplessly and unhappily. There are still some things between him and me that haven't been cleared up. Lin Yao shook her head. Alright, you two hurry up and settle this. Chen Chunhua frowned, then agreed. She stood aside, watching coldly. Tomorrow, they will all go to Zhongzhou, and that will be the time for them to truly rise to prominence. Let this kid see his daughter one last time today. What are you doing at my house? Is there anything we haven't finished talking about? Lin Yao's expression was cold, but her gaze was filled with resentment as she looked at him. Lin Yao, stop pretending. I know the truth now. It was all Long Tian's doing. You don't have to marry him. I'll help you sort out all the trouble. Su Hao said urgently. What are you pretending for? Lin Yao refused to budge, saying, my marriage to young Master Long is purely a business partnership. Once we go to Zhongzhou, our Qingxing group will reach new heights at that time. The Lin family's reputation will also be greatly enhanced. This is all the most reasonable arrangement. Young Master Long is simply in the right place at the right time. Her heart still ached when she said those words. If the other party wasn't extremely powerful, how could she have given in? But for Su Hao, for the family, and for Lin Hao, this might truly be the best choice. Can one really escape unscathed after offending the Long family? She didn't believe it, and she didn't dare to gamble. If you lose the bet, the consequences will be unimaginable. You're lying. Su Hao said loudly, deep down, you've already told me that you don't like Long Tian at all. Can liking something put food on the table? Lin Yao smiled bitterly. In this world, power and influence are still the most important things. What's the point of mutual affection if it can't withstand the cruelty of reality? What's wrong with me being the young mistress of the Long family? He can do his thing, I'll do mine. We're just using each other. Whether there are feelings or not is completely unimportant. You've changed. You didn't think like this before. Su Hao frowned. Yes, I changed. I should have changed a long time ago. If I had pursued wealth and status before, I wouldn't have married you, and this ill-fated relationship wouldn't have happened. Please let me go. Let's not contact each other anymore. Lin Yao said resolutely. No, I can't just sit idly by and do nothing about this, Su Hao insisted. It's no use. The wedding will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. There's nothing you can do about it. Lin Yao shook her head. When did this guy become so stubborn? It's almost time, you should hurry up and go. After Chen Chunhua finished speaking, she grabbed a mop and tried to shoo people away. Snap! As she swung her sword, Su Hao's eyes widened, and an invisible shockwave shattered the attack. He didn't even turn his eyes, continuing to stare at Lin Yao. Fine, see you at the wedding tomorrow. I'm going to cause a scene at the Long family wedding and show you what this family can do to me. I believe that after tomorrow, you will understand that everything I said is true. Follow me, and I can guarantee your and your family's safety. Finally, I have to tell you the truth. The so-called Lin Hao hit-and-run incident was all a scheme by Long Tian from beginning to end. He was framed. He wasn't driving the car at all. Su Hao's last words caused Chen Chunhua and Lin Yao's expressions to change drastically. Are you telling the truth? Lin Yao suddenly remembered that Lin Hao had said he had no memory of driving at the time. Most importantly, he never drove when drunk. Certainly. Su Hao said with certainty. So what? The wedding is tomorrow, and we've already told everyone we can't go back on our word. Chen Chunhua hardened her heart and chose not to change her expression. Yes, the wedding tomorrow can't be changed. You should go back. After Lin Yao finished speaking, she went straight upstairs. Back in her room, as she closed the door, she burst into tears. She was just a hair's breadth away from leaving with Su Hao. Let go of everything and elope with him. Unfortunately, the constraints of reality prevented her from doing as she pleased. She hugged herself tightly, suddenly feeling a chilling fear. Is Su Hao going to disrupt the Long family wedding tomorrow? Is this true? Just imagine how shocking that scene would be. The security of the Long family in Zhengzhou is absolutely top-notch. Su Hao clearly stated that he would do things that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Based on her understanding, this person was a man of his word and never broke his promise. Isn't this courting death? The next day, at the Dragon Hotel. The area was bustling with traffic and people, a lively and vibrant scene. Hundreds of luxury cars filled the entire parking lot. At the hotel entrance, wealthy businessmen and celebrities, rarely seen in public, all arrived as scheduled. This grand wedding attracted widespread attention from the entire society. The news that the eldest son of the Long family is finally getting married is a bombshell. Many people are curious about whose daughter is it that has won young Master Long's favor. At this moment, Long Tian, dressed in a custom-made suit, stood dashingly at the door, greeting important guests. Everyone he could speak to was a powerful and influential figure. Those who tried to curry favor with him were all stopped by the bodyguards. Young Master Long, may I speak to you in private? Suddenly, Wang Chang crept over furtively and whispered. What happened? Long Tian led him to a secluded place, frowned, and said unhappily. Yesterday's assassination attempt failed. All the experts I sent out were killed. After thinking about it all night, Wang Chang decided to tell the truth. Su Hao isn't dead. We need to be careful he doesn't cause trouble. Waste. Long Tian slapped him so hard that he saw stars. I explained everything clearly yesterday. We must deal with Su Hao. Unexpectedly, Wang Chang miscalculated. Young Master Long, he's received word that Su Hao is going to cause a scene at the wedding. Wang Chang said awkwardly that this was not news he had received, but rather something he had personally delivered to Su Hao. This statement should be real? Instead of getting angry, Long Tian laughed. Is he out of his mind? This place is full of my men. If he dares to come here, isn't he just courting death? If he were smart, he wouldn't have offended young Master Long. Wang Chang finally felt the burning sensation on his face, rubbing it while laughing mockingly. Very well, let him come to his death. Long Tian sneered. This way, he wouldn't have to spend time looking for him. Clear. A venomous glint flashed in Wang Chang's eyes. Su Hao, weren't you very arrogant last night? You dared to cause trouble for me at the hotel. Now, all I need to do is use the power of the Long family to crush this guy. Remember, be more efficient next time, don't disappoint me. Long Tian coldly threw down these words and turned to greet the guests. Don't worry, young Master Long, I won't make the same mistake again. I promise this is the last time. Wang Chang broke out in a cold sweat. Long Tian was truly angry this time. Who knows what might happen if things don't go well next time? Given Long Tian's ruthless methods, he didn't dare to think about it too carefully. 284, Chapter 284 Simplified. Inside a private room at the hotel. Lin Yao, dressed in her finest attire, sat in front of the mirror, her face clouded with worry. Despite it being a joyous day, there was no sign of laughter. Daughter, what's wrong? When Chen Chunhua walked in, she was holding an expensive necklace. Look, this was sent by young Master Long. He said it's worth 50 million. Look how bright and beautiful this sapphire is. Lin Yao glanced at it blankly, not taking it to heart, and muttered to herself, where is Su Hao? He should be here soon. Why are you still thinking about him? Chen Chunhua helped her put on the necklace and earnestly advised, Daughter, you need to know that being a daughter-in-law in a wealthy family is not easy. After you marry into the family, you have to abide by the rules. If you offend the Long family, they can divorce you at any time. Then, we will have nothing left. Chen Chunhua was also in a dilemma as the wedding continued. News about Long Tian's character came from all sides. Public opinion can be very powerful, so I believe what everyone is saying is true. Long Tian's character is indeed not very good. All they cared about was the Long family's lineage. Whether Lin Yao can help the Lin family after marrying into the family remains to be seen. However, once the day comes, there's no going back. Chen Chunhua dared not imagine the consequences of offending the Long family. He'll definitely come. Remembering something, Lin Yao picked up her phone and dialed Su Hao's number. After a beep, a busy tone immediately followed. The other party had hung up. What is he doing here? The security today is absolutely top-notch. It wouldn't be easy for him to walk in alone. Chen Chunhua frowned. Su Hao didn't even have an invitation. As soon as he got close to the hotel, he would be watched and cleared out. Lin Yao's expression changed drastically. If that were really the case, it would be absolutely terrible. Daughter, he's just talking big. He knows there are tigers in the mountains, but he's still heading in the tiger's den. That won't work. He'll definitely back down and go home. Chen Chunhua comforted her. The ill-fated relationship between these two was about to end. Then, I won't have to see Su Hao's hateful face again. Yeah? Lin Yao felt inexplicably uneasy, with a feeling that Su Hao wouldn't go back easily. It's almost midnight, let's go out. Chen Chunhua helped her out of the room and onto the wedding venue. When the two came out, they saw Li Xiufei, dressed beautifully, greeting them with a smile. Cousin, you look so beautiful today. That necklace must be very expensive. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the 15 million necklace. If you like it, why don't you marry young Master Long today? Lin Yao frowned. Don't joke around, young Master Long wouldn't even look at me. Li Xiufei laughed awkwardly. Congratulations, congratulations, from now on, your status is even higher than ours. Wang Meihua stood on the other side and spoke in a respectful tone. Sister-in-law, with your words, Yaoer has truly married the right person today. Chen Chunhua was delighted. When did Wang Meihua become so polite? It's all because they are now the young mistress and mother-in-law of the Long family. Their status has been elevated, and even Wang Meihua has to bow down. Come on, I'll lead you inside. Li Xiufei, the bridesmaid today, took Lin Yao's hand and walked towards the wedding hall. Soft music was playing inside, and when the two entered, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Is this the bride? She's so beautiful. Her necklace is so beautiful, it must be priceless. Lin Yao is so lucky, she actually won young Master Long's heart. Naturally beautiful, who wouldn't like her? As they walked down the red carpet, they were surrounded by envious voices. Lin Yao's expression remained unchanged as she calmly walked over. Directly opposite her stood the arrogant Long Tian, who was smiling as he watched her approach. The two finally stood before the pastor, awaiting their final oaths. Yao Yao, you're so beautiful, Long Tian whispered happily in her ear. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Long. Lin Yao frowned slightly, clearly disliking him getting so close. Still calling me young Master Long? From now on, you have to call me husband. Long Tian said, looking at her excitedly. This Lin Yao hesitated for a long time, unable to speak at all. Husband? She'd never even called Su Hao that cheesy. You haven't called someone surnamed Su like that before, have you? Long Tian asked, overjoyed, observing this situation. Okay. Lin Yao nodded. Very good. From now on, when you see me, you must call me husband, understand? Long Tian said in a commanding tone, feeling extremely satisfied. Sorry, I'm not used to it. Lin Yao said calmly. If you don't call for help, Lin Hao won't be able to come out, understand? Long Tian threatened directly. Let's finish the ceremony. Lin Yao didn't know what she was hoping for, she just felt that she could delay it as long as possible. Priest, you can continue. Long Tian arrogantly gave the order. This time, we had a Western-style wedding, and everything was chosen by Long Tian. This person felt that traditional Chinese weddings were too troublesome, tedious, and time-consuming. Western weddings, on the other hand, were much simpler. After the vows and exchanging rings, the groom could kiss his wife in public. The simpler the marriage process, the better. He couldn't wait to become Lin Yao's husband. Distinguished guests, dear friends and family, our wedding ceremony is now officially beginning. The pastor recited the MC's script, then, holding the scriptures and adhering to the principle of keeping everything simple, he said, Young Master Long, do you take Miss Lin Yao to be your wife, to share the rest of your life, to be together through thick and thin, to never leave each other, and to grow old together? I do. Long Tian shouted, and the best man next to him presented the ring. After receiving it, he put it on Lin Yao's finger. Good. Many people at the scene shouted out loud. Finally married. Chen Chunhua shed tears of excitement. Don't be too happy yet, Long Tian is not a good person. Do you know if he'll abuse Lin Yao? After all, Lin Yao is second-hand. If he's ever unhappy, it's easy to understand why he might resort to domestic violence against her. Wang Meihua couldn't help but pour cold water on the idea. No way? Chen Chuanhua's expression changed, realizing that she was jealous. Li Xiaofei had the same opportunity at the time, but Long Xiao didn't like her and chose Lin Yao instead. She must have felt resentful. You don't really think that it's because young Master Long didn't like Xiaofei, do you? No, it's because we considered various factors and felt that the two of them weren't a good match, so we recommended Lin Yao to her. Wang Meihua tried to save face. Oh, I see. Chen Chunhua smiled faintly. So, Xiaofei has found a more suitable partner. His status must be even higher than that of the Long family. The sarcastic remark was finally made. Chen Chunhua was overjoyed. Her current status was far beyond what Wang Meihua could ever hope to achieve. She would never have to put up with Wang Meihua's temper again. Chunhua, when did you become so harsh? Wang Meihua asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. I learned it from you, Chen Chunhua said coldly. 285, Chapter 285. Too much. The wedding ceremony proceeded as planned. The pastor looked at Lin Yao and said, Miss Lin, do you take Mr. Long to be your husband, to spend the rest of your life in mutual respect, to be a good wife and mother, and to live a harmonious and loving life together? Lin Yao hesitated. Once you agree, there's no going back, you'll become Long Tian's woman. This was something she absolutely did not want to do. Whoosh! The entire audience was stunned. What are you waiting for? Just agree. Hey, that's young Master Long. If you're not willing, I'll do it. Young Master Long is going to marry you, and you still dare to hesitate? Are you stupid? Many beautiful women sighed in admiration. They simply couldn't understand Lin Yao's hesitation. A brilliant opportunity is right in front of you. Just 3 words can change everything. What are you waiting for? Cousin, what are you still thinking about? Li Xiaofei nudged her arm. It was really inappropriate to be distracted at such an important time. Miss Lin, are you willing to marry young Master Long? The pastor repeated the question. Lin Yao couldn't answer. She didn't want to lie, because saying it would be a promise. Lin Yao, what are you standing there for? Long Tian roared in anger. If he couldn't save face in this situation, he would really go crazy. You should know that all your relatives and friends are here today. If you dare to refuse, be careful that I make sure they don't leave here alive. You! Lin Yao glared at him angrily. What's going on? Are they arguing? It seems like the deal didn't go through. It looks like it's purely a union of interests, with no feelings involved at all. What do you need feelings for? You should be grateful if you can sleep with a beauty like that in your arms. As a man, young Master Long's choice is perfectly reasonable. Many people are discussing it. If they were men, they would understand young Master Long. Lin Yao is so beautiful, even more beautiful than a celebrity. Marrying her would be like living the life of an immortal. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lin seems to be a little distracted. Let's continue. The pastor smoothed things over and said in a calm tone, enunciating each word clearly, May I ask, Miss Lin, are you willing to swear an oath to God to join the Long family and become the wife of young Master Long Tian? I wish. Lin Yao had no choice but to grit her teeth and prepare to agree. Just then, with a loud bang, the door split open from the outside. A handsome figure walked into the center of the arena, looked at Lin Yao, and shouted loudly, I object. Su Hao, you really came? A hint of joy flashed across Lin Yao's face as she said happily. You brat, what right do you have to object? Long Tian was furious. He frowned. Despite the numerous checkpoints set up outside, the person still managed to sneak in. Are all those security guards incompetent? They couldn't stop even one person. Qualifications? Su Hao walked to Lin Yao's side, took her hand, and announced to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, she is my woman, and Long Tian is not worthy of her at all. This statement shocked everyone. Is this some kind of wedding robbery? This is going to be interesting. Only a hothead like him would dare to cause trouble at Long Tian's wedding. The group looked at each other, asking questions. Holy crap, who is this kid? I really admire his courage. He acted rashly for the sake of a woman, he did a great job. To die under the peony blossoms is to be a romantic ghost, why worry about so much? This is just one wedding robbery, I've lived enough. Watching this makes me want to rush up and snatch the bride away. If the bride were an ordinary woman, the men present would not approve of her. But this is Lin Yao, one of the most beautiful entrepreneurs from Los Angeles. It's completely understandable that she would offend the Long family for her sake. Damn it, how did he get in? Chen Chunhua was furious, the wedding was about to end. In the end, this kid rushed in, which was absolutely dangerous. Interesting, so Lin Yao still has feelings for her ex-husband and is still in contact with him, Wang Meihua said gloatingly. After her initial joy came deep worry. Where will Long Tian's face be after this appearance? I'm sure his revenge will come. The thing I feared most still happened. Is he out of his mind, daring to try and steal a bride? If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Li Xiaofei was stunned. She admired his courage, but did not approve of such suicidal behavior. You surnamed Su, you've got guts. Long Tian didn't get angry, instead, he laughed. The reason Lin Yao refused was because of this kid. Well, that's it, he came here to die. As long as we deal with him, we can completely put an end to Lin Yao's hopes. Hey, you surnamed Su, get out of here, this is none of your business. Chen Chunhua couldn't hold back and stood up to reprimand them loudly. Su Hao didn't even bother to look at her, he just stared at Lin Yao and said sweetly and tenderly, I said yesterday that I would come to save you today, so here I am. Don't come here, I don't need your help, just leave. Lin Yao broke free from him and saw many bodyguards and thugs poised to attack. He was extremely anxious, any later and he would be completely unable to leave. You don't like him, and he has ulterior motives towards you. I absolutely will not allow this marriage to continue. Su Hao said resolutely. You've misunderstood. I admire young Master Long very much. Given more time, we can develop feelings for each other. You don't need to worry about it. Lin Yao pushed him hard, trying to make him leave. Unfortunately, he didn't budge. Now that I'm here, you have to come with me. Su Hao said domineeringly. Su Hao, you've gone mad, you can't afford to offend young Master Long. Lin Yao stamped her feet in frustration. This kid won't listen to advice at all, and his behavior is getting worse. How could Su Yao possibly stand up to the power of the Long family alone? Even with the Bai family's help, it would be of no use. He is capable of fighting, but that's all he is capable of. He has no one else to rely on, and ultimately, he cannot fight against the Long family alone. Trust me, come with me. Su Hao said with a smile. Lin Yao frowned. Can we really trust him? Over the years, he seems to have never boasted, everything he said was true. It is possible. Come, I'll take you away. Su Hao extended his hand. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Yao finally gritted her teeth and did the craziest thing she had ever done. Gripping Su Hao's hand tightly, the latter tightened his grip slightly and pulled her into his arms. The two exchanged a smile and then did something surprising. They kissed in public. At first glance, this scene seems incredibly romantic. In reality, it is extremely dangerous. Long Tian's face was extremely ugly, he was furious. Lin Yao, Su Hao, are you two insane? Long Tian's face was contorted with rage. The two not only ruined the wedding, but also flirted in public, completely disregarding him. He became the biggest complainer at the entire wedding. The meticulously planned wedding turned into a complete joke because of Su Hao's appearance. Lin Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't offend the Long family, or our Li family will suffer too. Wang Meihua was terrified, to be honest. Her family were matchmakers. Introducing a woman like this to Long Tian was just asking for trouble. Their behavior was simply outrageous. 286, Chapter 286. Ruthless enough. Daughter, don't be impulsive. Think of Xiao Hao. I am still not out. Chen Chunhua was anxious for her son's sake. Her daughter had to endure it. Mom, I've had enough. Linya shook her head. This time, she was going to live for herself. You did the right thing. I will protect you. Su Hao held her hand tightly, giving her a sense of security, then glanced around disdainfully and said coldly, you all see clearly, it was Su Hao who stole the bride. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Anyone who is dissatisfied can come at me. These words shocked the entire audience. So he's Su Hao. I heard he's quite famous in Luo City. I never expected him to come all the way to Zhongzhou to cause trouble. Honestly, this man is kind of handsome. If someone could stand up for me against the whole world, my life would be worth it. Don't you think he's courting death? Doesn't the Long family have any dignity? Today they're being robbed of their bride, tomorrow someone will come knocking on their door and trample on their face. Let them fight like dogs, we'll just watch the show. The guests were talking non-stop. What happened today has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The Long family has always been domineering. Who would have thought they'd end up like this? Someone come here. Long Tian shouted loudly. Suddenly, hundreds of bodyguards appeared from all corners of the hotel and blocked the entrance. He grinned maliciously at the two men, and said disdainfully, you think you can take my woman away from my territory, Su? You really don't take us seriously? Who do you think you are? In my eyes, you're nothing but a clown. If you had any self-awareness, you shouldn't be getting married today. Su Hao said coldly. Court death. Long Tian waved his hand, give him a good beating, make sure he doesn't leave the hotel. At his command, all the bodyguards rushed forward. Seeing this, the other guests all stood up and hid in a corner, away from the trouble. The battlefield was vacated. Su Hao smiled gently at Lin Yao and asked, are you afraid? I'm not afraid, because I have you. Lin Yao leaned against his neck. So what if the two of them were fighting against hundreds of people? Good. Su Hao suddenly shouted, put his left arm around her waist, and leaped into the air. He clenched his right fist and, like a bomber, unleashed hundreds of punches in an instant. They appear to be going all out, but they are actually holding back some of their strength. The bodyguards had just rushed over when they were all lying on the ground. When each person takes a punch, they feel short of breath and severely injured. So handsome. Lin Yao gazed at his resolute face and smiled with infatuation. This is the man she likes, he's incredibly handsome. Young master, let me help you. The next moment, a person rushed in from the direction of the door, holding a long sword, and flew towards Long Tian. Seeing this, the remaining bodyguards drew their weapons and tried to stop the newcomers. Amidst the flashing blades, the newcomer severed all attacks, his longsword successfully blocking Long Tian's neck. Stop, who dares to come any closer? The newcomer was Jin Tian, whose strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the innate realm. His attack just now was as smooth as flowing water, and it was indescribably exhilarating. Are you fucking crazy? Do you even know who I am? Long Tian was greatly alarmed. I don't care who you are. Jin Tian slapped him hard across the face, his long sword still pressed against his neck. Men, kill him. Long Tian shouted, and several of the less seriously injured bodyguards dutifully rushed forward. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Jin Tian's face darkened, and with a slight exertion of his right hand, he saw blood begin to flow from Jin Tian's neck. Everyone was stunned with fear. Who exactly are you? Long Tian couldn't believe that Su Hao actually had helpers. Was he fighting alone? However, his tone was unconsciously much gentler. Jin Tian's killing intent was obvious. If he were frightened, he might really be doomed. Su Hao nodded. Jin Tian was a reliable person, he came to help immediately after breaking through his strength. He acted decisively, giving the other experts of the Long family no time to gather. Young master, you take Miss Lin and leave, I'll cover your retreat. Jin Tian said loyally. Trying to leave? Long Tian grinned maliciously, don't you even look around, there are so many experts around. As they spoke, several powerful auras appeared around them, locking onto Su Hao and Jin Tian. The Long family is a prominent family in Zhongzhou, possessing a wealth of resources and having cultivated numerous experts. I advise you to surrender. Long Tian arrogantly declared, fighting against the Long family will only lead to a bad end rather than die a miserable death. You'd better surrender now. I might even remember your good deeds and let you go someday if I'm in a good mood. Su Hao was about to leave when he heard this, so he turned back and looked at him coldly. You surnamed Long, you still dare to threaten me in this situation? Threats, I'm just stating the facts. Long Tian sneered disdainfully, if you oppose the Long family, your family and those around you will have no chance of survival. If you stop in time, there's still a chance to salvage the situation. Aren't you afraid that your family and friends will suffer? Lin Yao's expression changed drastically. This is what she is most worried about. For the sake of her family, she chose to obey Long Tian. Her plans were disrupted simply because Su Hao appeared. Now we're in a dilemma, stay or leave? Her mind was a complete mess, and she was unable to make a rational judgment. See that, you, surnamed Su, only care about yourself and don't care about the people around you at all. Long Tian was very satisfied with her reaction and said, hurry up and send Lin Yao over so she can say she's willing to marry me after the ceremony. I'll put her in bed and let her experience the pleasures of being the young mistress of the Long family. Only by doing this can everyone's lives be saved. After saying that, he laughed heartily, thinking that victory was assured. Bullying others with power is the right thing to do. Waste. Enraged, Su Hao rushed over with Lin Yao and slapped him hard across the face. You fucking want to die. Long Tian spat out a mouthful of pus and blood, but his arrogant aura did not diminish, instead, it intensified. Looking for death, I'd like to see what you can do to me. At his signal, Jin Tian sheathed his sword and left. Su Hao faced Long Tian directly, kicked him to the ground, and then, in front of everyone, gave the young master of the wealthy family a brutal lesson. A punch to the left, a kick to the right, and he was beaten until he cried out in despair. No way, young Master Long is so useless that he doesn't even have a chance to resist? That's really pitiful, his face is all swollen like a pig's head. They only rely on their family background to intimidate people, but they have no power of their own. Young Master Su is ruthless. Anyone would have been unable to withstand those blows. The young guests present all looked at Long Tian with mockery. He was used to being arrogant, so everyone could only silently endure it. Finally, someone stood up for them, so everyone was happy and watched on with glee. Lin Yao, Jin Tian, you two go first. Leave the rear guard matters to me. Su Hao smiled wickedly. 287, Chapter 287. Dealing with him. Su Hao, don't you dare do anything reckless. Lin Yao was a little nervous. This guy was left alone, and he definitely wouldn't let it go unless he caused something big. His actions were undoubtedly courting death. Step by step, they sank into the abyss, ultimately facing utter ruin. She suddenly realized that perhaps her previous decision was right. She shouldn't have rejected young Master Long, as it wouldn't have benefited anyone. What are you thinking? I'll get out of here unscathed. Su Hao gave a bright smile and said, Jin Tian, you escort her away. No problem. Jin Tian immediately said, young madam, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go. Is this really a good idea? Lin Yao was afraid that she might do something irreversible in a moment of impulsiveness. It's alright, you can't be of any help here anyway. Su Hao said with a cold smile. Lin Yao opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. Since things have come to this, we can only move forward. As the old saying goes, a woman follows her husband wherever he goes, and that's the kind of person he is, so let him go crazy. Jin Tian escorted Lin Yao and left quickly. Aren't you leaving, staying to die? Su Hao turned around and yelled at Chen Chunhua and the others. Yes, let's go right away. Chen Chunhua was so frightened that she turned around and left with her relatives. Li Xiaofei and her daughter Wang Meihua followed closely behind. However, they chose different routes when leaving. In their view, the Lin family, without a marriage alliance, were not worthy of being relatives with them. The entire wedding was in complete chaos. The bride and her family all left, while the groom lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The experts around them looked at each other, at a loss for what to do. The other guests remained, all curious to see how this farce would end. Su Hao, right? I admire your courage. This is This is the first time the Long family has suffered such a calamity. You've put us in an awkward position. I will make sure you die a horrible death. Among the relatives of the Long family, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He was Long Tian's uncle, known as Fourth Master Long. He waved his hand, and the other experts from the Long family swarmed forward. Led by several experts, there were also 100 or 200 people. The aura emanating from each of them was noticeably several times better than that of the bodyguards from before. Even Fourth Master has taken action. This is getting more and more interesting. That guy surnamed Su is finished. He can't possibly beat so many experts. He's really reckless. He has absolutely no idea what death means. He deserved to die. Offending the Long family is what you get. Some people are optimistic about Su Hao, while others are not. What a grand display. Does your Long family have no real experts and have to rely on numbers to win? Su Hao glanced around and found that these so-called experts were nothing special, a disdainful smile on his face. He kicked Long Tian again, then picked him up and used him as a shield. Release Tianer. Master Long was furious. Since you want him so badly, I'll just give him to you. Su Hao tossed Long Tian over like a ball. Master Long was overjoyed and reached out to catch it unexpectedly. Su Hao had secretly left behind a power, which erupted completely when he touched Long Tian. He felt a sharp pain in his arm and was unable to catch it at all. The uncle and nephew fell to the ground instantly, with Long Tian on top of them. Their heads hit each other, causing Long Sai to bleed from his nose. Fourth uncle, thank you for being my scapegoat. Long Tian stood up abruptly and said gratefully. Master Long cried, but this was not his true thought. He could only look angrily at Su Hao. Even if you hand over Tianer, you won't get away unscathed today. Could it be that you really intend to bully others by abusing your power? Su Hao smiled disdainfully, knowing full well that they wouldn't let him off easily. The reason for handing over Long Tian was simply that they felt they didn't need hostages. Yes, our Long family has a lot of people. Are you afraid? Long Tian said proudly. That's right, someone like you with no background deserves to be bullied. Master Long laughed heartily. Really? Su Hao suddenly let out a sharp sound. A group of nurses in full protective gear walked in through the door. The leader was Zhao Qianjun, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Long Tian immediately recognized him. One of the strongest young men in the Dragon Kingdom was Zhao Qianjun, almost on par with Nangon Yu. His other identity was the young master of the wealthy Zhao family. Both the Zhao and Long families are wealthy and powerful, but their social standing is completely different. The Zhao family is a powerful family at the national level, while the Long family can only roam freely in the Central Plains. Brother Hao, you're pretty impressive. So many people are trying to take you down? Zhao Qianjuan's appearance caused the thugs to automatically back down, creating a passage to him. Just playing along with them, Su Hao said with a faint smile. Young Master Zhao, our Long family and the Zhao family have no grudges against each other. Are you really going to support Su Hao? Fourth Master Long had the privilege of meeting Zhao Qianjun once and asked with doubt. Back up me, does Brother Hao need me to back him up? I'm just following orders. Zhao Qianjun sneered. These people have no idea who they've offended. Young Master Zhao, could you please be lenient and not get involved in today's matter? I will definitely bring Long Tian to express my gratitude later. Fourth Master Long gave an awkward smile. Who do you think you are? Zhao Qianjun was very impatient. Enough with the nonsense. Now that I'm here, you all need to apologize to Brother Hao. His arrogance and unreasonableness were based on a powerful background. Master Long remained silent. Compared to him, his family was still lacking in power. Zhao Qianjun, our two families keep to ourselves and don't go too far. Long Tian, young and ignorant, shouted loudly. You dare yell at me? Fine, you're the first one in the Long family to do so. Zhao Qianjun had just smiled when he suddenly smacked him hard on the head. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Long Tian gritted his teeth, ready to fight back. Unexpectedly, Master Long he pressed down firmly, saying, Don't be impulsive, you will bring disaster upon the Long family. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Qianjun ingratiatingly. Young Master Zhao, do you dislike Tianer? You don't need to lift a finger, I'll teach him a lesson for you. After saying that, Master Long attacked Long Tian. The power he unleashed was in no way inferior to that of Su Hao and Zhao Qianjun. Long Tian was completely stunned. Why were his own people attacking him? He immediately thought of a possibility. The Zhao family's power far exceeded that of the Long family. Just like how Lin Yao's family is nothing in front of them, the Long family is nothing in front of the Zhao family. Kneel down and apologize, Zhao Qianjun said in a cold voice. Long Tian felt incredibly wronged. He was the one who was injured, yet he had to kneel before Su Hao. Just as he was hesitating whether to take action, a figure walked out of the door. Zhao Warji, aren't you going too far? This isn't your territory. Yuri slapping the Long family in the face. Do you not respect us at all? 288, Chapter 288. Who is he? Master. Long Tian was overjoyed. The person who arrived was none other than Long Aoyu, the head of the Long family. This person's cultivation level is unfathomable. He ruled the Long family for decades and possessed supreme power. Uncle Long, what brings you here? Zhao Qianjun frowned. This Long Aoyu is no ordinary person. He is a powerful individual. He might not take Master Long and his ilk seriously, but they were the heads of wealthy families, whose status was even higher than his own as a young master. Since he's a senior, I should be more polite. Can't I come? Long Aoyu was furious. Today should have been my nephew's wedding day, but you've ruined it like this. Haven't we, the Long family, lost enough face already? Long Tian was secretly overjoyed with his uncle present. Things would be much easier from now on. This whole thing is your Long family's fault. How many underhanded methods did Long Tian use to force Miss Lin to submit? He offended Brother Hao, and I came to help as a friend. Was that wrong? Zhao Qianjun said coldly. Young man, you have no right to put on airs in front of me. If your father were here, I might give him some face, Long Aoyu said coldly. Uncle Long, are you really going to protect him? Zhao Qianjun's expression changed drastically. That's right, with me here, I won't allow you to lay a finger on Tianer. After Long Aoyu finished speaking, he clapped his hands. Two experts suddenly flashed in. One male and one female, one on the left and one on the right. Their aura was strange, as if they had appeared suddenly, and even Zhao Qianjun had not noticed them beforehand. They are. Zhao Qianjun frowned, thinking of a legend. The Long family was the overlord of Zhengzhou and once took in two grandmasters, a married couple. They were the lord of Dragon Castle and his wife. These two men committed numerous serious crimes in their youth. They committed murder and robbery, and were utterly wicked. Later, he was hunted down by the martial arts world and had nowhere to go. In the end, he accepted the invitation of the Long family and became an honored guest. From then on, he never appeared in the martial arts world again. I never expected them to show up here. Things are getting a bit complicated. Zhao Qianjun stared at the two of them, his face darkening. So much for the young master of the Zhao family. He's nothing special. Long Tian was overjoyed. The Zhao family's reach was simply no match for Zhengzhou. As long as my uncle is there, the experts he brings will be enough to intimidate the other side. Next, he can continue to deal with Su Hao. This is the older brother I know. Master Long was very excited. He felt that the Long family should not be wronged, especially in Zhengzhou. This is their territory, so what if Zhao Qianjun is here? Even dragons have to coil up. Don't even think about showing off in front of them. Brother Hao, these two guys are pretty strong. Should we beat them up? Zhao Qianjun spoke with an excited expression. He seems to have missed the chance to have a proper fight. This opportunity is truly rare. He would act immediately if Su Hao agreed. Forget it, he's the head of the Long family after all. Let's give him some face. Su Hao remembered Lin Yao's words and thought it best not to cause trouble if possible. After saying that, he and Zhao Qianjun turned around and were about to walk out. Stop! Long Aoyu was furious. He had come all this way, and Su Hao still wanted to leave unscathed. Su, you want to leave without giving an explanation for what you've done today? That's right, now it's your turn. Kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Long Tian stood next to the family head, exuding an air of arrogance and domineering power. Long Aoyu, don't push your luck, I am not afraid of you. Zhao Qianjun was furious. He was only giving the other party face, not because he was afraid of fighting. Fine. Fine, since you put it that way, I'll compromise. Su Hao can be spared the death penalty, but he won't escape punishment as long as he obediently kneels down and lets my nephew vent his anger. This matter will be considered settled. Long Aoyu frowned. He didn't want to break ties with the Zhao family, so he made the biggest concessions possible. Yes, kneel down and let me teach you a lesson. Long Tian was overjoyed. He couldn't stand Su Hao today and was determined to beat him up to vent his anger. Kneel to your mother, who do you think you are? Su Hao cursed. Young man, you'd better listen to me, otherwise. Long Aoyu was still giving Zhao Qianjun face, but the threat in his words was self-evident. With the Long family's power, eliminating someone silently would be far too easy. By then, with no one left to testify, the Zhao family will have no way to deal with them. Long Aoyu, don't get it wrong, it's just that brother Hao is magnanimous and doesn't want to make a fuss with you. If you continue to provoke him, your family will be the ones who suffer. Zhao Qianjun laughed. They had completely reversed their opinion and thought Su Hao was easy to bully. Ha ha ha. Long Aoyu laughed disdainfully. Did they really think he was a 3-year-old? The families he couldn't afford to offend all possessed the black and white Yama tokens, and none of them were within the central continent. He simply didn't believe that Su Hao was a member of such a family. You're hopeless. Zhao Qianjun shook his head helplessly. Men, surround him. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't let Su Hao escape unscathed. Long Aoyu shouted. All the thugs stepped forward again. They surrounded Su Hao in layers, leaving him no way to get through. Impressive, the head of the Long family is too powerful. He's right, the Long family is truly not afraid of any other family. With the emperor far away, he is the local overlord and certainly has enough power to be arrogant. Su Hao will eventually be finished. The consequences of offending the Long family will never change. Some people sneered, some shook their heads, and some expressed regret. Su Hao, you stubbornly persist on this dark path, ignoring all advice. Now you're about to suffer. Hey, you surnamed Su, did you wet your pants in fear? I'm telling you, it's too late now. What Zhao family, you can't be protected here. You refuse to kneel, so now I'll show you what the Long family's revenge is all about. Long Tian was smug and displayed his despicable nature to the fullest extent. Su Hao frowned. He didn't take these people seriously. Just as he was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed drastically as he sensed a familiar power. Does the Long family truly fear no other family? A person slowly walked in through the door. This man had a square face, exuding an imposing aura without anger, and his brows carried an endless air of dominance. Everyone looked at Su Hao, then at the newcomer, and realized that the two actually looked somewhat alike. Su Hao's eyebrows are exactly the same as his. Uncle Su, what brings you here? Zhao Qianjun was extremely excited and quickly went over to pay his respects. Impossible, how could you be here? Long Aoyu's expression changed drastically. Big brother, who is he? Master Long's expression also started to look strange. My elder brother is usually steady and knowledgeable. For him to have such a big emotional change shows that the person who came is of very low status. He is Su Zhentian. Long Aoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? Long Tian smiled dismissively. What kind of name was that? He'd never even heard of it, but he immediately noticed that the expressions on the faces of everyone around him had changed. 289, Chapter 289, Kowtowing and Admitting Mistakes. Su Zhentian. Master Long muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered something and his face turned pale. He is the head of the Su family. A top-tier wealthy family possessing the black and white Yama tokens. If the Long family is a powerful clan with a 1,000-year history, then the Su family is a monster with a history of several thousand years, one of the strongest powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom. Legend has it that once the King of Hell issues his decree, none dare disobey. Any family would pale in comparison to the Yama King's Order family. In Long Aoyu's words just now, several members of fearful families were mentioned, and the Su family was prominently listed. Patriarch Su, what are you doing here? Long Nao Yu wiped his sweat and asked tremblingly. You still don't know whose son Su Hao is? Su Zhentian's eyes were arrogant, as if he were looking at ants. Su Hao, Long Nao Yu was shocked. He was terrified. The answer is obvious. Su Hao is not a poor doctor, his identity is extraordinary. He is the young master of the top family, the Su family, and the son of Su Zhentian. Considering his arrogance and Zhao Qianjuan's obedience, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. What are you doing here? Su Hao's expression did not convey welcome, but rather deep disgust. Su Zhentian walked over, and the others quickly made way, not daring to approach. The Su family's reputation was simply too great, no one dared to offend them. Not bad, you are now a handsome and capable man, and you dare to act. You are truly worthy of being from the Su family. When Su Zhentian spoke, everyone noticed that this powerful family member was actually using a cane. I'll say it again, I have absolutely no connection with the Su family. Su Hao said angrily. Upon hearing this, Long Nao Yu was stunned. Was there a discord between the father and son? Long Tian bloated, thinking Su Zhentian had come to back him up. It seemed their relationship was more than just ordinary. Who knew, the two might even come to blows. Things are getting complicated. Zhao Qianjuan's eyes were strange, showing a detached, almost spectator-like attitude, but he was also afraid that Su Hao would go berserk. Chang Sheng, I was wrong before now, no matter how you blame me, I won't argue with you. Su Zhentian gave a wry smile. In my heart, you are already a dead man, Su Hao said coldly. Don't be so absolute. I am still your father. Don't make it sound like we're meeting an enemy. Su Zhentian shook his head, looking helpless. Lao Tzu? Others are only now realizing it. It turns out that Su Hao's real name is Su Changsheng, the same Su Chizi who caused chaos in the capital 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, he transformed into an ordinary person under the identity of Su Hao. So it was him. The female guards following Zhao Qianjun immediately understood why their young master obeyed Su Hao's every word. It turned out that the other party's identity was so terrifying. If we're talking about the most famous young man in the Dragon Kingdom, it's not Nangongyu, nor Zhao Wuji, but Su Changsheng. His infamy was so great that even the other famous young masters couldn't compare to him by a tenth. Any one of the numerous crimes committed over the past 10 years would be shocking and outrageous. You are not welcome here, please leave. Su Hao said coldly. Don't say that, we're bound by blood. Su Zhentian said gently. Ridiculous, you took advantage of me 10 years ago, and you still dare to say such things now. Is there anyone more shameless than you? Su Hao trembled with anger. Time flies. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, but everything that happened that day is still vivid in my mind. No matter how many identities I've changed or how many cities I've lived in, I can never forget it. Chang Sheng, I'm here to mend our relationship. I'll never treat you like that again. Su Zhentian said excitedly. Stop pretending, there's nothing between us anymore. Su Hao said coldly. Zhao Qianjun sighed silently. Haoge really had it tough. Hey, are you guys going to fight or not? Don't waste everyone's time. Long Tian was thinking of adding fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Is this kid crazy? He doesn't even consider the occasion. Is it appropriate for him to say such things? Master Long was drenched in sweat. This nephew of his was going further and further down the path of courting death. Long Nao Yu turned pale with fright. He didn't care if he died, but he didn't want to implicate the Long family. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, apart from a hothead like Long Tian, there was no one else who dared to sow discord between the Su family father and son. Who are you? Su Zhentian had a kind smile. Long Tian, from the Long family of Zhongzhou. If you and your father are at odds, just fight. Are you trying to gain their sympathy by saying all this useless stuff? Ignoring everything else, Long Tian continued speaking in a carefree manner. You want to see us, father and son, turn against each other? Su Zhentian's smile grew even more amiable. That's right, your family killing each other is beneficial to everyone. Long Tian became more and more excited as he spoke. Is this what the entire Long family thinks? Su Zhentian's smile gradually faded. Not really. Apart from me, my family is quite friendly. Long Tian shook his head. Long Aoyu was both amused and exasperated. This kid is clearly courting death, yet he manages to exonerate his family in a seemingly effortless way. I don't know whether he's clever or incredibly foolish. Long Aoyu, it seems that our Su family is truly unpopular and despised by everyone. Su Zhentian sighed, looking very disappointed. Brother Su, Long Aoyu was on the verge of tears, wanting to say a few more kind words, but Long Tian flew into a rage and said, "You know very well that the Su family has committed many evils, so why did you release Su Hao? He should have been thrown into the water and drowned when he was born." Interesting, you actually teach me how to raise a child. Su Zhentian's eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone. That's right, it's the father's fault for not raising his child properly today. Su Hao's mistakes are all your fault. I think you should kneel down and kowtow to our family to admit your mistake. Long Tian became more and more arrogant as he spoke. I dare to kneel, but does Long Aoyu dare to accept it? Su Zhentian's face was completely bloodless, as if they look at me like I'm an idiot. No need for my uncle to intervene, I'll take the blame for him, Long Tian said smugly. Useless trash, do you want to ruin our family? Long Aoyu could no longer bear it and kicked him to the ground. He then knelt in front of Su Zhentian and begged for mercy repeatedly. Su family, the Long family is unfortunate to have raised such a blind good-for-nothing. Just say the word, and I will punish him immediately. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone in Zhengzhou is aware of the high status of the Long family. He was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone, not even the other powerful families in Zhengzhou. Right now, he's actually kneeling in front of Su Zhentian, kowtowing and admitting his mistake. What does this tell us? The Su family is the most prestigious family. There may have been doubts before, but now Long Aoyu has proven with his actions that everything is true. The King of Hell's decree is the supreme power of the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle, a man's knees are worth gold. How can you kneel before an outsider? Long Tian stood up and said indignantly. 290, Chapter 290. So brave. You beast, the Long family has nothing to do with you from this moment on. I, the Patriarch, expel you from the family. You are forbidden from using the surname Long. Otherwise, no matter where you run to, the Long family will relentlessly hunt you down. Long Aoyu made a resolute announcement. Uncle, you're joking, right? Long Tian was stunned and still couldn't believe it. I'm your nephew. You loved me the most when I was little. How could you bear to kick me out of the house? As he spoke, he mentioned that he also wanted to help Long Aoyu. Snap. This time, it wasn't Long Aoyu who made the move, it was Fourth Master Long. He slapped him to the ground and said coldly, "Fool, you don't even understand the situation, yet you dare to talk nonsense. Being kicked out of the family is the lightest punishment you can get." He understood his elder brother's feelings. If Long Tian wanted to die, he could die alone. It's completely unnecessary to implicate the entire family. Now, even if their father came, let alone Long Tian, they would still have to draw a clear line. I don't understand, didn't they have a falling out? Long Tian muttered to himself. You beast, how dare you sow discord, don't you know what the Su family's true identity is? Long Aoyu said angrily. Long Tian trembled. I finally understand. What I just said would be perfectly fine applied to other smaller families. However, he had the wrong target. The Su family is one of the strongest families, and even the Long family has to kneel before them. Making fun of the relationship between Su Zhentian and Su Hao is like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. It's tantamount to courting death. His actions were enough to plunge the entire Long family into a crisis of extinction. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. What exactly did he do today? He stirred up trouble between Su Zhentian and Qian Qizi, causing them to fight over a woman. His actions were enough to make him die 10,000 times over. At the Lin family villa, Chen Chunhua, after returning home, was rummaging through drawers and cabinets, trying to pack her things and run away. It's over, it's really all over this time. She was panicked and, recalling what had just happened, still couldn't believe it. Su Hao has once again led everyone into a trap, and this time it's a bottomless pit. Lin Yao, what are you standing there for? Pack your things, if the Long family makes time, none of us will be able to leave. Chen Chunhua said angrily, don't take anything useless, we mainly need to pack jewelry, cash, and bank cards. No matter what, we have to go abroad to hide this time. The Long family has a lot of influence in the country, so let's find a less populated country and spend the rest of our lives in peace. Let's leave now, while we still have tens of millions left, enough to barely make ends meet for the rest of our lives. Watching her busy, Lin Yao sat on the sofa, motionless. What are you still standing there for? Chen Chunhua became anxious. Are we just going to wait for the Long family to come knocking on our door? In that case, none of them will be able to escape. Mom, Xiaohao hasn't come out yet, how can we abandon him? Lin Yao shook her head. Xiaohao, you can't blame your mother for being heartless. You're barely able to protect yourself now. Staying in prison might be the safest place for you. Chen Chunhua gritted her teeth. Lin Hao had made a bad choice in his friends, and this calamity was destined to be his. No one could help him. Mom, do we need to run? Lin Yao sat calmly. If you don't run now, when will you? Chen Chunhua was getting anxious, wishing she could drag her upstairs to pack her things. I believe in Su Hao. Lin Yao said firmly. Su Hao said he could protect the Lin family's safety. In any case, I will definitely believe him this time. At this point, you still believe him? We left in time, otherwise we would have been surrounded long ago. He may be powerful, but can he suppress the Long family? Tell me, how many families in the entire Dragon Kingdom are more powerful than the Long family? Chen Chunhua was extremely anxious. She wished she could sprout wings and fly directly out of the country. I don't know, I just believe in him. I won't leave until he comes back. Lin Yao was very stubborn. You've ruined him so much, and you still trust him so much. Why is that? Is this what you young people call love? Can love really put food on the table and give you a sense of security? Chen Chunhua neither understood nor cared, and quickly tidied up all the things. Seeing that Lin Yao was unwilling to move, she even prepared to go upstairs to help pack her things. Mom, if you're really scared, go find a place in the countryside to hide. If you go abroad, you'll get bullied and won't even know how you died. China is the safest country. Don't be fooled by those short videos. Lin Yao gave the best advice. Are you really not leaving? Chen Chunhua stamped her foot anxiously. If she didn't leave either, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave either. She's almost 50. If she goes to the countryside or abroad alone, no one will take care of her when she gets sick. Even if she dies and her body decomposes, perhaps no one will even know. Sigh, everyone says raising children is for old age security. Why is her life so miserable? A son and a daughter are of no use whatsoever in a critical moment. Mom, sister, are you preparing to flee? Lin Hao suddenly walked in from outside and looked at the room in surprise. Xiaohao, why are you back? Lin Yao was overjoyed. Long Tian had been using this as a threat before, and the police didn't dare to release him. It seems to be related to Su Hao. What's strange, does he have such a strong background? Lin Hao told his family everything. Half an hour ago, the newly arrived detective at the police station stated that, after investigation, the previous traffic fatality case had nothing to do with him, and after consulting with Su Hao, he received instructions to release the person. So he regained his freedom and took a taxi back to the Lin family villa. When I returned, I saw that the place was in chaos, as if they were preparing for a tribulation. It's so good that you're back. Quick, pack your things, we're going to escape abroad. Chen Chunhua still believed in foreign countries and was unwilling to go to the countryside. What's going on? Lin Hao hesitated. He didn't want to go abroad either. He made many friends who had studied abroad, and their opinions of foreign countries weren't good. What he disliked most was that the food abroad was terrible. After that, they couldn't even find a decent restaurant. Going out wasn't about enjoying life, it was practically exile. Chen Chunhua recounted how Su Hao had offended the Long family by stealing a bride. Brother-in-law, are you really that brave? Surprisingly, Lin Hao sided with Su Hao this time, calling him brother-in-law for the first time in a long time. Xiaohao, you're being foolish too. That Su guy has caused us so much trouble, how can you still speak up for him? Chen Chunhua was unhappy. Lin Yao had been locked up for a few days. Had he lost his mind? Mom, my brother-in-law did nothing wrong. Long Tian is a bad person. Lin Yao gritted his teeth. He was almost ruined by Long Tian this time. No matter what, he would not stand on the opposite side. You guys. Chen Chunhua was very surprised what happened. Lin Hao and Lin Yao had become a group, and now she had no one to support her. Mom, don't be impulsive, this matter is not settled yet, maybe Su Hao has already won over the Long family. Lin Yao advised. Get the Long family under control, him? Chen Chunhua didn't even dare to think about it. 291, Chapter 291. He did it. Stop talking, why don't you guys go first? Lin Yao said directly without shaking her head. You think you can leave? No way. A person walked in from outside. It was Li Xiufei. She said aggressively, if you leave, what will happen to our Li family? Your marriage was recommended by our family. You must come back with me and apologize to the Long family. After returning home, she thought it over and over and decided that she still had to keep Lin Yao under control. At the very least, they must ensure that they themselves are not held accountable by the Long family. Xiaofei, what do you mean by this? Lin Yao frowned. I've made myself very clear, you shouldn't offend the Long family. Li Xiufei was very assertive, waving her hand as a group of people walked out from behind her. This Chen Chunhua became humble again, and said with difficulty, we are relatives after all, how can you send people to arrest us? How dare you say that? Li Xiufei said unhappily, the marriage with the Long family was something so many people envied. You were about to succeed, but you messed up at the most crucial moment. Now everyone is embarrassed. Your Lin family has no backbone. If you lose, do you want to drag us down with you? Xiaofei, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This whole thing was caused by Su Hao. If you want revenge, you should go after him. Chen Chunhua still gritted her teeth when she mentioned Su Hao. Someone surnamed Su? Li Xiufei sneered. This man was already in dire straits, surrounded by the Long family. Where could he possibly go? The key now was to control Lin Yao. Young Master Long was infatuated with her. Only by taking her down could they stabilize the situation. She waved her hand, and several bodyguards were about to take the man down. Wait, this has nothing to do with my mom and the others. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me. Lin Yao blocked his way and said firmly. Okay, we can take you back. Li Xiufei nodded, and several bodyguards walked towards Lin Yao. Stop. Suddenly a loud shout came from the doorway, and a handsome man walked in, accompanied by Jin Tian, who was carrying a long sword. Su Hao. Lin Yao was overjoyed. The person who arrived was Su Hao. He appeared to be unharmed, and perhaps my earlier worries were completely unnecessary. Su Hao strode in, stared coldly at Li Xiufei, and said rudely, with me here, I absolutely will not allow you to take them away today. Hearing him say those words, Lin Yao immediately felt an overwhelming sense of security. He was right, he could guarantee the safety of his family. At this moment, only he could keep Li Xiufei in check. Hey, Su, what are you doing out here? Li Xiufei stared wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable. Everyone could clearly see the situation at the time. Su Hao was surrounded. Countless experts wanted to defeat him. In the end, he actually came back. Could it be that the Long family is really so vulnerable? You wretched woman, what do you mean by that? If I hadn't reminded you, none of you would have been able to escape. Who knew the Li family would be so ungrateful, turning against their own relatives? Is your family really so cold-blooded and ruthless? Su Hao questioned loudly. You're talking nonsense. What happened today wasn't our fault at all. If anyone's to blame, it's yourself. Do you need an outsider to remind you of the consequences of offending the Long family? Li Xiufei said firmly. What Long family? Do they even dare to oppose me? Su Hao walked in. His bodyguards instinctively stepped aside, knowing that this man was not someone to be trifled with. So Su Hao went straight to Lin Yao's side, pulled her over to look at her, and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that she was not in any pain. Fortunately, they arrived in time. The Li family hadn't done anything yet. Otherwise, if they had arrived any later, they would have had to spend time and effort trying to snatch the person from the Li family. Su Hao, are you really alright? Lin Yao asked anxiously. It's alright now. The Long family won't dare to cause trouble again this time. Su Hao nodded, giving him a reassuring look. You mean, the Long family is afraid of you? Chen Chunhua couldn't believe it. Long Tian was such an arrogant person, how could he let him go? Of course, I've said it before, the Long family is nothing. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Su Hao said mysteriously. Li Xiaofei, Chen Chunhua, Lin Hao and the others looked at each other, wondering what this kid meant. Lin Yao looked at him with a sweet smile, full of trust. Are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink? Only then did Lin Yao revert to her role as the lady of the house. Taking a bottle of drink from the refrigerator for him, he opened it, took a sip, and then handed it back. Lin Yao didn't mind and drank some as well. She was indeed thirsty. After traveling to so many places, she was finally able to settle down a little. You guys surnamed Su, you have to come with me today. Li Xiaofei couldn't stand it anymore and said condescendingly. It's blown up, I am not leaving, you still want to fight? Su Hao didn't even look at him, his expression full of contempt. You really aren't coming with us? Li Xiaofei took out her phone, about to contact Long Tian and tell him their whereabouts. The people she brought were indeed helpless against Su Hao, but if the other party was young Master Long, it would be a different story. Stop making calls, the person you're looking for will be here soon. Su Hao said mysteriously. Real? Li Xiaofei looked outside. Sure enough, not long after, dozens of luxury cars appeared outside. The car door opened, and Long Tian rushed out, followed by his family's thugs. See, you're finished. Li Xiaofei was overjoyed. This was exactly the scene she had imagined. Chen Xuanhua's expression changed drastically, and she looked at Su Hao with a hint of resentment. It was all this good-for-nothing's fault. Why did he have to provoke the Long family, and he even stole his bride back? No man could tolerate such an insult. Lin Yao's expression changed, but she ultimately chose to remain calm. I'm finished, believe it or not. Long Tian will have to apologize as soon as he comes in. Su Hao said loudly. Impossible. Li Xiaofei absolutely refused to believe it. Just you wait and see. Su Hao stared outside. After Long Tian walked in, he first glanced at Su Hao, and after Su Hao's tacit approval, he turned to Lin Yao, knelt down, and kowtowed repeatedly. Miss Lin, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have framed Lin Hao, and I shouldn't have forced you into marriage. Whatever punishment you give me, I will gladly accept it. Please forgive me. The sound of his repeated kowtowing shocked everyone. Just as Su Hao said, Long Tian came to apologize. No one knew what happened after they left. Isn't the Long family known for bullying others? Has their submission this time meant they've crossed a line? Miss Lin, please forgive young Master Long. All the bodyguards knelt down in unison, their shouts deafening. Lin Yao was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, and she couldn't speak for a long time. All of this is true. Su Hao wasn't lying, he really could suppress the Long family. Li Xiaofei was wiping away sweat, she couldn't understand what was happening in front of her. 292, Chapter 292. Deeply moved. Miss Lin, I was blind. If you don't forgive me today, I will have no choice but to kneel here forever. Long Tian lowered his posture to the ground, almost prostrate. Their desire for forgiveness is already clear. He is now filled with regret. Why offend Su Hao? That's Qiongqi Zi, someone no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom dares to offend. Who does he think he is? Compared to the supreme families, the dragon family of Zhengzhou is nothing but a joke. Not to mention him, even the head of the family would only dare to bow and scrape before the Su family, without any thought of resistance. After Su Zhentian appeared, the balance of power between the two sides completely shifted in Su Hao's favor. The family head, Long Aoyu, gave him the most severe task, to go to Lin Yao's house to apologize and do everything possible to obtain Lin Yao's forgiveness, in order to truly expel him from the family. He dared not be negligent, and arrived with all his bodyguards, making a great fuss to give the other party the highest honor. Seeing that Lin Yao did not react, Long Tian gritted his teeth, reached out and slapped himself hard across the face. Miss Lin, it's all my fault. He had already been beaten and his physical condition was worrying. These blows made his vision go black, and he almost fainted. Even so, as long as she had a shred of reason left, she dared not give up and could only continue to torture herself, trying to gain Lin Yao's sympathy. He's serious. Lin Yao realized what was happening. Long Tian finally bowed his head, his previous arrogant expression gone. Dignity and dignity are no longer considerations, all I want to do is sincerely apologize. She couldn't help but wonder, just how much pressure did Su Hao put on him? I wouldn't even dare to think about something like this. Am I dreaming? Chen Shunhua pinched her thigh to confirm the pain, then watched everything unfolding before her with trepidation. You bastard, Long Tian, so you finally met your match. Lin Hao was overjoyed. After being detained and suffering countless injustices these past few days, someone has finally stood up for me. Young Master Long, why don't you get up first? Li Xiaofei wasn't sure what had happened, but she had to speak up at this point. Don't call me Young Master Long, I'm not worthy. Long Tian was terrified if he couldn't get forgiveness, he really wouldn't be able to keep his status as Young Master Long. Miss Lin, what do you have to say? Are you not satisfied? How about I demonstrate seppuku for you? Long Tian hardened his heart, took out a dagger, and swiftly plunged it into his abdomen. Laugh. Fresh blood splattered out. Su Hao, quick-witted and agile, pulled Lin Yao away to avoid them. Chen Shunhua and Li Xiaofei didn't have time to dodge, and each of them got some blood on them. They could still feel the warmth of the blood, and their faces remained etched with shock. Miss Lin, I hope I didn't frighten you? Long Tian's face was pale and his breath was weak. Thank goodness. Lin Yao was still shaken, that kid was really ruthless. Are you satisfied? If not, I'll stab you again, Long Tian said, pulling out his dagger and preparing to stab again. Enough, don't make my house covered in blood. Lin Yao waved his hand in disgust. It would be really bad luck if someone died in this villa. Young Master Long, please bear with it for now, I'll go find some gauze for you. Chen Shunhua was afraid he would hold a grudge later, so she got up to get the first aid kit. Auntie, please wait. Long Tian didn't dare to disturb her. He continued to look at Lin Yao and said, Miss Lin, can you forgive me? Okay, I forgive you. Lin Yao nodded. What else could she do when faced with someone so reckless? Thank you for your generosity, Miss Lin. He won't bother you any longer, I'll be leaving now. Long Tian tried to stand up, but after struggling for a long time, he ended up bleeding heavily. Seeing this, the bodyguards nearby immediately carried him away, seemingly to find a hospital for treatment. Li Xiaofei frowned and coldly watched what would happen next. You guys are lucky today. She felt something was strange, but couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. She left behind a sentence and quickly left with her people. Is this all resolved? Chen Shunhua murmured to herself, still feeling as if she were dreaming, as if it were all unreal. Brother-in-law, did you put pressure on him? Lin Hao asked Su Hao with suspicion. Brother-in-law? Su Hao was taken aback, he hadn't heard that form of address in a long time. Is it really you? Su Hao was overjoyed. Not entirely. Do you remember the young man who was with me at the last meal? His name is Zhao Qianjun, is a childhood friend of mine, and his family has a very strong background, much stronger than the Long family. It was he who stepped in today to suppress the Long family's arrogance. Su Hao didn't want to be associated with the Su family, so he had to move out of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, a powerful family in the capital? Lin Yao only vaguely knew of such a family, but it was by no means inferior. Right. Su Hao nodded. When he thought of Zhao Qianjun, a faint smile appeared on his face. The two had a good relationship when they were young, and Zhao Qianjun also liked to practice martial arts, but his talent wasn't particularly outstanding. As a result, this kid often went out and caused trouble, and when he encountered someone he couldn't beat, he would eagerly beg for his help. Over time, their friendship deepened. Of course, there was also a little tag-along, Zhao Hongyu, at the time, but Zhao Qianjun disdained to ask his sister for help. Because he often got into fights, he was called a big devil by other children when he was very young. How did you and young Master Zhao meet? Lin Yao suddenly realized something was wrong. Birds of a feather flocked together. If Su Hao's background wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't even have the chance to meet Zhao Qianjun. It was just a coincidence. Su Hao didn't want to explain. Oh. Lin Yao noticed his helplessness and didn't ask any further questions. Su Hao, promise me that with young Master Zhao's help this time, we might not be able to meet him again next time. Be more careful in your actions, okay? Lin Yao was still worried about his safety. Try your best. Su Hao nodded. Okay. Lin Yao smiled happily, then said to Chen Shunhua, "Mom, go get something to eat, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry." "Yes, I'm starving too." Lin Hao nodded, then looked at Su Hao ingratiatingly, "Brother-in-law, are you hungry?" "A little." Su Hao smiled. Could this kid have really changed his mind? You young people only know how to bully the elderly. Chen Shunhua went to the kitchen, grumbling and cursing. There were still a few leftovers at home, so she made a simple tomato and egg dish, heated up the leftovers, cooked some noodles, and the group ate a simple meal. Su Hao picked up his chopsticks, filled with emotion. Who would have thought that after the divorce, I would still be able to eat in this house? Judging from Chen Shunhua's expression, she still didn't welcome him. But it doesn't matter as long as Lin Yao sincerely welcomes him, he doesn't care about what outsiders think. Here, eat more. Lin Yao piled all the delicious food into his bowl. That's enough, I can't eat anymore. Su Hao smiled at her, and many of the unpleasant things from the past disappeared in that smile. 293, Chapter 293. The situation is so tense. Ding dong. Someone is ringing the doorbell. Just as the group finished eating, Lin Hao went out, opened the door, and led the visitors in. Su Hao's expression changed drastically when he saw him. "Why did you come to Los Angeles?" he asked coldly. "This isn't your home. I've come to see my daughter-in-law, is that not allowed?" The man who came was Su Zhentian, who was leaning on a cane and looked a little pale. "You must be Lin Yao, you are indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace and charm. No wonder Changsheng, no, Howard, is so fond of you." "You are Lin Yao?" was stunned. "Who was this person?" "Look at me, I forgot to introduce myself." Su Zhentian laughed heartily. "My surname is Su, my given name is Zhentian, and I'm Su Hao's father. My relationship with my son isn't good, so he certainly hasn't mentioned it to you, right? Uncle Su, although he never mentioned it, I've imagined countless times what my father-in-law used to be like." Lin Yao said truthfully. Su Hao's family members did not attend his wedding. She was curious about what kind of family could produce such a handsome man. After seeing him, Su Zhentian was slightly disappointed. He could only say that he had a good temperament, but he was not handsome at all. Actually, Howard is just like his mother. When your mother-in-law was young, the number of men who pursued her could circle the earth twice. Su Zhentian said with a satisfied smile when he mentioned his wife. "That's enough, you can get out now." Su Hao was about to issue the order to leave. "Su Hao, how could you do this? He's still your father." Not wanting to leave a bad impression on him, Lin Yao instead complained to Su Hao, and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, please sit down, I'll make you some tea." Su Zhentian found a seat and sat down. Lin Yao started getting busy. Chen Shunhua watched coldly. Seeing that Su Zhentian was dressed very plainly, she assumed he was a poor man, and her expression was not very pleasant. She thought to herself, if Su Hao is in such a bad state, how good can his father be? In addition, Su Zhentian was lame, so they couldn't stand him no matter what. However, Su Zhentian was no ordinary person. He immediately sensed Chen Shunhua's emotions. He stood up again, took out a sandalwood box from his pocket, and said with a smile, "Mother-in-law, it's all my fault for only visiting today. Here's a small gift, please accept it." Chen Shunhua, with a stern face, took the things and opened them in front of him. Thinking that if the product wasn't good, I would definitely criticize it publicly. Unexpectedly, when the sandalwood box was opened, a golden light flashed out. Inside was actually a golden Buddha statue. It's about half a meter tall and feels heavy in your hand. If it were pure gold, it would be priceless. Is this stone plated with gold? Chen Shunhua asked subconsciously. Not at all, the Su family hasn't fallen to such a state. Su Zhentian smiled. He had many more of these at home, all made of pure gold, and given that they were crafted by a master, this golden Buddha was worth no less than 50 million. It should be used as a gift to demonstrate the Su family's status. However, Chen Shunhua probably couldn't see the value of the golden Buddha. "Father-in-law, you're too kindits enough that you've come, why bring any gifts?" Chen Shunhua said with a smile, no longer daring to underestimate Su Zhentian. "That's only right." Su Zhentian said with a faint smile. "Father-in-law, have you eaten? We just finished eating. If you're hungry, I'll go get you something nice to eat." Chen Shunhua said, then happily walked away with the golden Buddha. She returned to the kitchen without any further complaints. Instead, she took out various foods from the refrigerator and prepared to cook a big meal. Even Lin Hao didn't get this kind of treatment after he was released from prison. Lin Hao felt embarrassed to stay there, so he left immediately. So only Su Hao and Su Zhentian remained, staring at each other blankly. "Hao, when are you going home to visit?" Su Zhentian finally spoke. "What's the point of going back? I have no family there." Su Hao said coldly. "Why do you say that? Your brother and I are both here. As long as you go back, the status of the eldest young master of the Su family will still be yours." Su Zhentian said apologetically. "Shut up." Su Hao was furious. "How could you face your mother? She died tragically, and you did nothing at all. Hao, you're an adult now. Don't you understand that the situation in the capital is complicated, and many things are beyond the control of the Su family? If the investigation continues, even the Su family might not be able to survive." Su Zhentian sighed. As the head of the family, he had to consider the interests of the entire clan. "So what? You don't even dare to avenge your wife, yet you have the nerve to come looking for me?" Su Hao is a man who always seeks revenge, which is completely different from his values. "If we don't see eye to eye, even half a sentence is too much." The two couldn't connect at all. "Hao, what do you want from me to come back with me?" Su Zhentian sighed. "It's simple, find the mastermind behind this. If you don't dare to deal with him, I will do it myself." Su Hao said decisively. "You know that's impossible." Su Zhentian frowned. The matter from back then involved a wide range of people. He alone is simply not enough to take revenge. "Since that's the case, we have nothing more to talk about. You can go back now." Su Hao said coldly again. Su Zhentian was helpless. This kid had always been stubborn since he was a child. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. It was like that before, and it was even more so now. He just wanted Su Hao to come home and spend more time with him. After all, his condition is getting worse and worse, and he might not live to see the end of his life. However, the grudges between the two could not be resolved. "Uncle Su, please have some tea." Lin Yao served a cup of fine black tea. "Thank you." Su Zhentian was increasingly pleased with her. "Here, have a cup too." Lin Yao turned around and handed Su Hao a cup of hot tea. Su Hao couldn't refuse, so he sat down and slowly finished his drink. Seeing this, Su Zhentian's heart stirred. Perhaps Lin Yao was the key to breakthrough. He directly confronted Su Hao. Reconciliation is basically impossible. But he will definitely listen to Lin Yao. He began to think about new plans. "Alright, you can go now." Su Hao urged him to leave for the third time. "Very well, Miss Lin, please tell my mother-in-law that I'll come back to try her cooking next time I have the chance." Su Zhentian stood up and left helplessly. "Su Hao, really, why is the family so at odds?" Lin Yao complained. In her opinion, wasn't Su Zhentian a good person? "Lin Yao, you haven't experienced what I've been through, you don't understand how I feel," Su Hao said helplessly. "All right." Lin Yao didn't know what to say. She went to the kitchen and told Su Zhentian that he had left. Shen Chunhua immediately started cursing, feeling that Su Zhentian was being disrespectful by not even eating. After a few curses, she saw the golden Buddha and stopped. Too lazy to continue cooking, she happily took the golden Buddha back to her room, found a place to display it, and decided to become a Buddhist. 294, Chapter 294, Building Good Relationships. "Su Hao, it's been so long since we've been together," Lin Yao said, holding his hand as they strolled around the yard. "I guess so." Su Hao nodded, then hugged her and kissed her domineeringly. Lin Yao did not refuse, and smiled sweetly. After a long while, the two finally separated. Her face was flushed. Even though they were an old married couple, she still felt that what had just happened was very sweet. "Let's go shopping for clothes." She wanted to go out for a stroll, since there were other people at home, and it wasn't so convenient to stay together all the time. Shopping? Su Hao felt a headache coming on. How many men like to go shopping with women? "What, you're not happy?" Lin Yao pouted deliberately and said coquettishly. Fine, I'll go with you. Let's make it clear first, I'll pay for everything. Su Hao said without waiting for a reply. Good. Lin Yao thought to herself, I'll just buy some cheap things then after all, shopping is about the experience, and I don't necessarily have to buy anything. She still subconsciously felt that Su Hao didn't have much money. Little did they know, Su Hao's savings were beyond what ordinary people could compare to. He owns 50% of the profits from the blood-activating pills, and he already received 100 million yuan in commissions last month. His future earnings will only be higher just keeping a low profile. It's not that he's short of money. The young couple drove off. Golden Buddha, so beautiful. Chen Shunhua bowed repeatedly to the Golden Buddha, praying, Buddha, please bless us and let us become rich. The next moment, there was a knock on the door, and Chen Hong sneaked in when she saw the Golden Buddha. She exclaimed, Auntie, why did you buy such a thing? Xiao Hong, this wasn't bought, it's a gift from Su Hao's father. Chen Shunhua said with a smile. Is this thing real or fake? Chen Hong held it in her hand, weighed it in her hand, and felt that it was surprisingly heavy. It should be real, right? Chen Shunhua wasn't sure either. She had absolutely no interest in jewelry, she just thought the Golden Buddha was beautiful and lifelike. Auntie, if you keep making fake prayers, you won't have any good fortune, but bad luck will definitely come knocking. Chen Hong frowned. What should we do? Chen Shunhua panicked. Her family had already had enough bad luck and didn't want to be tainted by any more. Auntie, let me find someone to check the goods for you. Chen Hong volunteered. Okay. Chen Shunhua nodded in agreement. She had a little something on her mind, but she didn't tell Chen Hong yet. When Su Zhentian generously presented the Golden Buddha, she couldn't help but wonder if Su Hao was a rich second generation. Given Su Hao's domineering behavior, this is quite possible. Looking back, when did he ever show any fear when he met other rich kids? If he's not a hothead, it means he comes from a good family. We're both rich kids, so who's afraid of whom? If it's right, then fight it. If this is confirmed, will we still need to beg and plead with other rich kids? Su Hao and Lin Yao have such a good relationship, why not just remarry? Chen Hong took the gold Buddha and found a jewelry appraiser. How did you get your hands on this? The appraiser's eyes lit up after just one glance. However, judging from the craftsmanship of the Golden Buddha, it can be determined that it was definitely made by a master craftsman. It's definitely not comparable to those inferior products on the market. Why are you meddling in all this? Chen Hong refused to answer, only urging for the identification to be completed as soon as possible. The expert circled the Golden Buddha, looking at it from all angles, clearly fascinated by it. He took a magnifying glass and examined it again and again. It's true, absolutely true. The appraiser said with certainty. Is it valuable? Chen Hong swallowed hard. Valuable, let me put it this way, if you were to sell this for less than 50 million, don't even bother in a good market, you could even get double that price. The appraiser was captivated by it, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough funds, otherwise, he would have bought it. The craftsmanship of the Golden Buddha is unparalleled, it is simply a work of art. Plus, since it's a Golden Buddha, not a golden pig or anything like that, its design makes it even more valuable. Think about it, when you meet a wealthy person you like, who cares about spending tens of millions more to display such an artwork in their home, worshipping a Golden Buddha every day sounds like auspicious. 50 million? Chen Hong clicked her tongue in amazement. We've struck it rich. This is an absolute windfall. Her eyes darted around, and a greedy thought arose within her. Anyway, my aunt doesn't know if it's true or not, so praying to her every day is a waste. It's better to use it as my first pot of gold when my career is successful. I can give my aunt 50 million for her retirement. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Aunt. She took out her phone and called Chen Shunhua. Did you have it authenticated? Is it real or fake? Chen Shunhua asked nervously. Fake, of course it's fake. You're all stones, just with a layer of gold plating on the outside. Chen Hong lied directly. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder it was so heavy. Chen Shunhua was disappointed. It seemed Su Hao wasn't a rich kid after all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. and she decided to give Su Hao a good scolding next time she saw him. "Auntie, if you like Buddha statues, I'll get you a jade one when I go back." Chen Hong felt a little guilty and wanted to make amends. "No need, just throw it away. I get annoyed whenever I see a Buddha statue." Chen Chunhua is very pragmatic, she worships wealth, not Buddha. What's the point of worshipping worthless Buddhist items, whether they're prayer beads or jade? Reassuring medical clinic. Bai Jirua hadn't seen Su Hao for several days and even missed him carrying a bottle of mutai. She walked in with a smile. "Su Hao, come out, let's have a drink." After going inside, Su Hao was not seen. On the contrary, the drunken sword immortal sat upright, with a middle-aged man and a driver in front of him. "Grandpa Wine, look what good stuff I brought you." Bai Jirua handed the mutai to the wine sword immortal. Normally, the old man would have already opened it and started drinking. He seemed very serious today and said, "Jirua, let me introduce you. This is Su Jintian, Su Hao's biological father." "Uncle Su, hello." Bai Jirua was overjoyed. She never expected to be so lucky today and get to meet her future father-in-law. "Who are you?" Su Jintian looked at her with a smile, wondering to himself, what's wrong with Su Hao? He has another beautiful woman here. "My name is Bai Jirua, and I'm Su Hao's fiancé." Bai Jirua's heart stirred, and she decided to first establish a good relationship with him. "Sword Immortal, is this true?" Su Jintian looked at the old man with a question in his mind. "Patriarch, of course it's true that brat Su Hao is a womanizer. He's got plenty of beautiful women around him." The drunken sword immortal said with a chuckle. "Ha, I can't compare to him in this respect." Su Jintian laughed happily. He liked Ling Yao a lot just now, but now he finds Bai Jirua pleasing to the eye. "There's no way around it, both of my daughters-in-law are just too beautiful." Alright, Jirua, you're such an outstanding girl. Don't look down on Hao, treat him well in the future and give birth to a big, healthy son soon." Su Jintian grinned from ear to ear. 295, Chapter 295. Greatly astonished. "I'm willing to give birth, but I'm afraid Su Hao won't agree." Bai Jirua didn't care, but Su Hao was another story. "Jirua, do you truly love Su Hao? He has many flaws." Su Jintian asked, his heart stirred. "Wrong, Su Hao's flaws are nothing compared to his strengths." Bai Jiru shook her head. "He's a responsible and good man. He can always find a way to solve any problems, very friendly to those around him, but ruthless to his enemies. You can't find another man like him anywhere else in the world. I value him more than my own life. I will marry no one but him in this lifetime." "You're the girl who knows how to praise him the best." Su Jintian could tell that Ling Yao and Su Hao had a deeper relationship. After all, they were husband and wife. But Bai Jirua's love for him was purer. "Both daughters-in-law are good. If you were to ask him to choose, it would be a really difficult situation." "Father-in-law, Su Hao is so outstanding, it must be because of good genes," Bai Jirua said with a smile. "Is that a compliment?" Su Jintian laughed even more heartily. "Master, Miss Bai has been very kind to the young master and me. Shouldn't you send her a small gift?" The sword immortal had his eye on the mutai liquor and was trying to get some benefits for Bai Jirua. "Whatever Su Jintian gives is a good thing." Yes, a gift is a must." Su Jintian had only prepared a golden Buddha statue, but then a daughter-in-law appeared. After searching for a while, he could only take out the dagger he always carried and hand it to Bai Jirua. "This is my family's heirloom weapon, which is over 1,000 years old. Please accept it." "That won't do." Bai Jirua was shocked. A family heirloom passed down for thousands of years was far too precious. The dagger has an antique style, understated yet luxurious, and is clearly not an ordinary item. "This dagger has a beautiful name, Cloud Soaring." Su Jintian handed it over. "How about this, you keep it for now, and then pass it down to your children later, is that alright?" "Good." Bai Jirua was overjoyed. Did this mean her elders approved of her? She reached out her hands, ready to take the dagger back. "I didn't expect it to be so heavy. This dagger weighs a whopping 49 pounds. She lost her grip and fell straight down. "Be careful," Su Jintian said calmly, taking it down with one hand and placing it on the table. "Could it be that your whole family are martial artists?" Bai Jirua was shocked. I suppose so. Su Zhentian nodded proudly. Then, everyone noticed Bai Jiruo's predicament. She really liked daggers, but she couldn't lift them. The dagger, weighing nearly 50 pounds, was made of a special material and was too heavy for an ordinary woman to lift. She could only place it on the table and examine it carefully, liking it more and more the more she looked at it. Sister Jiruo, Grandpa Jiu, Master, I've made tea for you. Zhang Shaoyi carried the tea and obediently prepared it for everyone. Su Zhentian glanced at her. This maid was quite nice. She was neat and tidy, cute, and knew how to behave appropriately. It was clear that Su Hao had trained her well. Several people were laughing and chatting inside the clinic. When Su Hao returned, he saw Bai Jiruo with a smile on his face and said, Jiruo, you've come to bring the old man wine again? Yes. Bai Jiruo said with a smile. Su Hao sensed something was wrong, turned his head and saw Su Zhentian was also there. His face immediately darkened, and he said, This is my territory, please leave. I haven't finished my tea yet. Su Zhentian was reluctant to leave. Su Hao, why didn't you tell me sooner that your father was here? Otherwise, I would have brought some gifts. Bai Jiruo was unaware of the strained relationship between the father and son and was trying to curry favor with her future father-in-law to increase her chances of getting more favor. Jiruo, let's go out to eat. Su Hao had no intention of staying any longer. Okay. Bai Jiruo realized something was wrong. She was a shrewd person, and seeing that Su Hao hadn't invited Su Zhentian, she didn't mention it either. As she spoke, she stood up, went to Su Hao's side, and intimately took his arm. Su Hao's expression was a little stiff. He had just been holding hands with Lin Yao while shopping today, but he didn't expect Bai Jiruo to flirt with him again. Let's go. Bai Jiruo didn't give him a chance to refuse and pulled him away. There are many restaurants nearby, but they didn't have a car, so they chose not to. After walking some distance from Anshin Medical Clinic, Bai Jiruo asked in a low voice, Su Hao, do you and Uncle Su not get along? Just a bad relationship. I severed ties with him a long time ago and was prepared to never see him again. Su Hao sneered. For some reason, there were some things he didn't want to mention to Lin Yao. But when facing Bai Jiruo, he was willing to open his heart. Did something unpleasant happen? Bai Jiruo asked. Can you imagine that as the head of a family, you would let your wife and children fall into danger, and even now, you still don't dare to find the mastermind behind it all? Su Hao said angrily. Bai Jiruo was stunned. So there was this misunderstanding between them. She thought for a moment and said, could it be that Uncle Su has his own reasons? Difficulties? I can't understand them. This kind of man doesn't deserve to have children. Su Hao said coldly. Well, I shouldn't get involved in your affairs. I just think Uncle Su is a nice person, and he must have come to apologize, Bai Jiruo said calmly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's find somewhere to eat. Su Hao didn't want to bring up these painful memories. Okay, let's go somewhere further away. Bai Jiruo went back and drove the car back. Since Su Hao doesn't want to see Su Zhentian, he might as well go out and hide. After discussing it, the two decided to go to Su Hao's own hotel. I'll drive. Su Hao said, sitting in the driver's seat, clearly in a bad mood. Okay. Bai Jiruo followed his lead. Su Hao started the car and stepped on the gas. Careful! Bai Jiruo shouted. Then there was a loud bang, as if the car had hit someone. How is that possible? Su Hao startled. I immediately stopped the car. He sped far too many times. Because of my martial arts training, my eyesight is exceptionally good, and I never bump into anyone unexpectedly. I stumbled upon this accident today and bumped into a pedestrian. Is it because you're in a bad mood and a little distracted? The two went down to check and found that the person lying on the roadside was actually an old man. Grandpa, are you all right? Bai Jiruo was shocked to find a pool of blood on the ground. Could this be a staged accident? Su Hao still trusted himself, finding it strange that the old woman had fallen. She was lying face down, her face not even showing. Even as the two got out of the car, she remained completely silent. Bai Jiruo walked over, reached down, and prepared to check the old man's injuries. Just then, a flash of white light appeared. A dagger suddenly appeared and stabbed directly into her heart. Bai Jiruo's expression changed drastically. She couldn't even lift the Su family's dagger, let alone face an assassination attempt. She was completely at a loss and stood there stunned. 296, Chapter 296 Swords Clash. Just as the dagger was about to reach them, Su Hao's large hand rushed out from the side, grabbed the dagger, and instantly shredded it. "Who are you?" he said in a cold voice. "You brat, you dare ask?" The old woman sneered. "Don't you know that the entire assassin world is under your kill order?" "Really?" Su Hao frowned. This must have been something Ma Rulong did. He still had money, and it had spread around. "That's right, your head is worth billions, and this woman is worth some money too," the old woman said viciously. "You've got guts, you actually dared to reveal your identity." Su Hao stared at her, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You didn't think I came alone, did you?" The old woman clapped her hands. At that moment, 10 figures emerged from other corners. Each person exuded a cold aura, wielding various weapons, and stared at Su Hao and his companion with icy eyes. These are all well-known assassins, traveling together in hopes of killing Su Hao and winning the top prize. "Su Hao, I advise you to save your breath with your strength alone. You absolutely cannot fight against our 11 Arhats." The old woman's organization also has a name. This doesn't mean they are Buddhist successors, but rather that it's for ease of management. 11 formidable assassins, united as one, form a truly terrifying force. "Since when assassins started traveling in groups?" Su Hao sneered. "Nonsense, what means can't be used to make money?" the old woman said disdainfully. "It seems you have great confidence in the strength of the 11 Arhats." After Su Hao finished speaking, he suddenly made a move and struck 10 enemies 10 times in succession. Immediately, a gust of wind flashed, and everyone fell down silently. They were annihilated before they could even get close to Su Hao. Everyone died with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Su Hao was able to take care of everyone with just one move. The old woman's expression changed. "What's going on? Did Su Hao really reach the innate realm, just like the legends say?" 10 of the 11 Arhats were lost, leaving her all alone. It's almost impossible to win over Su Hao again. "Scared?" Su Hao sneered. "It's too late now. Would I be afraid of you?" The old woman pulled out a poisoned dart and threw it at Su Hao. With 3 sharp whistles, the poisoned darts targeted his heart, head, and Bai Jiruo's lower abdomen. She smiled coldly, believing that Su Hao wouldn't be able to react to this move. A hefty reward can be obtained for killing just one person. It works? In front of Su Hao, these poison darts seemed to move in slow motion. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind deflected them all back. "Ah! Ah!" The old woman screamed in agony. It turned out that she had been poisoned by the backlash of the poison darts. All 3 of them returned to her body, and she died instantly from the poison. "So this is what elite assassins are made of." Su Hao sneered. These people were far too weak. They don't even have the innate realm, yet they dare to come here to die. On the other hand, if one truly reaches the innate realm, one will definitely follow the righteous path. The assassin world is ultimately a low-class place, and it's not easy to find a top-tier expert. Was it Ma Rulong's doing? Bai Jiruo also realized that only he would treat them as enemies. "I think so," Su Hao said with a stern face. "Shall we still go eat?" Bai Jiruo's good mood had vanished. She's an ordinary person. Seeing so many people die suddenly, the fact that she didn't vomit already shows she has a strong mental fortitude. "Wait a minute." Su Hao's phone rang. It was Jin Tian calling. After answering, an anxious voice came from the other end. "Young master, something bad has happened. The Vermilion Bird sect has attacked and surrounded the clinic." "Such a thing has happened?" Su Hao was furious. The Vermilion Bird sect was truly a persistent ghost. Instead of causing them any trouble, they delivered themselves to their doorstep. "Take Xiaoyi and leave the rest to me." "Young master, the situation here is rather complicated, and I'm afraid we can't leave for the time being," Jin Tian said, looking troubled. "Then hang in there a little longer." He frowned, then said to Bai Jiruo, something happened at the clinic. You should go back first. We'll get together another day. It's alright, go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me, Bai Jiruo said considerately. Okay, be careful on your way back. If anything happens, call me first. Su Hao watched Bai Jiruo leave. As he turned around, his face turned ashen. It seems the Vermilion Bird sect has no memory of their previous defeat. They're even thinking about revenge. They're incredibly arrogant. Anshin Medical Clinic. Hundreds of disciples from the Vermilion Bird sect surrounded the entire area. All the surveillance equipment in the surrounding area was destroyed. They blocked all the clinic's escape routes, and some people started smashing the front door. Who dares to cause trouble? Jin Tian walked out from inside, carrying a long sword, exuding an aura of being able to hold off 10,000 men. There were 4 other people inside, Su Jintian, Zhou Jianxian, the driver, and Zhang Xiaoyi. Jin Tian, I never expected you to be Su Hao's dog here. Zhang Yu, a swordsman from the Vermilion Bird sect, stepped out and sized him up with cold eyes. Senior brother Zhang Yu, why did you get involved in this mess? Jin Tian frowned. He used to think highly of Zhang Yu when they were in the Vermilion Bird sect, but he never expected that the two of them would one day turn against each other. We're already on opposing sides, there's no point in saying more. Zhang Yu's face darkened. I'll only ask you one question, are you going to stand with Anshin Medical Clinic or not? Nonsense, young Master Su saved my life, I would never betray him. Jin Tian gripped his longsword and said coldly. Fine, I'll take my anger out on you first, you traitor. Zhang Yu said, flicking his long sword, which transformed into points of cold light and enveloped Jin Tian. The moment he made his move, it was clear that this person had reached the innate realm. Without saying a word, Jin Tian also unleashed his swordsmanship to launch an attack. The two swords clashed, producing a series of crackling sonic booms. The battle between the two innate masters was incredibly powerful. The surrounding Vermilion Bird gate. The disciples dared not get too close. Inside the clinic, Zhang Xiaoyi had never seen such an intense battle before. Her palms were covered in sweat. Old drunkard, can you still fight now? Su Jintian said calmly. He can fight, but he can't last long. The drunken sword immortal frowned, recalling the last time he attacked. He was covered in injuries. If Su Hao hadn't arrived in time, he would have been dead. I'm about the same. Su Jintian glanced at the cane in his hand and sighed. If only he hadn't been injured back then. The driver coldly surveyed the battle outside, seemingly unconcerned, and simply continued drinking with the patriarch. Zhang Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat seeing how calm the three of them were. She secretly thought that perhaps they were also experts and fearless. She subconsciously said, Grandpa Zhou, young master will definitely come back soon. We'll be alright. Oh, is that true? Su Jintian was particularly curious about Su Hao's current strength level. Thinking back to when he left the capital, his strength had already reached the innate realm. 10 years have passed, he must have improved quite a bit by now. 297, Chapter 297. Overjoyed. Xiaoyi, there's not enough Mutaigo. Get my Wulianye. The sword immortal commanded. This, Zhang Xiaoyi was a little worried with such a huge fight going on outside. How could they possibly drink? Jin Tian's kung fu was quite good, he'll be fine for now, you can go get the wine without worry. The drunken sword immortal shook his cup, there wasn't a single drop of wine left. This wouldn't do. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyi said helplessly, got up and brought back a bottle of Wulianye liquor, and also added a stack of peanuts for them. Su Jintian and the drunken sword immortal started drinking together again, while the driver continued to watch the battle. Outside the door, Jin Tian's overwhelming sword shadows were incredibly oppressive, and Zhang Yu became increasingly surprised as the fight progressed. The latter had entered this realm earlier than the former, but the current situation was quite different. Jin Tian hadn't used any forbidden techniques, yet his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. In particular, his swordsmanship had even managed to gain a slight advantage. Jin Tian, who taught you your swordsmanship? Zhang Yu was certain that even Master Su's swordsmanship wasn't this strong. Young Master Su. Jin Tian said proudly. Since the battle at Tianmen Mountain, he overcame his inner demons and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Later, back at the clinic, he humbly sought guidance and learned a great deal of swordsmanship from Su Hao. After practicing for a while, my skills have unknowingly improved to the current level.
Su Hao actually knows swordsmanship?
Zhang Yu frowned. From the information they had gathered, there was no record of him using a sword. This person had used both willow leaf daggers and gold needles, but rarely used swordsmanship.
You're wrong, young Master Su is omnipotent.
Jin Tian said, his longsword breaking through the opponent's defense and striking Zhang Yu's shoulder with a hiss.
A bloodstain was left behind.
He was secretly delighted, never expecting that he would actually suppress Zhang Yu in this duel. It should be noted that Zhang Yu holds an extremely high position in Hetutang, not far behind the former chief. He now has a chance to compete for the chief position. Does this mean that, in his current position, he is already one of the top figures in Hetutang?
All of this is thanks to young Master Su. Young Master Jin Tian has won. Zhang Shaoyi exclaimed with joy.
I told you, his strength has improved recently. The drunken sword immortal said calmly, as he had predicted this long ago.
Grandpa Jiao, what should we do if they break in? Zhang Shaoyi was worried about Hetutang's numerical advantage. Grandpa Jiao couldn't fight inside the clinic, and Su Jintian didn't look too good either. Does this mean that she is the only one who can protect everyone?
With that in mind, she grabbed a mop, braced herself, and pretended to fight desperately. Shaoyi, don't embarrass yourself with your amateurish skills. See the driver at the door, he can definitely protect us if anything happens. The drunken sword immortal glanced at him.
Isn't he the driver? Zhang Shaoyi couldn't help but look him over.
The driver looked to be in his 40s, of average build, and slightly overweight. He had some stubble on his face and looked like an ordinary driver. Why did Grandpa Jiao trust him so much?
Little girl, my driver is quite capable. Su Jintian smiled among the people around him. Were there any weaklings?
That's good. Zhang Shaoyi nodded, but she was still full of doubt. Master, we still need to leave Luo City as soon as possible. Your identity has been exposed, and who knows how many forces are watching you. The driver suddenly said, looking worried. They were in the capital, protected by numerous experts, so Su Jintian's safety was not a problem at all. However, when you go to other places, you are outside your sphere of influence. There were very few skilled fighters who came with him. If they are targeted by malicious individuals, the consequences could be disastrous.
It's alright, I'm definitely going to finish this drink today. Su Jintian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry too much. Deep down, he still hoped that Su Hao would come back. I wonder how capable my eldest son really is.
Outside the clinic, Jin Tian's attack didn't end. Having gained the upper hand, his moves became more conservative. Zhang Yu was no weakling. If pushed too far, who knew what might happen next?
Zhang Yu's expression was not good.
I was a bit careless when I got injured. He initially looked down on Jin Tian, thinking that this opponent was nothing special. Unexpectedly, he was injured, and his offensive rhythm became more aggressive. He became the main attacker, unleashing a variety of sword techniques. Jin Tian is only proficient in the swordsmanship of Master Su, while Zhang Yu's sect is completely different, and their swordsmanship is also a different system. Young Master Su taught me the breaking sword style, but unfortunately my skill isn't enough to see through Zhang Yu's sword moves. Jin Tian thought to himself. Little did they know, the other disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect were already utterly horrified. Zhang Yu, the leader and strongest officer in this operation, was confident he could hold his own against Su Hao. Unexpectedly, he didn't even get to see Su Hao's men. He was stopped today. This person's strength has surpassed that of the other Vermilion Bird sect disciples present. He was subtly considered to be among the top 2 in Hetutang. The premise is that he returns. Prepare to die. Zhang Yu shouted suddenly, and his swordsmanship became fierce. It transformed into a blue dragon and launched a frenzied attack. Not nearly enough. Jin Tian smiled disdainfully and unleashed a sword-drawing move. One sword can shatter all spells, destroying all of the enemy's attacks in an instant. He regained control, and thrust his longsword directly at Zhang Yu's head. Damn it! Zhang Yu had nowhere to dodge and was about to die by the sword, his face turning pale. That's interesting. Across the street sat a middle-aged man in a blue robe, who was none other than Zhang, the head of Hetutang. Seeing that things were not going well, he picked up a small stone and threw it directly at Jean Tian's right leg. Jean Tian immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Zhang Yu was a master. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his longsword toward Jean Tian's heart.
Someone's getting involved?
The drunken sword immortal frowned.
What a despicable tactic.
Su Zhentian hadn't expected the Vermilion Bird sex duel to be so ruthless shameful. They even resorted to a sneak attack.
By the time the driver was ready to act, it was too late. They watched helplessly as Jean Tian fell into danger. Prepare to die.
Zhang Yu roared, wanting to get rid of this major worry.
Laugh. Laugh.
With a flash of golden light and a whooshing sound, a golden needle flew from afar and struck Zhang Yu's sword.
A powerful force instantly snapped the longsword in two.
Which despicable person dared to launch a sneak attack?
Zhang Yu said angrily.
Who is truly despicable? You bullied others by abusing your power first, and then suddenly launched a hidden attack. Such behavior is despicable to the entire martial arts world of the South. A handsome figure emerged from the darkness. It was Su Hao, who had rushed back.
It's you!
Although it was Zhang Yu's first meeting, Su Hao's image was already deeply imprinted in his mind.
Master Jiang, this is Su Hao. Su Sanfeng was overjoyed. The kid was finally back.
Oh? Hallmaster Jiang slowly stood up and walked over, his face filled with murderous intent.
298, Chapter 298 Stunned. You're finished, you surnamed Su.
Su Yan bloated today. All the experts from Hotu Tang have been mobilized. Let's see where he can run now.
Master Jiang, it was this brat who killed Ma Hong and Lei Kuan.
Su Sanfeng directly accused him.
Is that so? Zhang Tangju's face darkened, and he questioned Su Hao, with your poor doctor status, how could you possibly kill Han Rin Kohaner? You're wrong. Ma Hong's death was entirely his own doing. As for Lei Kuan, I only crippled him in the competition. His fate has nothing to do with me. Don't try to frame me.
Su Hao frowned. In fact, he only just realized that Lei Kuan was dead.
He will never deny anything he has done.
However, they will never admit to things they haven't done.
You still dare to deny it. If you didn't kill senior brother Lei, who else could it be?
Su Sanfeng clearly didn't believe him and shouted loudly.
Su Hao, don't pretend. That day, when senior brother Lei Kuan was injured, you were afraid of his revenge, so you ambushed him on the road and took the opportunity to kill him. Your behavior is utterly shameless. Su Yan said hoarsely. Ever since Su Shangju's hypocritical nature was exposed, the two brothers' status plummeted, and they blamed everything on Su Hao today. They even cooperated to insist that Su Hao was responsible for Lei Laohu's death. Ridiculous. Lei Kuan is my defeated foe. Why would I need to ambush him? You don't actually think I wouldn't dare kill him in the ring, do you? I just disdain doing so.
Su Hao sneered.
Master Jiang, this boy is extremely arrogant and a major threat to our Hotu Hall today. We must gather everyone's strength to wipe him out in one fell swoop, Su Qiankuan said sternly, pointing at Su Hao. Su Hao, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Even if you only killed Ma Hong, I, as your master, must avenge you. Now I'm giving you two choices, either commit suicide, or I'll tear you to pieces.
Jiang, the hall master, said menacingly.
Is this all the nonsense you Hotu Tang people spout?
Su Hao said with utter disdain. At this point, they were still talking about Jiang who rules, which was simply laughable.
Su Hao, you really are as arrogant as everyone said.
Jiang, the hallmaster, sneered disdainfully, I don't need to personally deal with you. Let me show you how my disciples retaliate against you. He clapped his hands, and 12 cold-blooded young men immediately stepped out.
Each person took out the same long sword and surrounded him in an oval shape. Form ranks.
After Jiang, the leader of the hall, shouted, the 12 men drew their long swords and quickly formed a battle formation with distinctive steps. Judging from the other auras, there were actually 6 innate martial artists and 6 half-step innate martial artists. Their overall strength is more than 10 times that of Zhang Yu.
Young master, danger.
Zhang Xiaoyu's expression changed. She couldn't tell who was stronger or weaker on the scene, but the other side had the advantage in numbers, so she subconsciously felt that Su Hao was in danger. Young master, let me help you. Jean Tian grabbed his weapon and was about to rush over. Even the Su family's driver's expression changed. He stood aside, ready to provide backup if he noticed anything amiss. He would rush out immediately.
Stop! Su Hao waved his hand at him and said arrogantly, in the duels of the martial world, victory is never achieved simply because there are more people. Everyone was stunned by these words. That sounds so strange. Having a large number of people is an advantage in itself, so why does he see it as a disadvantage?
You surname Su, you're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant, Su Yan said indignantly.
With us senior brothers here, what are you?
Su Sanfeng said confidently.
You're far from being able to compete with our Ho Tu Tang. Su Qianquan sneered repeatedly. Make your move.
Zhang, the hall master, gave the order. Among the 12 disciples, Zhang Yuan led the way, wielding his longsword. All his moves flowed seamlessly, creating a deadly attack that left Su Hao no way out. The clash of swords carried a chilling aura. Ho Tu Tang's sword formation is one of the legends in the southern martial arts world, known as the prison extinction killing formation. Each activation requires at least 12 people of similar strength, and when they cooperate with each other, the combined power is at least 12 times that of an individual. When swordplay appears, it is continuous. Young master, be careful! Jin Tian exclaimed in alarm. Even as an observer, he couldn't clearly see the sword techniques. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one move.
I'll lend you my weapon.
Su Hao smiled coldly, using his dragon capturing skill to snatch the long sword from a distance. Once in his grasp, his aura suddenly intensified. Scanning the area, he saw an enemy's swordsmanship approaching and swung his sword to strike.
A dazzling sword light shattered all the attacks.
Then, he lunged at Zhang Yuan, sword and all. With two sharp sounds, sword energy pierced through Zhang Yuan's wrist, severing his tendons, followed by the sound of the sword hitting the ground.
Then Su Hao used the same method to deal with different enemies.
In the blink of an eye, he floated past 12 enemies and returned to his original spot, where 12 long swords lay on the ground. His 12 opponents were all pale-faced and had wounds on their wrists.
Impossible! Su Yan was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. His swordsmanship is actually this strong?
Su Sanfeng's eyes widened. This was a situation he had never imagined.
Is this what he meant by having more people is not an advantage? Su Qianquan muttered to himself, as if he understood something.
Su Hao's words, at first glance, seemed highly problematic, but upon closer examination, they contained a profound truth. In the face of a true master, a group of 12 formidable enemies, though seemingly powerful, actually possessed varying strengths and reactions, often providing the master with opportunities to defeat them one by one.
However, how many people can spot the flaws in it? Besides Su Hao, there was no other person like him.
This young man was able to discover the flaws in the prison extinction killing array in such a short time. His courage and insight are both quite terrifying.
You bastard, Su Hao!
Zhang, the hall master, finally took his opponents seriously. The battle clearly demonstrated that this person's strength far surpassed others among his peers. It would be difficult to find anyone who could rival him. At least in the Zhuke Sex Futa Hall, there are no masters of the same level. Not bad, as expected of Hauer, his strength is even stronger than before. Su Zhentian nodded with a smile. His progress over the past 10 years has been very obvious. Yes, I was thinking of helping you out, but it seems the young master's strength is no less than mine.
The driver said admiringly. Below you, you really think highly of yourself.
The drunken sword immortal took a swig of wine and said arrogantly, I can't even fathom the young master's strength. Perhaps he has already joined the ranks of the strongest in the world. You and I are no match for him at all.
Upon hearing this, Su Zhentian burst into laughter, naturally even happier. What are they saying?
Zhang Xiaoyi didn't quite understand, but she knew that the three of them were quite satisfied with the young master, and she became happy as well.
299, Chapter 299 Threatening me. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Tangzhu's mind, and he finally concluded that Su Hao was indeed a major threat to Ho Tu Tang and even the entire Zukman.
At such a young age, he already possesses such strength. Given time to grow and increase his power, he might truly have a chance to defeat the entire Vermilion Bird sect.
We must kill him today.
Hallmaster Jiang shouted sternly, all disciples, listen to my command. Tonight, eliminate Su Hao without hesitation. Whoever can cut off his head will be the next chief disciple. Upon hearing this, all the skilled disciples of Ho Tu Tang gathered. Over 100 people surrounded Su Hao, their killing intent palpable, treating him as if he were already dead. Even the 12 wounded disciples barely managed to hold their weapons, waiting to take advantage of the chaos. The allure of being the top dog is simply too great. Once you become the chief, you will receive the best cultivation resources from Ho Tu Tang, and your status will be elevated accordingly. Being second only to the emperor and above all others, that's everyone's dream, and no one wants to miss out. Since you, Ho Tu Tang, are determined to die, I will grant your wish. Su Hao stood proudly, his aura suddenly becoming stronger, golden light emanating from him, making him appear like a war god, standing between heaven and earth, unstoppable. Let's do it! Master Jiang didn't want to waste time. Everyone grabbed their weapons and prepared to charge out. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall blonde man with bulging muscles walked out of the street and casually grabbed a Suzaku sect disciple and tore him in half. The scene was extremely bloody. Ah! Seeing this, the others turned and launched a frenzied attack on the man. However, a special light emanated from him, rendering all attacks futile. No puppies appeared. He charged through like a human tank, tearing apart anyone he caught. Immediately, the dead disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect let out a terrifying scream. Holy crap, what's going on? Su Sanfeng was confused. How could a terrifyingly strong foreigner have appeared? Kill him first. Without a second thought, Master Jiang immediately assembled all his elite troops and launched a full-scale attack on the foreigners. Su Jintian and the driver exchanged a glance, their expressions changing drastically. His identity is the drunken sword immortal frowned. He is the Western god of war, from the Pantheon. Su Jintian said with a wry smile. Does the patriarch mean that the enemies our dragon kingdom has faced all these years are them? The sword immortal's heart stirred. Not only that, what we see now is only a part of it. Besides them, there are other forces. In short, the situation in the capital is very complicated, and the enemies of the Pantheon are very powerful. Su Jintian said with deep concern. He understood that the foreign devil in front of him was coming for him. The Vermilion Birdgate was merely caught in the crossfire and became a scapegoat. Waste. They're all useless. The foreign devil was extremely violent, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, completely overwhelming the Ho Tu Tang disciples with his powerful physical strength. In less than 10 minutes, the entire elite force of Ho Tu Tang was wiped out, leaving only Zhang Yu and a few wounded soldiers, as well as 3 cowards from the Su family. Who exactly are you? Master Jiang was completely baffled. When had they gotten involved with such a monster? Call me the god of war. The foreigner said in broken Mandarin. You Su family guards are all useless trash, you deserve to die. The Su family guards? Hallmaster Jiang said angrily, we come from the Vermilion Birdgate and have no relation to the Su family. Is that so? The foreigner sneered, his tone incredibly irritating. We've already killed them, so what if we were wrong? What else can you do? Master Zhang's heart was bleeding. All the elite troops he had trained had been destroyed. The losses in this battle nearly wiped Ho Tu Tang out of the martial arts world. When the god of war of the Temple of Gods revealed his identity, the rest of the Vermilion Bird sect trembled with fear. They were having difficulty breathing, as if they were being watched by death and were slowly descending into the abyss of hell. The cultivation methods of the East and the West are completely different, but based on our assessment of combat strength, the god of war's power is definitely above that of a grandmaster, completely overwhelming Master Jiang. This master-level expert was so frightened by the foreign devil that he broke out in a cold sweat. Su Jintian, stop hiding, I'm here to find you. The foreigner shouted towards the clinic. I never imagined that I, a dying man, would be appreciated by the Temple of Gods. Su Jintian walked out slowly, leaning on his cane. You're frustrated and unfulfilled in China, why not join our Pantheon? With our protection, we can definitely help you achieve your revenge. The foreign war god tried to persuade you to surrender in broken Mandarin. Join you, you're dreaming. Su Jintian declared proudly, I was born a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and I will die a ghost of the Dragon Kingdom. I will never join any other foreign power. In recent years, the Pantheon has been stirring up trouble, launching a major invasion of the Dragon Kingdom and corrupting many forces. They had many contacts with the Su family in the capital, but all were blocked by Su Zhentian. Now that he has arrived in Los Angeles, he is outnumbered and outmatched, which makes him the target of the Pantheon's determination to break through. You cripple, don't push your luck. You're only useful to our Pantheon. Do you know what will happen if you refuse? The foreign war god threatened. Are you threatening me? Su Zhentian sneered. Don't you think about your family, like Su Hao in front of you? Do you think he can stand against me with his strength? Behind me are countless experts from the Pantheon. Offending us would make it as easy as turning your hand to wipe out your Su family. The foreigner said coldly. Really, I don't believe it. Su Zhentian stood proudly, refusing to compromise. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. A series of crackling sounds came from the foreigner's body. His real name was John. He had obtained ancient and powerful strength through the Pantheon and was known as the god of war. He thought that Eastern martial artists were no match for him. To deal with the patriarch first, you must first get past my influence. The driver appeared from behind and blocked Su Zhentian's way. His aura seemed weak at first, but it gradually increased after he entered the arena. Standing facing John, his presence was imposing, not losing at all. He's a driver? Master Jiang was shocked. This person's strength had probably already surpassed the peak of the Grandmaster level. He never expected that he would be willing to stay by Su Zhentian's side and act as his driver. The sword immortal with the wine bottle walked out and muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen Hong Qi make a move." The driver's name was Hong Qi. 20 years ago, he was a renowned figure in the martial arts world, a grandmaster at the pinnacle of his craft. Since meeting Su Zhentian, I have been impressed by his powerful strength. From then on, Hong Qi stayed in the Su family and became the most low-profile member in recent years. He even became a professional driver, responsible for picking up and dropping off Su Zhentian and protecting his safety. Only a handful of people, including the drunken sword immortal, knew his identity. Grandpa Jiao, is this Mr. Hong Qi very powerful? Zhang Xiaoyi asked softly. Of course he's strong, you know, the beggar clan leader, right? The drunken sword immortal took a breath and reminisced about the past. I don't know. Zhang Xiaoyi shook her head. Does the beggar's sect still exist in this era? 300, Chapter 300 God Level. It's alright if you don't know, anyway it's not that Hong Qi. The drunken sword immortal was just teasing her, and said with a smile, when Hong Qi was young, his strength was still below that of an old man. Now he has restrained himself a lot, and his power has reached the transcendent realm. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the Grandmaster realm. Grandpa Wine, what are you talking about? Zhang Xiaoyi felt that he was a bit illogical after drinking, and he was vaguely praising himself, but he didn't mention how amazing old Master Hong Qi was. Let me give you a simple example. I ascend Ho Tu Tang very strong. In front of Hong Qi, 10 Ho Tu Tang members wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. Zhou Jianxian said, shaking his head. I see. Zhang Xiaoyi was overjoyed with this comparison. She had a general understanding of Hong Qi's strength. Boom! As they were talking, Hong Qi and John were already locked in combat. The two men exuded an aura of overwhelming power, and every move they made carried the power to destroy the world. A punch was thrown, and the shockwave exploded. Those Ho Tu Tang disciples who fell were actually cracked inch by the aftershocks. What was most shocking was the Japanese car next to it, which was sent flying and shattered into countless fragments in midair. The aftershocks from their attack were already so powerful, one can only imagine the intensity of their direct confrontation. John, the leader of the Zhang Hall, led a few remaining disciples of the Ho Tu Hall in a continuous retreat, forced to the vicinity of the Anshin Medical Clinic. His face was ashen, filled with regret. Why had he attacked the medical clinic? If John hadn't interfered, their Ho Tu Tang would have been wiped out if Hong Qi had made a move. Ha! After thinking about it carefully, Master Jiang realized that Hong Qi, who seemed to be the driver for the Su family, already possessed such strength. So, does that mean Su Hao has a very powerful background? Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, is the Su family, with such power, only the supreme family in the capital?
His face turned pale instantly. It turned out that Su Hao had not said a word of lies. He did indeed have enough strength to deal with the entire Hotu Hall, and even the Zhu Ke sect. Within the area where Hong Qi and Zhan fought, not a blade of grass remained, and the impact spread wider and wider. Su Hao looked closely and saw that Hong Qi, with his powerful boxing skills, was barely holding his own against the foreigner. It seemed unlikely that a winner would be decided in the short term. Nearby shops were all affected, with many completely destroyed. Fortunately, Hong Qi was very sensible and led Zhan 100 meters away, thus saving Anshin Medical Clinic. "Young master, is this Hong Qi perhaps your master?" Jin Tian's heart stirred. Su Hao's skills were unfathomable. Without guidance from a senior, he couldn't have achieved such accomplishments. The strength Hong Qi displayed was something Jin Tian had never seen before. Subconsciously, I thought this person could be Su Hao's mentor. "He's not worthy." Su Hao said coldly. Hong Qi was Su Zhentian's lackey, so he certainly didn't take him seriously. Jin Tian gasped. Could it be that the Su family is full of talented people, and there is someone even more powerful than Hong Qi? Suddenly, the lights around us flickered on and off. A ghostly figure was gradually approaching. Not good. Su Hao's expression changed, realizing that the newcomer was exceptionally powerful. Sure enough, the next moment, a woman with an explosive figure appeared in front of the clinic. She was holding a scepter, had blonde hair and blue eyes, and looked at Su Zhentian with a cold gaze. "Patriarch Su, you shouldn't have left the capital," she said in a clear, crisp voice, her Mandarin perfectly standard. "You are," Su Zhentian frowned. "Scarlet, one of the 4 great goddesses of the pantheon, inherited the power of Athena," the newcomer said proudly. "The 4 heavenly gods? Aren't those the 4 inheritors, Apollo, Poseidon, Thor, and Athena? I never expected her to appear here." When Su Zhentian saw Zhan, he thought it wasn't too bad. The forces Zhan had deployed weren't particularly strong. It wasn't until Scarlet appeared that he realized the gods had gone to great lengths. It seemed they were determined to eliminate him in Los Angeles, no matter what. "Holy crap, Scarlet is so beautiful." Su Sanfeng subconsciously swallowed. She possesses a perfectly proportioned figure and an alluring face. Every smile and gesture is enough to make countless men fall at her feet. "You unfilial son, what time is it? You're still looking at women?" Su Qianquan shouted sternly. "Why do I feel like she could kill a whole bunch of people with just one scepter?" Zhang Tangzhu had a bad feeling. Athena's power system was different from that of the East. It seemed to flow with the power of legendary magic, which was completely different from martial arts true qi. He couldn't help but look at Su Zhentian, gradually confirming the identity of this family head in his heart. It must be the Su family from the capital. The Su family is one of the most prestigious families in the capital, but they also have a crucial role, guarding the frontier. Their family has controlled the key passage from the west to the east and has been one of the guardian deities of the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. The Pantheon, wanting to make a major incursion into the Dragon Kingdom, had no choice but to find a breakthrough point in the Su family. Now that Su Zhentian has left his family and come to Luo City, it has become the best opportunity for them to make their move. "My legs are my own, I can go wherever I want, you don't need to worry about me," Su Zhentian said coldly. "Of all your retainers, I only fear the one with the sword. Now that he's gone, no one can save your dog's life." Scarlet sneered. "For the Pantheon to conquer the Central Plains, Su Zhentian must die today. It seems you've been planning this for a long time. Now that you've seized this opportunity, aren't you going to make your move?" Su Zhentian frowned. As expected of Patriarch Su, his composure is extraordinary. Scarlet spoke, waving the scepter in her hand. Instantly, countless magical forces surged into the sky, illuminating the entire night. Immediately afterward, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and a meteorite the size of a small mountain was seen falling rapidly. Even before they got close, their immense presence made it difficult for everyone to breathe. "It hurts." Zhang Shaohui bled from all 7 orifices. "What a terrible thing." The sword immortal sighed, took her hand, and channeled a stream of true energy into her so that he could barely withstand the powerful aura.
On the Vermilion Bird Gate side, the Su family father and his two sons were not strong enough. They bled from all 7 orifices. Their greatest fear was that the meteorite would crush them all to death. At that impact speed, there was simply no way to avoid it. A master of the celestial god level is comparable to the Mahayana realm and surpasses the grandmaster to martial artists with internal energy strength. They are nothing short of living gods when they fight. Ordinary people are hard to escape. Su Zhentian was pale. He was Scarlet's direct target and was under the most pressure. However, he did not fall down, but remained standing, just to save face.
Should we make a move? Su Hao hesitated. He didn't want to save Su Zhentian, but if things continued this way, others would also perish. Alright, Su Hao took a breath, about to make a move. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared above them, unleashing a 40-meter-long blade of energy into the air. Boom! The meteorite exploded, breaking into countless fragments that fell from the sky like hailstones. The cataclysmic crisis has been temporarily averted. After landing, the newcomer gave Scarlet a cold look. 301, Chapter 301. Why should I listen to you? Who are you? The blonde beauty Scarlet was shocked. He was not a guard from the Su family. It seems the Pantheon's information-gathering capabilities are nothing special. The newcomer was dressed in black, with a youthful face and white hair, exuding a mysterious aura. Brother Wei, thank you for your help. Su Zhentian said gratefully. You're welcome. This expert surnamed Wei coldly sized up Scarlet, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom knew his identity. It turned out that the supreme families in the Dragon Kingdom who held the Yama King's decree were border guard families stationed in various places, families that had been guarding the borders for thousands of years. These families initially fought independently, but later, with the help of a wise man, they all contributed huge sums of money to establish the Eternal Life Elder Council, which was responsible for guarding and disciplining each family. The expert surnamed Wei comes from the Jinemen branch of the Elders Council, responsible for guarding the various families. They don't usually appear in front of the world, they only step forward to help when the highest families are in danger. Could it be that you're a member of the Elders Council? Scarlet frowned in thought, her expression changing before she quickly came to a conclusion. That's right, I am Wei Yixiao, the Grand Protector of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, ordered to protect the head of the Su family, and to eliminate the troublemakers of the Temple of Gods. The old man in black said coldly. I don't care who you are, Su Zhentian must die today. If you want to be buried with him, you'd better get out of my way. Scarlet gripped her scepter, her killing intent palpable. A mere minor Western mage dares to issue orders? After Wei Yixiao finished speaking, he casually flicked his wrist and disappeared on the spot. Scarlet's expression changed, she couldn't find any trace of this person at all. When he reappeared, he was already in front of her, his right hand reaching out to grab her throat. In close combat, her staff is completely useless. You can't kill me. Scarlet's face changed drastically as she threatened, once you offend the Pantheon, your elders will be wiped out. Yeah? Who do you think you are, swaggering around in our Dragon Kingdom? What kind of bullshit Pantheon is this? I think it's just a bunch of rabble. With your strength, how can you claim to have inherited the power of the gods? Wei Yixiao spoke indifferently, then suddenly exerted his strength. With a cracking sound, her throat shattered, and she died instantly. Everyone present wore expressions of shock. Everyone had witnessed the power of Scarlet's magic. They never expected it to be so easily defeated by the elders. What happened next was even more astonishing. After Scarlet died, a strange light emanated from her body, and powerful magical energy rapidly dissipated. The staff that had fallen to the ground instantly shattered into countless fragments, which flew westward in the wind. The once beautiful Scarlet was now overweight, unkempt, and emanated a foul stench. Perhaps this is her true nature. She has nothing to do with beauty. Lacking beauty, she conjures it up. Vomit. Zhang Xiaoyi felt nauseous upon hearing this and vomited into a trash can. That foreign woman is really ugly, Su Sanfeng said with disdain. Damn, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Su Yan didn't even glance at it a second time. On the other side, John, who was fighting, saw Scarlet die and instinctively took a few meters back to a safe place. Athena is dead? He couldn't understand it. Wei Yixiao looked tall and thin, and he didn't seem to have any special abilities. How could he have destroyed their goddess with just one move? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He deliberately shouted loudly, seemingly about to fight Hong Qi to the death, but in reality, he turned around and ran away. Even if we can't win, we should at least send the message back. The Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. Their supreme families are very powerful, and their council of elders is even more frightening. You still want to run? Wei Yixiao disappeared on the spot, and when he returned, he was carrying John's body. Like Scarlet, after his death, he reverted to his original appearance, becoming a withered old man, completely different from the muscular hunk. Master Su, young Master Su, I'm sorry I'm late and have startled you. Wei Yixiao threw down the corpse and walked over to pay his respects to Su Zhentian and Su Hao. Jiang, the sect leader, was completely stunned. Even someone as powerful as Wei Yixiao possessed extraordinary strength, almost on par with their sect leader. He was surprisingly polite to Su Zhentian and Su Hao, greeting them with such humility. The identities of these two people are quite evident. Brother Wei, you're too kind. Su Zhentian didn't dare to be presumptuous. From an ancient perspective, the Jianimen was the guardian of the supreme families, but now the Elders' Council is developing well and is fatally surpassing the major supreme families. It is already showing signs of turning the tables and becoming the master. Wei Yixiao's greeting was entirely out of personal deference. If it were any other expert from the embroidered uniform guard, they would likely have adopted an aloof and superior attitude. I'm not the young master of the Su family. Su Hao waved his hand, completely disregarding this identity. Brother Wei, there's nothing more for you here. Please go back as soon as possible. Su Zhentian said politely. Master Su, please heed my advice and return to the capital as soon as possible. It's too dangerous here. Wei Yixiao didn't leave immediately, but respectfully suggested. Thank you for reminding me, I know what I'm doing. Su Zhentian frowned. He didn't like being told what to do, but given Wei Yixiao's status, he wouldn't turn against him. I have delivered my messages for how to proceed. That is up to Master Su, Wei Yixiao said, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and prepared to leave. Stop. Su Hao swayed and stood in front of Wei Yixiao. Su Hao, what do you want to do? Wei Yixiao saw that he was unwilling to acknowledge the identity of the young master of the Su family, so he was not so polite to him and was somewhat impatient. You have to answer one question. Was my mother's death 10 years ago related to the Elders' Council? Su Hao said coldly. That's just your guess. I remember that Madame Su fell ill suddenly, and her death had nothing to do with anyone else. Wei Yixiao frowned. Disease? Su Hao sneered. You use this. Can you really fool yourself with those reasons? The specific reason is unknown. Due to the passage of time, I advise you not to investigate further, otherwise it will not do you any good. Wei Yixiao said coldly. Why should I listen to you? As Su Hao spoke, he suddenly thrust out his longsword. Su Hao, how dare you lay a hand on me? Wei Yixiao was furious. His right hand struck out with lightning speed, grabbing the blade of Su Hao's sword and shattering it with a sudden burst of force. He threw a punch straight at his chest. This move was incredibly powerful, making it difficult for him to breathe. Fortunately, Su Hao was agile. He stepped on his right foot with his left and flew several meters upward, avoiding a fatal blow. Stop! Su Zhentian roared. Wei Yixiao, you must remember your place. You are merely a member of the Genie sect. You have no right to kill the young master of a supreme family. Master Su, even he doesn't admit it, how can you blame me? Wei Yixiao said disdainfully. 302, Chapter 302 Reconciliation. You're wrong. The young master's identity won't change because of his words, it's only related to his bloodline. Su Zhentian said angrily. He didn't want to fall out with the elders, but he also wouldn't allow them to harm Su Hao. That's true. Wei Yixiao did not continue the attack. The inheritance of the supreme family is a bloodline inheritance. It is not convenient for outsiders to get involved in the internal relationships of their family. You surnamed Wei, I won't let you leave until you tell me the truth. Su Hao was somewhat frantic, clenching his fists, ready to continue his attack. Stop, you're no match for him. Su Zhentian angrily rebuked. Wei Yixiao had already shown mercy. Pursuing the matter further would only anger the other party and harm himself.
Su Jintian, I am not a coward. I will find out who killed my mother.
Su Hao said, about to launch another attack.
Wei Yixiao's face darkened. If this kid really caused trouble, it would be better to take the opportunity to deal with him and save the Elders Council a lot of trouble.
Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?
Hong Qi was loyal and listened to Su Jintian's words. He threw a punch and knocked Su Hao back.
You also want to be my enemy? Su Hao was somewhat deranged, gradually losing his reason.
Su Jintian frowned. If this kid unleashed the power of Qiangqi after going berserk, things would get really bad.
Who can persuade him now?
As he hesitated, the drunken sword immortal walked up to him, opened his arms, and said, "You brat, if you want to fight, then step over my dead body."
Old man, even you're going against me?
Su Hao's face was full of disappointment.
Nonsense, I'll always stand by your side.
The drunken sword immortal roared, "You're the one who's confused. Wei Yixiao is just a pawn of the embroidered uniform guard. He has no real power. If you truly want to find out the truth, then cultivate diligently and strive to one day storm the Elders' Council and ask them for their own clarification." The sword immortal held a very high place in Su Hao's heart, and his words made him suddenly realize the truth. Yes, what can Wei Yixiao do? He's just following orders. The truth about the past still needs to be investigated through the Elders' Council. If he's strong enough to crush the Elders' Council, then any truth can be easily obtained. Conversely, if you lack strength, your anger will only be seen as cute and utterly harmless.
Su Hao, I'll remember you. Before leaving, Wei Yixiao made a provocative statement.
Hateful. Su Hao stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain despite the profuse bleeding. The Elders' Council, oh the Elders' Council, this feud is now set in stone. Sooner or later, he will go back alone to take revenge. Hopefully, Wei Yixiao will still be around then, so they can get their revenge together. Boy, the Elder Council wields immense power, yet they only sent one member of the embroidered uniform guard. If they were to send all of them, the current supreme families would be utterly helpless against them. You can be impulsive in other situations, but when it comes to them, you must not act recklessly. The sword immortal spoke earnestly. In his prime, he could rival Wei Yixiao. However, now, covered in injuries, he doesn't even have the right to make a move.
Old man, you don't really think that was my full strength just now, do you?
Su Hao smiled coldly. All his previous anxiety and anger had disappeared, leaving only calm.
Good lad, you're still holding back?
The drunken sword immortal was overjoyed.
Of course, if we really go all out, we can fight him to the death.
Su Hao said this while still holding back, as there were outsiders present and he couldn't reveal his full strength. Very good, as expected of the young master I have chosen.
The drunken sword immortal was very pleased and took a hearty sip.
Yes, there are no weaklings among the descendants of the Su family, Su Jintian said with satisfaction.
What does this have to do with you?
Su Hao disliked him completely. Just hearing those words gave him the urge to kill. Just then, Master Jiang moved his left foot slightly, and immediately threw out a golden needle, which ended his life. Young Master Su, spare my life. Upon seeing this, the three members of the Su family knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy.
With Master Jiang dead, they are no match for him anymore. Do you think I'm an easy person to talk to?
Su Hao picked up a long sword, swung it lightly, and killed 3 people instantly.
This time, the entire Zukman Huta Hall was wiped out.
Not bad, ruthless, just like I was in my youth. Su Jintian smiled with satisfaction. Su Hao never hesitated to do things, which was a very good quality. After Wei Yixiao left, he got into a car.
Was that Su Changsheng who just spoke, the legendary Qian Qizi?
A Jineman expert in the carriage asked coldly.
That's right, he is Su Changsheng, now renamed Su Hao, trying to sever ties with the past.
Wei Yixiao had investigated thoroughly.
Should we have someone take care of him?
Another person asked, somewhat unwilling. Su Hao openly doubted the Elders' Council, which was definitely a threat before he rose to power. Now was the best opportunity to suppress him.
You're insane. Wei shook his head with a smile. You don't really think Su Jintian is a sickly weakling, do you? The Su family is the head of the supreme families, and Su Jintian is the head of this family. He may seem sickly, but in reality, he has extraordinary abilities. If we really break ties with the Su family, even the Elders' Council will be turned upside down by him. We only have the absolute power to suppress a single family. If he unites with other families, it's possible that he could even wipe out the Elders' Council. After this explanation, his companion in the car understood. However, he had some doubts. Just now, when some god from the Western Pantheon made a move, Su Zhentian seemed to surrender without resistance. Does he really still have the strength? Nonsense, everything he did was a facade. If I didn't intervene, he could easily kill Athena's successor with a flick of his little finger. Otherwise, why do you think Hongqi was so devoted to him? There's only one reason. When Hongqi challenged Su Zhentian, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Besides, Su Zhentian is old now and doesn't have as much of his vigor. He only wants to restore his father-son relationship with Su Chengxing. Once he kills his son, he will have no more worries. If he goes berserk, neither of us can withstand his wrath. His companion nodded. What he said made sense. Wei Yixiao, have you ever thought that once Su Hao returns to the capital and inherits the power of Qianqizi, the entire family will surely rise to prominence, and the Elders' Council may not be able to suppress him? His companion expressed his concerns. The father and son reconciled? Wei Yixiao sneered. That's impossible. When Su Hao's mother died, Su Zhentian chose to be a coward and dared not seek revenge. This matter destined that the knot between these two father and son could never be untied. Let's wait and see. Su Zhentian is injured and won't live much longer. Only when he dies will the Su family be free of any threat. Understood. His companion nodded with delight. It seemed that the day when the elders would take power was drawing ever closer. 303, Chapter 303. I will never suffer a loss. The next morning, when Su Hao got up, the signs of the battle outside the clinic had already been cleaned up. The nearby streets were immediately closed off. Ordinary residents would never know the truth about such a battle. After resting, he felt much better. He stood at the door, slowly sipping a cup of coffee, and seemed quite relaxed. You brat, I have some good news for you. The drunken sword immortal had gotten up a little early, still looking sleepy. Go ahead and speak. Su Hao nodded. Your father went back. He originally wanted me to go back with him, saying that there were more resources in the capital to help me recover from my injuries, and he also asked me to persuade you to go back with me. The drunken sword immortal smiled. Unfortunately, I refused. I think it's fine here, far away from the troubles of the capital. I've long been used to this kind of carefree life. He agreed? Su Hao frowned. He agreed, but didn't force you to come home. He said he's relieved to see you doing so well out there. He really wronged you before, but you can choose your own path in the future. It was as if the drunken sword immortal had come specifically to share information with him. Su Hao nodded coldly. That's even better. Su Zhentian is staying in Luo City, and it's unknown what will happen next. Go home early so as not to implicate others. Before he left, he mentioned to me that you should go home and pay respects to your mother when you have time. After saying this, the drunken sword immortal went back to sleep. Su Hao was stunned. Pay homage to his mother, how he wished he could do that, but he felt that as a son, what right did he have if he couldn't even avenge his mother? He secretly vowed that the next time he returned, it would be with the head of his enemy. A gentleman will not leave this grudge unavenged. He finished the last of his coffee, instantly becoming much more awake. His mind was blank. He tried to devise a revenge plan, but knew he didn't have a good one for the time being. That Elders' Council was too powerful. They weren't easy to deal with. Everything needs to be carefully considered, otherwise, taking rash action will only put everyone in danger. Hey, are you thinking about me? Lin Yao's voice suddenly came from beside my ear. I guess so. Su Hao came to his senses and was surprised to find that she had come over so early in the morning. It's obviously not her. Lin Yao said coquettishly. You must be thinking about Jiruo. She's gentle and considerate, just the way you like her. No, you're the gentlest one. Su Hao smiled. By Jiruo wasn't gentle at all, she was more assertive. So, do you like me, or do you like Jiruo? Lin Yao tilted her head and asked the crucial question. Su Hao was taken aback. Was this an answer he could give? Of course, he had to avoid it, so he said, Alright, you came so early. Is there something you want to discuss with me? There really is. Lin Yao smiled. knowing he wouldn't answer directly, so she didn't press him. Something strange happened last night. The Lin family headquarters actually sent a message telling us that they are willing to accept us. The family head, Lin Changqing, even said that he is willing to consider me as one of the candidates for the future successor of the Lin family. This matter was somewhat inexplicable to her. The relationship between the Lin family in Los Angeles and the Lin family in the provincial capital has actually become somewhat distant. Even they themselves did not expect to be able to return to headquarters one day. The sudden news surprised and flattered them, but also made them a little worried, wondering if there was some kind of conspiracy involved. Such a good thing? Su Hao frowned after thinking about it. He realized that it was all Su Zhentian's doing, only he cared about family power and background. Lin Yao's family was originally a wealthy but small family without a strong background. Before Su Zhentian left, he contacted their headquarters and put pressure on them to help Lin Yao secure the status of the future successor. Su Zhentian was trying to please him, attempting to express his father's love. If it were only targeting him, Su Hao would never accept it. However, if they attack Lin Yao, there's no way to object. This is very strange. I can't understand why such a good thing would fall into my lap. Lin Yao wondered. The Lin family headquarters is many times stronger than their current branches. She felt a surreal, almost unreal, sense of being struck by a windfall. After much deliberation, she decided to discuss it with Su Hao. Anyway, this is a good thing, so just accept it. Su Hao nodded, happy for her. Lin Yao had always wanted a powerful backer, and things were much better now than before. Alright. Lin Yao's doubts were dispelled when she heard him say that. She then joked, "Hey Su, I'm about to become rich. I am giving you a chance now. Hurry up and please me, and I'll help you soar to great heights." You're still putting on an act. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. Even if she eventually gained recognition, she would only be the head of the Lin family, which was just a mediocre position. Hey, don't you know that the Lin family and the Bai family are roughly the same size? Right now, Bai Jiruo is only in charge of the business in Luo City. Once I become the heir of the Lin family, my status will be much higher than hers. If you stick close to me, you definitely won't suffer. Lin Yao was full of confidence. In the past, Bai Jiruo's status would have made her feel suffocated and inferior. Things are different now that she has officially returned to the Lin family. She is at least on par with Bai Jiruo and is in no way inferior to her. If she can monetize her talents well, her future is promising. At that time, she and Bai Jiruo will compete fairly, and it remains to be seen who will ultimately win over Su Hao. Before she could finish her boasting, Chen Chunhua interrupted her with a phone call. "Daughter, come back quickly, someone from the Lin family has arrived, claiming to be the second wife of the head of the family, and they're looking for you." Second wife? Lin Yao was stunned. Don't you know that Lin Changqing has married several wives? His first wife is the current matriarch, but the other wives are also very powerful. I reckon she's here to probe your capabilities and curry favor with you. Chen Chunhua is very optimistic now and is urging her to go back as soon as possible. Good. Lin Yao was a little nervous. She felt that this might be a test. Her status as the heir was still far from being confirmed, and no one knew what the final outcome would be. Go quickly. Su Hao urged. What, you want to get rid of me? Lin Yao grabbed his hand domineeringly. No, you have to come back with me. Isn't this inappropriate? I'm an outsider. Su Hao frowned. How can you call me an outsider? You are my ex-husband, and also the man I've chosen. Come with me and witness the demeanor of the second mistress of the Lin family. Lin Yao wouldn't let Su Hao leave no matter what she said. He felt very helpless. Lin Yao's assertiveness was different from before. It carried a hint of doting, and he really couldn't find a good reason to refuse. After getting in the car, the two rushed to the Lin family villa. 304, Chapter 304. Difficulty. The atmosphere at the Lin family villa was somewhat oppressive. The so-called second mistress of the Lin family was a 60-year-old woman, dressed in gold and silver, and very wealthy. She was holding a string of Buddhist prayer beads in her hand, but it was unclear whether she was truly a Buddhist. This person has phoenix eyes and looks down on everything with an arrogant gaze, making him seem difficult to get along with. She sat casually in the host's seat, while Chen Chunhua and Lin Hao stood below her, not daring to breathe. Besides them, Wang Meihua and Li Xiufei also came to watch the excitement. Daughter, Daughter, you're finally back. What were you doing running out so early in the morning?
Chen Shunhua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Yao. She couldn't handle this second mistress, so Lin Yao had to step in.
But when she saw Su Hao, she was immediately furious and said, "You dare to come back? What's wrong?"
Su Hao frowned. She was always causing trouble.
Are all of you liars? Why is the gold Buddha my father-in-law gave me fake?
Chen Shunhua said angrily, "Don't try to argue with me." Had Xiaohong have it appraised, the gold Buddha is just gold-plated and it's full of stones. Your family is so pathetic, they gave a fake as a gift when we met. Are you senile? You handed the stuff over to Chen Hong for appraisal. She's so greedy, it's no wonder she tried to cheat you.
Su Hao was very unhappy. Didn't she see through Chen Hong's true nature?
That golden Buddha was insignificant in the Su family. They possessed all sorts of treasures, and Su Hao wasn't sure which one it was, but it was certainly valuable. Su Zhentian wouldn't even dare to give away anything worth less than tens of millions. Mom, Su Hao is right, you shouldn't believe Xiaohong.
Lin Yao stood firmly on Su Hao's side. You're still helping him?
Chen Shunhua grumbled, clearly displeased.
Hey, haven't you all made enough of a scene? Li Xiufei roared, didn't you see the second mistress is here? You've at least returned to the Lin family, how can you have no manners at all?
Chen Shunhua immediately stood aside, not daring to argue. She felt wronged. She had thought she had finally made something of herself, but unexpectedly, a second mistress had come along who could still suppress her.
Lin Yao greets the second mistress.
Lin Yao took 2 steps forward and bowed.
Is this your rule? Li Xiufei continued arrogantly, a big family should have the demeanor of a big family when paying respects. You must kneel down and kowtow, understand? Kneel? Kneel? Lin Yao's face turned pale. How could there be such an outdated rule?
People nowadays value independence and autonomy, and view kneeling as an insult.
Cousin, do you not want to return to headquarters?
Li Xiufei sneered. She was there to watch the show, to act as a mouthpiece for the second mistress, and to take the opportunity to humiliate her severely.
This Lin Yao didn't want to do that.
Su Hao sighed silently. Large families do have many rules, and kneeling to pay respects isn't particularly excessive. Each family has a different history, some have been passed down for thousands of years, and the rules back then were completely different from those now. Hurry up, otherwise if the second mistress expresses her displeasure to the master of the household after returning, your status as heir will be directly revoked. Li Xiufei said coldly. Daughter, forbearance is a double-edged sword. For your future success, kneel down.
Chen Shunhua advised from the side. Greetings, second mistress.
Lin Yao had no choice but to kneel down in front of everyone.
That's not enough, you have to kowtow too.
Li Xiufei continued to teach her the rules.
Greetings, second mistress.
Lin Yao swallowed her anger and kowtowed 3 times.
Someone, serve tea to the second mistress. Li Xiufei reiterated the rules. Okay, I'll make the tea right away.
Chen Shunhua, unaware of these things, immediately went to the kitchen to boil water and make tea.
Lin Yao was stunned. Was she just supposed to keep kneeling like this?
She tried to get up, but saw the second mistress's stern gaze and had no choice but to continue kneeling. She was secretly angry. The second mistress wasn't there to curry favor with them at all, but clearly to make things difficult for them. It's understandable. Every matriarch has her own descendants, and who wouldn't covet the position of head of the family? Lin Yao, from a branch family, has suddenly become the right to be the future heir, which has already threatened the second matriarch's interests. The main reason I came here this time is to hope that she will back down from the challenge.
Su Zhentian, you're doing something inhuman. Su Hao was furious. Wasn't this just asking for trouble?
His words, while securing some benefits for Lin Yao, also brought endless trouble. 5 minutes later, Chen Shunhua handed Lin Yao a steaming cup of tea and gave her a wink. Lin Yao calmed herself down, took the teacup with both hands, and knelt down to present it. Second mistress, please have some tea. The old lady nodded in a pretentious manner, held the teacup in her right hand, took a small sip, and then spat it all out, spraying it onto Lin Yao's face.
Are you trying to scald me to death? The second mistress said angrily.
Lin Yao's face immediately darkened. This was a direct humiliation. The second mistress's meaning was clear. she absolutely could not be allowed to have an easy time today. Even if it wasn't serving tea, they would find other reasons to torment her severely.
Lin Yao, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on the second mistress? She is the second mistress of the patriarch, second only to the mistress in status. Coming to Luo City is a sign of respect for you, yet you dare to despise her like this. Li Xiufei seized the opportunity to accuse her. Lin Yao, don't think you've made something of yourself now. You've only just returned to the Lin family, and your foundation is still unstable. If you want to become the head of the family, you still have a long way to go. Wang Meihua took the opportunity to lecture him. Second mistress, it's not Yao's fault I didn't pay attention to the water temperature. Shall I make you another cup?
Chen Shunhua said, her voice filled with trepidation.
The second mistress's face darkened, and she pointed at Lin Yao, coldly saying, today she's the one serving tea. Who do you think you are? If anyone's going to make tea, it has to be her personally.
Chen Shunhua kept giving Lin Yao meaningful glances, hinting that she should endure it.
To everyone's surprise, Lin Yao knelt on the ground, motionless. What, you're not convinced? The second mistress slammed her hand on the table and stood up. The teacup crashed to the ground and shattered. You blind fools, I don't know what the patriarch was thinking, actually wanting to take you back. Uncivilized branches like yours are no big deal to just throw away. Second mistress, please calm down. Yao just doesn't know the rules. She has still made contributions to the Lin family. Chen Shunhua kept apologizing. Speaking of contributions, I do have a job I'm going to hand over to her. The second mistress beckoned, and someone immediately brought over a contract. Slamming it onto the table, she said, see this is the letter of appointment for the chairman of the Lin group. As long as she passes my test today, she can become the head of the family group. These words were spoken. Chen Shunhua and Lin Hao were overjoyed. The Lin group was in no way inferior to the Bai group, possessing assets worth tens of billions and involved in all aspects. Once Lin Yao became the chairman, his power would be almost the same as Bai Jiruo's. 305, Chapter 305 1 billion.
Lin Yao looked at the document, her eyes welling up with tears. She always felt that she was underutilized, and managing her current company didn't allow her to fully utilize her talents. If she were to take charge of the Lin group, it would be a completely different story, and she might be able to achieve great things.
Okay, I'll go make some tea. She decided to be patient a little longer. She got up, got some boiling water, made a cup of hot tea, and then took a basin to cool it down with cold water. A few minutes later, she knelt down, holding a cup of warm tea, and offered it to the teacup with both hands. Second mistress, please have some tea. Her attitude was even more respectful than before. Puff. After the second mistress drank it, she spat it out again. Are you trying to scald me to death? She was still very unhappy. This is hot? Lin Yao instantly understood that the old lady was unlikely to be satisfied. The second cup of tea was already very cold. If it cooled down any further, she would probably have to use ice water to brew it. She's so old, can she really drink ice drinks? I said it's hot, so it's hot. Go and make another cup. The second mistress said coldly. At this moment, Chen Shunhua also realized that this person was clearly doing it on purpose. Poor Lin Yao hadn't gained anything yet and had already suffered 2 humiliations. She sighed silently. Without power, she could only swallow her anger, which was truly suffocating. Good. Lin Yao gritted her teeth and had no choice but to get up again. This time, she used ice water, thinking that if Lin Yao caused any more trouble, she would not serve her anymore. Just as they were about to serve tea, Su Hao stepped forward and said, you may leave. I will handle this matter. You? A hint of worry flashed across Lin Yao's face. He was a straightforward person, and if he was wronged, he might just lose his temper on the spot. Don't worry, I'll help you solve it, and you can handle her. Su Hao said proudly. Lin Yao thought about it and realized that it made sense. Repeatedly swallowing one's anger will only embolden the other party. Although Su Hao's actions were dangerous, so what? He's her man, and she should trust him. Hey, Su, this is a matter for the Lin family, it has nothing to do with you. Li Xiufei shouted. Yes, what right do you, a stinking man, have to serve tea to the second mistress? Wang Meihua said coldly. Shut up, you're not from the Lin family. Su Hao roared.
Li Xiufei and Wang Meihua are only relatives of the Lin family, and they have to rely on Lin Yao's influence. The mother and daughter were stunned and speechless after being rebuked.
Second mistress, is that right? You'd like some tea, wouldn't you?
Su Hao downed the iced tea in one gulp, then sprayed it fiercely twice in her face, returning the insult Lin Yao had received, with interest.
How dare you? Who are you? How dare you bully this old woman?
The second mistress slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Her exquisite makeup had been completely ruined by Su Hao.
I'm offering you tea, and you're still not happy?
Su Hao said coldly after speaking. He picked up the unused hot water, grabbed a handful of tea leaves and threw them, and he walked up to the second mistress, pinched her cheek, and poured the hot water down her throat.
You can drink it.
I'll let you get burned.
Do you still dare to put on airs? Su Hao said angrily. Everyone was shocked.
As expected of Su Hao, his approach was simple and brutal.
If the second mistress doesn't give us face, then we'll humiliate her even more. You surnamed Su, are you crazy?
Chen Chunhua hurriedly stopped him. The old lady was screaming from the burn. Her mouth was so swollen that she could barely speak.
Lin Yao chuckled. This was so satisfying.
Guards, throw this brat out.
The second mistress roared in fury and gave the order.
They immediately walked in, and two imposing bodyguards, one on each side, grabbed Su Hao's arms at the same time, trying to throw him out. Unexpectedly, despite their combined efforts, Su Hao remained motionless, as if nailed to the ground. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. What did this mean? Su Hao's strength far surpassed theirs.
Two pieces of trash. Su Hao slapped one of them away.
After doing all this, Su Hao grabbed the second mistress and threw her on the ground. Then, he grabbed Lin Yao's hand, pressed her down into the master's seat, and said sternly, "You need to understand that Lin Yao is one of the future heirs of the Lin family.
What right do you, a mere second mistress, have to swagger around in front of her? Don't you understand what it means that the patriarch gave you the task of putting her in charge of the Lin group? She is the future financial power of the Lin family. What good will it do your second mistress's lineage to offend her now? Don't you want to spend money? She can easily find some excuse to strangle you."
Su Hao's words were resounding and powerful. But the second mistress didn't think that way. She just felt insulted. No one in the entire Lin family dared to look down on her like that.
"You, Su Hao, how dare you interfere with the Lin family? Who do you think you are? I wouldn't even give you a second glance if you were walking down the street.
And Lin Yao, colluding with outsiders to covet the chairman's position. I will report this to the family head and have you stripped of your rights." The second mistress, fuming, took out her phone and was about to dial Lin Changqing's number. Although she was older and less favored, she believed that she still held a higher place in his heart than Lin Yao.
"Su Hao, can you please stop causing trouble?"
Chen Chunhua stomped her foot in anger. Things were fine until he made a scene, and the conflict escalated immediately. "Second mistress, don't get it wrong, we have nothing to do with Su Hao anymore. Yao is capable. Letting her manage the group will benefit everyone, I assure you. Given a few years, the Lin group's performance will double."
"Nonsense, does she even have that ability?" The second mistress simply didn't believe it.
"Old woman, I don't care what you think, either let Lin Yao be the chairman, or take your contract and get out,"
Su Hao said firmly.
"Hey Su, can you please shut up?" Chen Chunhua was so frightened she almost fainted. They were the ones begging the second mistress, so why was Su Hao acting the other way around?
"Mom, don't be greedy."
Lin Yao frowned. She vaguely felt that Su Hao was right. The second mistress must have received a mission from the head of the family to come here, otherwise, there would be no point in her traveling all this way. Her predicament only represented her personal dissatisfaction and could not change the head of the family's decision. In other words, the position of chairperson of the Lin family group is essentially hers now. At present, all the second mistress can do is create some difficulties.
Instead of begging and pleading, it's better to stand up straight and confront her head on.
Very good, didn't you want to become the chairman? Now it's time to show your abilities. The family is currently facing a financial crisis. As long as you can bring in 1 billion yuan for the group, I will hand over all the documents to you.
The second mistress smiled coldly. 1 billion? Chen Chunua's face turned pale. This was an astronomical sum for them. Even if they sold the Qingxing group, they couldn't raise that much money. 306, Chapter 306 It's better to rely on yourself than others. What, have you lost your tongue? Seeing that Lin Yao dared not utter a sound, the second mistress said coldly, you can't even do something this simple, our group has so many assets, if you can't even get $1 billion, how can we entrust it to you with peace of mind? Cousin, this amount of money is really not much if it's not enough, why not give me the chairman's position? Li Xiufei, always eager for drama, was adding fuel to the fire. $1 billion is indeed a lot, but if she grits her teeth and sells off some of her assets, she can probably raise the money. Lin Yao remained silent, she had no money and couldn't raise it. It's just $1 billion, it's not a lot, I can handle it. Su Hao couldn't bear to see her sad, so he spoke up directly. Settled, my time is very limited if you don't raise the money within 3 days, this matter is off. The second mistress said coldly. 3 days? No problem. Su Hao agreed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Brother-in-law, $1 billion is no small sum. You've been good enough to us, don't throw yourself into it. Lin Hao was shocked this was no small amount, not just $1 million or $2. They did it on purpose, they weren't sincere at all. Chen Chunhua realized, how many people can handle $1 billion in 3 days? Su Hao, don't get involved in this. $10 billion is really too much. Lin Yao didn't believe that Su Hao was that rich either. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? Su Hao gave her a reassuring smile. I'll come back to verify it in 3 days. The second mistress left angrily, feeling that Su Hao was just boasting and had no ability whatsoever. You surnamed Su, do you think you're a savior? You think you can get $1 billion in 3 days? Are you dreaming? Chen Chunhua recalled that with Su Hao involved, things changed. Originally, Lin Yao had a chance to take over the Lin Group, but now, if he can't complete this task, he can't perform at all. If I say it's possible, then it's possible, don't doubt it. Su Hao said confidently. Really, I don't believe it. Chen Hong returned and said sarcastically, don't think everyone doesn't know what you do. You don't even have a company. Where are you going to raise so much money? If you can manage it, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea. Are you serious? Su Hao frowned. It was completely unbecoming for a girl to say something like that. Ahem, that won't do. If you can handle it, I'll kowtow to you. Chen Hong blushed, realizing that what she had just asked was a bit too difficult to accomplish. Okay, I accept your bet. Su Hao left laughing. Wait, something's not right. What's the punishment for him losing? By the time Chen Hong realized what was happening, Su Hao had already walked away. She stomped her foot. She had only wanted to watch the show, but she hadn't expected to get herself involved. He can't do it, don't be afraid. Chen Chunhua comforted him. Su Hao was just a clinic owner, whether he had $1 million or not was a problem, let alone $1 billion. Yes, he's all talk and no action. Chen Hong nodded. Is it difficult to reach $1 billion? Su Hao felt alright, he had his own connections. He took out his phone, ready to find Qian Fugui's number. This man was known as the god of wealth, borrowing some money from him shouldn't be a big problem. Speak of the devil, and he appears, Qian Fugui called instead. President Qian, I was just about to look for you. Su Hao smiled. Mr. Su, how can I help you? Qian Fugui's voice sounded a little nervous. It's nothing serious. A friend of mine is in a bit of trouble and needs some funding, Su Hao said. How much? Qian Fugui breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a matter of money, then it wasn't a problem. No more, no less, exactly $1 billion. Su Hao said. No problem, I'll have someone prepare it right away and deliver the money to Mrs. Clinic tomorrow. Qian Fugui said generously. If others wanted to borrow money from him, he would have to check their qualifications, but Mr. Su only needed to ask. He still wanted to repay the life-saving grace. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Su Hao smiled. That's right, Mr. Su told me to keep an eye on the movements of precious medicinal herbs. Qian Fugui remembered this instruction recently. I heard that some treasures have arrived in the neighboring city, including the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Qian Fugui said with absolute certainty. Very good. Su Hao trembled all over.
In order to help the sword immortal cure his illness, he has been searching for spiritual medicines, but he is currently lacking only the blood spirit flower, the nine-turn spirit mushroom, and the 1,000-year snow lotus.
After such a long wait, there's finally new information. Mr. Su, if you don't mind, I can accompany you. Qian Fugui asked cautiously. No problem, we'll set off tonight.
Su Hao was more than happy to agree with Qian Fugui around, at least he didn't have to worry about money.
Ah, it's a deal. Qian Fugui was actually quite happy. Su Hao returned to the clinic and rested for a while. Qian Fugui arrived in person.
The neighboring city of Qingzhou isn't far, it only took him about 3 hours to get there in his Rolls-Royce. In the car, Qian Fugui revealed more information. The Millennium Snow Lotus will eventually appear at the auction, attracting much attention, including from Medicine King Valley. In addition, representatives from various sects will also be present. There will also be CEOs from various corporations. Everyone is determined to acquire it at this auction. When they arrived, a large crowd had already gathered outside the auction house, including all sorts of people from different walks of life. Qian Fugui, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, led the way directly into the auction house. At this moment, the power of money and wealth became apparent. With his extensive network, he could easily secure a front row seat simply by showing his face. Just as he sat down, he saw a rare sapphire on display on the stage. The price kept rising, and finally it was bought by a wealthy woman in the front row for a sky-high price of 100 million. These people are really rich. Su Hao said calmly it was impossible for him to spend 100 million to buy a broken stone.
Really?
Qian Fugui disagreed. He had many, families/households/ etc., jewelry. It took many small steps.
Make way.
Just then, a girl in sunglasses squeezed in and sat next to Su Hao. She looked rather arrogant, chewing gum as she said nonchalantly, "Let me tell you, the 1,000-year snow lotus is mine for the taking. You'd better save your breath and not humiliate yourselves."
You also want the 1,000-year snow lotus?
Qian Fugui looked her up and down, unable to recall which family's young lady she belonged to.
Of course.
The girl in sunglasses said confidently, "You two shouldn't even think about it. The 1,000-year snow lotus is not something you can afford."
Oh, so you're quite wealthy?
Qian Fugui laughed. He had never met anyone who dared to say such a thing to him before. Only rich kids like this, who have never seen much of the world, would dare to make such boastful claims.
Anyway, I'm richer than you.
The girl in sunglasses glanced at Qian Fugui, and seeing his chubby appearance, she looked at him with disdain. Qian Fugui's expression changed, and he was slightly angry, but since Su Hao hadn't spoken, he couldn't lash out.
307, Chapter 307. The deal is completed. Su Hao didn't participate in their bickering, feeling it was completely unnecessary and even somewhat low class. The auction is still ongoing and gradually coming to an end. Distinguished guests, the following auction items are sure to be the focus of your attention. This is the snow lotus that our auction house just acquired.
It's said to be 1,000 years old, so please bid carefully. The starting price for this ranking is 100 million, and each bid will be no less than 10 million.
The auction begins.
After the auctioneer finished speaking, a beautiful hostess came up carrying a sandalwood box. When she opened it, it immediately attracted countless eyes. On the stage was a snow lotus the size of a fist, exuding an ethereal aura.
Everyone who smells it feels refreshed and invigorated.
If taken, it will undoubtedly prolong life.
Everyone present was either rich or noble. There were no poor people among them who wouldn't want to spend a little money to extend their lifespan by a few years. Everyone immediately became envious. 1,000-year-old snow lotus? A wealthy businessman exclaimed in surprise. 200 million.
He said, and immediately began bidding.
It went from 100 million to 200 million in an instant.
Su Hao had anticipated fierce competition, but he hadn't expected it to be this intense.
300 million.
Qian Fugui was determined to win and wrote the price directly on the sign.
350 million, 360 million.
Others gradually increased their bids. The girl in sunglasses spat out her chewing gum, picked up a marker, and scribbled down a new number, 700 million. The speed at which she raised the price was simply outrageous.
Holy crap, whose young lady is this? So rich? She doesn't hesitate to spend the family's money at all. Damn, I wanted to raise the price, but it looks like I don't have the chance anymore.
Most people were immediately silenced, the price was beyond their reach. In other places, they would be considered extremely wealthy.
Once you get here, you can only be a spectator. How about that? No one dares to compete with me now, right?
The girl in sunglasses said smugly, taking out another piece of chewing gum and chewing it happily.
710 million.
An elderly man in white silently held up a sign.
Who the hell are you? How dare you challenge me? The girl in sunglasses roared angrily, threateningly. Miss Nangong, this is an auction, please abide by the rules.
The auctioneer coughed and reminded her directly.
Miss Nangong? Everyone present was shocked.
Qian Fugui exclaimed, so it was her. She is Nangong Ling, who is not famous herself, but she has a very powerful older brother, Nangong Yu. He is said to be a top-ranking young master in the Dragon Kingdom, possessing astonishing talent and unfathomable strength. The Nangong family is powerful, holding the top position among the three most prominent families. The sister's honor was due to her brothers, her identity was far from simple. Nangong Ling, the highest bidder wins. You must know that saying, right? Don't think that just because your Nangong family is powerful, my Medicine King Valley is not weak either. The old man was the second in command of Medicine King Valley. He raised his paddle again, raising the price to 720 million. He was equally determined to obtain the 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus.
Mr. Su, should we make an offer?
Qian Fugui asked tentatively, seeing that I had no expression.
Did you bring a lot of money?
Su Hao shrugged. The bid had already reached 700 million, and these people were still eager to make a move. They really had too much money to spend. As long as Mr. Su says the word, money is no problem. Funding is the last thing Qian Fugui worries about. Moreover, he's competitive and particularly enjoys competitive auctions. Whether it's Medicine King Valley or the Nangong family, being able to suppress them is something to be very proud of.
Let's sit back and watch the tigers fight.
Su Hao revealed a mysterious smile.
All right.
Seeing that the main character wasn't in a hurry, Qian Fugui had no choice but to watch.
Is Medicine King Valley so great? What I set my sights on, no one can compete with.
Nangong Ling shouted angrily, and swished her pen on the sign, writing down the astronomical price of 1 billion. The legendary 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus has skyrocketed in price from 100 million to 1 billion.
Everyone present was shocked. Everyone said the Nangong family was extremely wealthy, and it turns out it's true. 1 billion at a time. Is there anyone else bidding?
The auctioneer shouted.
Young man, you're ruthless.
The man from Medicine King Valley gritted his teeth. It was indeed too expensive. He had to consider the costs. The 1,000-year Snow Lotus had extremely high medicinal value, but whether he could recoup the investment after spending over 100 million was another matter entirely.
You too, now you know how powerful the Nangong family is, right?
Nangong Ling said smugly, showing off to Su Hao and Sun Fugui.
Arrogant?
Indeed, the Nangong family owns countless businesses, with their real estate alone reportedly worth trillions. Few dare to challenge the family's power. However, this is the first time Su Hao has seen someone claim to be so arrogant. He suspects she's not particularly mature.
To put it bluntly, she's just a rich second generation who doesn't know anything. Nangong Ling, you probably don't know who's sitting next to you, do you?
The people from Medicine King Valley didn't recognize Su Hao, but they recognized Sun Fugui and nodded respectfully.
Is this fat man famous? Nangong Ling then realized that the people at the auction were all wealthy and powerful.
Qian Fugui and Su Hao were both sitting in the front row, so their identities must be extraordinary.
My God, isn't that boss Qian Fugui? He actually came to the auction, and he was very low-key.
There's nothing we can do. Even the god of wealth has to bow his head when he encounters a wealthy family.
Nangong Ling is too aggressive, offering 1 billion. Even the god of wealth doesn't have that much money. Whispers could be heard from all around. 1 billion, second time, anyone else bidding?
The auctioneer spoke slowly. This was the biggest deal of the day. If they could raise the price even a little more, they would make a killing.
Damn it! Qian Fugui was furious. He hadn't wanted to bid, but someone actually thought he was broke. This was intolerable. 11 billion. He easily raised the price by 100 million. Fatty, you want to mess with me? Nangong Ling was very annoyed, pointing her finger at his nose, wincing he cursed. Miss Nangong, I didn't want to bid, but I didn't want to be looked down upon. Qian Fugui glanced at the people who said he had no money. Those people all lowered their heads, not daring to meet their gaze. An offer of 11 billion, is that what you call not having money? No, the god of wealth's money bag is still very full. 11 billion 10 million. Nangong Ling raised the bid again. I'll pay. Qian Fugui prepared to write the new price on the board. Let it go, no need to get angry with a child. Su Hao advised. Alright, Miss Nangong, you win. Qian Fugui sighed, making a helpless choice. 11 billion 10 million once, 11 billion 10 million twice, 11 billion 10 million 3 times, sold. As the auctioneer brought down the gavel, the spiritual herb finally became Nangong Ling's possession. All you poor wretches, you think you can compete with me, do you even have the right? Nangong Ling's disdainful laughter echoed throughout the entire auction hall. Everyone present frowned deeply. 308, Chapter 308 Too cheap. Everyone acknowledges that the Nangong family is wealthy, but no one likes being called a pauper to their face. Nangong Ling received the sandalwood box and admired it with great satisfaction. Handsome young man, look, isn't this 1,000-year-old snow lotus beautiful? She proudly displayed it in front of Su Hao. It's beautiful, but this snow lotus has a flaw. Su Hao said quietly. Nonsense, what flaws could this thing possibly have? Nangong Ling said coldly. Say it again, what kind of snow lotus is this? Su Hao asked, staring at her. 1,000-year-old snow lotus, what's wrong? Nangong Ling felt a little uneasy under his gaze. The others were also stunned. Didn't the auctioneer just say that this was the priceless treasure, the 1,000-year snow lotus, that they had obtained? How could it be fake? The item is good, but it's still a bit short of being 1,000 years old. Su Hao said calmly. It's not 1,000-year-old snow lotus? Nangong Ling asked in surprise. Handsome young man, your eye is indeed quite discerning. The second in command of Medicine King Valley nodded and said with a smile, this thing is certainly not 1,000-year-old blood lotus, it's just a gimmick. Look at it, there are 9 petals in total, and the 9th petal is not fully open yet. This means that this snow lotus is about 850 years old. If Miss Nangong takes it home and cultivates it for 150 years, she can obtain a true 1,000-year blood lotus. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. The appraisal from Medicine King Valley is definitely accurate. Miss Nangong may be wealthy, but she's not very bright and has no idea how to distinguish good from bad. If it's not 1,000-year-old snow lotus, why are you bidding against me? Nangong Ling was furious when she heard the laughter. She glared at everyone, thinking that they were all laughing at her. Miss Nangong, please calm down. The second in command of Medicine King Valley had no intention of offending her. They had many business dealings. Although the item is less than 1,000 years old, its medicinal value is still very high. Whether consumed directly or used in alchemy, it is perfectly safe. He had one more thing he didn't say. It would be even better if Nangong Ling could hand this over to Medicine King Valley for processing. That's settled then. Nangong Ling laughed coldly. Anyway, you're all my defeated opponents. This thing is mine now, and you can only watch. So people were convinced. Nobody wants to mess with that spoiled princess attitude. Qian Fugui sighed. He wondered if his daughter would develop the same personality after a while. He felt extremely frustrated since his divorce. He had kept several beautiful women, from models to female college students, but none of them had conceived. He wondered if it was his fault. Gentlemen, we have one last competing item. The auction wasn't over yet. The final item appeared on the big screen. The photo shows a basketball-sized red gemstone that looks like a ruby but has a different texture. It weighs about 10 pounds and has some tiny cracks on it. The auction house named the gemstone God's Smile. The starting price is 50 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 1 million. Now everyone can place their bids. The auctioneer said, looking expectantly at everyone. Holy crap, a 10-pound gemstone, this must be fake. It's all about this psychology, if someone falls for it, then it's real. Ladies and gentlemen, please think carefully, this is an auction house, and some items cannot be guaranteed to be authentic. Some people shook their heads, feeling that the item wasn't worth the price. Gems aren't necessarily better the bigger they are. How big is the legendary Heart of the Ocean? This thing weighs 10 pounds and has cracks on it. What if you break it and find out it's just a ruby the size of a fingernail? Nobody will buy this. Qian Fugui, wealthy and powerful, didn't even bother with it. He felt that God's smile was just a gimmick, and the whole gem was like opening a blind box, with no one knowing what was inside. Old Qian, buy it. Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, "Okay." Qian Fugui nodded, somewhat puzzled, and offered the first price of the night, 50 million. 51 million. Seeing Qian Fugui make a move, someone assumed it was something valuable and followed suit, raising the price. Miss Nangong, aren't you going to make a move? Su Hao asked Nangong Ling calmly. I'm not interested. Nangong Ling said weakly. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. She was originally happy to be able to suppress others, but the snow lotus that was less than 1,000 years old sounded very unpleasant. Where exactly is the 1,000-year-old snow lotus? This auction house is really useless. You can't even get this little bit of stuff. This is a good thing. Su Hao said mysteriously. I told you, I'm not interested. Nangong Ling said angrily. Alright. Su Hao chuckled inwardly. As long as she didn't make a move, the price wouldn't be too outrageous. Sun Fugui was a shrewd man. He didn't raise the price quickly, but rather by 1 million at a time. After a few bosses tried, they realized that Sun Fugui was determined to win, so they didn't raise the price excessively. The final price of the flawed gemstone was set at 65 million, which is already an astronomical price, but compared to the 850-year-old snow lotus, it is incredibly cheap. Mr. Su, what exactly is this? Sun Fugui asked in surprise after taking it and placing it on the table. Miss Nangong, what do you think this is? Su Hao asked Nangong Ling with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, this thing belongs to her family. It's just a broken rock. I have no use for it at home. I'll just take it out to fool some idiots. Nangong Ling chuckled, a little smug. After listening, the others nodded in agreement. It seems everyone's judgment is correct. This thing really isn't very good. Everyone, watch closely. Su Hao's words immediately drew everyone's attention. He took a deep breath and punched the gemstone. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Sun Fugui felt a pang of regret. Although 60 million yuan wasn't much, spending it all was still a waste. You brat, smash it, you're not getting your 60 million back. Nangong Ling laughed happily, her mood finally improving. A smile can move from one person's face to another. Smashed? Su Hao sneered. His strength was just right. With one punch, the gem shattered, like a peeled egg, revealing the core inside, a blood spirit flower the size of a fist. Blood spirit flower is also a spiritual medicine he needs, and its rarity is not much lower than that of the 1,000-year snow lotus. It is a legendary medicinal herb, and many people have only heard its name but do not know how it grows. Even the most experienced herb gatherers would assume that since it's called blood spirit flower, it must grow on some kind of plant, but that's not the case. The blood spirit flower is rooted in a ruby, absorbing the spiritual energy of the weather to form its essence. The moment the blood spirit flower appeared, the entire auction house was enveloped in blood red. Chapter 311 Dreaming. Really, I hope Aunt Bing isn't deceiving my feelings. Nangong Ling was skeptical. Every rumor has some basis in fact and doesn't come out of thin air. Bai Jiruo's behavior was indeed somewhat indecent. I guarantee that Jiruo is completely innocent and has never been intimate with any man. Chen Bing said confidently. That's wonderful. Nangong Ling finally managed to smile and nodded, saying, we don't want to bully others by relying on our power. The marriage was arranged by the elders of both families. We hope that Sister Jiruo will not disappoint my brother's good intentions. Understood. Jiruo has been waiting for this day for a long time. Sooner or later, she will be the daughter-in-law of your Nangong family. Chen Bing said. I hope so. Nangong Ling nodded. Suddenly, footsteps came from upstairs. After finishing her work, Bai Jiruo came down the stairs.
Nangong Ling looked up and saw her future sister-in-law, wearing light makeup and a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, walking gracefully towards her like a fairy from a painting. Even as a woman, she was still stunned.
Sister Zhiruo, you are so beautiful. Nangong Ling felt somewhat inferior, as the two of them were worlds apart in terms of temperament.
Linger, you are beautiful too. Bai Zhiruo smiled faintly, glanced at the mountain of betrothal gifts in the room, and frowned.
Daughter, you've come at the right time. We were just discussing how you and Nangong you are in love.
Chen Bing winked at her, signaling her not to give anything away and to cooperate with her.
Sister Zhiruo, you're so beautiful, my brother will be so happy from now on.
Nangong Ling beamed with joy upon seeing the real person, no longer caring about the rumors.
Excuse me, I have something to tell you. Bai Zhiruo frowned. Chen Bing's expression changed drastically. She wondered if Chen Bing would say something inappropriate.
Please speak. Nangong Ling held her teacup and looked at her with a smile. She was still thinking about whether she should get along well with Bai Zhiruo once the other party married into the family. She would be the future mistress of the house as the younger sister-in-law. She would eventually get married and have to see Bai Zhiruo's face when she returned to her parents' home. After careful consideration, I have realized that I am completely unsuitable for young Master Nangong. Please take the betrothal gifts back with you. Bai Zhiruo said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Chen Bing's expression changed drastically.
What nonsense are you talking about? Did something go wrong at work and your brain just stopped working? Sure enough, the worst thing happened. Bai Zhiruo really didn't even like Nangong you.
Chen Bing was extremely anxious and wanted to find an excuse to cover it up.
Mom, I'm an adult and I can take responsibility for my words.
Bai Zhiruo wouldn't change her mind, she wanted to follow her heart.
Sister Zhiruo, are you talking nonsense?
Nangong Ling still held onto a sliver of hope. Bai Zhiruo was too beautiful, she should give her a chance to correct her mistake.
Linger, I'm serious. Your brother and I aren't a good match.
Bai Zhiruo said calmly.
You want to break off the engagement? Nangong Ling finally realized it, her expression changed drastically, and her tone became impolite. You surnamed Bai, don't think you're so great just because you're pretty. There are women who want to marry my brother that could stretch all the way overseas. Who do you think you are?
Quickly, apologize to Linger. Chen Bing urged hastily. The Nangong family was very powerful, and no one dared to bring up the matter of announcing the engagement.
This kind of disrespectful behavior is undoubtedly very dangerous.
If the other party pursues the matter, the Bai family simply cannot afford the consequences.
A wedding is a matter between two people, and no one can force me to do it.
Young Master Nangong is an outstanding man, but he has nothing to do with me.
No matter what you think, I will not agree to this marriage. Bai Zhiruo's firm answer. She had made up her mind, no matter what, she couldn't be a victim of marriage. Being with people I don't like makes me feel uncomfortable every day. Instead of tormenting each other, it's better to nip it in the bud at the source. Bai Zhiruo, I came to the Bai family in high spirits, bringing you so many betrothal gifts, and you actually want to break off the engagement? You are slapping the Nangong family in the face. Are you sure you can make this decision? Your marriage to my brother was arranged by our family elders. If the engagement is broken off, it will damage the friendship between our two families. Nangong Ling's face gradually turned ugly. Annexion of the engagement, annulment of the engagement, annulment of the engagement. If you didn't hear me clearly, I can say it 1,000 times. Bai Zhiruo said calmly. Ridiculous, our Nangong family is the dominant party. You have no say. As long as my brother takes a liking to you, you will have to marry into the Nangong family even if you don't want to. Nangong Ling said coldly. Linger, I'm discussing this with you because I don't want things to get too ugly. Bai Zhiruo said with a stern face. She had already said many nice things, but the other party didn't give her any face at all. You think the situation isn't bad enough? Nangong Ling roared in anger. She had always had a bad temper, especially towards outsiders, whom she always felt were inferior. Forget it, you can't make that decision anyway. Let Nangong you talk to me about it himself. Bai Zhiruo sighed. You're dreaming, my brother's busy out there, he doesn't have time to talk to you about these things right now. Nangong Ling slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Don't forget, it was the Bai family who begged us to form a marriage alliance. Did you consider the potential crisis facing the Bai family when you broke off the engagement?
I think you have no idea that the Bai family had offended someone he shouldn't have. Without the protection of the Nangong family, your family would have been wiped out long ago. And instead of being grateful, you want to be enemies with the Nangong family. I'll give you a few more days to think it over. When I visit you again, if you still dare to break off the engagement, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Nandong Ling threw down a few words and angrily left with the betrothal gifts. Bai Zhihua, you've always been willful and no one has ever cared for you. Now that you're breaking off the engagement, you're putting your entire family in danger. Chen Bing was furious. Cousin, you really are something else. You don't know how lucky you are. So many people want to marry young Master Nangong, but you're the only one thinking about breaking off the engagement. You don't actually think Su Hao is better than Nangong Yu, do you? Bai Wuji sneered. On one side is the Supreme Family, which is infinitely close to the Supreme Family. On one side is the eldest son of a powerful family, and on the other is a poor young man who runs a clinic. How to choose? I believe that smart people have already figured out the answer. You think so highly of Nangong Yu, why don't you marry him? Bai Zhihua said angrily. I'm a man, why should I get married? Bai Wuji felt that she was being completely unreasonable. So what does this have to do with you? You have never shared anything with the family. If the family is ever in trouble, you will definitely be the first to run away. Bai Zhihua couldn't scold Chen Bing, so she seized on Bai Wuji and berated him. Unable to win the argument, Bai Wuji rolled his eyes in anger. Mom, tell me, what problem has the head of the family encountered? Bai Zhihua turned around, stared at Chen Bing, and asked after a long while. Alright, you shouldn't know this. Chen Bing sighed and said, years ago, our patriarch offended the evil repelling venerable. At that time, the family faced annihilation and finally had to plead with the Nangong family to escape disaster. 312, Chapter 312 Compensation. Is this venerable Bixia very strong? Bai Zhihua frowned. Strong, extremely strong. He alone could wipe out the entire Bai family. Chen Bing's voice trembled when she mentioned him. If the family is only facing this crisis, I will find a way. Bai Zhihua promised, forcing herself to speak. What can you do, Bai Zhihua? You are just a weak woman. You have no power and you don't know martial arts. If you really face the evil-slaying venerable, you will only be destined to die. Our family has spent billions to deal with him, but we still can't do anything about it. Chen Bing said worriedly. From any perspective, you should not have broken off your engagement with Nangong Yu. She tried to persuade her, but Bai Zhihua's expression was resolute, and she was unwilling to listen any further. In short, I will find a way. Bai Zhihua emphasized again. Remember this, the Nangong family will return. If you don't handle this matter well, you'll have to agree to this marriage. Chen Bing said, using a strategy of retreat as a means of advancing. Bai Zhihua fell silent. She and Lin Yao have different personalities, she simply refuses to compromise. After hearing this, he immediately turned around and left. Smack! Enraged, Chen Bing smashed the teapot to pieces, and seeing other things on the table, threw them all onto the floor. Bai Anan stuck out her tongue. Her mother and older sister were arguing, and she didn't dare to say a word. That morning, at the Lin family villa, a heavy truck pulled up outside, stopped at the door, and honked its horn. Who's outside? Chen Chunhua asked through the walkie-talkie. Open the door. Su Hao's voice came from inside. What are you doing here? Chen Chunhua was very dissatisfied and didn't really want him to come in. Give me money. Su Hao uttered 2 words. Okay, I'll open the door right away. Upon hearing this, Chen Chunhua immediately changed her tune, personally opening the villa door and inviting the person in. At the entrance of the villa, Su Hao was directing several movers to unload the goods. This batch of goods consisted entirely of standard iron boxes, filled with 100 yuan bills. It took a full half hour to finally finish. Money, all this money! Chen Chunhua exclaimed with delight, her voice attracting everyone's attention. Su Hao, how much money is here? Lin Yao couldn't believe it. The iron boxes scattered on the ground were filled with banknotes. 1 billion. Su Hao smiled. This was delivered by Qian Fugue this morning. He left it behind and directly transferred it to the Lin family villa. $1 billion in cash is heavy. When piled up, it's like a small mountain. Su Hao believes that there are very few people in this world who have actually seen $1 billion in cash.
You're so rich?
Lin Yao looked at him suspiciously. This kid didn't seem like a rich young master at all.
I don't have money, that's not important.
Su Hao said calmly, the important thing is that I happen to know Qian Fugui, so I asked him to send over 1 billion yuan in cash.
Money and wealth?
Lin Yao is a female CEO who works in the business world. How could she not have heard of this name? Everyone says that Qian Fugui is the god of wealth. Every day, countless people are desperate to get a loan from him. Unexpectedly, Su Hao actually knew the god of wealth and even received his help.
Are these all loans? The daily interest must be quite high.
Lin Yao said worriedly. If the business is not managed well, the interest alone can be suffocating. Don't worry, Qian Fugui said he only wants the cost of the money and won't charge any interests, just repaying a favor, so you don't need to feel guilty. Su Hao said with a smile. Returning a favor, Lin Yao was dumbfounded again, unable to understand what Qian Fugui owed him.
Su Hao, you didn't do something shady, did you?
Lin Yao swallowed hard. Many scenarios flashed through her mind, such as murder and robbery.
What are you thinking about?
Su Hao shook his head helplessly. I'm a doctor, after all. Of course, I'd only join Environmental Protection Li if I could cure Boss Qian's intractable disease.
Your medical skills? Lin Yao nodded, then shook his head.
His medical skills were supposed to be quite good. He could even cure his grandfather who was afflicted by a goo poison. However, his clinic had very little business, and he struggled to make ends meet. Having medical skills but no patients, who can understand that feeling? It's indescribably strange.
Yaoer, how can you talk to Su Hao like that? Su Hao is our family's benefactor now.
Chen Xuanhua's attitude changed when she saw the money, and she smiled ingratiatingly. Su Hao, are you thirsty? I'll go make you some tea.
No need.
Su Hao sneered. She was only doing this for the money, otherwise, she would still have the same annoying attitude as before.
That's good too, enthusiasm is much better than cold words.
Mom, your attitude has changed too much. Last time you saw my brother-in-law, you were still cursing him non-stop. Lin Hao said with dissatisfaction. You brat, you can't just say things like that. Ever since Su Hao married Lin Yao, I've always felt that he was destined for greatness, and look, he's finally proven himself and helped us get through this crisis. Chen Xuanhua said with a smile.
Lin Hao rolled his eyes, not wanting to say anything more. Let's go find the second mistress.
Lin Yao said confidently when he saw the money.
Okay.
Su Hao took her away. Before leaving, he went to Qian Fugui's Southern Bank and got a check for 1 billion yuan. Cash was too heavy, and moving it around was quite inconvenient.
Su Hao, will you come inside with me?
Standing in front of the second mistress's villa, Lin Yao held the check, overwhelmed with emotion. He raised $1 billion in just one day. This man is so reliable. Forget it, I don't want to see her true colors. Su Hao thought for a moment and decided to stay in the car.
Okay.
Lin Yao was also a little afraid that he would cause trouble, so she took the check and went to the lobby. The second mistress was lying on the sofa, with a maid beside her giving her a massage.
Why are you here? The second mistress frowned when she saw Lin Yao. I'm here to keep my promise.
Lin Yao threw the check on the table in front of her. The second mistress glanced at it and saw many zeros on the check. Her heart skipped a beat. This check was how much was it again? She counted it 3 times before she said hesitantly, 10 billion, you actually managed to get a 10 billion investment in such a short time.
I have retrieved the money. I urged second mistress to honor her promise. Lin Yao said neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Lin Yao, I didn't expect you to have such a wide network of connections. The second mistress sighed. If she had known, she should have raised the amount to 15 billion with an extra 500 million. She definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the task.
This isn't my connection, it's Su Hao's connection.
Lin Yao said proudly.
Su Hao.
The second mistress's heart skipped a beat as she thought of a way to counter him. She smiled and put the check away, saying, however, this amount is not enough.
What? You promised 1 billion, why didn't you keep your word?
Lin Yao was furious. 10 billion, that's the test fund. This money is Su Hao's compensation.
The second mistress said coldly, "You haven't forgotten that Su Hao thoroughly humiliated me yesterday both morally and logically. Su Hao has to make amends to the fullest extent." 313, Chapter 313 Heartache.
Lin Yao, listen carefully, this money is Su Hao's compensation for my medical expenses who told him to hurt me yesterday. The second mistress opened her mouth, which still had some bruises on it.
Compensation, you want $1 billion?
Lin Yao was stunned. Even if someone were to stage an accident, they wouldn't dare ask for such a high price.
That's right, we can still buy some supplements with the remaining money. The second mistress nodded, satisfied. Lin Yao was furious.
This is clearly an excuse. The second mistress is greedy for money and wants to seize the $1 billion check.
Second mistress, heaven is watching what people do, don't push your luck.
She trembled with anger. The money she had worked so hard for was gone just like that.
What, you're not convinced? Once you become the heir of the Lin family, you'll experience the joy of power.
The second mistress said shamelessly, all right, I'll give you one more chance. If you can raise 500 million within the next 3 days, you'll still be the manager of the Lin family group. She pretended to be generous and reduced the test fee by half.
Going from 1 billion to 500 million seems like a reduction of half, but for Lin Yao, it remains an astronomical figure that is still unattainable.
Second mistress, this is all your side of the story. I don't believe the head of the family would do something so outrageous. Lin Yao gritted her teeth. She didn't want to break off relations with her, but she didn't expect the other party to push her luck. She took out her phone, ready to contact the head of the family to find out the truth. The second mistress's expression changed drastically. These were all her decisions, completely contrary to the head of the family's demands to her. This was a classic case of the higher-ups have policies, the lower-downs have countermeasures.
Someone, hold Lin Yao down. She roared.
2 burly female nurses immediately came out and, without saying a word, pinned Lin Yao to the ground.
Second mistress, what do you mean?
Lin Yao struggled desperately, but couldn't break free at all. You disrespectful brat, how dare you defy your superiors? The second mistress said coldly, today I'll teach you a lesson so you'll understand that in the Lin family, it's not allowed to file complaints without authorization. After she finished speaking, she gave a wink. Suddenly, a maid came out and slapped Lin Yao hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap stunned Lin Yao. The second mistress is so shameless. Not only did she break her promise, but she also physically assaulted someone.
I refuse to accept this. I must demand justice from the patriarch.
Lin Yao said angrily.
Fairness, I am fairness, fairness is me.
After saying that, the second mistress walked to Lin Yao's side and slapped him hard across the face. Lin Yao was completely shocked. The second mistress looked old, but he didn't expect her to be so strong when she hit people.
Su Hao.
She hardened her heart. Since the other party was shameless, she would call for reinforcements. After a roar, there was a loud bang as Su Hao kicked the door open and walked in from the outside. Seeing Lin Yao pinned to the ground, he rushed over and kicked one of the female guards away.
This is outrageous, this is outrageous. Lin Yao has brought her lover to cause trouble at home.
The second mistress shouted, summoning dozens of guards, all of whom glared fiercely at Su Hao.
So damn noisy.
Su Hao turned around, glared at her, and rushed over angrily. Along the way, the guards were loyal to protect the second mistress, but unfortunately they had chosen the wrong target. None of them were a match for Su Hao, and they all fell to the ground. He looked at the second mistress with icy eyes and said, you slapped Lin Yao once, I'll slap you twice, isn't that fair?
Fair, I'm an old woman.
Before the second mistress could finish speaking, Su Hao's slaps rained down on her.
1, 2.
The second mistress didn't have many teeth to begin with, and Su Hao beat them all down to make her swallow them.
Oh my god, that Su fellow has killed someone. The second mistress cried out, wailing and screaming. Shut up!
Su Hao shouted angrily. If you dare hit me, our Lin family headquarters will not let you get away with this. The second mistress's voice became extremely strange, toothless, and the words she spoke were completely different from what she usually heard. You don't care how you retaliate, just hand over the check now, or I'll tear your house down. After Su Hao finished speaking, he slapped his right hand, and the huge marble table in the living room collapsed instantly.
The entire ground was covered in debris. The second mistress turned pale with fright. If that blow had landed on her, she would have been killed. Let's talk this out. She dared not stop him any longer, took out the check, and handed it over tremblingly. Let's go, we don't need to stay in a place like this. Su Hao domineeringly led Lin Yao away from this place of trouble. No sooner had the two left than Li Xiufei arrived. Seeing the mess on the ground, she was greatly puzzled and said, "Second mistress, this is your home. Who would dare to cause trouble here?" Who else could it be but Su Hao? The second mistress was furious. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Changqing's number. "Husband, I've been bullied. Will you stand up for me? Who dares to bully my woman?" Lin Changqing roared. "Don't worry about his name, just send a few people over, and I'll handle it personally," the second mistress said coldly. "Okay." Lin Changqing readily agreed. Back at the clinic, Su Hao looked distressed. Lin Yao's lips swelled up immediately. The second mistress was really ruthless. "Oh, I should have gone in with you." He regretted staying outside. "This isn't your fault." Lin Yao's lips were swollen, and she spoke somewhat incoherently, looking utterly helpless. It was originally a very simple matter. She secured the investment, the second mistress fulfilled the agreement, and authorized her to become the head of the Lin Group. Who would have thought that these controversies would still arise? "Does it hurt?" Su Hao asked with concern, gently touching the injured area. "It hurts." Lin Yao's eyes were full of tears. Her skin was delicate, so it was no wonder that she was in pain after being beaten like that. "Okay, just bear with it, I'll apply the medicine for you right away." Su Hao got up and took out the medicine box. He took out a bottle of special ointment, and after opening it, a strange fragrance wafted out. After applying the ointment, Lin Yao felt a chill all over her body, and the burning pain in her injured areas was gone. Su Hao was very attentive and helped her apply the ointment twice. A few minutes later, Lin Yao's injuries had improved considerably, and she exclaimed in delight, "Su Hao, you are truly a miracle doctor." "Of course." Su Hao nodded proudly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark figure lunged at him. It turned out that Lin Yao had suffered so much injustice and was feeling very upset under his comforting words. She felt a surge of tenderness and a moment of excitement. She kissed him forcefully. Su Hao was speechless for a moment, immersed in joy. He was secretly pleased. Luckily, no one was at the clinic. The old man had gone out for a drink, Jin Tian had gone to the park to practice his martial arts, and Zhang Xiaoyi had gone out to buy groceries. Otherwise, this scene would have been discovered. He hugged her tighter and tighter, becoming somewhat aroused, and thought about going to the bedroom. 314, Chapter 314 will be solved sometime soon. "Young master, I'm back. Shall we make dumplings for lunch today?" Zhang Xiaoyi skipped in, excitedly saying, "Look, who did I run into on the road?" She didn't hear a reply, and when she looked closely, her face immediately turned bright red. "Su Hao, Lin Yao, what are you doing?" The person who followed her in was Bai Zhirua. Upon seeing the two embracing, she was immediately consumed by jealousy and shouted angrily, "Why are you back?" Su Hao released Lin Yao, his old face turning red. "Young master, I didn't see anything," Zhang Xiaoyi said, trying to cover up her ignorance. Only after saying that did she realize that she was blindfolded. Su Hao was both amused and exasperated. This set of moves had come too late to cause trouble. "Miss Bai, please don't misunderstand, Su Hao is just helping me treat my illness." Lin Yao blushed and made up an excuse. "Treatment? You two are really going to start taking medicine like this? Is this how you treat illnesses?" Bai Zhirua walked over and stared at the two of them, seemingly afraid that they would continue with the treatment. "Sister Zhirua, it seems Miss Lin was indeed beaten. The young master must have been treating her just now," Zhang Xiaoyi said awkwardly upon seeing the situation. "Xiaoyi, you're so biased, you're actually siding with Lin Yao, making me dote on you for so many years for nothing." Bai Zhirua smacked her head. I'm just telling the truth," Zhang Xiaoyi complained. "Okay, you want to treat my illness? I'm sick too." Bai Zhirua was unwilling to give up, so she rushed to Su Hao and kissed him. Lin Yao felt embarrassed. She could even smell the fragrance in Bai Zhirua's hair. "Go, Zhirua. Zhang Xiaoyi was definitely on her side seeing her win a round. She was so happy that she danced around with joy. Oomph, let's see if you dare to mess around. Bai Zhihua finally bit Su Hao's lower lip hard. In just a moment, his lip was cut. Blood was flowing everywhere. I'm giving you a lesson, don't go flirting with other women again. Bai Zhihua said with her arms crossed in a victorious pose. Hey, if you want to kiss him, why did you bite him? Lin Yao felt very sorry for him. Alright, stop arguing. Su Hao was having a headache. This situation was really difficult to handle seeing that Zhang Xiaoyi had brought a lot of things. He couldn't help but say, how about we make dumplings together? Don't want. Lin Yao and Bai Zhihua both refused. However, 3 minutes later, they still appeared in the kitchen and started making dumplings with Su Hao. It took 2 hours in total. After everyone finished, Zhang Xiaoyi was in charge of making dumplings. Su Hao led Lin Yao and Bai Zhihua to the living room. The two sat at a distance from each other, both somewhat resentful. Do you drink tea? Su Hao didn't dare to say anything out of line, and just sat there making tea. I won't drink. Lin Yao pouted. If you won't drink, I will. Bai Zhihua immediately sat down at the coffee table. Who said I'm not drinking? Lin Yao retorted, sitting down as well. However, Su Hao's tea brewing skills were truly terrible. The first round of tea made both of them feel nauseous. In the end, Bai Zhihua took over brewing the tea, while Su Hao and Lin Yao sat and drank it. The tense atmosphere among the three of them eased considerably without them even realizing it. Lin Yao, who hit you again? Bai Zhihua asked. Who else could it be but Lin Chongqing's second wife? Lin Yao smiled bitterly and recounted the events of the day. I never expected that Su Yu's temper would get worse and worse as she gets older. Bai Zhihua sighed. Su Yu was the second mistress's name, and not many people knew it. In short, headquarters is too complicated. I am thinking, maybe I shouldn't come back. Lin Yao was a little scared. There was already so much trouble before even returning. Once they seize power, there will only be more trouble to come. That's how it is in big families. Bai Zhihua was preoccupied with her own worries and had originally wanted to confide in Su Hao for comfort. However, with Lin Yao present, she couldn't say anything. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoyi brought up a steaming bowl of dumplings. Several people sat together, enjoying their meal. Everyone contributed, and the dumplings tasted much better than the ones we usually buy. Su Hao, I'm a little tired. Can I rest in your bedroom? Lin Yao was exhausted and didn't want to go home at this hour. She just wanted to stay at the clinic. Go ahead. Su Hao agreed without hesitation. You're sleeping in his bed? Bai Zhihua was displeased. What, is that not allowed? We've been married, and it's not like we haven't slept together. Lin Yao smiled smugly, turned around, and slammed the door shut, as if declaring her ownership. Damn it. Bai Zhihua glared angrily at Su Hao. Remember, your mind, she can sleep in your bed, but she can't sleep with you. Alright, I know what I'm doing. Su Hao pulled her along and walked out of the clinic. They always get jealous and fight over each other whenever they're together, which is a real headache. After they came out, Bai Zhihua held his arm tightly and walked around the clinic, ostensibly for a stroll, but actually she was preoccupied with her own thoughts. What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong, I'll help you. Su Hao stopped and said seriously. Sigh, I have to go back to my hometown. They're having their annual party right now, and I can't miss it. Bai Zhihua sighed. Just the annual meeting? Su Hao didn't believe it. Her expression was very serious. She must have encountered big trouble. Well, it won't take more than a few days. Bai Zhihua didn't dare to mention the annulment of the engagement. Zhihua, you need to understand one thing. You and Lin Yao are both very important to me. No matter what happens to you, I will help you. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Su Hao said solemnly. You Bai Zhihua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He actually said such a thing. He was such a straight man. Alright, who am I? I'm the head of the Bai family group. What can't I handle? Give me 3 days to deal with the family matters, and I'll come back to you. Alright, 3 days it is. If it exceeds this time, I will storm the Bai family and rescue you. Su Hao promised. Fine, whatever you want. By after Jiruo finished speaking, she stared at him for a while. He then kissed her forcefully. Without Lin Yao's interference, she didn't want to separate. Su Hao didn't refuse, he simply enjoyed it to the fullest. After a long while, Bai Jiruo, feeling a bit breathless, finally released her mouth. Darling, I'll be gone for 3 days. You and Lin Yao shouldn't go too far. Hugging and cuddling is fine, just don't get me pregnant. What are you saying? Su Hao laughed, he and Lin Yao hadn't reached that point yet. Okay, I'm leaving. Bai Jiruo was satisfied and waved goodbye. Su Hao returned to the clinic, went to the bedroom, and saw that Lin Yao was sleeping soundly, so he lay down next to her. Lin Yao opened her eyes groggily, saw his handsome face, chuckled, and snuggled against him like a kitten, eventually burying herself in his chest. Su Hao, let's remarry soon, she murmured to herself. The man beside her was completely asleep. She was speaking to herself. This was a knot in her heart, and she didn't know when it would be untied. 315, Chapter 315. Who exactly is it? Open the door. At night, there was a loud knocking on the gate of the Lin family villa. Lin Hao frowned, opened the door, and saw 2 men who looked like Vajra warriors walk straight in. Behind him were Su Yu, a young but unfamiliar beauty, and other bodyguards. Su Hao, get out here right now. Su Yu put on her dentures and looked very imposing. What's going on? Chen Chunhua asked in surprise when she heard the voice. Where is Su Hao? Where is Lin Yao? Tell them to come out. Su Yu, her face wrapped in bandages, angrily searched for the culprit. Didn't they go to talk business with you? Chen Chunhua was confused. The 2 of them left in the morning and never came back. Don't play dumb with me, I am right here. What are they talking to me about? Su Yu said angrily. I don't know. Chen Chunhua was a little apprehensive. These people clearly came to cause trouble. Can't you make a phone call? The beautiful woman who came with her said angrily. She was Su Yu's granddaughter, named Lin Yanfang, and she looked at Chen Chunhua with great displeasure. Okay, I'll make a call. Chen Chunhua took out her phone and dialed Lin Yao's number. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Yao's voice was a little lazy, as if she had just woken up. Come back quickly, the second mistress has brought her men to attack us. Chen Chunhua shouted. Okay, you keep them calm for now. Lin Yao exclaimed in alarm. How long will it take her to come back? Lin Yanfang asked angrily. She'll be back soon, she has something to do outside, within half an hour. Chen Chunhua casually gave a time. Men, hold Chen Chunhua down. Su Yu didn't care about anything else since Su Hao and Lin Yao weren't around. She decided to torment Chen Chunhua first and vent her anger. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, grabbed her arms, and pinned her against the wall. Second mistress, what exactly happened? Chen Chunhua was bewildered. Can't you see it now? Lin Yanfang shouted angrily. Su Hao knocked out all of my grandma's teeth, and he even made a mess of her face. To be honest, we're here today to clean house. Impossible, you have to be reasonable. Su Hao isn't an unreasonable person. Did you do something wrong and offend him? Chen Chunhua said. Slap him. Su Yu was furious. Did this even need an explanation? No matter what they did wrong, Su Hao had no right to retaliate. Born to be a servant, they have no right to oppose those in power. Snap, snap. The 2 bodyguards each slapped Chen Chunhua, causing her to vomit blood. Damn it, you're all dead. Lin Hao roared in fury. He charged at the 2 bodyguards, seemingly ready to take them both down with him. However, once the fight started, they immediately realized that the 2 sides were not evenly matched. He only lasted a fraction of a second before being beaten to a pulp. Let go of Xiu Hao. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Chunhua gritted her teeth, picked up a fruit knife, and tried to rescue Lin Hao. As I walked along, I saw a tall man blocking my way. Get out of my way. Chen Chunhua deliberately frightened him by stabbing him forward with a fruit knife. Unexpectedly, the other party neither dodged nor avoided, but directly blocked the way with their physical body. With a clang, the fruit knife seemed to have pierced a stone, unable to go any further. Stab me?
The big, burly man said, slapping Chen Chunhua away with his right hand. She crashed into the wall and coughed up blood. He took the fruit knife, revealed a strange smile, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. What happened next greatly surprised Chen Chunhua and her son. This person's teeth were so sharp that they managed to bite the fruit knife in half. Holy crap, is he even human? Lin Hao lay on the ground, completely submissive. Even if he beat the bodyguard, he couldn't possibly defeat this burly man. You country bumpkin, you don't even know what a martial artist is? Lin Yanfang said smugly. These two are experts trained by our Lin family. The one who made the move just now is Brother Tiger, and the one who hasn't made a move yet is Brother Bull. They both have innate strength. Innate? The day after tomorrow? Lin Hao didn't know the martial artist's strength, but he was certain that the martial artist was 10,000 times stronger than him. Chen Chunhua, when exactly are your daughter and ex-husband coming back? Suyu found a second fruit knife, held it to Lin Hao's neck, and coldly threatened, I'm only giving her 1 minute. If it's over, I'll kill him first to vent my anger. 1 minute, they're not Superman, how could they teleport back? Chen Chunhua was dumbfounded. Holy crap! Lin Hao was even more bewildered. He was a complete outsider in the whole affair. Unexpectedly, these people's revenge affected innocent people, including him. You brat, a minute goes by quickly. Someone, show him the time. Suyu shouted coldly. Immediately, a bodyguard took out a quartz watch and placed it in front of Lin Hao. Tick-tock, a second has passed. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, another second has passed. Lin Hao felt a chill on his neck, and knew he was getting closer and closer to death. Sister, brother-in-law, come back quickly. Lin Hao was almost crying. He was still young and didn't want to die. You spineless wretch. Lin Yanfang looked down at him with a disdainful expression. What is backbone, can it be exchanged for a life? Lin Hao snapped out of his daze and saw that the second hand on his watch had already gone around a full circle, and there were still 15 seconds left before a minute was up. He could only pray that Suyu would eventually soften her heart and be unable to bring herself to do it. Boom! Just then, the sound of vehicle engines came from outside, and then several SUVs appeared, aggressively rushing to the door. Who comes here? Chen Chunhua and Lin Hao looked towards the doorway, then their expressions turned to disbelief. Ma Rulong actually came. He walked in with a group of men, his voice cold and distant. After scanning the room, he coldly said to Suyu and Lin Yanfang, I want Chen Chunhua and Lin Hao. All the rest of you, get out of here. You think you can just take them? These two are my hostages. Absolutely not. Suyu was very displeased. Hey, don't these people know the rules? First come, first served. If they want to do something, they have to wait in line. What a coincidence, I also want them as hostages, Ma Rulong said with a forced smile. I'll give you 1 minute to leave, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Shut up, you have no right to speak in front of me. Suyu waved her hand, and several bodyguards immediately rushed towards Ma Rulong. Let's fight. Chen Chunhua was secretly pleased, because only when the two sides fought each other would they have a chance to escape. Are your bodyguards very capable? Ma Rulong disregarded martial ethics, pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and with a few loud shots, all the bodyguards were shot and killed. Tiger and Bull stared at Ma Rulong, their eyes wide with disbelief. Someone was actually using firearms. It was utterly shameful. Get out of here, do you hear me? Ma Rulong shouted sternly. Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Suyu refused to back down, coldly sizing up Ma Rulong. 316, Chapter 316 Meeting the Enemy. Do you think I would say a dead man's name? Ma Rulong asked coldly, raising his hand again and firing directly at Suyu. The bullet flew out at high speed, its trajectory completely invisible to the naked eye. Suyu's expression changed. She hadn't expected Ma Rulong to act so decisively, without any hesitation. A figure flashed, and Tiger stood in front of Ma Rulong. He raised his hand, and an invisible pressure instantly erupted. The speeding bullet seemed to be frozen, its speed slowed down, and it finally stopped in front of him. Tiger stretched out his fingers and clamped the bullet in place. I hate useless people who use guns the most. Tiger said coldly. He was already a master of martial arts, and he could easily handle a pistol.
Is this even human?
Chen Shunhua was stunned. She had never seen such a master before.
Can an ordinary person stop a bullet?
Even if it were filmed on television, it would be called a masterpiece.
So strong.
Lin Hao dreamed of having this ability, but the truth is, he could only dream of it.
Ridiculous, a mere pistol, and you think you're so great. Su Yu laughed coldly. Others can't handle bullets, but she brought Tiger and Bull, two people with extraordinary strength. How could bullets possibly deal with them?
You won't give your name, huh? Then die, Tiger, kill him.
Lin Yanfang shouted. Leave it to me.
Tiger's eyes gleamed, and he appeared before Ma Rulong in the blink of an eye, his punches as swift as the wind. If it hits, it will definitely separate his head from his body.
Master Ma, watch out. After being reminded, someone stepped in front of Ma Rulong from behind. Both men threw punches, and their strength seemed evenly matched. Boom!
The fist struck with explosive force, and the shockwave surged wildly in all directions. It was like a hurricane had passed through, leaving a scene of utter devastation. The newcomer was rather short, only 15 meters tall, but he acted decisively and was very strong.
Who are you? Tiger lowered his voice, sounding surprised.
Various possibilities flashed through his mind, but unfortunately none of them matched up in the end.
The expert that Ma Rulong invited was not someone he knew.
Master Ma, this man is very powerful and not someone that an ordinary person can deal with, the short, skilled man said in a cold voice. I know what you mean. These two are priced differently, 80 million each. Ma Rulong was so poor that he only had money left, and he was willing to spend a fortune to achieve his goal.
It's been a pleasure working with Mr. Ma.
The short man laughed heartily. Tiger frowned, seeing that the two were completely ignoring him while chatting, and he flew into a rage, throwing another punch at the shorter man. This punch was filled with all his anger.
Its power increased tenfold.
A sneak attack, useless thing. The short guy is small but very capable. After a cold laugh, he ducked low and sped away like a cannonball. His small fist shattered everything in its path with a powerful uppercut.
Bang!
His brain was shattered.
Brain matter was spilled all over the ground.
Su Yu, a master whom he was so proud of, died instantly. This scene deeply shocked everyone. Chen Shunhua was completely speechless. She had thought Tiger was very strong, able to block bullets and destroy knives, but she never expected that there were always stronger people out there, and the men Ma Rulong brought were even more terrifying. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with excitement. He watched with great fascination, temporarily forgetting the danger. Any man witnessing such a scene would surely be thrilled for a long time. No one can see Tiger's expression before he died. As the headless corpse collapsed to the ground, the short man licked his lips, revealing a disdainful smile. Earning 80 million was so easy.
Brother Tiger.
Another expert from the Lin family, his eyes bloodshot with rage, watched his companion die a gruesome death, filled with grief and indignation.
Unable to hold back any longer, he pounced on her instantly. He was tall, almost 2 heads taller than the shorter man. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, it appears majestic and awe-inspiring. Die!
His voice was like thunder, so loud that those who didn't know martial arts felt a sharp pain in their ears.
Waste!
The short man gave a cold laugh, then his hand formed a claw and lunged towards the man's chest.
They immediately disemboweled him. The Lin family's second expert was critically injured and on the verge of death.
The scene was just as brutal as Tiger's.
Who are you?
Brother Nyo shouted with his last bit of strength.
You ignorant fool, my nickname is Black Whirlwind. When you go to hell, don't forget my enemy's name.
The short man sneered.
Black Whirlwind? Brother Nyo finally remembered. Isn't this the pinnacle of the assassin world?
This man killed countless people throughout his life, and he would take on any job as long as the employer was willing to pay. I never expected him to appear here. Brother Nyo regretted it a little. If he had stayed with the Lin family, his life would have been more peaceful. Unfortunately, upon arriving in Los Angeles, he offended someone he dared not mess with. He collapsed, powerless, and the light went out as he died.
Is this the expert you brought? Ma Rulong looked at Suyu with disdain. He changed the magazine and raised his gun again. Let's talk this out, don't shoot. Suyu panicked, her voice trembling slightly. You old codger, where did your arrogance go? Since the deaths of his children, Ma Rulong has become incredibly manic. He'll kill anyone who crosses his path. Having already killed a master of the Vermilion Bird sect, he'll show no mercy to Suyu now. The trigger was pulled, and the bullet whistled out. Seeing this, the Lin family's bodyguards showed no fear whatsoever. They were ruthless men who were paid to do things, and they also drew their pistols and fired back. Sai, you're all worthless, and I have to take action. The top assassin Black Whirlwind sighed, transformed into a demon, rushed over, and smashed all the enemies with a single punch. As they watched the people around them fall one by one, Suyu and her daughter Lin Yanfang gradually turned pale. That's it, it's completely over. They thought that bringing Tiger and Bull to punish Lin Yao would be a piece of cake, an easy task. Who would have thought that an unreasonable Ma Rulong would suddenly appear and command the Black Whirlwind to slaughter them, leaving no survivors? Now you! Ma Rulong slapped him across the face. Old age without dying is the mark of a thief. Instead of enjoying your retirement, you come out to oppose me? Master Ma, I don't know your name, but I am the second mistress of the Lin family. Do you really want to go against me? Suyu gritted her teeth and brought up her identity. Go to hell. He held up his pistol, about to pull the trigger. That was the best answer. Stop. Just then, a loud shout drew everyone's attention. At the entrance of the Lin family villa, two voices approached from afar and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. The person who arrived was Su Hao. He appeared with his arm around Lin Yao's waist, looking dashing. You, surnamed Su, have finally shown up. Ma Rulong was so excited that he trembled all over. This was the Ma family's greatest enemy, who slaughtered his entire manor in a single night. He had just left home and escaped the massacre. Now, he's returned with Black Whirlwind. Isn't it all for revenge? It's better to rely on yourself than on others. The Vermilion Bird sect is completely useless. So many experts couldn't do anything about it. 317, Chapter 317 is illogical. Ma Rulong, you're still alive. Su Hao's expression was indifferent. This was a good thing. He had returned on his own, saving a lot of trouble. Master Ma, put away your weapon. This is my elder. Lin Yao was a little scared when he saw the dark muzzle of the gun. An elder? Ma Rulong was overjoyed. He gripped Suyu tightly, pointed the gun at her temple, and shouted sternly, listen to me clearly, only one person can survive today. Either she dies, or Su Hao surrenders. No other choice? Lin Yao frowned. Nonsense, I'm here for revenge. You're all just Su Hao's lackeys, worthless to me, but anyone who stands in my way, I won't let them go easily. Ma Rulong said in a hoarse voice. Lin Yao, what are you hesitating for? Of course, my grandmother's life is more important. We are family. What is your relationship with Su Hao? Lin Yanfang was furious and questioned why she was hesitating. Family? Lin Yao looked over unhappily and said, before today, did you even know my name? Did you really come to my house to visit relatives? Who do you think you are? Her anger was directed entirely at Suyu. All the suffering I endured during the day has now been released. Lin Yao, what do you mean by this? Don't we have the blood of the Lin family flowing in our veins? Lin Yanfang roared. We are of the Lin family bloodline, but your grandmother is not. Lin Yao said forcefully. Su Hao nodded secretly. This is the best, Lin Yao. Why should we compromise? If you're unhappy, just say so. If you need to speak up, then speak up, don't let yourself be wronged. Now it was Ma Rulong's turn to be confused. How did they have internal disagreements? Now, wouldn't Suyu's usefulness be practically non-existent? Lin Yao, don't be angry. I came here today mainly to make you the head of the Lin group. As long as you rescue me, you will be the head of the Lin group from now on. Suyu pleaded desperately to save her life. He was utterly terrified. Ma Rulong's mental state is not right. There was no room for negotiation. They opened fire without warning. He's already dealt with so many people, one more won't make a difference. Master Ma, the second mistress is from the Lin family and has no grudge against you. Why are you so determined to kill her? Lin Yao sighed, trying to persuade him. What you're saying has nothing to do with me.
Ma Rulong sneered, all I know is that when I came back for revenge, they were blind enough to block my way. Anyone associated with Su Hao is a mortal enemy. His logic is simple, to condemn an entire group based on a single act.
Even the enemy's friend is still an enemy since no one is on his side, we should eliminate them all. Ma Rulong, you've gone mad. Su Hao roared.
Yes, I've gone mad. I've gone mad ever since you killed Hongren Lan, and now I have nothing but revenge. Only when you die can I truly move on.
Today, you must die.
And Lin Yao and her family, I'll make you experience what it means to suffer the sudden death of a loved one. After I've dealt with them, I won't let Bai Jiruo off the hook either. That bitch has repeatedly opposed me, she deserves to die.
Ma Rulong's expression was no different from that of a madman. He kept brandishing his pistol as he spoke.
Chen Chunhua and Lin Hao were terrified, fearing that something might go wrong and they might accidentally kill them.
Don't you know that a pistol is useless against me? Su Hao said with a cold laugh. With so many weapons at Tianlong Manor, didn't he easily take revenge?
In the face of a true martial arts master, these are all just decorations. I don't need your reminder, I'm well prepared this time. Ma Rulong said proudly. See, I have 3 experts behind me, they are skilled in combat and can easily handle you.
Su Hao looked over in that direction.
First was Black Whirlwind, who had already made several moves and earned a considerable amount of money. However, Su Hao hadn't seen him, he only noticed that the man was short and his features were obscured unless one looked down. Beside him stood a cold-faced man, silent and expressionless. An outsider might mistake him for a zombie. He emanated a foul odor. It was obvious he practiced evil arts and was not a righteous person. Finally, there was a woman in red, still alluring, looking over 30 but with a stunning figure. When she met his gaze, her smile was veiled. It seemed she was taking a seductive approach, but undeniably, this woman possessed a powerful aura, subtly surpassing that of the 2 men.
They're the experts you were talking about?
Su Hao read through them one by one, his face showing disdain.
What is that?
These people are not as strong as Hall Master Jiang.
It's just hidden in the dark world, and not many people know about it.
The most terrifying thing about an assassin is that they kill without leaving a trace. In a direct confrontation, they are often no match for martial artists of the same level. Of course, even if they made a move in secret, Su Hao didn't take it to heart at all.
Boy, what did you say?
Black Whirlwind was furious, as the other party completely despised him.
I'll let you be arrogant for a while, you're about to die. Die.
The cold-faced man said disdainfully. Young man, it would be a shame if you died. Why don't you come home with me and we can have a proper discussion about life? I'll have a few kids with you and pass on our excellent genes, how about that? The woman in red licked her lower lip, as if she had seen the best food. What she said was direct and effective. Lin Hao swallowed hard, subconsciously thinking, my brother-in-law is really lucky with women, he's actually been chosen by a beautiful stranger. Even knowing that this woman was an assassin, with such looks and figure, he was still willing to risk it all.
Little did people know, this woman used seductive arts when she spoke, something an ordinary person couldn't resist. This was her specialty, toying with her target before making the final move.
She thoroughly enjoyed the entire process. Every man who died at her feet at least got some pleasure.
Shameless.
Su Hao commented in 4 words.
You're asking for it.
The woman's expression immediately changed, her face a fierce expression appeared on his face. This scene immediately woke Lin Hao up. He realized that her true face was so terrifying he had only 4 words to describe her, a femme fatale.
Master Ma, right, didn't you realize that we're actually allies?
Su Yu, quick-witted, immediately said, before you arrived, I was directing my men to deal with Chen Chunhua and Lin Hao. If I had been even a fraction later, at least one of them would be dead.
Is that so? Ma Rulong was taken aback. He was so eager for revenge that he didn't pay much attention at the time. It seems so.
The beautiful assassin nodded, they were indeed dealing with Chen Chunhua and her son at the time.
So what?
Ma Rulong suddenly realized, don't think I'll let you go. I have a grudge against the Lin family. Su Yu looked embarrassed. He really was a madman, completely unreasonable. Was it the enemy of my enemy, my friend? In his logic, that enemy had somehow become an enemy. No, Ma Rulong was blinded by hatred.
he had no logic whatsoever. 318, Chapter 318 You're dreaming. Marulong, give up, none of the people you've brought are a match for me. Su Hao said coldly. You're talking nonsense. Before Marulong could speak, Black Whirlwind asked incredulously, haven't you heard of our name before? I've never heard of it, Su Hao nodded. He didn't care about the rankings in the underworld. In our assassin world, there's also the dark ranking, which is similar to your heavenly and earthly rankings. I am Black Whirlwind, ranked 109th. Next to me is Brother Ruthless Fist, ranked 90th. Boss Flower Fairy is even stronger, ranked 78th. The three of us are almost all within the top 100, comparable to the experts on the heavenly ranking. Black Whirlwind said smugly. So? Su Hao felt he was missing a concluding line. So killing you is no different from crushing an ant, Black Whirlwind said with a cold laugh. Come on, let's get started. You can come one by one, or three of you at once. Su Hao said disdainfully. You two don't need to lift a finger, let me teach him a lesson. Black Whirlwind roared, taking a step forward. His aura had risen to a new level, his expression serious, filled with a cold killing intent. Seeing that Su Hao did not move, he sneered, transformed into a black whirlwind, and appeared in front of Su Hao in the blink of an eye. His nickname comes from his strength, fast, fierce, and capable of killing in one move. Good timing. Su Hao remained calm in the face of the attack, and only threw a punch when the enemy was on the ground. The black whirlwind deflated like a punctured balloon and flew backwards. It slammed hard against the wall. He was a powerful martial artist, but after the impact, all his bones shattered, and his whole body exploded with a bang. Dead beyond dead. What just happened was enough to shock everyone. Wasn't Black Whirlwind supposed to be a master? He seemed to be completely dominating Tiger and Bull. He thought he could teach Su Hao a lesson, but he defeated him in a single move. TSK, this good-for-nothing is really good at fighting. In her heart, Chen Chunhua still looked down on Su Hao, but she had to admit that in terms of ability, he was far superior to ordinary people. He's so talented, I wish he could teach me. Lin Hao's eyes held a hint of longing. He dreamed of becoming a hero since he was a child, but he hasn't taken the first step yet. They don't even have the opportunity to receive guidance from renowned teachers. Su Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural. Su Hao easily defeated Black Whirlwind, and Black Whirlwind easily defeated Tiger and Bull. Following this logic, isn't this person much stronger than Tiger and Bull? Seeing this, Marulong's eyes grew even more crazed. So-called experts from the underworld were utterly insignificant. It was better that they were dead. He wouldn't have to pay the promised money. Both of you attack together, don't let him break through one by one. Marulong said coldly, seeing the strength of his opponent. All right. The cold-faced man took a step forward with a merciless punch. Well, that's the only way. The Flower Fairy nodded. For the sake of final victory, she decided to temporarily join forces. The two, one on the left and one on the right, launched a frenzied attack. The power of the Ruthless Fist was astonishing. His punches were incredibly fast, appearing to outsiders as mere afterimages. The Flower Fairy's strength was indeed impressive. She took out two throwing knives and launched a precise attack on Su Hao's neck and heart. Seeing this, Lin Yao felt a pang of anxiety with significant secondary. Could they really still win? Su Hao rarely reveals his strength in front of her, which leads her to still have some doubts about him. Su Hao merely watched the two indifferently, and only after getting close did he slap them. Simultaneously meeting their attacks, he swept them aside with overwhelming force, winning instantly. He punched and kicked, giving Wuching a kick and then punching the Flower Fairy. Both men fell to the ground, each wounded and barely breathing. Even when faced with a beautiful Flower Fairy, he showed no mercy. Whether male or female, cat or dog, anyone who is not the victim is an enemy. Treating enemies with mercy is definitely not his style. You actually killed them all? Marulong was confused. Was the top assassin really that weak? Su Hao appeared to be completely unharmed. Is it strange? Su Hao asked casually. What is your actual strength? Marulong felt that this person was not at the innate realm at all, but might have reached the Grandmaster realm, or even the legendary Mahayana realm. You have no right to know. Su Hao stared at Su Yu and said calmly, all right, you're the only one left if you don't want to die, release the second mistress now. Yes, release them immediately. Suyu immediately returned to Su Hao's camp and said coldly. Release them? Ma Rulong laughed heartily. You don't think I haven't made any other preparations, do you? You surnamed Ma, what can you do if you have no help? Lin Yanfang sneered, thinking he was bluffing. Look! Ma Rulong abruptly pulled off his coat, revealing the clothes he was wearing underneath. Several women thought he was going to commit indecent acts, and instinctively covered their eyes. Holy crap! It wasn't until Lin Hao's exclamation that they turned their attention back to Ma Rulong. After reading it, everyone frowned. Ma Rulong was strapped with all sorts of explosives, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was completely insane. It's impossible for us to bow down today. I'm going to die with everyone. Ma Rulong said fiercely. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Su Hao sneered. Su Hao, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Ma Rulong angrily pointed his gun at Suyu, trying to threaten her. She is your second mistress. If you don't cooperate, I will kill her directly. Ma Rulong, don't do anything rash. This is Lin Yao's relative, which means she's my relative too. Please release her now. Su Hao sneered inwardly. Did he really care about Suyu's life or death? Release them? He grinned maliciously and fired a shot directly into Suyu's abdomen. Ah! Suyu cried out in pain. It was a gunshot wound, and it was incredibly painful. Kneel, not kneeling? Ma Rulong sneered. Second mistress, please bear with it a little longer. Master Ma is just bluffing, he won't actually fire a shot, Su Hao deliberately shouted. You fucking ruined me. Suyu realized that Ma Rulong was a madman who wanted to kill everyone around Su Hao. The more nervous Suyu appeared, the more ruthless Ma Rulong's counterattack became. Bang! The next shot shattered Suyu's head. She didn't even realize what was happening before she died. Ma Rulong skipped the threat and ended her life directly. Shouldn't we have gone through several rounds of bargaining with Su Hao? Ma Rulong doesn't play by the rules. Master Ma, how dare you say you're going to kill my grandmother? Lin Yanfang was stunned. The lives of others were not important, but Suyu was of a high status. How could the former richest man in Luo City possibly try to extort money from her? You come here too. Ma Rulong grabbed her by the collar, regaining control of the hostage. Release them. Su Hao frowned and said angrily. You're dreaming. This time, Ma Rulong posed no threat and fired directly. 319, Chapter 319. Agree to compensation. Gunshots rang out. Lin Yanfang stared in disbelief at her chest, where blood was gushing out violently. A sharp pain shot through her, and her face contorted in agony. Only after experiencing it firsthand did she realize how painful a gunshot wound can be. Ah! She screamed in terror, looked at Su Hao, and cried frantically, Save me, don't let this madman do anything. He has a gun and explosives, how can I save him? Su Hao appeared extremely indifferent at this moment. This is exactly the result I wanted. Suyu took advantage of the situation and became increasingly unreasonable. Lin Yanfang was a spoiled child, unaware of the hardships of life. These two are both incredibly annoying. If he could use someone else to do his dirty work, he would choose to stand by and watch, or even secretly rejoice. What's wrong with you? Are you just going to watch me die a horrible death? Lin Yanfang panicked completely. She never imagined that her life would be in danger before she left home. You guessed right. Su Hao finished speaking and even added fuel to the fire, saying, Master Ma, do it, kill him. Why should I rely on you? Ma Rulong, his mind a little muddled, retorted angrily. That's fine then, release her. Su Hao said smoothly. Screw you. He pulled the trigger again. Lin Yanfang didn't have time to utter any words of begging for mercy before she collapsed instantly. 2 vibrant lives were lost in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Ma Rulong's madness did not disappear. He glanced around and saw Chen Shunhua trembling. He grabbed her, pressed a gun against her head, and said, Su Hao, you don't care about the others, but you can't just leave this old woman to die. He's just crazy, not stupid. Anyone with eyes can see that Su Hao is using someone else to do his dirty work. Marulong didn't care, he was strapped with explosives anyway, he didn't want to live anymore. Killing one was enough, killing two was a bonus. Made a fortune today, not losing out at all. Let her go, Su Hao said urgently. That's right, we don't need to worry about the others, but Chen Shunhua is different. Even though this woman often causes trouble, she is still Lin Yao's biological mother, and the blood relation is undeniable. Even if Chen Shunhua is an annoying mother-in-law, ignoring her is not an option. Kneel down and apologize. Marulong wanted to see him bow his head, it would definitely feel good. Impossible. Su Hao shook his head. Brother-in-law, you can't just stand by and watch them die. Lin Hao panicked. Su Yu and the other woman were both gone, if his mother were to die too, it would be a devastating blow. Are you stupid? Even if I kneel down, I can't save your mother, Su Hao said coldly. Lin Yao thought about it again and realized that it seemed to make sense. Marulong will definitely not let this go today. Judging from his demeanor, he seems to want to destroy the entire world as just a tool, toying with Su Hao. Is it really not going to be saved? Very well, you just wait to collect her corpse. Marulong sneered and skillfully pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a flash of golden light appeared, and Su Hao made his move. The speed at which he pulled the trigger was undeniably fast. However, compared to Su Hao, he is still half a point behind. The entire pistol exploded instantly. The shards grazed his face, leaving a wound several centimeters long. Marulong was already mentally unstable, but now he was even more frightening. Aren't you going yet? Su Hao seized the opportunity, pulled Chen Shunhua and Lin Hao back, and then pushed Lin Yao toward the door. What will you do if we leave? Lin Yao was terrified. The guns weren't a big problem, but the bomb's power was not to be underestimated. In a close encounter, they would likely be reduced to ashes. Go, don't worry about him. Chen Shunhua, having escaped death, showed no gratitude whatsoever and dragged Lin Yao away. Lin Hao's legs felt weak, and after a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. He crawled out, his posture less than elegant, but he used both hands and feet and was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, only Marulong and Su Hao remained in the villa. The former angrily pulled the fuse of the bomb, saying, "You surname Su, let's die together today, so that my children can rest in peace in the afterlife." Who would die with you? Su Hao sneered, this was just wishful thinking on his part. I don't believe you can escape. Once the bomb explodes, all the nearby houses will be destroyed, and you can't possibly leave safely. Marulong sneered. I'm thinking about something, should I just kill you and stop this explosion? Su Hao sneered. You have no chance. Marulong laughed miserably and pulled the fuse. Boom! All the explosives were ignited, and a powerful flame swept across the entire villa. Both the corpses on the ground and the entire building were destroyed in an instant. Firearms are not weak, if they are numerous enough, they can destroy the world. The explosion was clearly audible throughout the area. Many people immediately called the fire department, and fire trucks were seen rapidly approaching from a distance. Su Hao! Lin Yao saw the firelight and struggled to rush over, his face ashen. Unexpectedly, he died in the explosion. Sister, this is your husband's fate. Please accept my condolences. Lin Hao stood beside him and sighed. What happened today was too crazy. The fault didn't lie with Su Hao, but with Marulong. Yes, he wasn't a good person. Either's dead, so be it. You can just find someone else. Chen Shunhua said sarcastically. Mom, how can you say that? He's your savior. Lin Yao said angrily. No, he's my nemesis. Without him, Marulong would never have come knocking on my door. Chen Shunhua refused to admit it. Nonsense, what does the second mistress's attempt to kill you have to do with Su Hao? Lin Yao retorted angrily. Chen Shunhua was unwilling to admit it, believing that Su Hao had also ignited Su Yu's hatred. Just as she was about to continue arguing, someone walked out from the side. It was Su Hao. He's not dead at all. Is perfectly fine. You're not dead? Lin Yao was overjoyed and immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and waist. Be more reserved, Su Hao said with a smile. I'm just happy. Lin Yao finally smiled. Being with him made her feel truly happy. It is true security. Hey Su, how are you going to compensate us for our villa? Chen Shuanoa's voice was always so grating. What? Su Hao was stunned. Ma Rulong blew up the villa. What did it have to do with him? You don't want to compensate us, this whole thing started because of you, and now we don't even have a place to stay. You have to give us some compensation. Chen Shuanhua was determined to cling to him. Su Hao frowned. This person was unreasonable. If he didn't pay, she would probably cause trouble at the clinic. She might even sleep on the floor and stay there. How much? He said in a deep voice. We spent 80 million when we bought it. With the rise in housing prices over the past few years, it should be worth at least 13 million. Chen Shuanhua demanded an exorbitant price. Mom, this is way too expensive. Lin Hao couldn't stand it anymore. This was clearly extortion. Nonsense. Lin Yao was furious. Was this putting Su Hao in a difficult position? How could he possibly have over 10 million? Okay, I'll call Lin Yao tomorrow. Who would have thought that he would actually agree to pay compensation? 320, Chapter 320 Exposed. Su Hao, listen carefully, it's 13 million, not 1300 yuan, Lin Yao said loudly. What, do you think I'm poor? Su Hao took out his phone and transferred money to her on the spot to prove his financial strength. Ding dong. A minute later, the text message arrived. Lin Yao's card had an extra 13 million. When did you become so rich? Chen Shuanhua was shocked. Wasn't he a poor man? Brother-in-law, you've been hiding your true abilities all along. Lin Hao was very envious. He himself had hardly earned any money and had been living off his parents. Compared to Su Hao, he was far inferior. Yeah, you didn't borrow it from Bai Zhirua, did you? Lin Yao asked with deep suspicion. Su Hao thought for a moment. If he said he bought the blood stasis reducing pills, she would probably get jealous again, which would be inextricably linked to Bai Zhirua. He just smiled and said, I treat many wealthy people. They give me 3 to 5 million at a time. Over time, I've saved up some money. Ah, you mean clinics can make money? Lin Yao blurted out. Nonsense, otherwise why would I open a clinic? I can go 3 years without opening, and then live off my earnings for 3 years. Su Hao said proudly. His clinic's income was actually quite high, and he didn't make money from the poor, but rather from the rich. Okay, I'll take it then, Lin Yao thought to herself. Anyway, his money is my money, I'll save it for later when I need it. However, with the villa gone, Lin Yao and the others had no choice but to move back to the old house and temporarily live with old Master Lin. The old man was very happy to be able to reunite with everyone. The explosion caused quite a stir at the time, but it was completely suppressed overnight. The incident involved many people, and the district didn't want to cause any trouble. In addition, the Lin family also sent people to investigate. After they found the remains of Su Yu and Lin Yanfang after the explosion, they confirmed that they had been killed by bullets. They also learned other information that confirmed everything was related to Ma Rulong. Lin Chongqing reacted quickly, returning the billion yuan and personally appointing Lin Yao as the chairman of the Lin Group. The number you dialed is currently switched off. Su Hao called Bai Zhirua, but no one answered. He frowned. Had something happened over there? When Bai Zhirua left, her expression was a little off. He wondered if he should go to the provincial capital to check. The Bai family would be easy to find. He could just go to their door and ask for him, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Beep beep. Outside the clinic, someone was honking their horn. When Su Hao walked out, he saw Baianan. After a few days apart, he looked much more haggard and listless. Brother Su, my sister is alright. She asked me to come and let you know she's safe. Baianan remained seated in the car, showing no intention of getting out. What exactly happened? Su Hao asked, frowning. Don't ask anymore. I don't want you involved in this, Baianan said calmly. Is someone threatening your family? Don't worry, I can help you. Su Hao saw her predicament and said decisively. Well, it's a long story, and I really can't tell you. Baianan said, and then drove away. Su Hao blocked his way and said, I'll go to the provincial capital with you. If you don't agree, I'll go straight to the Bai family. I believe no one in your family can stop me. Brother Su, you can't do anything reckless, that will only make things worse, Baianan said anxiously. She knew that Su Hao really dared to do that. Once he's made up his mind about something, no one can stop him. Brother-in-law. Baianan suddenly blushed and said,
my sister asked me to tell you that if she doesn't come back one day, could I take care of you in her place?
Nonsense, you're all different.
Su Hao frowned. I knew it, that's exactly what I told her back then in my brother-in-law's heart, my sister comes first. Bai Yanan smiled, feeling that Su Hao was someone she could entrust her with. First place, Su Hao wasn't sure, but Lin Yao was the first person he thought of, though Bai Jiruo was undeniably important. Fine, I'll take you to the provincial capital, but you can't stay at the Bai family's place, okay? Bai Yanan had figured it out, Su Hao was a backup plan that couldn't be left out. Okay. Su Hao turned and went to the clinic, instructing Jin Tian to take good care of him and to contact him immediately if anything happened. Young master, please rest assured, I'll take care of everything. Jin Tian secretly vowed that he would risk his life to ensure the safety of the clinic. After finishing his explanation, Su Hao went back to pack a few sets of clothes, put them in his suitcase, and threw them into the car. Let's go. Su Hao said calmly. Drive. Bai Yanan said to the driver. The provincial capital wasn't far from Luo City, but it was quite far. It took them over 2 hours to reach an old district. The area was filled with two-story villas, all looking clean and tidy. Second miss, what brings you here? A middle-aged man saw Bai Yanan and immediately came over to greet her. Uncle Huang, I've brought someone over to you. Bai Yanan pointed at me and introduced, this is Mr. Su. He needs to stay in the provincial capital for a few more days. I am worried about leaving him in a hotel, so I was wondering if he could stay here with you. No problem, the Bai family has been incredibly kind to me. This little thing is none of your concern. The middle-aged man said, helping me with my suitcase and showing me to a room on the second floor. It had air conditioning, a bathroom, and Wi-Fi, better than a typical hotel. Mr. Su, my name is Huang Yoji, you can just call me Lao Huang. He put down his things and rubbed his hands together, saying in a simple and honest manner. Old Huang, I'm sorry to have bothered you these past few days, Su Hao said with a polite smile. I wouldn't dare, you're a distinguished guest, it's too formal to say such things, Huang Yoji said nervously. It wasn't until they chatted later that Su Hao understood. It turns out that Huang Yoji's father was once the Bai family's steward, working diligently for the family for 40 years later. As he grew older, the current steward was appointed. Huang Yoji grew up in the Bai family and had a good relationship with Bai Jiruo, being considered her uncle. They bought this house in the provincial capital after the old housekeeper retired, and have lived there ever since. Both Huang Yoji and the old steward were loyal to the Bai family. They would go through fire and water for just one word. It's almost noon, miss, why don't you stay for lunch before you leave? Huang Yoji warmly invited her to stay. No, I have to go back before leaving. Bai Yanan gave Huang Yoji 50,000 yuan as payment for taking care of Su Hao. She was incredibly generous, and Huang Yoji had no chance to refuse her offer. Sai, the second young lady and the eldest young lady are really good to use. It's just a pity that their family is in trouble now, Huang Yoji muttered to himself. What trouble? Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Mr. Su, I'll go cook for you. You must be hungry. Huang Yoji pretended to be clueless. Since the second young lady hadn't said anything, he certainly wouldn't reveal it. 321, Chapter 321. Raising a daughter isn't easy. It must be said that Huang Yoji is a very good cook. Su Hao could smell the aroma while waiting. An hour and a half later, there were 7 or 8 dishes on the table, including meat and vegetables, as well as free-range chicken soup, which made everyone's appetite soar. Mr. Su, our family's circumstances are limited, and this is all we have. We hope you don't mind. Huang Yoji said politely. Old Huang, you're too modest. This is even better than the finest delicacies. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. There's no need for me to eat so luxuriously. Su Hao wasn't being coquettish at all. He prepared some rice, sat down, and began to eat heartily. Hey, why didn't you call me for dinner? Suddenly, an unhappy voice came from the doorway. Su Hao turned his head and saw that the owner of the voice was a beautiful woman in her early 20s, dressed in a very innocent style, like a student. Nyo, how would I know you were home? Huang Yoji frowned. His daughter is a bit disobedient. Now that life is better, they spoil the next generation even more. Huang Nyo has never experienced hardship, whenever things don't go her way, she puts on a sour face even though she's already in university. She still frequently runs back home. They claimed the school food was terrible, but actually they simply didn't want to go to school. Her grades were even worse, which gave Huang Yoji a headache. I just got back. Huang Nyonyo, holding a bowl, sat down opposite Su Hao and said unhappily, "Who are you? Why are you eating in my house?" "Nyonyo, my name is Su Hao." Su Hao smiled brightly. "Is this the name Nyonyo? I don't know you, you'd better call me Miss Huang." Huang Nyonyo seemed to be deliberately picking a fight, and said with a stern face, "Hello, Miss Huang." Su Hao wasn't angry at all. This level of embarrassment was nothing to him. "That's more like it," Huang Nyonyo said smugly, but when she learned from Huang Yoji that Su Hao would be staying here for a few days, her expression became even more unpleasant. She ate a few bites of food and drank some chicken soup, then put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm not eating anymore." "Aren't you hungry after eating so little?" Huang Yoji sighed. She hadn't eaten a single grain of rice and didn't know how she was maintaining her strength. Dad, give me money, I want to go out and play." Huang Nyonyo stretched out her hand and said very bluntly, I only gave you 500 2 days ago, and you've already spent it all?" Huang Yoji was furious. "What can you buy with this little money? Don't you know that some people spend tens of thousands on a single piece of clothing?" Huang Nyonyo said somewhat vainly. "Can we compare with others?" Huang Yoji didn't want to continue the topic, otherwise there would be a lot of arguing. He took out 500 and instructed, "Spend it sparingly and don't associate with shady people." "Got it." Huang Nyonyo took the money and left without looking back. Sigh. Huang Yoji sighed. Raising a daughter is really not easy. After finishing his meal, Su Hao had nothing else to do, so he went back to his room to rest. It was a bit far from the city center, and it would take about 20 minutes by taxi to get there. He was surrounded by familiar neighbors, and there were usually few people around when he took a nap in the afternoon. It was quiet outside, with no cars coming or going. "Old Huang, something's happened." Knowing that his neighbor, an older woman, was rushing over in a panic, her shrill voice waking Su Hao up instantly, he got up and stood by the window, listening quietly. "What's going on?" Huang Yoji came out. "Nyonyo got into a fight with someone at the KTV, and it's pretty serious. Why don't you go over and take a look?" The neighbor lady came to find him immediately after receiving the news. "Really, then I have to go." Huang Yoji was a little hesitant, worried that Su Hao would blame him. "Once I leave, there's no one at home." "Old Huang, I'll go with you," Su Hao said, already standing beside him. "Mr. Su, you are a guest, how can we let you go over there?" Huang Yoji was in a dilemma, knowing that going over there would definitely cause an unpleasant situation. It's alright, I'm just killing time anyway, why don't I go out for a walk and see the sights?" Su Hao insisted. Okay, fine. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade him, Huang Yoji had no choice but to agree. The two hailed a taxi and headed directly to the largest karaoke bar in the area. Upon arrival, Su Hao saw several burly men standing outside the private room. One of them wore 5 or 6 rings and a gold necklace, looking rather tacky. But to the young people around them, this is the trend. Inside the private room, Huang Nyonyo and several female classmates trembled with fear and dared not utter a sound. Grass. I was just chatting with you guys, and you're not happy about it? Don't you even bother to ask around, who around here doesn't know Brother Da's name? It's your honor to have been chosen by me. Brother Da, wearing a gold necklace, was kicking the door as he spoke. Whether it was the waiters or the other customers, they just watched without daring to help. Finally, the door was kicked open. Brother Da walked in first, looked around, and then said to Huang Nyonyo, "Come here and sing with me." "Brother Da, I can't sing." Huang Nyonyo didn't dare to look at him at all. "No, then can you moan in bed?" Brother Da sneered. Ha ha ha. His underlings were all laughing mockingly. That's for sure, every woman would do that. Brother Da, you have good taste. She's a beauty. After Brother Da is done, let the brothers have some fun too? The things they said became increasingly unpleasant. Huang Nyonyo was so frightened that she trembled and dared not move at all.
Aren't you coming over? Brother De's face darkened, and he walked over to grab her hand. No. Huang Yonyo instinctively dodged, but suddenly, for some reason, her mind went completely blank, and she slapped him on the back. De Ge never expected that a female college student would dare to hit her. Without any preparation, I was slapped hard across the face. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Oh no, this is Brother De. Apart from Huang Yonyo, no one else dared to discipline him. The matter has escalated and is difficult to resolve. Field. You bitch, I'm going to kill you tonight. Brother De roared. Brother De, let's talk this out. I'll apologize on behalf of the woman. Huang Yoji forced himself to walk up to Brother De. This man was very tall, considering himself to be 196 meters. Huang Yoji, standing in front of him, lacked the presence and was completely overshadowed. Dad, don't embarrass yourself. Huang Yonyo stamped her foot with his abilities. How could he possibly handle today's situation, she said nervously. I've already contacted a friend. You don't need to do anything. Have you made some shady friends again? Huang Yoji roared. Get lost. When Brother De saw him appear, he said very rudely. How about I compensate you some money? Huang Yoji began to discuss. Do I care about your stinking money? Brother De said fiercely, and slapped the other man hard across the face. The sound was clear and crisp, and those in the know could hear it clearly. Huang Yoji's face immediately swelled up and turned red, and he groaned in pain. 322, Chapter 322 Flattery. Damn it, you can talk, but why are you hitting me? Huang Yonyo, abandoning her obedient daughter image at home, cursed and rolled up her sleeves, ready to rush forward. Stop. Huang Yoji grabbed her. Don't act impulsively when things happen. Everything can be discussed. Dad, you don't understand. He blocked me and tried to grope my breasts. This is not something to be discussed. Huang Yonyo said angrily. Huang Yoji looked embarrassed. So that's what happened? So what? I just think you're cute. You dress provocatively and are deliberately seducing people. You only have yourself to blame. Brother De said disdainfully. Fuck your mother. Huang Yonyo picked up the bottle and smashed it directly. Holy crap. Brother De didn't expect her to have such a volatile temper, and immediately used his arm to block in front of her. Clang, the bottle shattered, and his watch was also damaged. The screen cracked open, and liquor spilled in, causing irreparable damage. My watch. Dege looked at his Rolex, now ruined, and his whole body contorted in pain. Brother De, don't be impulsive. I'll pay for your medical expenses and the watch. Huang Yoji stood in front of him and said firmly. He came to deal with a problem, but things got more and more complicated than he expected. Can you afford to pay for it? Brother De looked at his plain clothes and said disdainfully, to tell you the truth, this watch of mine is worth 2 million. What, so expensive? Huang Yoji was pale. He could never earn this much money in his entire life. So, you poor bastards, why do you go out all the time? You can't even afford to pay for the damage you cause, Brother De said arrogantly. Yes, Huang Yoji said tremblingly. So, how do you think you can keep me company? If you can't come up with a solution, I'm taking your daughter away today and making her stay with me for 3 years. Brother De looked at Huang Yonyo and swallowed hard. This woman has a strong personality. I wonder what it's like to have her in bed. That's definitely not going to work out. How could my daughter possibly be interested in you? Huang Yoji said honestly. Damn it, how dare you talk like that? It's her good fortune that Brother De has taken a liking to her. The henchman next to him was quite dissatisfied. Dad, don't tell him these things, I'm not afraid. Huang Yonyo chose to face the difficulties head-on since things had already escalated to this point. Admitting her mistakes would only make things worse. Aren't you afraid? Can you afford to pay compensation? Huang Yoji retorted angrily. You really want to pay compensation? Huang Yonyo was stunned. Even if this matter were handed over to the police, it was unclear how they would rule in the end. Wasn't thinking so far ahead, now just worrying unnecessarily? Get lost, don't disturb my chat with Nyonyo. Brother De angrily slapped Huang Yoji, sending him flying. I'll fight you to the death. Huang Niu picked up the wine bottle again and rushed over. Snap! The first attack was a surprise, but the second one was completely thwarted. He grabbed Huang Niu's hair tightly and slapped her twice. You bitch, you still want to ambush me? Brother De said coldly. Brother De, this woman is not easy to deal with. Why don't we just kill her? Someone suggested in a low voice. No, I want to play for a few more days, Dagu refused. What to do? Huang Yoji slowly stood up, his face pale, unable to come up with Taiha's countermeasure. He was forced to pay the full 2 million in compensation, and he really did sell everything he owned, including his house. Just when she was in a dilemma, a dozen or so young men carrying baseball bats walked in through the door and stood by Shin Nana's side out of a sense of righteousness. If you have a problem, come at me. There was a tall man, brimming with a sense of justice, who spoke with unwavering conviction. It's young Master Changsun. Several female classmates recognized him. Wasn't this Changsun Ming? The richest young man in their class was handsome and well liked by everyone. But this young master was only fond of Huang Niu and was her devoted admirer for more than a year. I just received news that Huang Niu is in trouble, so I brought the baseball team here as fast as I could. Young Master Changsun, you've arrived just in time. Huang Niu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her savior had come. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Changsun Ming asked nervously. This was the woman he had his eye on, and he couldn't let another man take her away. No, I didn't suffer any loss, on the contrary, I hit him. Huang Niu looked rather petite and dependent on him. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. After making his promise, Changsun Ming looked at Dagu and the others and said disdainfully, who was it that harassed my girlfriend just now? I'm giving you a chance to kneel down and apologize, and beg for her forgiveness, otherwise, you'll regret it today. Wow, so handsome. Several young female college students immediately became infatuated. This is a classic case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Which young person could stand that? Huang Niu was overjoyed now that someone was backing her up. She didn't have to worry at all. Young man, are you trying to scare me? Don't you even know who's in charge here? Brother De sneered. These people weren't real people. They lived in their ivory towers and were oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Dealing with them shouldn't be a piece of cake, right? I don't care who you are. Changsun Ming swung his baseball bat and hit Dagu. He didn't want to discuss it and just took action. Other college students, seeing this, joined the fray. With their superior numbers and the advantage of having a good baseball bat, they quickly gained the upper hand. They beat Dagu and his men so badly they were left sprawled on the ground, teeth knocked out. Stop! Huang Yoji spread his arms to block the group of students. You're in cahoots with him, aren't you? Changsun Ming, engrossed in the fight, was slightly annoyed upon seeing this. Young Master Ming, you've misunderstood Huang Niu's father. Someone casually reminded him. I see. Changsun Ming immediately put on a friendly smile and said, Uncle Huang, Niu and I are dating. As soon as we graduate, I'll go and propose. Huang Niu stamped her foot. She hadn't agreed to marry him. Bringing up marriage so early was a little awkward. Engaged? Huang Yoji was furious. Despite spending so much on tuition and miscellaneous fees every year, Huang Niu hasn't learned anything, but she has learned how to date. Dad, it's not even close to being settled yet, don't lead us astray. Huang Niu said, stomping her foot. Her lively and adorable demeanor attracted a lot of attention. Really? Huang Yoji was skeptical, then continued to persuade, Young Master Ming, let's leave this matter here and not let anyone die. Consider yourselves lucky that someone is pleading for you now. Get out of here. Changsun Ming angrily rebuked Dagu and his gang. You win. Brother De left with his men, his eyes filled with defiance. Young Master Ming, why did you let him go? The frightened people were puzzled. This was tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Don't be afraid. Even if he calls for reinforcements, they won't be a match for me, Changsun Ming said with absolute confidence. Yes, the other party is just a small-time thug compared to young Master Ming. He's not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The others immediately began to flatter him. 323, Chapter 323 They will all die. Having solved today's problem, Chang Sun-ming's standing in the eyes of his female classmates has risen even higher. Some people were openly flirting and trying to seduce Huang Nianniu, completely ignoring her. Some people kept calling him a great hero, which made Chang Sun-ming laugh heartily. He enjoys being the center of attention. He didn't say a single word of praise until he noticed someone standing next to him. Where did you come from? Chang Sun-ming directly targeted Su Hao. Su Hao frowned, he hadn't provoked him. Young Master Ming, this is a distinguished guest of our families here to watch the excitement, Huang Youji said, his expression changing slightly. Distinguished guest? Chang Sun-ming suddenly realized something and flew into a rage. Who do you think you are? Who gave you permission to live in Nianniu's house? They only have 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Are you living next door to her in a villa? I just moved in today, I don't know who lives next door, Su Hao replied casually. Now that you know, please move out. Chang Sun-ming said unreasonably, in a commanding tone. Young Master Ming, don't meddle too much, Su Hao was slightly annoyed. He hasn't offended anyone, and he'll retaliate against anyone who tries to kill him. Alright, we should probably head back. Huang Youji disliked these kinds of occasions, and he was also worried about Su Hao, so he said to Huang Nianniu, come on, let's go home. You're not allowed to come to places like this again, or I'll cut off your allowance. You dare. Huang Nianniu was very rebellious. I'll still call you dad now, but if you don't give me money, I won't even step foot in the door again. Believe me or not, I can support myself outside. Huang Youji was trembling with anger, he just wanted her to know how furious he was about what had happened unexpectedly. Huang Nianniu showed no remorse and continued to do as she pleased. Let's go home. His tone softened considerably. No, I want to play more. Huang Nianniu waved her hand, showing no intention of getting up. Uncle Huang, let her play a little longer. Don't worry, I'll take her back after we're done. Chang Sun-ming said with a smile. Huang Youji sighed. His biggest worry was actually Chang Sun-ming. But you can't hit someone who's smiling, and this kid's attitude was alright, so he couldn't just turn on him in the end. He reluctantly took Su Hao and left the private room. Mr. Su, was my upbringing particularly poor? Huang Youji smiled bitterly. By the time it came to Huang Nianniu's generation, their worldview had changed. They were unwilling to mention their family's past as stewards for the Bai family. Consequently, she felt that Huang Youji was subservient and somewhat servile. She yearned for freedom and did things her own way, making their relationship increasingly complicated. As soon as I stepped out of the KTV, I saw several cars pulling up outside. Brother Day is back, leading a gang of thugs. These people rushed to the private room, looking quite fierce. Oh no, something bad is going to happen. Huang Youji frowned. Don't worry, I've got everything covered. Su Hao reassured him. Huang Youji was unaware of his abilities and didn't know what to say. Inside the private room, the two sides had already started fighting. When Brother De returned with his men, each armed with a machete, they had a weapon advantage against the baseball bats in no time. They had the students too afraid to even breathe. Come on, show your arrogance again. De Gu pointed directly at Chang Sun-ming and said angrily. You have more people, so what? Chang Sun-ming retorted, this is a KTV, a place taken care of by the Red Dragon Gang. Advise you not to cause trouble, or we'll break your legs. Red Dragon Gang, you mean this? Brother De rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 large characters, Red Dragon. Good heavens, he's actually a member of the Red Dragon Gang. Chang Sun-ming finally tensed up, but refused to yield, coldly saying, so what if you're from the Red Dragon Gang? The KTV business is all under Brother Long's control, and my father has a good relationship with him. 1 phone call and he can send people to take you down. Is that so? Brother De sneered, asking disdainfully, do you know what kind of relationship I have with Brother Long? How would I know? Chang Sun-ming was unwilling to guess. Listen carefully, I am Yi Long's younger brother. Brother De announced coldly. The moment these words were spoken, a deafening silence fell over everyone. Who would have thought that such a despicable person as Brother De was actually Yi Long's younger brother? Chang Sun-ming's face was extremely ugly.
Their family only knows Yi Long, even if they ask him to help, they might not succeed. Brother De is completely different, they are actually related by blood. The young man who followed Chang Sun Ming regretted it, he had taken the beating for nothing, and he didn't know what would happen next. You come here. Brother De said arrogantly. Brother De, it was all a misunderstanding. Chang Sun Ming said with a smile as he walked over. I misunderstood you. Brother De slapped him across the face, then picked up a shard of glass from the ground and drew a bloody line on his forehead. Chang Sun Ming grimaced in pain. He was very concerned about his handsome appearance, and now he was about to be disfigured. His heart was bleeding, but he dared not show it. The situation is dire. Knowing that the other party has a powerful background, continuing to be arrogant will only result in a harsher blow. You think you can steal my woman? You're nothing. Brother De was a ruthless man. After kicking Chang Sun Ming twice in the stomach, he followed up with a kick that would cut off his offspring. Click. There was a crisp cracking sound. I wonder if there's something wrong with someone's testicles. Chang Sun Ming was in so much pain that he fell to the ground and rolled around. All of you are silent? Brother De had a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression eccentric. All the young people fell silent, too terrified to utter a sound. Kneel down. He had no intention of letting these people go. Thump. Having learned from Chang Sun Ming's example, these people dared not hesitate and immediately knelt down on both knees. Neatly arranged in a row. And you too. DGE's gaze finally settled on Su Hao. He came to watch the spectacle, and because he was handsome, he was mistaken for a college student. What? Su Hao frowned and said, let me make this clear, I have absolutely no idea what happened just now, and I'm not with them. You say it's not, so it's not? Brother De took the machete from his henchman, pointed it arrogantly at his nose, and said, believe it or not, I'll take your head. Brother De, he wasn't involved. The underling who was beaten in the first round whispered a reminder. Fine, ignore him, that makes you a coward. Brother De sneered disdainfully, but didn't pursue the matter further. His gaze returned to Chang Sun Ming, and he kicked him a few more times. After venting his anger, he turned to Huang Nianniao and said, see, this is what happens when you offend me, Urea girl, and if you don't want things to get too ugly, come with me now and stay for 7 days, and this debt will be wiped clean, otherwise your whole family will die. 324, Chapter 324, A Lifetime of Brilliance. Impossible. Huang Nianniao retorted angrily. You're asking for it. Brother De walked over and kicked her hard in the stomach as well. Immediately, Huang Nianniao was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. That kick had nearly killed Hershey, who usually didn't even do housework and had delicate skin, finally experienced the harsh realities of society. Brother De, take your anger out on me. Huang Yoji couldn't bear it, so he hurriedly came to the man and kept kowtowing and promising, give me 2 or 3 days, and I'll sell the house and buy you a new watch. Give you time? How will you compensate me for my losses tonight? Brother De kicked him away and pointed at Huang Nianniao, saying, men, grab her and take her to my house. After she finished speaking, 2 tall and imposing men walked out and directly surrounded Huang Nianniao. She struggled, but to no avail, and was about to be led out of the private room. Everyone looked at Chang Sun Ming. Didn't he just say that Huang Nianniao was his girlfriend? Now that your girlfriend is about to be insulted, why are you remaining silent? What are you looking at? If you want to be heroes, then do it yourselves. Chang Sun Ming was furious. He was in trouble himself, so how could he care about others? She's just a woman. There are plenty of beautiful girls at school. Once he leaves here, he'll be a handsome playboy again. Huang Yoji struggled to his feet and saw a machete lying on the ground. He steeled himself, picked it up, and was about to rush over. Leave it to me. Su Hao couldn't stand it any longer. He coldly walked towards Brother De and said rudely, release them. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. After saying that, Brother De took the machete and slashed directly at the target. Su Hao took a step back, easily dodging the attack. I've been watching for a long time. It's fine for you to get angry at young Master Ming, but grabbing my landlord's daughter is unacceptable. Are you crazy? How dare you stop me? Seeing that he had dodged the knife,
Brother De felt a little wary. But the thought of his many underlings emboldened him, and he shouted, "Attack, cripple him!" Good. These henchmen were very obedient and swung their machetes at Su Hao. Seeing this, Huang Yoji was terrified. Mr. Su was brought by the second young lady. If something happened to him, how could he explain it? At this moment, he could only worry anxiously, and it was too late to call for help. You are nothing but a bunch of insects. Su Hao blared at them, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped everyone. The next moment, they trembled with fear, as if they were being watched by ghosts and gods. They could no longer hold onto their weapons, which clattered to the ground. Useless trash, what are you afraid of? He's all alone, why don't you kill him? Brother De frantically berated those around him, punching and kicking them. You're really ruthless. These people are incredibly unlucky to be following you. Su Hao said disdainfully. Those various actions are quite eye-catching in the second generation. Very well, I'll teach you a lesson myself. De Gu spat into his palm, gripped the knife with both hands, and launched a vicious attack. He had just moved his body when a sudden, powerful force struck him, sending him flying backward. His henchmen standing behind him collapsed to the ground like dominoes. Brother De was right on top of him, and he was both shocked and scared. Surprisingly, the other party actually fought back. What's frightening is that the opponent's strength is completely incomprehensible. Lecture me, say that again? Su Hao's shoes were covered in shards of glass, and he stomped hard on Su Hao's face. Blood gushed out instantly. This scene deeply shocked everyone. How arrogant was Brother De just now? Su Hao's intervention directly caused him to suffer a setback. At this moment, the matter of Yi Long's younger brother was completely forgotten. Holy crap, this guy is really cool. He's offended Brother Long, and his fate is probably not good. We can't just cower and back down. Let's vent our anger first. Who knows how things will turn out? The group whispered in hushed tones. Huang Yo's female classmates immediately changed their opinion of Su Hao. They initially thought he was just an ordinary tenant, but his decisive, brave, and dashing actions instantly won them over. In comparison, Chang Sun Ming is like a maggot, utterly laughable. Let me go. De Gu struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free at all. You brat, do you know who I am? Nobody dares to go against my brother in this territory. He started cursing. You useless thing, you're a disgrace to your brother. Su Hao flew into a rage and stomped on him repeatedly. This is what he learned. Doesn't Brother De like to step on others? The boomerang hit him, causing him excruciating pain. You too, why aren't you releasing them? Su Hao stared at the burly man at the door and said coldly. After a moment's hesitation, the two made the right choice and released Huang Yo. They stood at the door, behaving like obedient elementary school students, showing no intention of fighting back against Su Hao. Thank you. Huang Yo had escaped a disaster. Her gaze towards Su Hao changed. She no longer looked down on him, but instead showed admiration, and her heart fluttered. Which young girl in the throes of first love doesn't love a hero? You're welcome. Su Hao said calmly. Looking back, De Gu finally got up, covered in wounds, and glared at him with a violent look. If looks could kill, Su Hao would have collapsed long ago. Disagree. Su Hao rushed over, about to kick. Hero, spare my life. Brother De knew what was good for him and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Put. Huang Yo sneered. She thought it was shameful for her father to bow his head, but now it seems that De Gu is the most shameful one. He had no backbone whatsoever. After saying a few harsh words, he immediately backed down. No wonder this guy has been around for so many years and still doesn't have a name. If he had even a third of his brother's ability, he wouldn't have lost face like this. Just kowtowing? Su Hao was not happy. I'm useless, he kowtowed. He was slapping himself repeatedly in the face. Alright, you can get lost now. Su Hao was disdainful. He found no satisfaction in giving a lesson like that. It's absolutely useless. It offers no competitive advantage whatsoever. Alright. He couldn't tell if he was angry or not, but he readily agreed, got up, and ran off. Just then, someone walked in from outside, and the two bumped into each other. "Brother, what brings you here?" Brother De was overjoyed. The man who came was Yi Long, the number 3 figure in the Red Dragon Gang, known as the Strategist. "You've really embarrassed me." Yi Long was half a head taller than his younger brother, with a majestic appearance and intimidating eyes. "Brother, he hit me." De Gu remembered something, pointed at Su Hao behind him, and loudly complained. "Step back." Yi Long was extremely dissatisfied. He had received news that his younger brother had been beaten. He found it unbelievable at the time. Could there be a mistake? How could someone in this territory actually provoke someone from the Red Dragon Gang? It wasn't until the surveillance footage was reviewed that he discovered his younger brother, Yi Di, was bowing and scraping, offering no resistance whatsoever to the person who had assaulted him. He was instantly enraged. His entire reputation had been ruined by Yi Di. 325, Chapter 325 Difficulty. Brother Long? From a distance, others realized that Yi Long was simply a larger version of Yi Di. His overall demeanor is much better. He exudes a majestic and imposing aura. In comparison, Yi Di lacked energy and spirit, and could at best be considered a spoiled brat, completely unable to represent the Red Dragon Gang. "Brother Su, that's Yi Long." Huang Niu whispered a reminder. "It's alright, I'm not afraid of him." Su Hao nodded, indicating that he knew his identity. Military advisor. The other thugs of the Red Dragon Gang all greeted Yi Long respectfully. "You guys are really useless, a whole group of you can't even beat him?" Yi Long walked over and slapped each of them. These people were beaten without making a sound, simply enduring the blows silently. It's really embarrassing to say this out loud, so many people couldn't beat Su Hao. Damn it, this guy's ruthless. Those two brothers are pretty much the same, they're both arrogant. The main reason is that Yi Long is powerful and has an imposing presence even without anger, so no one dares to resist him. This handsome guy is in trouble. Everyone started to worry about Su Hao. He had been quite impressive, but he had gone too far. He could have remained an outsider, but unexpectedly, he had become the main character. Chang Sun Ming sneered. Now things were fine. If Su Hao got beaten, he'd suffer the same fate as him. Everyone was in the same boat, no one faring much better in the future. When people discussed this, they wouldn't specifically ridicule him. Sigh. Huang Yoji regretted it. Perhaps he shouldn't have brought Su Hao along today. Now things were getting increasingly difficult to handle, and Yi Long's intervention would be far more ruthless than Yi Di's. He didn't dare contact the Bai family either. They're already overwhelmed with problems over there and have no energy left to worry about things here. Your name? Su Hao. Did my brother reveal his identity just now? He said it. Are you being disrespectful by showing such disrespect? Do you have a problem with our Crimson Dragon Gang? No. Do you think I'll let you go? You won't, but I can get out unscathed. The two exchanged a quick conversation. Yi Long pressed closer and closer, but Su Hao remained calm and composed. Only at this moment did Yi Long realize that this person was not nervous at all. When others heard Yi Long's name from the Crimson Dragon Gang, they either trembled with fear or ran away with their heads in their hands, but Su Hao met his gaze directly without any fear. This is my territory. If I let you continue to cause trouble like this, what will become of my reputation? Yi Long clapped his hands. Dozens of people immediately walked in. They all looked like ruthless characters, carrying the same weapons, and staring at Su Hao with indifferent eyes. All irrelevant personnel, please leave. Yi Long roared angrily. Everyone, including Chang Sun Ming, scrambled out of the private room. Mr. Su, what should we do? Huang Yoji didn't want to leave, but he didn't dare to stay either. Brother Su, I'm the one who dragged you into this. Huang Niu regretted her impulsive actions, but Yi Di had gone too far. If it happened again, he would probably still resort to violence. His fiery temper is something he can't change. I'll say it again, they can't do anything to me. Su Hao told them to go out first. The private room was now empty except for the Red Dragon Gang's thugs, strategist Yi Long, and Su Hao. The entrance was crowded with people. They rarely saw Yi Long get angry under normal circumstances. Just because of the name Brother Long, people in the underworld would give him some face. Who is Su Hao? I've never heard of him. It's probably not local. Whether he's a dragon or a snake, we'll soon find out. You're courting death. Do you think the Red Dragon Gang is so easy to offend? The guests at the entrance were having a heated discussion. Very good, you actually remained calm under pressure. That composure is already better than many others. Yi Long feigned approval, then quickly changed the subject, saying, my demands are simple, kneel down and apologize, and leave me an arm or a leg that will settle things. Sorry, I choose the third option, to beat you all up. Su Hao sneered. What did you say? Yi Long couldn't believe it. They were already arrogant enough, but Su Hao was even more arrogant. This kid's finished. Chan Sun Ming was overjoyed. Offending Yi Long would definitely lead to a terrible end. Even with so many people watching, Yi Long couldn't just kill him outright, but he would still cause him irreparable damage. Let's do it. Yi Long stopped talking. He was convinced that Su Hao would be speechless after that. Dozens of internal energy masters marched forward. Their aura was already extremely strong. Each of them wore a murderous look on their face, as if they had experienced countless battles. Prepare to die. With a shout, all the attacks erupted instantly. Immediately, swords flashed and fists clashed, creating a chaotic and dangerous scene. Yi Long laughed. This was the consequence of offending the Crimson Dragon Gang. If you don't have the strength, don't cause trouble. However, his smile quickly vanished. He clearly had dozens of thugs, but they couldn't hit Su Hao even once. He faced these people with ease, dodging their attacks one after another. Having no intention of continuing his toying, he immediately launched a powerful strike with a single punch, creating a gust of wind. He instantly knocked several men down. This process is repeated. In less than a minute, all the thugs were lying on the ground, howling in pain. Brother, this kid is very strong. Why didn't you bring any experts with you? Yi De was very disappointed. The Red Dragon Gang was an outstanding local organization that had been secretly cultivating experts, and even produced 4 heavenly kings. Each person is capable of handling things independently. It seems that none of these people came out today. Yi Long's expression gradually turned ugly. No wonder Su Hao was so arrogant. He had unfathomable strength. Yi Long, is it, your men aren't strong enough? If you don't want to die, get everyone else out of here now. Su Hao said coldly. Okay. Yi Long thought about it and finally agreed. Roll. Yi De looked at the people behind him and spoke directly. Chang Sun Ming was the first to leave. He had a head injury and dared not delay. The others left one after another, leaving only Huang Niu and her father. The two of them were somewhat. She was in a dilemma, not wanting to leave Su Hao alone. You guys go back, I'll be back later. Su Hao said casually. Alright. Huang Yoji dared not stay any longer. He had to take his daughter away no matter what. Brother Su, come back soon, let's have a late-night snack together. Huang Niu smiled gently and turned to leave. That smile completely stunned Yi De. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Unfortunately, the smile wasn't for him. He could only watch helplessly. Next time I see you leering at Niu, watch out, your eyes might be ruined. Su Hao threatened forcefully. Brother, look at him. Yi De turned around and complained. Shut up. Yi Long roared after cursing. He looked at Su Hao and said sincerely, Mr. Su is a master. The Crimson Dragon Gang loves talent. If you are willing to join our organization, I guarantee you will have no worries about food and clothing and a life of wealth and honor. Do you think I look like someone who's short of money? Su Hao said coldly. Doesn't it look like it? Yi Long thought to himself, your clothes and appearance are really too ordinary. 326, Chapter 326 Ambition. So you don't want to join the Crimson Dragon Gang? Yi Long felt regretful, as he had originally wanted to recruit a master for his gang. No, you're wrong again. I can join the Crimson Dragon Gang. Su Hao said mysteriously. Great, you still know what's good for you. Yi Long was overjoyed. This was better than he had expected. However, I want to become the gang leader. Su Hao's next words made him unable to laugh. How could he possibly be willing to stay under someone else? Either don't join, or become the gang leader directly, the kind who's parachuted in.
Yi Long clicked his tongue. Is this just playing with yourself, who gives themselves to a gang and then just goes back to find a gang leader? Su Hao, are you here to cause trouble? Yi De was furious. My brother is just a strategist. How can you expect him to bring a gang leader back with him? It's simple. I'll go and take down the dissatisfied gang leader and deputy leader, and promote him to the second in command. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Su Hao said indifferently. Young man, I admit you have great ambitions. Yi Long sighed. You really dared to dream big. However, your idea is very dangerous. Our Crimson Dragon Gang is a prominent force in the eastern province who wouldn't respect us. You actually want to become the gang leader? That's simply unimaginable. There's nothing wrong with daring to think and act, Su Hao said calmly. So you're daydreaming? Yi De said, displeased. No. Su Hao slowly stood up, placed his hand on the wall, and softly uttered a shout. Immediately, a powerful force erupted, and the entire wall shattered. Yes, it didn't collapse. All the bricks were crushed into powder. No way? Yi Long and Yi De exchanged a glance, both brothers stunned. What kind of strength is this? With just a slight movement, a wall can be destroyed. Besides Su Hao, who else could do that? Yi Long vaguely felt that this person's strength had surpassed that of the gang leader. In a world where the strong rule, is it really necessary to consider changing our image? Brother, is this innate true qi? Yi De asked, trembling. This level of strength was beyond his comprehension. It is indeed innate true qi, but his strength is definitely more than just innate. Yi Long's breathing became somewhat rapid. This is the awe-inspiring sight of a master. Su Hao's strength far surpasses that of a Xiantian master. He is either a grandmaster or a Mahayana master. So, are you willing to submit to me? Su Hao asked indifferently. I am willing. Yi Long dared not deny it, but the gang leader will definitely not agree, so this matter will be very difficult to negotiate. It's alright, take my words back. Tell him to abdicate. If there's no resistance, I'll spare his life. Otherwise, let's settle this with our strength. I'll go straight to the Crimson Dragon Gang and personally send him away. Su Hao said forcefully. He had had enough and decided to build his own network of connections. The Red Dragon Gang just happened to appear, and with the right timing and location, taking them down would allow us to acquire some decent lackeys. He also recruited a few people in Luo City, but they were too weak to be of much use. The Red Dragon Gang, after all, was a force in the provincial capital, and was generally stronger than those in Luo City. Hopefully, they could play a small role in the future. I obey. Faced with a powerful opponent, Yi Long had no chance of resistance. Yi Long nodded and left. Brother, this is terrible. Yi De exclaimed in alarm. If the gang leader heard this back, he would definitely be unhappy. Useless trash, you've only caused me trouble all these years. Enraged, Yi Long disregarded whether the man was his younger brother or not and slapped him several times. It's more than just bad. The Red Dragon Gang has offended this plague god and is almost wiped out. No gang leader would agree to such an impudent request. He was now in a dilemma: either take the message back and face the wrath of those who helped, or remain silent and face Su Hao's anger. Caught in the middle, with no one to stand on either side. And all of this was caused by the good-for-nothing younger brother chasing after girls? More importantly, he hasn't even gotten a climax yet. Yi Long grew angrier the more he thought about it, and seeing this good-for-nothing, he slapped him a few more times. Yi De was completely stunned by the beating, and dared not utter a word of anger. Across from the KTV is a milk tea shop. None of them went far. Huang Niu stared at the doorway, looking worried. Chang Sun Ming smiled faintly and said, Niu, are you worried about him? Sigh, he put himself in danger to save us, who wouldn't worry? Huang Niu sighed. I didn't ask him to save me. Chang Sun Ming said unhappily. The woman he had his eye on was actually worried about another man. He couldn't help but feel unhappy. Young Master Ming, is your worry important? When faced with danger, all you dare to do is run away with your tail between your legs. Huang Niu was even puzzled as to why he didn't run further away but stayed nearby. Judging from his furtive manner, Huang Niu could guess what was going on. He definitely wants to hide here and watch Su Hao get his comeuppance. This kind of person has a very dark heart. They only want to see others make fools of themselves and have no good intentions whatsoever.
No, how can you look at me like that?
Chang Sun-ming gazed at her beautiful face, then couldn't help but swallow hard. Thinking how amazing it would be to get his hands on her, he decided to play to her desires. No, if I help you rescue him, can we go on a date?
You have that ability?
Huang Nyo clearly didn't believe it. Who was that acting like a grandson in the karaoke bar just now?
I can't do it, but my dad definitely can.
Chang Sun-ming said with a confident smile.
Then you should give it a try.
Huang Nyo agreed. She didn't want to owe Su Hao a favor.
Okay.
Chang Sun-ming took out his phone and called his father directly, explaining the situation. The other students began to persuade them.
Huang Nyo, Ming Xiao still loves you. You can't keep him hanging on. Let's make it official on our next date. There's no harm in following him. Several people. Huang Yoji's face looked very unpleasant as he spoke. What does it mean to define a relationship? Are we going to book a room directly?
Young people these days are really going too far. They have no self-respect at all, and they're messing around with their classmates, creating a huge mess of relationships.
All done.
Chang Sun-ming said triumphantly after ending the call.
Really?
Huang Nyo was skeptical, feeling that their abilities were limited. Trust me, Su Hao will definitely be out soon, Chang Sun-ming said confidently.
Okay. Huang Nyo looked at the other side expectantly. Sure enough, Su Hao came out soon after, completely unharmed. Brother Su.
Huang Nyo smiled sweetly and rushed out.
Damn it.
Chang Sun-ming was displeased. What was going on? Why was she smiling so sweetly at Su Hao? He had never seen that smile before.
That's great.
Huang Yoji breathed a sigh of relief. If something had gone wrong, he really didn't know how he would explain it to the second young lady.
Brother Su, it's so good that you can come out, Huang Nyo said happily, holding his hand. 327, Chapter 327 Becoming a Master. Why can't I come out? Su Hao wondered.
Aren't you going to thank young Master Ming? He just made a phone call and got you out.
A female classmate shouted loudly because she disliked Chang Sun-ming. Him, save me? Su Hao was stunned.
That's right, it was my call that got you to come out, Chang Sun-ming said, forcing a smile.
Don't take all the credit. Su Hao had seen this kind of thing many times before, and he wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. I earned it all myself. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yi Long. By the way, can you talk to him? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Typed out? Just a few words, but they carry a lot of weight. Thinking back to Su Hao's nonchalant demeanor before he left, I guess he really does have that ability.
He was a formidable martial artist and was completely unafraid of the Red Dragon Gang's strategist. Chang Sun-ming looked embarrassed. How could he possibly talk to Yi Long? He had barely escaped with his life.
You and I have something to do, you guys talk.
Chang Sun-ming said, then left in a flustered state.
What a lame excuse. Huang Nyo said dismissively. Yes, he's a scumbag. And he's a scumbag. It was the right thing to not go on a date with him.
The female classmates, seeing which way the wind was blowing, all started to slander Chang Sun-ming. Their expressions when they looked at Su Hao were completely different, filled with endless admiration.
Brother Su, let's go home. Huang Nyo was a little worried. Would these classmates try to seduce Brother Su? How could that be? She took his arm and walked straight home. Huang Yoji was both amused and exasperated.
How come Mr. Su has become his daughter's darling after just one trip? He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Originally, he was against college romances, but Mursa's behavior was so good that he was enough to win the girl's heart.
Back home, Huang Yoji enthusiastically cooked a big meal to properly thank Su Hao.
Su Hao returned to his room, found an ancient book, and prepared to study it.
Knock knock. Huang Nyo was knocking on the door. May I come in? Okay.
Su Hao thought to himself, this is her home, there shouldn't be much of a problem if I come in.
Huang Niu changed into a set of pajamas that looked a bit thin, and she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Little girl, what are you trying to do? Su Hao immediately realized that she was up to something. Brother Su, I like you. Huang Niu was very direct, grabbing his hand and putting it on her body. Don't do this, I have a girlfriend. Su Hao tried to refuse. I'm not afraid, and I don't want any titles or honors, I just want to repay your life-saving grace. Huang Niu said, and her pajamas disappeared in the blink of an eye. What should we do? Su Hao is a normal man, but the more he thinks about it, the more something seems off. Come on, Brother Su. Huang Niu has an alluring voice. Dinner was plentiful. Huang Yoji is an excellent cook, he prepared more than a dozen dishes. Mr. Su, thank you so much for saving Niu today, Huang Yoji said, raising his glass to his treasured bottle of baijiu. Old Huang, you're being too polite, I am practically family now, so helping Niu is only right, Su Hao said with a smile. Cheers. Huang Yoji drank. The two men clinked glasses and drank quite a bit of wine. Huang Niu sat opposite Su Hao, gazing at him intently, growing more and more fond of him with each look. He's so handsome and manly. He's so much better than the other students in his class. Recalling the enchanting moment, she became even happier. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Huang Yingying snuggled up to Su Hao and followed him back upstairs to the second floor. Huang Yoji just watched and sighed silently. He vaguely suspected that Su Hao and Bai Zhihua had a close relationship, but since his daughter insisted on interfering, he couldn't stop her. In the end, someone would definitely suffer in this relationship, and that would be his daughter, of course. But when you're young, you really have to be impulsive about some things, otherwise you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Inside the room. Lying in Su Hao's arms, Huang Niu asked curiously, Brother Su, how did you manage to do that? Use it. Su Hao said calmly, waving his fist. I need your help with something. Huang Niu suddenly sat up and said very seriously. Go ahead and say it. Su Hao smiled. Could you teach me a few tricks? I almost got into trouble today, and I have no way to save my life, Huang Niu said. You want to learn ancient martial arts? Su Hao was stunned. This is not something that can be achieved overnight. You have to start learning martial arts early. Without more than 10 years of practice, you can't even get started. She was already in her 20s, which was a bit late, and she had no foundation whatsoever. It's not that simple, I just want to learn a few moves so I can beat up some thugs. Huang Niu's requirements weren't high. Let me make this clear first, I'm not your master. Su Hao said solemnly. I understand, Brother Su is my lover. Huang Niu said with a grin. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Su Hao helped her stand up and casually taught her a horse stance. Her movements were very standard, and she learned them quickly. Now relax, I'm going to test your abilities. Su Hao either doesn't hand it in, or he definitely takes it seriously. He held Huang Niu's hand and slowly channeled a stream of true energy into her. This is the standard testing procedure. Once the true energy circulates through the other person's body for one full cycle, their aptitude can be determined. However, unexpectedly, the moment his true energy touched Huang Niu, a powerful force instantly shattered it. He was thrown back 2 steps. Brother Su, what's going on? Huang Niu was bewildered. Su Hao frowned. What did what just happened mean? There are protective taboos within Huang Niu's body. This person is incredibly powerful. He was able to withstand the probing true energy of the seal simply by using the power of the seal. If he forced his way through, he could certainly destroy the taboo, but it was completely unnecessary. With this power's help, Huang Niu had the ability to save her life once. It's like putting on a resurrection suit. He was curious about who had set this taboo. Huang Yoji did not. If she has any power, is it her mother? Only close relatives would expend so much energy on this. He had higher expectations for Huang's mother, guessing she was a formidable person. Brother Su, am I not suited to practicing martial arts? Huang Niu panicked. If that were the case, it would be terrible. No,
I will teach you some basic techniques, practice them well and strive to embark on the path of martial arts as soon as possible. Su Hao chose to believe him. Like begets like, she has this bloodline, which means she is destined to practice martial arts. I just don't know why, but her mother didn't teach her at all. After saying that, Su Hao gave a few simple tips. Thank you, Brother Su. Overjoyed, Huang Niu went straight to the next room to concentrate on practicing martial arts. Su Hao was left alone in the room. He regretted not teaching her tomorrow morning. Now he was all alone. Alright, get some rest. Su Hao was easygoing, he was usually alone, and there was nothing wrong with that. He lay down again and quickly fell asleep. 328, Chapter 328 Stunned. Brother Su, wake up. Huang Niu's clear voice came from outside the window. Su Hao opened his eyes and found that it was only 7:30, so he slowly got up. So, did you cultivate yesterday? Su Hao asked casually. I practiced all night. Huang Niu said, taking a horse stance and throwing a punch with a ha. It looked like it, with a slight rustling of wind. Not bad, keep it up. Su Hao encouraged. Yes, I definitely won't let Brother Su down. Huang Niu found a new interest, martial arts. She asked Su Hao for some key points and then excitedly went back to practice. Su Hao shook his head, hoping it wasn't just a passing fad, otherwise he'd still achieve nothing. He took a shower and changed his clothes. He took his dirty laundry downstairs, intending to find a washing machine. Mr. Su, please give these to me. Huang Yoji smiled and took them, then served white rice porridge, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a plate of pickled vegetables. The simple breakfast looks so tempting. It's a shame you're not a chef. Su Hao gave him high praise. I can't do it. Huang Yoji's cooking skills were honed by taking care of Huang Niu. He just wants to stay with his daughter and live a simple, happy life. After Su Hao finished eating, he went to Huang Niu's room and gave her some instructions. After that, I received a call from Yi Long. Mr. Su, I've forwarded your phone number to the gang leader. Is furious and wants to speak with you personally at the Crimson Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Yi Long said with utmost seriousness. Send the address to my phone. Su Hao smiled, this was just as he had imagined. Since the gang leader disagrees, let's play along. He left the Huang family home and headed to the address in the text message. Half an hour later, Su Hao got out of the taxi and arrived at the Red Dragon Martial Arts School. Mr. Su, you finally arrived. Yi Long stood outside and greeted him with a smile. Are there many people inside? Su Hao asked casually. You'll find out when you get inside. Yi Long smiled. Lead the way. Su Hao nodded. Having come all this way, he had no intention of turning back. There were about 170 or 180 people inside the martial arts school. Each of them looked fierce and menacing, exuding a powerful aura. Judging from the looks of it, there are a few innate masters among them. You're Su Hao? A voice with a cold tone drew everyone's attention in the martial arts school. The man was sitting in a grand chair, with his legs crossed. He was obese yet tall, giving him a majestic air. He was fiddling with walnuts, looking somewhat enigmatic. Behind this person stood 4 other people who looked exactly alike. They looked like quadruplets. Their strength is also exceptionally great. Indeed, you are the leader of the Crimson Dragon Gang? Su Hao coldly sized him up. So you want to seize the position of gang leader? Gang leader Zhang Hong asked sternly. That's right, be sensible and step down now. Su Hao nodded. These words were spoken. The gang members present were all shocked. Most of them had no idea about this and thought Su Hao was courting death, trying to challenge the entire Crimson Dragon Gang. A small number of people, who knew his purpose, were still shocked. Does this person come alone, intending to fight against the entire Red Dragon Gang with his own strength? You've got guts. Zhang Hong's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. They say even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Are you really that strong? The Red Dragon Gang is one of the strongest gangs in the eastern province. I worked hard to build it and spent decades to reach its current position. Do you think I would back down?
It's alright, let's start fighting then, Su Hao said coldly. Very well, you're arrogant enough. Zhang Hong gritted his teeth in anger. Now let me see just how capable you really are. Rado, you see the 4 experts behind me, they are the 4 guardians of the Crimson Dragon Gang, more than enough to deal with you. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Crimson Dragon Gang burst into laughter. The 4 guardians are incredibly powerful. It is said that once someone reaches the half-step Grandmaster realm, they could basically establish their own sect if they joined another force. However, they were willing to stay in the Crimson Dragon Gang because they were captivated by Zhang Hong's personal charisma. If they all come together, I believe very few people would be able to stop their attack. What difference is there between Su Hao's actions and courting death? You actually trust them that much? Su Hao sneered disdainfully. Enough with the nonsense, you'll regret this later. Zhang Hong sneered. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside. A young man with a curious look in his eyes walked in. What are you doing? Is the Red Dragon Gang in deep trouble? The young master mocked. Young Master Jun. Upon seeing him, Zhang Hong couldn't help but stand up and bow respectfully. Why has the Red Dragon Gang grown so rapidly? It was because of the support of the Ouyang family that the eldest young master, Ouyang Jun, had come in person. How could he not be respectful? Young Master Jun, this man is rather arrogant and wants to take my position. I am going to have the 4 protectors play with him. Zhang Hong said casually. How many people did he bring in? Ouyang Jun asked, quite surprised. He had no partners, he was all alone. Zhang Hong couldn't help but laugh as he said this. They're really courting death. Is there anything interesting about this kind of confrontation? Ouyang Jun yawned, immediately losing interest. If you're not going to watch, you can get out. Su Hao said coldly. What? Everyone present was stunned. He's even bolder than I imagined. Huandong Province doesn't know the Ouyang family. They're the kind of family that could easily destroy the Crimson Dragon Gang. Su Hao actually showed his utter contempt for Ouyang Jun in front of so many people. He's going further and further down the path of self-destruction. Chief Shang, you must kill him today, or I'll find someone to replace you. Ouyang Jun roared. Don't worry, young Master Jun, with the 4 protectors here, he won't be able to cause trouble for long. Zhang Hong said coldly. Mo said, young master, please sit down. We invite you to oversee the battle. Ouyang Jun snorted coldly and sat down in the armchair with considerable dissatisfaction. Someone, serve tea to young Master Ouyang. Zhang Hong was a competent lackey, and he served Ouyang Jun very well. Immediately, several beautiful women, carrying tea and swaying their hips, walked up to Ouyang Jun. The young master took a sip of tea, then eagerly selected one of the women, embracing her and groping her. Very good, Chief Shang always manages to surprise me. His lewd smile was extremely grating. A hint of helplessness flashed across Zhang Hong's face. What could he do? He was the representative of the financial backer behind them, so he could only appease them, but deep down, there was still a surge of anger ready to be vented. Su Hao, do you dare to sign a death waiver? Zhang Hong said, and immediately someone brought out a death waiver and placed it in front of Su Hao. Sign. Su Hao wrote his name on the brush. Now please step onto the stage. Zhang Hong said coldly. Su Hao didn't say anything and appeared on the arena alone. 329, Chapter 329. Take it down. You 4, have some fun with him, but remember, don't embarrass our Crimson Dragon Gang. Zhang Hong gave the order to the 4 protectors. Boss, wouldn't it be a bit unfair for the 4 of us to attack together? One of them said with a loud laugh. Yes, he was alone, so he was definitely outnumbered. The other person nodded. What should we do? I really want to bully him. Who told him to be so arrogant? The 3rd protector sneered. He asked for his own death, so don't blame us, said the 4th protector. The 4 of them look exactly alike, with only slight differences in their voices. Even Zhang Hong couldn't tell them apart. Therefore, when they were initially given the title of 4 guardians, they were referred to as the 4 great protectors. There was no distinction of rank or social status among them, all 4 were of equal standing.
They appeared neatly on the arena, lined up in a row, exuding an imposing aura.
Young Master Jun, how many moves do you think this kid can withstand?
The beautiful woman sitting on Ouyang Jun's lap looked at the stage with a mocking expression. The four guardians are exceptionally powerful in a one-on-one fight. This person might have a chance, but in a coordinated attack, for against one, he can win in less than 3 moves.
Ouyang Jun laughed heartily. Wasn't this kid very arrogant? This is the price of arrogance. Young Master Jun, I feel like he can't even withstand 1 move?
The beautiful woman said with a smile. These words were spoken. Many members of the Red Dragon Gang nodded in agreement. They had witnessed the 4 protectors in action and had never lost. The 4 of them seemed to have a telepathic connection. When they started fighting, their coordination was perfect. There were no flaws, enough to eliminate any enemy.
Brother, he's dead. Will the gang leader blame us?
Yida's worries were not unfounded. They were the ones who introduced him, and if Zheng Hong turned against them, it would indeed be difficult to deal with. Don't worry unnecessarily, the gang leader isn't that suspicious, Yi Long said, as if reassuring himself. He stared at Su Hao, thinking to himself, don't let anything happen to him, or I'll suffer the consequences too.
On stage,
the 4 guardians introduced themselves in turn.
I'm the boss, Li Dao. I'm the second brother, Li Erdao. I am the third brother, Li Sandao. I'm the 4th one, Li Sadao. Su Hao noticed that when they introduced themselves, they did so from left to right, meaning the 4 of them introduced themselves in order of age. They look exactly alike, so who can tell them apart?
You guys talk too much nonsense.
Su Hao frowned. Young man, we're giving you some time to live, what's wrong with that?
Li Dao said sternly. Since you want to die, we'll grant your wish. Li Erdao was furious. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Li Sandao fanned the flames from the side.
Make your move, don't hold back.
Li Sadao said coldly. Their names contain the character for knife, yet they use their fists to strike. The first person throws a punch, the second follows, the third coordinates, and the 4th waits for an opportunity to strike. Su Hao's heart stirred. He gave the 4 figures considerable face. He rushed in, and immediately found himself surrounded by identical faces. He frowned for someone who wasn't strong enough. Just those 4 faces alone would be enough to frighten them.
He's finished. Zheng Hong exclaimed with delight.
Once the 4 guardians entangle you, no one can escape.
Whether out of stupidity or overconfidence, Su Hao actually walked into their encirclement. Die, I don't want to see him again.
Ouyang Jun roared, his words breaking his guard.
Su Hao stood among them, constantly observing their offensive strategy. It doesn't matter.
But Yi Long felt a little worried, as he was the only one standing on this side at the moment.
Su Hao, are you even capable?
He couldn't understand it. Yesterday, he smashed a wall with a single punch, but today there was no movement at all.
Useless thing. You're dead. You've fallen for their trap, haven't you? That's our territory inside.
The 4 guardians spoke loudly, filled with confidence.
Really, I'll give you 1 minute to show us.
Su Hao's voice sounded so calm. It was as if he wasn't the one surrounded by 4 people, but rather he was the one who surrounded 4 people.
Arrogant.
The 4 of them were of one mind and shouted at the same time.
Their attack became even more frantic.
The powerful internal energy caused the audience below the stage to stagger and fall. But Su Hao, on stage, remained in the center. He appeared to be in no danger. Yi Long's heart skipped a beat. Took out his phone and started timing.
He said 1 minute, but was it really just 1 minute? What will happen in a minute? Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the time Su Hao had agreed upon arrived. Do you have any last words?
Su Hao asked the 4 of them coldly.
No, we won't lose.
The 4 answered in unison, and attacked simultaneously once again.
Forget it, it's no use what a dead person says anyway.
Su Hao said frankly. After saying that, he suddenly threw a punch.
Bang! Bang!
The 4 enemies attacked quickly, but his punches were even faster.
Almost simultaneously, 4 enemies were hit, and a mist of blood appeared. The right fists of the 4 guardians exploded directly. A powerful force swept over their entire bodies. They collapsed onto the arena, their faces filled with shock, as if they couldn't believe that someone could defeat all 4 of them in a single move. Zhang Hong, are these the 4 protectors you always boast about? Ouyang Jun slammed his fist on the table and asked angrily. What's going on, they can't even beat them? Zhang Hong was completely stunned. The rest of the people were all stunned and stood there. The 4 guardians actually lost? 1 minute was up, and everyone was injured. Great! Yi Long thought to himself, the person he had chosen was indeed strong enough. You guys are useless, you're just a waste of resources to be alive. After Su Hao finished speaking, he walked over and hit each of them, smashing their skulls. 4 powerful, the Dharma Protector died in front of everyone. You surnamed Su, how could you use such a heavy hand? Zhang Hong roared in fury. What, aren't we fighting a life or death battle? Su Hao laughed. What's wrong with the deaths of these 4 people? Zhang Hong opened his mouth. Indeed, once they reached the arena, it was either death or serious injury. His actions themselves were not wrong, but as an enemy, Zhang Hong could not condone them. You surnamed Su, you are now officially the #1 enemy of the Red Dragon Gang. Zhang Hong announced directly. Red Dragon Gang, Red Dragon Gang, Red Dragon Gang, this name is really awful, why not change it to Dog Shit Gang? Su Hao said coldly. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If they really had that name, the entire gang would be laughed at for the rest of their lives. Zhang Hong, your lackeys are no longer useful. Who dares to fight next? Su Hao roared angrily. Everyone fell silent, too afraid to make eye contact. Once he steps onto the stage, the outcome will be clear. Who can be Su Hao's opponent? Zhang Hong was immediately covered in sweat, his face pale, as he faced a difficult decision. 330, Chapter 330 Poisoning. I hereby announce that, from this moment forward, I am officially stepping down as the leader of the Crimson Dragon Gang. From now on, Mr. Su Hao will be our leader. Zhang Hong was able to bend and stretch, and actually admitted defeat. Greetings, Chief. Yi Long was overjoyed and took the opportunity to kneel on the ground, loudly expressing his loyalty. Greetings, Chief. Yi Di and the others knelt down. At this moment, all 170 or 180 gang members submitted to Su Hao. Only Zhang Hong, who was standing, felt suddenly all alone. He immediately knelt down and said, Chief, I was very rude just now, please forgive me. Get up. Su Hao said calmly. Everyone stood up and stood still, waiting for the instructions. From today onwards, I am your leader. I hope everyone will spread this message and warn everyone not to mess with us. Su Hao said solemnly. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. I hereby announce the new personnel changes. Zhang Hong will be the acting leader of this gang, possessing the same rights as before, but he will be responsible to the current leader. Su Hao said coldly. Thank you for your kind words, Chief. Zhang Hong was relieved. He was now second only to the chief, and his power hadn't been diluted much. On the bright side, as long as Su Hao didn't stay in Dong province every day, he would still be the chief. Yi Long has been promoted to deputy gang leader. He announced again. Thank you so much for the promotion, Chief. Yi Long was overjoyed. In just one day, he had become the deputy chief, a huge leap. Although he still appeared to be the third in command, he wielded more power than the strategist. As for the name of the Crimson Dragon Gang, Su Hao frowned. This was something he needed to consider for a while. The meaning of Crimson Dragon was somewhat unclear, and he didn't want to make too many changes, so he said directly, from now on, we are the Kuanping Gang. Kuanping, what a fine name. Our leader has lofty ambitions, to unify the martial world and last for 1,000 years. Zhang Hong knelt down again to express his loyalty. May our leader live a long and prosperous life. The others loudly echoed. Su Hao laughed heartily. He was reminded of Ding Chuanqiu from a certain novel, but to be honest, being in this position, he was still very happy to hear such flattery. Chief Su, I am Ouyang Jun. Our family has always had a close cooperative relationship with the Kuanping Gang, and we hope to continue this cooperation in the future. Yang Jun hurriedly expressed his feelings. No problem, nothing here will change for the time being. Su Hao nodded. That's excellent.
Yang Jun changed his mind since there would be no loss to the family's interests. What did it matter who became the leader? However, he didn't know Su Hao's character yet and needed to investigate him carefully.
Chief Su, it's getting late, shall we have a meal together? Yang Jun suggested. Eating is the occasion that best reveals a person's character. That's exactly what I was thinking. Su Hao was also hungry. I know a good place.
Zhang Hong said hurriedly. He led Su Hao and Yang Jun to a Chinese restaurant with pavilions and buildings. Possessing a charming ancient style, Zhang Hong seemed very familiar with the place and went straight to the best private room. When ordering food, the proprietress personally came over to serve us. When she appeared, everyone stared at her. The proprietress, around 30 years old, still possessed a captivating charm. Wearing a cheongsam, she perfectly showcased her figure. However, her cheongsam was far too short. With even slight movements, her red lace panties were visible. Boss Zhang, you're here to patronize my business again. The proprietress gazed at Zhang Hong with seductive eyes. When she bent over, she was completely facing Su Hao. Su Hao frowned and immediately saw clearly that the pants were thongs. Jingjing, I'm no longer the gang leader. The handsome guy behind you is the gang leader. Zhang Hong said, pointing at Su Hao. I see. The proprietress, Zhang Jingjing, turned around, looked at Su Hao, and said respectfully, handsome boss, this is a small business, please take good care of me in the future. What's your relationship with Zhang Hong? Su Hao asked with a smile, not in a hurry to order. Reporting to the leader, he and I are from the same hometown and have known each other for over 10 years, Zhang Jingjing said with captivating charm. Just fellow villagers, not lovers? Su Hao didn't believe it. I guess so, we know each other well and support each other. Zhang Jingjing felt a little flustered. Su Hao's gaze was very domineering, making her uncomfortable. Boss, Jingjing is just a weak woman, please don't make things difficult for her. If she has done anything wrong, I will apologize to you on her behalf. Zhang Hong raised his wineglass and sincerely apologized. She didn't do anything wrong, I just think Sister Jing is too beautiful. As Su Hao spoke, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her down onto his lap. Boss, what do you mean by this? Zhang Hong roared in anger. As I just said, Zhang Jingjing is his lover, but I didn't expect him to still be making advances towards her. Is this blatant cheating? Chief Su, you are all people of the martial arts world, how could you let your little brother be cuckolded? Yang Jun's face was also not good. He did not expect Su Hao to be such a despicable person. Sister Jing, tell me yourself, are you willing to follow me or continue following him? Su Hao's hands began to move improperly. Zhang Jingjing's face was pale. She was clearly very resistant, but dared not anger Su Hao. Finding herself in a dilemma for some reason, before she could make a decision, she suddenly felt comfortable all over and actually let out a soft Jingjing, what do you mean? Zhang Hong's expression changed drastically. Brother Hong, I didn't mean it, it just felt so good. Zhang Jingjing's attempt to explain only made things worse. Are you really going to leave me? Zhang Hong roared in anger. Chief Su, if you like beautiful women, how about I find you a few young and pretty ones? Yang Jun panicked. If the Kunpeng gang had internal strife, it wouldn't be good for his family. In the martial arts world, there are too many stories of entire sects being destroyed because of a woman. No, I only like Zhang Hong's women. Now I'm giving him two choices, either give Zhang Jingjing to me, or either drink this glass of wine. Su Hao's gaze darkened, and he said with murderous intent. What do you mean? Zhang Hong suddenly stood up, drew his long sword, and pointed it at Su Hao. You've finally shown your true colors, haven't you? Su Hao took out a silver needle, threw it into the cup, and when he took it out again, the tip of the needle had turned black. Is the alcohol poisoned? Yang Jun immediately understood. No wonder Zhang Hong chose this place to entertain the new gang leader. It turned out he wasn't truly convinced. Unable to defeat him head-on, he resorted to despicable means. Holy crap, you didn't poison my cup too, did you? Yang Jun stood up in a panic. Damn it! Zhang Hong couldn't understand what went wrong and how Su Hao figured it out. He believed he had done everything discreetly, and while Zhang Jingjing used her beauty to distract everyone, he secretly slipped arsenic into both cups this way. No matter what choice they made, they would be poisoned. Poisoning is the best method, isn't it?